Ji Xiao found himself unexpectedly transformed into the tragic villain big boss of a novel. Does the male lead have an invincible golden finger? Is the female lead a reincarnated immortal emperor? Is his future destined for certain death? Ding! The God-level sign-in system has awakened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving the 9-star reward. Divine Heart Demon Bone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving the 8-star reward. Devouring Immortal Demon Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving the 8-star reward. Great Luo Sword Embryo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving the 10-star reward. Transformation into Freedom Technique. Several years later. Chapter 1 This. Where is this? Ji Xiao woke up from a daze. Opening his eyes, he looked around at the extremely unfamiliar environment. It was as if he were in a chaotic realm, unable to see his own hand. However, he could feel that he seemed to be immersed in a warm ocean. The warm seawater soaked his body, filling him with an extremely soft and warm sensation. Wait, why are my hands so small? My heavens, why is there a strap on my belly button? Ji Xiao's mind raced. Finally, he came to a conclusion. He had crossed over. Moreover, he had actually crossed over to become a small baby still in the womb. Who? Ji Xiao took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He began to review what on earth had happened. In his memory, he had seen a fantasy novel called Immortal Emperor Peerless. Suddenly, a white light appeared before him, and he found himself here. Just as his thoughts reached this point, a character interface suddenly appeared in front of Ji Xiao. Name, Ji Xiao. Age, 0 years. Identity, heir of the first military family of the Beishut dynasty. Life status, not yet born. Chapter 2. System. Sign in. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Xiao heard a pleasant system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in from the womb. Congratulations to the host. Sign in successful. Received 9-star reward. Divine Heart Demon Bone. Congratulations to the host. Sign in successful. Received 8-star reward. Devouring Immortal Demon Technique. Boom! At the moment the system's voice fell, Ji Xiao felt an unparalleled strange power gathering at his heart. Then exploded like fireworks. Chaotic energy surged and the immortal river roared. Brilliant light fell upon his limbs and bones. A heart as bright as the stars was beating fiercely, emanating supreme immortal flames. Suddenly, Ji Xiao felt as if he were standing above the heavenly Tao, able to overlook all beings throughout eternity. Gods, demons, immortals, all were but fleeting illusions. At the end of time, there remained only one invincible being throughout the ages, Divine Heart Demon Bone. Comprehension of the divine, unparalleled cultivation potential, 3 major killing realms with powers unmatched throughout time. Rating, 9-star Supreme Bloodline. 3 major killing realms of Divine Heart Demon Bone. Demon Descent, Divine Ban, Immortal Ashes, Demon Descent, Demon Flames Burn. Blood Pupils of the Other Shore, Demon Gods Descend. Combat power increases exponentially, capable of crossing up to 8 small realms to defeat enemies. Chapter 3. In the womb. Ji Xiao listened to the sound from the outside world and couldn't help but smile. In the original novel, his father Ji Xiao and mother Lin Ru both doted on him, the little lord of the Ji family. They would have given him the whole world if they could. Even later, when the entire family was annihilated, they unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice their lives to ensure he had a chance to survive. It could be said that they were the best parents in the world. They truly loved him. Thinking of this, Ji Xiao's heart stirred slightly. Before his transmigration, he had never experienced the love and care of parents. So at this moment, he felt an unusual warmth in his heart. At the same time, he felt a greater sense of urgency. His future tragedy, the tragedy of his family, he would not allow it to happen. Now that he was in this world, he naturally had to protect himself and ensure the safety of his family for a lifetime. Ji Xiao secretly made up his mind. Then, he began to prepare for cultivation. In the early to mid stages of the novel, the levels of cultivation were divided into Foundation Establishment, Qi Refining, Life Earth, Gathering Stars, Monarch Level, Saint Level, Legend, Divine Hidden, and Emperor Level. Chapter 4. That night. Ji Family Military Mansion. Falling Maple Palace. Madam, push harder. The little lord is about to come out. Okay, I'll push harder. Hurry. Madam, try a bit more. The maid can already see the little lord's head. It's out. The little lord is out. At the moment Ji Xiao was born, a sacred light of starry brilliance shot up into the sky from falling Maple Palace. In an instant, the starlight exploded, filling the sky with dazzling stars. The entire night sky was instantly filled with endless starlight, as if celestial beings had descended to the world. The falling stardust drifted gently like snow, dyeing the entire capital city into a beautiful fairyland. Outside the city, the beasts from 100,000 great mountains were all terrified, lying on the ground, not daring to move. And this was just the prelude. What truly shocked people was that in the depths of the starry night sky, there were terrifying celestial lights reflected, astonishing the entire world. A lotus in the eternal blue sky, the golden bitter sea shining in the world, the bright moon rising over the sea, the celestial king descending from the 9 heavens. Chapter 5. Inside Falling Maple Palace. Jishio lay quietly in his mother Lin Ru's arms. Lin Ru looked at her little one, who was as delicate as a porcelain doll, and kissed him again and again, as if Jishio were her most precious treasure. Hey, hey, hey. Jishio smiled widely at his mother, who was exhausted and weary, thinking how hard she had worked. Lin Ru exclaimed, "Other children cry loudly when they are born, but this little one came into the world smiling. My son is truly a little genius." Clang! The palace door opened. Ji Xiao hurriedly ran to the bed, trembling as he held Lin Ru's hand and asked, "Madam, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lin Ru smiled gently, then handed Ji Xiao to Ji Xiao. "Husband, quickly hold your son." "Okay." Ji Xiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Before taking Ji Xiao, he instinctively rubbed his hands on his clothes, afraid of dirtying his son. After taking Ji Xiao, this general, who commanded an army of 800,000, actually grinned like a fool. Chapter 6. In the northern Xia Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man stood before a flower pond. The moonlight poured down, illuminating his cold and dignified face. He was tall, dressed in a black dragon robe, exuding a terrifying aura of authority. His name was Long Tian, the emperor of the northern Xia dynasty. The capital was truly lively tonight. Long Tian's voice was cold, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were extremely ruthless. At that moment, a shadow fell into the lotus pond shadow. Then, a very soft voice echoed, "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed several times. Nothing happened today, only the birth of the Ji family's little lord. The Tianji Pavilion has already helped us confirm this." As the words fell, a man dressed in a purple python robe with a soft and handsome face slowly walked out from the night. He was Yu Huatian, the head of the western factory of the northern Xia dynasty and one of the 10 strongest in the dynasty. With unfathomable cultivation. "Yu Gonggong, is it true that the Ji family's little lord has the demeanor of an ancient emperor?" Long Tian suddenly turned around, staring intently at Yu Huatian for confirmation. "Yes, at the time of his birth, the 4 celestial lights fell from the 9 heavens." Chapter 7. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed quickly. Under the full protection of the Ji family, Ji Xiao had safely celebrated 3 birthdays. This year, Ji Xiao had turned 3 years old. The cold wind howled, heavy snow fell, the world was covered in silver, and winter had arrived. The long streets of the capital were deep and quiet, with snowflakes continuously falling. The Ji residence, Falling Maple Palace, was brightly lit, warm and cozy. Ji Xiao sat alone on the bed, his small body completely naked, sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. Name, Ji Xiao. Age, 3 years. Identity, Little Lord of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Cultivation, Qi refining level 8. Bloodline quality, 3 great realms of divine heart and demon bone not yet opened. Awakening condition for the 3 great realms. Demon manifestation 10. 000 Destiny Essence. Divine Forbidden 100. 000 Destiny Essence. Immortal Ash 1. 000. 000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation method. Devouring Immortal Demon Technique has been cultivated to the 2nd realm. Weapon, none. Destiny Essence, 2,700 points. Fate level, Black Soul Destruction. System shop, not open. 3000 Destiny Essence will automatically open. Task system, not open. Earth Realm will automatically open. Sign-in location, Northern Xia Dynasty, Ji Residence, Falling Maple Palace. Chapter 8. Ji Xiao carefully browsed the system shop. In the weapons section, Fish Intestine Sword, 300 Destiny Essence. Sanhong Sword, 300 Destiny Essence. Qishao Sword, 300 Destiny Essence. Taya Sword, 600 Destiny Essence. For methods of Qingyun, 5,000 Destiny Essence. Lingxi Divine Sword, 5,000 Destiny Essence, Demon Sword Apophis, 5,000 Destiny Essence, Frostmourne, 5,000 Destiny Essence. Pengu Axe, 20,000 Destiny Essence, Holy Sword Xianyuan, 20,000 Destiny Essence, Descendant Divine Bow, 20,000 Destiny Essence. Jishio carefully looked at the items in the weapons section. To be honest, it was hard not to be tempted. Unfortunately, he was short on funds. He couldn't afford good weapons, and there was no need to buy ordinary ones. Moreover, he honestly didn't need any weapons right now. After all, he was the treasured child of the entire G family. The whole family was protecting him, and at this stage, no one could threaten him. So, weapons weren't a necessity right now. He shook his head. Jishio simply turned his gaze to the martial arts section. 8 Extremes Collapse, 500 Destiny Essence, Great Wasteland Prison Sky Finger, 1,000 Destiny Essence. Chapter 9 Creek. The palace door opened gently. Lin Ru, wrapped in a thick mink coat, had a beautiful face that radiated the tenderness and dignity of a mother. After entering, Lin Ru gently closed the door, fearing that the cold air would enter and freeze her precious son. She tiptoed to the palace bed and looked at her son's sweet sleeping face, unable to help but smile gently. She leaned down and kissed Jishio on the forehead, then called softly at his ear, "Shio-er, wake up." She didn't want to wake Jishio from his dream, but she also knew the urgency of the matter, so she had to wake him up. Mother, is something wrong?" Jishio lazily opened his eyes and asked softly. "Good son, mother has something to tell you." Lin Ru affectionately ruffled Jishio's soft hair and spoke seriously. "Oh," Jishio nodded. At this moment, he was also curious about who his unknown fiancée was. "Shio-er, mother and your grandmother have found you a marriage match," Lin Ru said with a helpless smile. Who is she?" Jishio asked directly. "Her name is Mu Bing." Chapter 10 Ding. Congratulations on your extraordinary understanding. Flying Dragon Cloud Exploring Hand has successfully reached the entry level. Hearing the clear system notification in his ear, Jishio slowly opened his eyes and looked at the darkening sky outside, letting out a long sigh. Successful cultivation. Ready. After saying that, he put on his clothes and quietly lay back on the bed, waiting for his mother's call. Soon, Lin Ru arrived at the Falling Maple Palace, and without saying a word, she stripped Jishio and threw him into the bath, rubbing him vigorously. Afterward, she directly carried Jishio out of the Falling Maple Palace. "Mother, where are we going to meet them?" Jishio asked curiously. "Martial arts arena. They should be arriving soon," Lin Ru replied with a glare at Jishio, feeling that her son was too slow. At the same time, she thought about how her son, with such a thick skin, would manage after marriage. If that girl were a bit strong, wouldn't her son be bullied to death? Just as the thought fell, a crisp system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Sign-in location refreshed. G Family Martial Arts Arena. Upon hearing this, Jishio's eyes immediately brightened. 3 years. Chapter 11 Demon God, Jishio. In this life, this emperor has finally caught you. Mu Bing's beautiful eyes sparkled with fire as she looked at Jishio. Perhaps due to excessive excitement, her tightly clenched fist trembled slightly. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions and coldly introduced herself. Mu Bing. "Hello, novel heroine," Jishio silently recited in his heart. Then, according to the plan's first step, he took Mu Bing's hand. Her hand felt cool like cherry wine. However, Jishio showed no hesitation. After saying that, he took 2 steps forward amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd and gently hugged Mu Bing right in front of everyone. 3-year-old Jishio was a head shorter than 7-year-old Mu Bing, making the scene quite humorous. The elders present were also left dumbfounded. "Hello, I am Jishio." Jishio introduced himself to Mu Bing in a tender and enthusiastic manner. In that instant, he clearly sensed Mu Bing's cultivation level. 7 years old, chi refining 7th realm. No wonder she was the heroine of the Reborn novel. Her cultivation talent was indeed formidable. Jishio murmured to himself. What is going on? Chapter 12 G Residence. Falling Maple Palace. Jishio lay on the palace bed. Although his bottom was stung by his mother Lin Ru's spanking, and he had been placed under house arrest for 7 days, the smile on his face never faded, and he felt quite happy inside. He casually opened the system character panel. Name, Jishio. Age, 3 years. Identity, Prince of the Xia Dynasty. Cultivation, Qi refining 9th realm. Bloodline constitution, the 3 great realms of Divine Heart Demon Bone have not yet been unlocked. Conditions to unlock the 3 great realms. Demon arrival 10. 000 Destiny Essence. Divine Forbidden 100 000 Destiny Essence. Immortal Ash 1 000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation Method. Devouring Immortal Demon Art has been cultivated to the second realm. Flying Dragon Cloud Exploring Hand Entry Level. Weapon. Great Luo Sword. Destiny Essence for 1,500 points. Fate Level. Black Soul Extinction. System All. Opened. Task System. Not opened. Mingta Realm will open automatically. Warehouse. Destiny Pill. Soul Destruction Nail. System Prompt. More information can be expanded. After carefully scanning his character panel, Ji Xiu felt completely relaxed. This time, he not only obtained the ancient first killing sword, Great Luo Sword Tai. Chapter 13, Falling Maple Palace. Ji Xiu decided to open the task system he had been thinking about. After all, he is only 5,000 destiny points away from unlocking Demonic Arrival. And completing tasks to earn Destiny Essence is a good choice. Ding! Task system loaded. Would the host like to activate the system now? Hearing this, Ji Xiu nodded without any hesitation. Ding! Task system activated. Ji Xiu felt a jolt in his head, and a virtual task screen immediately appeared before him. At this moment, he noticed that the newly activated task system was divided into two task lists, bounty tasks and active tasks. Bounty tasks are simply tasks released by the system. Active tasks are tasks that he can voluntarily take on. At this time, Ji Xiu noticed that the bounty tasks list was empty. This meant that the system had not actively released any bounty tasks. However, there was one task displayed in the active tasks list. Active task, Spirit Clan Girl. Task description, rescue the Spirit Clan Girl Gu Yao, who is imprisoned in the arena and has become a gladiator. Task location, Northern Xia Dynasty, Capital Dark Arena. Chapter 14, Monarch Level Expert, specializing in killing. Once a killer, could he be from the number 1 killer organization in the Tianxian continent? Ji Xiu looked at the old man in black with great interest and speculated. It is known that monarch-level experts are rare in the Tianxian continent. A monarch-level expert is fully qualified to establish a sect. Even among the 3 top dynasties in the Tianxian continent, they would be considered significant figures. They would be snatched up by various major factions. It is impossible for someone like Old Wei to be so unknown. So, there is only one possibility. This Old Wei in front of him can only be from the number 1 killer organization in the Tianxian continent. Ji Xiu thought of this, and his eyes lit up. In fact, only the expert from this mysterious killer organization would be so low-key. Moreover, Ji Xiu speculated that even in a killer organization as crowded as the number 1 killer organization, Old Wei's status would not be low. At this moment, Ji Xiu looked again at Wei Qin, and Wei Qin was also observing Ji Xiu, feeling even more shocked. A 3-year-old Destiny Soil Realm expert? This little young master truly possesses the demeanor of a great emperor of antiquity. No, far surpassing the demeanor of an emperor. He has walked through most of his life and has seen many prodigies. Chapter 15 Ding. Arrived at the Capital Dark Arena. Ding. Does the host wish to sign in? Hearing the system's prompt, Ji Xiu decisively nodded. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 6-star reward. Ghost Flute Chun Qing. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 6-star reward. Soul Capturing Trilogy. As the system's voice fell, Ji Xiu hurriedly opened the system warehouse. At this moment, he saw a long black flute lying in the warehouse. Ghost Flute Chun Qing, a relic of the Demon Dao ancestor, with no cultivation restrictions. If used in conjunction with the Soul Capturing Trilogy, its power is extraordinarily bizarre. Soul Capturing Trilogy, Soul Resting Tune, can control deceased cultivators to fight for you. Can be cultivated at Gathering Star Realm. Soul Snatching Tune, can intercept the souls of cultivators, turning them into puppets. Can be cultivated at Monarch Realm. Spirit Summoning Tune, has a certain probability of resurrecting recently deceased cultivators. Can be cultivated at Holy Realm. Double the rewards. 2 for 1. 1 sign-in, 2 gains. Ji Xiu felt great joy. This time, the sign-in actually directly granted him 2 6-star rewards. Although the Ghost Flute Chun Qing and the Soul Capturing Trilogy are 2 stars weaker than the previous sign-in reward. The Great Luo Sword Embryo, with the Chun Qing and the Soul Capturing Trilogy. Chapter 16 in the arena. Luo Yuju's every frown and smile made the men present feel restless. Ignoring the scorching gazes from the crowd, She spoke with great friendliness. The beastman Gu Dan, possessing a small amount of beast god bloodline, extremely strong, bloodthirsty, and violent. He has killed hundreds of gladiators in the training ground. He is one of the most outstanding warriors in our arena, known as Berserker. As her words fell, tens of thousands of people in the arena were shocked. They knew that gladiators undergo strict and brutal training before stepping into the arena. Only warriors who have experienced the cruel slaughter of the training ground are qualified to enter the arena. And this beastman had actually killed hundreds of gladiators before stepping into the arena. One can imagine how strong this beastman's combat power is. After introducing the beastman's berserker, Luo Yuju's beautiful eyes turned and looked towards Gu Yao and Gu Jian, then spoke, the orphan of the Spirit Clan. It is well known that the Spirit Clan was once the #1 royal family of the Tianxian continent. Sister Gu Yao, a combat genius, has wiped out all those who provoked her in the training ground. And her brother Gu Jian, under her protection, has never killed anyone and has never shed a drop of blood. Chapter 17. Gu Yao actually won. In the final strike, she directly defeated the beastman Gu Dan against the odds. Such strong combat talent. No wonder she possesses the extraordinary bloodline of the Spirit Clan. It is hard to imagine how terrifying her power will be once she begins to cultivate, given that she has such combat strength without any training. I dare not imagine. The beastman Gu Dan fell. Gu Yao survived. Those who bet on Gu Yao were overjoyed. Meanwhile, those who bet on the beastman Gu Dan were pounding their chests and stamping their feet, breaking their thighs. In the Tianxian pavilion, the staff in the dark arena brought Ji Xiu the 20 million gold coins he won by betting on Gu Yao. Congratulations to the young master for making a fortune, Old Wei said with a smile. The real show is yet to come. Ji Xiu was indifferent. It was normal for Gu Yao to win. But the problem is that now everyone probably wants to buy Gu Yao. So it can be predicted that today's auction will be very fierce. After saying this, Ji Xiu looked at Old Wei and asked, "How much do you think Gu Yao can be auctioned for today?" Old Wei thought for a moment and then replied, "At least starting from 8 digits. That makes sense." Ji Xiu nodded. He also felt that at least 8 digits would be needed to auction Gu Yao today. Chapter 18. Ji Family Young Master, Ji Xiu. Born 3 years ago, the 4 great immortal lights descended, regarded by the Tianji Pavilion as possessing an extraordinary talent that is rare for 10,000 years, comparable to the great emperors of antiquity. From birth, he has been protected in the palm of the Ji family, recognized as an absolutely untouchable taboo figure in the northern Xia dynasty. Today, he finally saw the young master in person. The appearance of Ji Xiu stirred up a tremendous wave in the dark gladiatorial arena. Everyone's gaze was intensely fixed on him, especially the powerful figures from the capital. However, this was not surprising, as he had been the focus of the entire continent since his birth. Moreover, the protection from the Ji family was extraordinarily comprehensive. No one in the capital had ever seen his true face, adding another layer of mystery to him. In the Dixian pavilion, the feather-clad girl gazed at Ji Xiu with sparkling eyes. After a long while, she exclaimed in shock, "Master!" This young master from the Ji family seems to have a cultivation level of Fate Earth. The mysterious woman softly uttered 2 words. Upon hearing her master's confirmation, the feather-clad girl gasped in astonishment. Chapter 19. Red Robe Sect. One of the 7 major cultivation sects in the Tianxian continent. Shen Nanfeng, the young master of the Red Robe Sect. 17 years old, Fate Earth Level 1. One of the heirs of the Red Robe Sect. There is a probability of becoming the holy son of the Red Robe Sect. Elder Wei secretly transmitted a message to Ji Xiu. It seems he is unwilling to concede and wants to force his way in. But is this all? Ji Xiu looked disdainfully at Shen Nanfeng and a protector of the Red Robe Sect approaching them. Today, even if a true big shot from the Red Robe Sect came, what would it matter? Your Highness, the young master, reached the Fate Earth realm at the tender age of 3, and he could spend 90 million gold coins to buy gladiators. Truly a promising future, Shen Nanfeng said with a smile, hands behind his back. And then, Ji Xiu looked at Shen Nanfeng with interest. Hearing this, Shen Nanfeng, with a playful expression, confirmed, by now, the young master must have heard about our Red Robe Sect. Right? Ji Xiu replied indifferently. Good, since that's the case. Chapter 20. After Ji Xiu left, in the Dixian Pavilion, Luo Yuju stood respectfully in front of the mysterious woman, who carefully assessed her for a while before playfully saying, Our Yuju is indeed a beauty that can topple kingdoms. Even the 3-year-old young master is fascinated by her. Truly interesting. It seems the important task of capturing the young master of the Ji family will fall to you. After saying this, the mysterious woman reached out to gently stroke Luo Yuju's thigh. Master, you jest. The young master of the Ji family is only 3 years old. He is still a child. What capturing or not capturing? Luo Yuju smiled awkwardly. Master, please stop bullying Sister Yuju. The feather-clad girl, Xian-yin, said helplessly. All right. The mysterious woman chuckled lightly and withdrew her long jade hand. Master, now that the young master of the Ji family has taken the spirit siblings, do you think the Red Robe sect would just let go? Luo Yuju asked seriously. Of course not. If it were me, I would forcefully take them. The mysterious woman replied casually. Forcefully take? In the capital? This is the territory of the Bei Xia royal family. Chapter 21. Night descends. The bright moon hangs high. The cool moonlight spills into the window of the falling maple palace. Jishio sat on the bed and opened the character panel. Name: Jishio, age 3, identity: young master of the Bei Xia dynasty, cultivation, fate Earth level 1, bloodline physique. The 3 major realm gates are not yet opened. Conditions for awakening the 3 major realm gates: 10. 000 Destiny Essence for Demon Arrival, 100. 000 Destiny Essence for Divine Ban, 1. 000 Destiny Essence for Immortal Ash, Cultivation Technique. Devouring Immortal Demon Technique has reached the 2nd realm of Flying Dragon Exploring Clouds at entry level. Weapon: Great Luo Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Chin-Ching. Destiny Essence, 10, 800 points, Fate Level, Black Soul Destruction, System Shop, opened, Task System, opened, Warehouse, 1 Soul Subduing Nail, Soul Capture Trilogy, System Prompt. More information can be expanded. The Destiny Essence finally exceeded 10,000. Jishio took a deep breath and then called out in his mind. Open Demon Arrival. As soon as the words fell, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. System Prompt. Opening the 1st realm gate for Demon Arrival requires 10. 000 Destiny Essence. Please confirm again. Chapter 22. Good. Very good. Jishio nodded, then casually looked up and down at Gu Yao before saying, since that's the case, follow me. Where to? Gu Yao frowned and asked. Into the palace. Jishio glanced at Gu Yao and replied with 2 words. Huh. Gu Yao took a deep breath and expressionlessly followed Jishio into the falling maple palace. Since she had agreed to be Jishio's maid, she was naturally psychologically prepared for everything that would happen. Inside the falling maple palace, the candlelight was warm, and a large, luxurious palace bed stood in the center. Behind a screen engraved with the dragon and phoenix, there was a huge and exquisite bath. What do you want? Gu Yao asked softly. Sit up there. Jishio pointed to his palace bed. Hearing this, Gu Yao shot a fierce glare at Jishio, but still sat at the corner of the palace bed. At this moment, it must be said that although she had mentally prepared herself, her heart was still extremely anxious. And then, Gu Yao looked at Jishio with piercing eyes, her exquisitely beautiful face showing a stubborn expression. Don't talk. Jishio was somewhat impatient, thinking that this woman was really dragging things out. Chapter 23. The night was thick and the moonlight was bright. In front of the falling maple palace, Mu Bing's eyes shone with brilliant golden light. Clad in white, she stood with her hands behind her back, exuding an overwhelming pressure like an unmatched empress. Jishio, come here for a battle. Mu Bing's beautiful eyes locked onto Jishio, her voice as cold as ancient ice. She knew that today, no matter what, she couldn't kill Jishio in the Ji residence. However, since Jishio bullied Gu Yao, she at least wanted to severely injure him to take back a bit of interest. Hee. Jishio shook his head and smiled lightly, saying nothing but quietly watching Mu Bing. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Mu Bing stomped heavily on the floor, and in an instant, she appeared in front of Jishio like a flash of aurora. Boom! She struck with her jade fist, and a terrifying sound of an air explosion echoed in the air. Demon Presence. Activate. Jishio's expression remained calm as he instantly activated the first killing realm of the demon heart, Divine Bone. In an instant, 2 crimson flowers of the other shore bloomed deep within his eyes. The flowers bloomed fiercely, and demonic flames surged. Too slow. Jishio slowly uttered 2 words, feeling somewhat surprised by the changes happening within him. After activating Demon Presence, He could clearly see through Mu Bing's attack trajectory, landing points, and predict her next attack method. Chapter 24. In the Falling Maple Palace. Gu Yao slightly lowered her eyelids, feeling hesitant to speak. Ji Xiu sat on the bed with a wronged expression and quietly said to Lin Ru, "Mother, you really misunderstood. I truly did nothing." Oomph. Lin Ru snorted coldly. At this point, she certainly knew that her son and Gu Yao hadn't done anything. Ji Xiu was simply helping Gu Yao reconstruct her meridians. Moreover, upon careful reflection, she realized she had also been flustered earlier. As for Gu Yao's matter, I won't pursue it further. But what about Mu Bing? I must say, you really are something. Lin Ru questioned angrily. This was an accident. Ji Xiu helplessly spread his hands. His original intention was just to steal a bit of heavenly essence to recover, but who would have thought he actually stole Mu Bing's purple cloud armor? All right, no need to explain so much to your mother. I'll deal with you later, Lin Ru said, then extended her hand towards Ji Xiu, commanding, "Give it to me." What? Ji Xiu was confused. You brat. Lin Ru stepped forward and tapped Ji Xiu's head, feeling somewhat exasperated. It's Bing Bing's purple cloud armor. Chapter 25. The next day, as night fell, Ji Xiu and Mu Bing's engagement banquet was set for the Xian Pavilion. As the first banquet hall of the Ji family, Xian Pavilion was built extremely luxuriously. Golden pillars with dragons coiling around them, a red carpet covering the palace, and sparkling decorative gems everywhere. When Ji Xiu arrived at the entrance of Xian Pavilion with Elder Wei, his mother Lin Ru had been waiting in front of the hall for a long time. You little brat, today is a big day for our Ji family. Don't embarrass us. If you misbehave, your mother won't spare you. Lin Ru warned in a low voice. Mother, I understand. Yi Xiu replied helplessly. Although he said that, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, this was not a wedding, just an engagement. Mother, you go in first. I still have something to discuss with Elder Wei. Ji Xiu sent Lin Ru away, then looked at Elder Wei seriously and said, Elder Wei, please ensure that Shun Nanfeng does not leave the capital tonight. Hearing this, Elder Wei nodded, as if recalling something, then said softly, killing Shun Nanfeng is simple. However, Your Highness, according to the information I've received. Chapter 26. The night was deep, and the moonlight was bright. In the southern city of the capital, at a very luxurious mansion. Young master, the people have arrived. The red clo, Zhou Hufa, spoke softly. As the words fell, a figure draped in a black cloak landed in the courtyard. Thousand-faced Shura. Mr. Bai? Shun Nanfeng frowned and asked in a low voice. It's me. Bai replied coldly. He slightly raised his head, and the moonlight fell on his pale face, making it look particularly eerie. His eyes were vacant, with no emotional fluctuations, only endless silence. Your target tonight is Ji Xiu, the young master of the Ji family. No problem, right? Shun Nanfeng asked in a low voice. No problem, Bai replied succinctly. Just a young master from a military family. It's not difficult for me. As for the consequences after killing, he had no fear at all, because standing behind him was the #1 assassin organization in the Tianxian continent, the human world. Good, very good. Since everything is ready, let's set off. Shun Nanfeng took a deep breath, turning his gaze towards the direction of the Ji family in the capital. Young master, the archbishop has not yet arrived. Chapter 27. In the capital, the rain was still falling. The big shots of the entire capital were trembling in fear during this rain. In the imperial palace's flower garden, Emperor Long Tian trembled as he looked at the distant horizon. After a long while, he finally spoke in horror. It's her. She actually came to the capital. That's right. The West Factory's chief, Yu Huatian, also trembled as he spoke. Who else would dare to make a move against the Archbishop of the Red Clo Zhao? Your Majesty, forgive me. It is my negligence for not noticing that Mu Qiu has come to the capital. Enough. Long Tian waved his hand, speaking with great caution. She is a saint-level powerhouse. Don't say it's the capital. Even in my palace, if she wants to come, what can you do? Hearing this, Yu Huatian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Long Tian didn't blame him, it was fine. To be honest, a saint-level powerhouse like Mu Qiu was not someone he could provoke. What about Shun Nanfeng? Didn't he spend $1 billion to hire someone from the human world assassin? Long Tian continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian's expression changed, and he replied in a low voice, filled with dread, they're all dead. All dead. They didn't even step out of the mansion before being killed. Chapter 28. That night, the rain had stopped. While the big shots of the capital were shaken by the killings of the night, Ji Xiu had already returned to his falling maple palace, enjoying a nice soak in a steaming hot bath. Young master, Elder Wei has returned. He asked me to inform you that all the members of the Red Cloud Zhao in the capital have been killed. Gu Yao stood outside the screen and conveyed the message. Understood. Hearing this, Ji Xiu's expression did not change at all. Tonight, Old Wei would take action, and there would be no second outcome. As for that bishop of the Scarlet Church, he should have returned to his homeland by now. Ji Xiu smiled slightly. Mu Bing's master, the most legendary former palace master of the Ice God Palace, was taking action, not to mention a bishop of the Scarlet Church, even the leader of the Scarlet Church. The Pope would have to kneel. Gu Yao, have you taken the heavenly nurturing pill? Ji Xiu suddenly looked towards the graceful figure outside the screen and asked. Yes, I have. The effect is very good. Thank you, young master. Gu Yao replied softly. Ji Xiu nodded upon hearing this, thinking that the heavenly nurturing pill was indeed the holy medicine of the Ice God Palace. In just one day, a heavenly nurturing pill had helped Gu Yao recover at least 50% of her burned true blood. Chapter 29. The next day, at dusk, Mu Bing had left. She and her master, Mu Qiu, had departed from the Ji residence on their way back to the Ice God Palace. Ji Xiu sat in the small courtyard of the Maple Court, watching the two figures gradually fade away in the sunset. His eyes narrowed. The next time we meet will be on the day of the grand wedding. That day will be the moment of life and death. Mu Bing knew her identity. In this reincarnation, she would undoubtedly be relentless in achieving her goals, just like in the novels. However, fortunately, she still had time to become as strong as possible. Young master, when will the plan to establish the 6th Military Intelligence Division begin? Old Wei asked softly beside Ji Xiu. At this moment, he was already eager to try. Now, right now, Ji Xiu responded without a second thought. After saying this, he took out a black gold card from his storage ring and handed it to Old Wei. This contains 30 million gold coins. Use this as the starting capital for the 6th Military Intelligence Division. Hearing this, Old Wei nodded heavily. 30 million gold coins is a huge sum for any newly established organization. Back then, the initial capital for humanity was only 30 million. So this amount is more than enough to establish the 6th Military Intelligence Division. Chapter 30. Clang. A faint light flickered. Sparks erupted from Ji Xiu's fingertips. Ugh. Gu Yao let out a muffled groan, her stunning face suddenly turning pale. It wasn't her first time refining her meridians. However, each time the process tortured her to the point of near collapse. Nevertheless, what comforted Ji Xiu was that she managed to endure each time. It was precisely because of this that Gu Yao's body could recover so quickly. How is it? Can you continue? Ji Xiu asked softly. I can. Young master, please continue. I can still do it. Gu Yao murmured, biting her red lip. All right, it will be over soon. Ji Xiu shook his head and increased the power of the Immortal Demon technique again. Ugh. Gu Yao's delicate brows furrowed. Her lips parted as she let out a muffled groan, persistently enduring as always. 10 minutes later, the refining ended. Gu Yao's body trembled as she lay softly on the palace bed. Her hair was scattered across her forehead, her beautiful eyes gazing dreamily at Ji Xiu. Her teeth biting her flower-like lips, but she said nothing. Why are you looking at me like that? Ji Xiu scratched his head, feeling puzzled, thinking about what was wrong with Gu Yao. Hee. Chapter 31. Just as Ji Xiu was lost in thought, a clear system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. System prompt. The sign-in location has refreshed. Sign-in location, North Summer Imperial Palace, Rear Mountain Royal Tomb. This sign-in location refresh was quite timely, wasn't it? The North Summer Royal Tomb. This was a forbidden area for the North Summer royal family. Ji Xiu couldn't help but rub his forehead. Over the past 8 years, he had deliberately avoided contact with the North Summer royal family to have more time to develop. But now that the sign-in location had directly refreshed to the royal family's forbidden area, he had to make a decision. Should he give up the sign-in reward or take the risk? Ji Xiu took a deep breath and considered for about 2 seconds before looking at Gu Yao and speaking very seriously. Next, I will go to the North Summer Imperial Palace. What? Gu Yao looked at Ji Xiu in surprise and then shook her head firmly, saying no. Young master, you can't go. The waters of the North Summer Imperial Palace are too deep. If you go there, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Hee. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly and said, Don't worry, I have my plans. Chapter 32. Women. I have already given you a chance. If you don't leave now, you will bear the consequences. The old man in white, with his hands behind his back, coldly issued the final ultimatum to the mysterious woman. Give me the strange fire, and I will leave. The mysterious woman slightly parted her red lips, her voice very calm, yet it sounded as beautiful as pearls falling on a jade plate. Hey, hey, hey. The old man in white shook his head with a light laugh, his gaze fixed intently on the mysterious woman as he spoke. In that case, you shall remain in this royal tomb forever. After saying this, he extended his withered hand and gently snapped his fingers. Clang! Countless runes, stained with crimson flames, appeared on the surface of the underground palace. The royal tomb's barrier? It seems you are really afraid that I will destroy your North Summer royal tomb. Hey, hey, hey. The mysterious woman let out a light laugh and was the first to take action. Her long jade hand reached out directly towards the old man's head, and the space instantly twisted. Seeking death, the old man in white shouted angrily, and his aged eyes burst with a captivating light as he countered with a palm strike against the woman. Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the void to tremble. Chapter 33. The moonlight was bright, and the night breeze was cool. Jishio stood under a crabapple tree, quietly observing the dark and lightless palace, murmuring, the divine strategy palace. She should have returned by now. After saying this, Jishio shifted and transformed into a starry light, silently infiltrating the palace. The National Teacher's Palace was extremely luxurious. As soon as he entered, he saw a luxurious palace bed. At the same time, he sensed the bone-chilling cold as if standing atop a snowy mountain. There was no one in the room. Jishio shivered and walked inside. At that moment, a magnificent screen depicting the moon rising over the sea and stars shining in the blue sky caught his eye. Behind the screen, a chilling air was rising, and a remarkably enchanting figure seemed to be bathing. She had indeed returned. Jishio whispered in the shadows, his heart suddenly racing. Just then, a magnetic and alluring voice came from behind the screen. Who is it? Such boldness. How dare someone intrude into the divine strategy palace? Huh. Jishio took a deep breath and spoke up. The Ji family, Jishio. Greetings, National Master. As soon as the words left his mouth, the woman seemed surprised, and her tone suddenly turned cold. The young master of the Ji family? Chapter 34. The Divine Princess, Nan Lingyue. After 10,000 years, she will become the epic-level great villain. She is an unparalleled existence on the same level as himself. In the future, she will establish the first dark organization of the Nine Heavens, Song Tian. She and her organization will create an unprecedented dark turmoil. Jishio remembered that during that dark turmoil, she single-handedly broke through 3,000 star realms, and the blood of billions of cultivators soaked the Nine Heavens. That day, heaven and earth wept blood. She single-handedly suppressed the 4 divine realms of the Nine Heavens for 1,000 years, a day known as the Twilight of the Gods. She single-handedly slaughtered an ancient royal dynasty, blood flowing for 30,000 miles, poison lingering for 3,000 years. She single-handedly erased an ancient forbidden zone, using the skull of the supreme master of the forbidden zone as a wine cup. She is the most cold-blooded and ruthless villain in the novel. The demon god, Jishio. The divine princess, Nan Lingyue. After 10,000 years, they will be referred to by countless cultivators of the Nine Heavens as the cataclysm of the Immortals, the nightmare of the gods. Jishio thought he would not meet the legendary divine princess Nan Lingyue for a long time, but he never expected to meet her in this manner. However, to say it was not a bad thing would be an understatement. Chapter 35. 3 days passed in a hurry. In the northern Xia Imperial Palace. In front of the Imperial Flower Pool, Emperor Long Tian looked at the pool full of lotus flowers with a smile on his face. Over these 3 days, his mood had been exceptionally good, and his smile had not faded. Just wait for 4 more days. After 4 days, Nan Lingyue will become my woman. Ha ha ha. Long Tian laughed loudly 4 times. Seeing His Majesty so happy, the director of the Western Factory, Yu Huatian, echoed, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. In 4 days, you can bring the National Master into the harem. Good, very good. Long Tian sighed in relief, his smile growing wider as his gaze unconsciously turned towards the Divine Strategy Palace. At that moment, his authoritative eyes were filled with greed and fervor. He had been coveting Nan Lingyue for quite some time. Ever since he first met her 8 years ago, he vowed to take her as his wife. Now that his wish was finally coming true, How could he not be happy? Your Majesty, although this is a great thing, the National Master is a holy tier powerhouse. If she is unwilling, you still need to guard against her, lest it leads to mutual destruction. Yu Huatian gently reminded. Just wait for 4 more days. Chapter 36. Gu Yao. What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Xianin frowned, her tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. Hee. Gu Yao smiled lightly, her gaze seriously examining Mu Xianin as she nodded and said, looking at it this way, she is indeed a beautiful yet dangerous woman. However, even so, she is not worthy of my young master. You. Mu Xianin felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. How could she, the princess of Northern Xia, not be worthy of the young master of the Ji family, Ji Xiu? Just then, the palace door opened. Ji Xiu slowly stepped out of the falling maple palace. Speaking blandly to Gu Yao, do not be rude. Gu Yao snorted in response, looking very wronged as she muttered to Ji Xiu. The young master just bullies me. However, despite saying this, she felt very happy inside. Yao, this was the first time Ji Xiu had called her that. Hee. Ji Xiu chuckled lightly, shaking his head at Gu Yao, indicating that this was a serious matter. He then turned his gaze to Mu Xianin, knowingly asking, it's getting late. I wonder if the princess has something to say? Upon hearing this, Mu Xianin seriously examined Ji Xiu and spoke. Chapter 37. 3 minutes. 3 realms elevated. Is this the power of the purifying world demon poison? Ji Xiu felt delighted in his heart. In just 3 minutes, his cultivation had risen from the 1st realm of gathering stars to the 4th realm of gathering stars. It is known that this was the result after the celestial demon Art purified the purifying world demon poison 100 times and met the absorption conditions. It's hard to imagine what kind of qualitative change would occur if he refined the 3rd-ranked purifying world demon lotus from the Yi Ao Bang. Completed. The purifying world demon poison from Nan Lingyue has been completely devoured. Ji Xiu's thoughts halted there. He retracted his finger from Nan Lingyue's forehead and smoothly stepped back. For a moment, the two locked eyes, and for some reason, the atmosphere fell into a slightly awkward silence. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Xiu cleared his throat a couple of times, looking at the playful Nan Lingyue, and said, the demon poison has been resolved. Look, this young master didn't deceive you, did I? Hee. Upon hearing this, Nan Lingyue slightly lifted her red lips, saying nothing. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Ji Xiu for a long time, as if trying to see through him completely. Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 38. It was already very late when Ji Xiu left the Divine Strategy Palace. After returning to his sleeping quarters, he had no time to say much to Gu Yao before he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already deep into the 2nd night. Getting up and exiting the sleeping quarters, Ji Xiu saw 2 familiar figures quietly standing in the small courtyard of the falling maple palace. One was an old man in black, with graying hair and an ordinary appearance, but his pair of aged eyes concealed a sea of corpses and blood. The other was a black-clad youth, only 15 years old, yet his cultivation had already reached the Destiny Earth realm, standing tall like a sharp killing sword. His eyes contained a ferocity and coldness akin to that of a wild beast. Until he saw Ji Xiu, his eyes gradually began to soften and warm. Elder Wei, Gu Jian. Ji Xiu smiled slightly and called out the names of 2 old friends. Greetings, young master. Elder Wei chuckled and bowed to Ji Xiu. Gu Jian then knelt in front of Ji Xiu and performed a grand salute. Gu Jian, greetings, young master. At that moment, the bloodthirst and coldness in his eyes had completely dissipated, leaving only gratitude and devotion. Hee. Gu Yao, beside them, couldn't help but smile with emotion at her younger brother. Chapter 39. Time passed quickly. The night of the following day soon arrived. The capital was as lively as ever, with no hint of anything unusual. However, the Northern Xia Imperial Palace was quiet to the extreme. In the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, in the Dragon Hall, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was extremely imposing. Inside the hall, 9 everlasting lamps burned brightly. In the inner hall, Emperor Long Tian walked back and forth with a gloomy and extremely uneasy expression. After a moment, he stopped and looked at the Eastern Factory Director Yu Huatian, asking in a low voice last night, did Princess Xian Yin really bring the Ji family's young master into the Divine Strategy Palace? Hearing this, Yu Huatian nodded in response, reporting to Your Majesty. Last night, at the hour of the rat, Princess Xian Yin brought Ji Xiu into the Divine Strategy Palace. Moreover, Jishio did not leave for a full 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Long Tian's brows furrowed into a shape. No, something is off. He looked at Yu Huatian, his voice very low. Your Majesty, are you worried that the National Master is seeking an alliance with the Ji family? Yu Huatian spoke with a chilling tone. No, Nan Lingyue will not ally with the Ji family. The Ji family will not casually ally with Nan Lingyue either. And even if they did ally, Nan Lingyue would not seek Jishio. Chapter 40 Chaos in the Imperial Palace. The capital is in turmoil. Millions of citizens and cultivators in the capital trembled as they looked towards the Imperial Palace. Tonight, no one could have anticipated that something would go wrong in the palace. Under normal circumstances, if something happened in the palace, the Iron Buddha army stationed outside the capital should immediately enter the palace to quell the rebellion. However, the Ji family's Iron Buddha army seemed to show no signs of mobilizing. Not only the Iron Buddha army, but even the leaders of the major forces in the capital remained silent. Northern Xia Royal Academy, Northern Xia Inspection Institute, Northern Xia 6 Ministries, Northern Xia Imperial Guards, Hulong Mountain Manor, Jinyu Department, Dali Temple. This entire array of royal authority directly controlled forces showed no movement at all. The leaders of the capital appeared blind and deaf, completely ignoring the rebellion in the Northern Xia Imperial Palace. Such silence stunned all the cultivators and citizens of the capital. Ji Mansion in the capital. Jishio sat in the maple falling palace, smiling as he looked at his grandmother Mu Hua and poured her a cup of tea. Little guy, tell me, how did you manage to make all the forces in the capital obey you? Chapter 41 Meanwhile, as Jishio stealthily approached the Northern Xia Imperial Tomb while using the Star God Fragment Shadow outside the Northern Xia Imperial Palace, Nan Lingyue stood with her hands behind her back, the cold wind whipping her skirt with a crackling sound. She looked coldly at the old man in Ami standing atop the Dragon Hall and mocked, Old man, we meet again. Hope you're well. Her icy, magnetic voice echoed through the sky. The terrifying pressure of the saint level descended, causing the faces of all the cultivators present to turn pale. In front of Nan Lingyue and this mysterious old man, there was no doubt they were a group of the most despicable and weak ants. With just a snap of the fingers from either of the two great figures, they would all instantly turn to ashes. National Master, you have gone too far. The old man in Mai looked at the corpses on the ground and shook his head at Nan Lingyue. Too far? Nan Lingyue smirked, the corner of her mouth curling into a mocking arc. She looked at the old man in Mai with interest and coldly questioned, what is too far? If I hadn't regained my saint-level cultivation, my current fate would surely be as miserable as that of the Emperor's 3,000 concubines, right? So, what qualifications do you have to say that I have gone too far? Sigh. Chapter 42 Ha Ha. Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin laughed heartily. She looked at Long Tian as if he were a fool and softly said, Northern Xia Imperial Tomb, Cleansing World Demon Flame, Teleportation Array. All of this is under my master's control. Today, not only can you not kill me, but I fear you will also perish here. As her words fell, Long Tian's expression suddenly changed. Yu Huatian's face also turned extremely grim. If all of this was within the mad woman's expectations, then it was no wonder Mu Xianyin dared to chase them to the Imperial Tomb alone without fear. What do you mean? Long Tian asked with a trembling voice. Hee hee. Mu Xianyin chuckled lightly, looking at Long Tian's fearful face with great delight. Then she took out a crystal vial from her storage ring. The crystal vial was crystal clear, and inside floated a drop of crimson golden blood. This is... Yu Huatian looked at the blood in the vial with a dazed expression. Then he seemed to think of something, his expression changing drastically as he suddenly retreated 3 steps. Saint-level essence blood, Long Tian exclaimed. Below the saint level, all are ants. This statement was universally acknowledged by countless cultivators on the continent. Chapter 43 Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the bounty task Assassinate the Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bounty of 100,000 Destiny Essence. Listening to the system prompt in his ear, the tension in Jishio's heart finally relaxed. He instinctively opened the system panel. Name, Jishio. Age, 8 years old. Identity, young master of the Northern Xia Dynasty. Established organization, Military Intelligence 6. Cultivation level, Gathering, Star 4th Realm. Bloodline physique. Divine Heart Demon Bone has successfully awakened. Divine Forbidden Awakening condition. 100,000 Destiny Essence. Immortal Ashes Awakening Condition. 1,000,000 Destiny Essence. Cultivation Technique. Devouring Immortal Demon Art has been cultivated to the third realm. Advanced Star God Fragment Shadow. Beginner Level. Weapon. Great Luo Sword Embryo. Ghost Flute Chin-Chin. Destiny Essence. 104,800 points. Fate Level. Red 9 lives and 1 death. System All. Opened. Quest System. Opened. Warehouse. Soul Capturing Trilogy. Lament, Snatch, Summon. Ice God Jade. Ice God Palace Master Token. System Prompt. More information can be expanded. Finally earned 100,000 Destiny Essence. Chapter 44. The brilliant crimson flames erupted in the night sky. The terrifying fire wave instantly swept across the sky. In an instant, the temperature of the entire world rose significantly. In the city of Kyoto, millions stared blankly at the fire wave engulfing the night sky, their throats rolling continuously. Even from a great distance, the scorching fire wave still made countless people sweat profusely, as if they were in the heat of summer. That is the Royal Tomb mountain range. What on earth happened? What level of power is this? Monarch stage? Saint stage? Or the power of the legendary realm? Only Yihua, strange fire, has such terrifying destructive power. Oh my goodness. It is the power of the legendary Yihua, strange fire, that can destroy heaven and earth. This is too terrifying. In the city of Kyoto, both cultivators and commoners felt a deep sense of helplessness in the face of the engulfing fire wave. Not only them, but even countless big shots in Kyoto were stunned. They all groaned in their hearts. It's over. It's really over. Tonight's incident has escalated completely. Chapter 45. The bright moon hangs high. It was late at night, and no one could sleep. The big shots of various forces in Kyoto anxiously looked towards the direction of the royal palace. The Saint Stage battle had stopped. The Iowa, strange fire, that swept across the world also gradually receded. Tonight, was it coming to an end? If it ended here, what would the result be? This relates to their future fortune and fate. But even with such anxiety, none of them dared to send spies into the royal palace to investigate. Because the order given by Ji Xiu was, if you don't want to die, do not step into the royal palace before dawn. Inside the Divine Strategy Palace, Nan Lingyue stood with her arms crossed, looking coldly at Ji Xiu, who was weakly soaking in the ice pool. The moonlight shining through the window illuminated her stunningly beautiful face, making her appear even colder. Master, this guy Ji Xiu actually survived. How is that possible? Mu Xianyin asked incredulously. The Pure World Demon Flame is ranked 3rd on the Yigawa, Strange Fire, list, and Ji Xiu actually survived after forcibly swallowing it. For a moment, she felt that her head really wasn't tea enough. Nan Lingyue snorted in response. Chapter 46. A Night of Wind and Rain. The bright moon hung in the sky. On the viewing platform of the Divine Strategy Palace, Nan Lingyue wore a long black robe, and the cold moonlight cast on her stunningly beautiful face made her look extremely cold. At this moment, her beautiful eyes looked down emotionlessly at the bustling city below. Her red lips slightly parted. Xianyin, it's time to leave. Hearing this, Mu Xianyin nodded and asked with some concern, Master, where shall we go next? To the Great Qin Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire? Today we bloodily washed the royal palace, and with Long Tian dead, the North Xia Guardian sect will definitely not let us go. So, only these two empires have enough power to protect us. We're not going to either. Nan Lingyue responded with a light snort. The Great Qin Empire, with its first emperor, has great ambitions and strong methods. What he wants, I do not have. The Divine Phoenix Empire, with its primordial Phoenix Lord, is very deep in thought and extremely shrewd. I absolutely do not trust him. But Mu Xianyin hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and spoke with confusion. In this world, is there any land that does not belong to the king? We cannot stay in the North Xia dynasty. Chapter 47. The night is very short. The horizon of Kyoto has already brightened with fish belly white. The entire Ji family military mansion was eerily silent. Lin Rumu and Hua had not slept all night. Mother, we really can't wait any longer. It's almost dawn, and Xiu'er hasn't returned. I want to enter the palace. If something happens to Xiu'er, I will make everyone involved tonight pay with their lives. Lin Ru's eyes were red, her tone filled with coldness. All along, she had presented herself as the gentle matriarch of the Ji family. But Ji Xiu was her life. She had already reached her limit of patience. If something truly happened to Ji Xiao, she planned to fight to the death. Ruhr, listen to me. Wait a little longer. Mu Hua shook her head. Though she was also anxious, she knew that during such times, one must not be too hasty. Wait? I really can't wait any longer. Lin Ru's voice trembled. After saying that, she prepared to mobilize troops. She would personally lead the Iron Floating Tower Army into the royal palace to search for Ji Xiao. Just then, a surprised voice came from outside the hall. The young master has returned home. Hearing this, Lin Ru's body trembled, and without a word, she ran towards the door. Mu Hua also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 48. Time flies. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the North Xia dynasty, at the Ji family military mansion, in the falling maple palace, maple leaves drifted down everywhere. A young man sat quietly under a large maple tree, cultivating. He wore a luxurious white brocade robe, with a handsome and unparalleled appearance, truly stunning. His eyes were tightly closed, and his black hair flew in the wind, exuding an ethereal quality. He was none other than Ji Xiao, the young master of the Ji family. 18-year-old Ji Xiao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the micro level in Flying Dragon Cloud Hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the micro level in Star God Shattered Shadow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the micro level in Limit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the intra level in Snatch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th realm in Devouring Immortal Demon Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 15 in the progress of Devouring Pure World Demon Flame. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the Monarch stage, 3rd realm. Hearing the series of prompts in his ears, Ji Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his black pupils like inked jade, cutting through the long night with a cold awakening. He habitually opened the system panel. Name, Ji Xiao. Age, 18. Identity, Crown Prince of the Beixia Dynasty, founder of the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs. Chapter 49. Tianma Mountain. Ji Xiao was stunned for a moment, his expression suddenly freezing. If he remembered correctly, that woman was at Tianma Mountain. Moreover, that woman had established the #1 demon sect in the Jiuqian continent, the Supreme Heavenly Gate. The current Nan Lingyue had become the notorious demon empress of the Jiuqian continent. At this moment, he couldn't help but think back to 10 years ago, to that woman's enchanting laughter before she left. Little guy, we'll meet again in the future. You must grow up well. Don't let me down. When you come of age. Hey. Recalling that woman's words, Ji Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Just as she said back then, he was now of age. So, what did that woman want to do to him? What? Is the crown prince scared? Gu Yao teased, looking at Ji Xiao, whose expression was somewhat stiff. Scared? What is there to be scared of? That woman can't possibly eat me. Ji Xiao replied disdainfully. That said, deep down, he felt an ominous premonition. Really? Perhaps that esteemed empress just wants to eat the crown prince. Chapter 50. Beixia Imperial Palace, Dragon Hall. A young man dressed in a black dragon robe leaned against the throne. He had star-like eyebrows and sword-like eyes, handsome in appearance, with deep and gloomy eyes, exuding the majesty of an emperor. He was once the crown prince of Beixia, now the Emperor Long Yuan. At this moment, Long Yuan was discussing state affairs with the officials in the Dragon Hall, and the atmosphere was very lively. Your Majesty, the Emperor's tomb of the martial Emperor Zhou Dufu has appeared at Tianma Mountain, and this has caused a great stir throughout the Jiuqian continent. That's right. The second prince of the Great Qin Empire and the princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, both extremely noble figures, have personally entered the world. Not only that, but the holy sons and daughters of the Ice God Palace, the Holy Sect, the Buddhist Sect, the Shintian Sword Sect, the 10,000 Poison Valley, the Red Robe Sect, and the Heavenly Strategy Army have all emerged. Your Majesty, a great era has arrived. Shouldn't our Beixia Empire also send out strong figures to share in the spoils? Indeed, Zhou Dufu was a powerful emperor who suppressed an era, and his imperial law, the broken blade technique, must not fall into the hands of other empires and sects. The Chancellor speaks well. The Minister of Personnel also makes a valid point. Chapter 51. After Ji Xiao left, the leaders of the major forces of the Beixia dynasty also departed one after another. In the Dragon Hall, Long Yuan looked gloomily at the reindeer, standing in the center of the hall, speechless for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke to himself in a very gloomy tone. Ji Xiao, calling a deer a horse. This is not only to show off to me. It is also a reminder for me to position myself correctly. Good. Jishio. Today's humiliation will be repaid tenfold in the future. Having said that, he immediately stood up and left the Dragon Hall, intending to find someone who could help him turn the tide. Since ascending the throne, he had understood a principle. In this world, having a crown does not mean having power. It is having power that brings the crown. Weiyang Palace. In full bloom. Clusters of bright red flowers blossomed under the setting sun, appearing extraordinarily beautiful. This was the dwelling of the Empress of Beixia. It was also now a forbidden place in the Beixia Imperial Palace. After arriving at Weiyang Palace, Long Yuan did not directly enter, but quietly stood outside the palace. His somewhat restrained appearance made it seem as if he were not the Emperor of Beixia, but that the one inside the Weiyang Palace was the true Emperor. Chapter 52. Capital City, Ji Family Military Mansion, Falling Maple Palace. Ji Xiu held a scroll, staring blankly at it. This scroll contained intelligence information about Chu Li provided by the 6th Bureau of Military Affairs. At this moment, Gu Yao, standing beside him, personally poured a cup of tea for Ji Xiu and softly said, "Crown Prince, how is it? Our Beixia dynasty's empress is not simple, right? I think she could be considered the #1 scion of the Beixia dynasty without exaggeration." Huh. Ji Xiu shook his head with a light laugh. Placing the scroll on the stone table and speaking with some meaning, the #1 scion of Beixia, "I'm afraid that's not the case." Huh, not the case. Gu Yao, hearing this, humorously picked up the scroll and read, "Chu Li, Princess of the Snow Moon City, the first city outside of Jiutian. Father, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Chu Wanjun. She came to the Beixia dynasty to train and live with Chu Wanjun at the age of 3. At the age of 5, she burned down the palace of the Beixia Empress Dowager. At 7, she broke the leg of the eldest son of the Beixia Grand Marshal. At 9, she scarred the face of the little princess of the Nangong family, of financial power. At 13, she sneaked into the imperial tomb and pulled the beard of the old guard. After that, she gained a reputation as the #1 scion in the capital. Chapter 53. The Web. A legendary assassin organization of the Jiutian continent. And the creator of this organization is Chu Li. Ji Xiu coldly gazed at the graceful figure in Weiyang Palace. In the original novel, Chu Li created the web. The assassin organization she founded has spread throughout the Jiutian continent. Perhaps few people know about this organization now. This is because the timing is not right, and they have not truly exerted their strength. However, in the future, the web will surpass the current #1 assassin organization, the human world, becoming the #1 assassin organization of the time. If you remember correctly, not long from now, Chu Li would become the Lord of Snow Moon City, the first city in the Jiutian continent. Her 3 half-brothers would all die at her hands. Not only that, she would also plot against the Great Qin, even assassinate the first emperor. Ji Xiu's thoughts raced, and in an instant, he organized all the information about Chu Li. In simple terms, she was a ruthless, cold-blooded, an extremely ambitious, dangerous woman. Chapter 54. Beixia Capital. The moonlight is bright. An extremely enchanting flute sound echoed in the sky above the capital. A thick layer of dense black clouds covering the brilliant moonlight above. At this moment, the entire capital seemed to fall into the darkest hour. The big shots of the capital, the cultivators of the capital, the common people of the capital. In this instant, they all felt a chill in their hearts. A feeling that has never been experienced surged from the depths of their souls. Their hearts beat in rhythm with the flute's melody, rising and falling. For some reason, they vaguely felt a dark hand recklessly tugging at their souls. My goodness, this flute sound must be from the underworld. It's too terrifying. No, this flute sound comes from the palace. If I remember correctly, young Master Ji Xiu just entered the palace tonight, right? Yes, this flute sound is most likely his masterpiece. Wait, why does this flute sound remind me so much of that legendary piece recorded in ancient history? What piece? Legend has it that this piece is filled with great mysteries, unspeakable. In the Weiyang Palace, Ji Xiu stood at the center of the sleeping quarters, holding the flute to his lips, and his entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Chapter 55. Nighttime is always fleeting. As dawn broke, gentle rays of morning light streamed through the palace windows into the Weiyang Palace. On the luxurious palace bed, with curtains hanging low, 2 figures were hazily intertwined, intimate and close. Ding. Congratulations, host. The soul-capturing trilogy has upgraded to intermediate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the baptism of the celestial spirits and the progress of the purifying demonic flame has reached 17. Ding. Congratulations, host. The progress of the purifying demonic flame has reached 17. And your cultivation has upgraded to the 4th realm of the monarch stage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the baptism of the celestial spirits and gaining 10,000 points of destiny essence. Listening to the series of system notifications in his mind, Jishio slowly awakened from his dreams. He suppressed the fatigue in his body and sat up slowly. In just one night, the soul-capturing melody upgraded. The progress of the purifying demonic flame increased by 2, and his cultivation reached the 4th realm of the monarch stage. This was indeed a bit unexpected. Thinking of this, Jishio couldn't help but scratch his head. He hadn't anticipated this result. At this moment, he glanced at the woman lying beside him. Chu seemed to still be in a deep sleep. Chapter 56, Pleasant Cooperation. Jishio walked to the edge of the bed and extended his hand towards Chu. Pleasant cooperation. Chu lowered her eyelids, but ultimately took Jishio's hand. Hee. Jishio chuckled lightly, withdrew his hand, and turned to walk out of the sleeping quarters. Clang! As he pushed open the door of the sleeping quarters, he was met with the sight of the 2 young ladies, Shui and Yu, frozen in place by Old Wei's true essence. Jishio, what did you do to our young lady? Lady Yu bit her flower-like lips. Her beautiful eyes reddened with hatred as she glared at Jishio. This sharp gaze seemed to seek to carve Jishio into 1,000 pieces to quell her resentment. Yixiu, you scoundrel, do you know our young lady is not only the Empress of Beixia, but also the Princess of Shuyu City? How dare you humiliate our young lady like this last night? The humiliation of today, Shuyu City will never forget, and we will repay it tenfold in the future. Lady Shui scolded angrily, her body trembling with rage. Hee. Jishio, upon hearing this, looked at the 2 young ladies with amusement and was not angered. He knew that last night, these 2 loyal maids must have rushed to the Weiyang Palace to assist their young lady. Chu. Chapter 57, Time Flies. When the first rays of dawn broke over the land, Jishio, dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, stepped out of the sleeping quarters. He had made all preparations to head to Tianma Mountain yesterday. Old Wei would accompany him to control the situation. Gu Yao would remain in the capital to handle intelligence and support. Although she also wanted to go with Jishio to Tianma Mountain, she understood the heavy responsibility she bore. She was in charge of the entire military intelligence division, and she could not leave the capital unless absolutely necessary. Young master, be careful on your journey to Tianma Mountain. Be careful of that woman. Gu Yao tugged at Jishio's sleeve and whispered her admonition. She was not worried about the top cultivators from the 9 Heavens continent. Her only concern was the current saintess of the demonic sect, Nan Lingwei. She remembered that for the past 10 years, that saintess had been coveting her young master. Perhaps this time, if her young master was not careful at Tianma Mountain, he would be devoured by that saintess. Yaoer, don't worry. Jishio smiled and shook his head, then reached out to ruffle Gu Yao's soft hair. Chapter 58. Meanwhile, a large black mysterious vessel sped toward the north domain, Tianma Mountain. At the Beixia Imperial Palace, on the observation platform, Emperor Long Yuan stood with a cold expression, gazing into the distance. Your Majesty, Jishio has left the Beixia border. A tall young man wearing dark iron armor reported from behind him. Good. Excellent. The opportunity has finally arrived. Long Yuan let out a breath. After 10 years as the emperor, second only to one, he had finally waited for the day Jishio left the capital. Saying this, he turned to the young man and asked, Jishien, we can activate our plan now. Yes. Jishien nodded heavily and replied, Your Majesty, I will now send a message in your name to the 3rd prince of the Shanwang Empire and the crown prince of the Daqin Empire, inviting them to the capital to plot great matters together. With that, he turned and left. As Long Yuan looked toward the northern sky, he smiled darkly. Jishio, when my plan succeeds, I will personally witness the downfall of you and your Ji family. Saying this, he solemnly turned and left the observation platform. Little did he know. Chapter 59, The Supreme Heaven, the Holy Monarch. That person who only exists in legends is coming. When this news broke, It immediately caused all the over 100 supreme demonic powerhouses in front of Mu Xian Yin to stand up solemnly. Since the day they joined the supreme heaven, they knew there was a figure in their demonic sect who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the saintess. However, that figure had not shown up for a whole decade, and no one in the supreme heaven had ever seen the true form of that great person. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the great person had inadvertently become the most mysterious yet legendary figure in the supreme heaven. Moreover, with the deliberate embellishment and mythologizing by the disciples of the Nine Heavens demonic sect, now all cultivators on the Nine Heavens continent knew that besides the saintess, there was also a holy monarch in the supreme heaven. The legendary Saint Lord from the mainland, with means that reach the heavens, doesn't act unless necessary. But once he does, he can suppress the forces of the righteous path in the Nine Heavens to the point where they can't lift their heads. Oh my, is our Saint Lord really coming? I must be hearing things. What the saint has said is naturally true. How could it be false? I heard that the Holy Empress has been pressing the Saint Lord out of love, yet unable to obtain him, which forced the Saint Lord to hide for 10 years. Chapter 60. In a secluded corner of the Divine Wood Forest, Jishio looked at the chaotic scene at the end of the forest and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Moreover, it unexpectedly brought up his relationship with Mu Bing, which he had not anticipated. Your Highness the young master, it seems that even the top cultivation families of the Nine Heavens are not a united front. Old Wei looked coldly at the 6 lofty holy sons and holy maidens deep within the Divine Wood Forest, mocking them. Of course, although there are 7 major cultivation families, after 1,000 years of inheritance, who can really stand each other? Which family doesn't have some grudges with another? Jishio said casually. Yes. Now the Holy Sect and the Tiansa Army are on the same front. The Scarlet Church and the 10,000 Poisons Valley are also on the same front. The Ice God Palace, the Buddhist sect, and the weakest Xian Tian Sword sect are all fighting their own battles. So it's completely normal for these groups to clash and create the current situation. Miss Xue pouted, looking as if she expected this. Interesting. Jishio's lips curled slightly. Now, the holy sons and holy maidens of the 7 top cultivation families in the Nine Heavens. Chapter 61. When Mu Xian Yin blurted out that person's name, everyone present in the Divine Wood Forest froze. Your Highness the Saintess. Are you talking about Jishio, the young master of the Ji family from Beixia? How could it be him? Shouldn't our Saint Lord be coming in person? The woman in black stared blankly at Mu Xian Yin. Why can't it be him? The person I've been talking about has always been him. Mu Xian Yin pursed her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. The Saint Lord is actually him. The woman in black gasped, covering her mouth. At that moment, she finally understood that Jishio was their Saint Lord. That's right. From the moment our master established the supreme heaven 10 years ago, he has been our Saint Lord. It's just that he himself still doesn't know. Mu Xian Yin murmured with a hint of depth in her tone. As her words fell, the expressions of the disciples of the supreme heaven demon sect darkened. Their hearts filled with mixed feelings. The good news was that their Saint Lord had arrived. The bad news was that their Saint Lord was a guy younger than their saintess. This guy might have great talent and decent backing. Chapter 62. Jishio's arrogant words echoed in the Divine Wood Forest for a long time. The 6 outstanding figures coldly locked their gazes on Jishio. Good for you. Jishio, not only do you dare to think it, but you also dare to say it. This is truly something I never expected. I must say, you're the most arrogant person I have ever seen in my life. But unfortunately, in this world, people like you are usually short-lived. Li Wangsheng stared fiercely at Jishio. He was a young master of the Tiansu army. How could he endure this? Jishio, just as the young master said, this holy son is very curious where you get the confidence to give us choices. Do you know that arrogance comes with a price? Mo Lingfeng coldly warned. He knew Jishio was strong and probably had some tricks, but he felt he was stronger. Below the monarch level, he considered himself invincible. Above the monarch level, if he was ruthless, he could also achieve a 1-for-1 trade. Young Master Ji, the 2 broken sword fragments were given to me by my master. I will never hand them over to you. Please abandon this thought. The holy son of the Buddhist sect, Xianzong, shook his head and spoke honestly. Chapter 63. With a single palm, Jishio defeated Mo Lingfeng. He then turned his gaze to the others, looking at the imposing young talents from all directions. He couldn't help but sneer. Now this is getting interesting. Saying this, he casually pulled out the sharp sword belonging to Mo Lingfeng that was stuck in the ground. Star God Shattering Shadow activated. Swallowing Immortal Demon Arts activated. In that instant, Jixio's figure resembled the light of shattered stars, hazy and difficult to capture. Jixio, you dare to. Li Wangsheng started to speak, but was interrupted as Jixio's figure flickered, raising his sword. A dazzling and shocking sword light erupted. Thud! The massive head of the steed Li Wangsheng was riding was directly severed by Jixio's sword, blood spraying 10 feet high. In that rain of blood, Li Wangsheng soared into the air, barely stabilizing himself, only to suddenly see a terrifying scene. All 18 of his iron cavalry guards were instantly cut down by Jixio's sword, blood splattering across the divine wood forest. Faced with Jixio, this group of iron cavalry guards, who had followed him for many years and had fought countless battles, had no power to fight back at all, slaughtered like sheep. The most terrifying part was that even he hadn't seen how Jixio made his move. Chapter 64. In the Divine Wood Forest. Xianzong looked at Jixio in shock, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. How did you know she is my sister? This matter should only be known to the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Who exactly are you? Hee. Jixio smiled, looking down coldly at Xianzong. Xianzong, mother died when you were 3. You entered the Great Thunder Sound Temple at 7. Became the top of the Buddhist sect at 18. Entered the world at 23. Interestingly, the Long Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire also lost her mother at 3. She entered the Divine Phoenix royal family at 7. And from that time on, every July 15th, she would bring a bouquet of jasmine flowers to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to pray. As for you, Xianzong, every July 15th, you would also bring a bouquet of jasmine to kneel for a day at the back mountain of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. If I remember correctly, your mother passed away on July 15th, 20 years ago, right? The most important thing is that someone told me the Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire always calls out a woman's name, Jasmine, in his dreams. Chapter 65. Disciples of the Supreme Heaven. Greetings to the Saint Lord. A booming voice resonated throughout the Divine Wood Forest. Everyone present, except for Mu Xianin and the disciples of the Supreme Heavenly Demon Cult, was stunned in place. It turned out, Jixio, he is the legendary Holy Monarch of the Supreme Heavenly Cult. Xianzong widened his eyes as he watched the shocking scene before him, unable to help but swallow hard. This guy is actually the Holy Monarch of the Supreme Heavenly Cult. Wait, in legend, the Holy Monarch is the husband of the Supreme Heavenly Cult's Holy Empress, Nanlingwe. How is this possible? Is Jixio not the fiancé of the little Shermu? Mu Lanxin's beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly, and for a moment, she felt her mind was insufficient. So it turns out, what a Jixio, what a Holy Monarch of the Supreme Heavenly Cult. Shun Jianxin took 2 steps back, her captivating eyes behind the bronze ghost mask dimming. She had said, how dare Jixio rampage in the Divine Wood Forest? He didn't even consider the deterrent power of the forces behind them. It turns out Jixio had long thought this through. Today, none of the holy sons and holy daughters from their group of top cultivation clans would escape. He was going to seize the fragments of the 2 broken blades. Chapter 66. In the Divine Wood Forest. Shun Jianxin slowly raised her hand and removed the bronze ghost mask she had always worn. The moonlight poured down, illuminating her delicate and enchanting face, shimmering beautifully. Notably, her pupils were actually a light golden color. Spirit Clan, the holy daughter of the Red Robe sect, Shun Jianxin, is actually a member of the Spirit Clan. The moment Jixio saw those golden eyes, his expression shook. It is well known in the 9 Heavens continent that any Spirit Clan cultivator who successfully awakens their bloodline will have their pupils evolve into a light golden color. And the more thoroughly they develop their potential, the more intense that golden hue in their eyes becomes. Golden pupils are the most significant feature of the most powerful Spirit Clan cultivators who have awakened their bloodline power. What? Is the young master surprised? Shun Jianxin asked Jixio expressionlessly. As someone with Spirit Clan blood, you have managed to rise step by step to become the holy daughter of the top cultivation clans in the continent despite being hunted by numerous forces. Shun Jianxin, I must say, you are indeed a formidable woman. Jixio nodded at Shun Jianxin, generously complimenting her. Chapter 67. At Tianma Mountain, the battle between righteousness and evil had not yet concluded. A piece of gossip spread throughout the entire 9 Heavens continent. Have you heard? The young master of the Tiansu army, Li Wangsheng, has fallen. Of course I've heard. Not only Li Wangsheng, But even the young master of the One Poison Valley has fallen. Really? Which powerful figure from the supreme heavenly cult was so ruthless? The specifics are still unknown. However, the holy daughter of the Ice God Palace, Mulan Xin, the Buddhist Sun Xianzong, the holy daughter of the Red Robe sect Xinjianxin, and the holy son of the holy sect, Mo Lingfeng, are all now missing and have been unaccounted for. If that's the case, then these top cultivation clan leaders must be going crazy. After all, these outstanding talents are their prized pupils that they have put all their efforts into cultivating. Hey. Of course, now the 7 major cultivation clans are in complete chaos. I heard that the young Master Ji Xiu from Beixia also went to Tianma Mountain. Who knows if it's true? Sigh. In any case, the situation at Tianma Mountain is getting more and more chaotic. At the Tiansu Army, in the conference hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Chapter 68. The leeks are ripe. It's time to harvest. As his thought arose, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering a bounty mission 1. Defeat Yixian, reward 30,000 Destiny Essence, and the All-Seeing Eye. Bounty mission 2. Kill Yixian, reward 50,000 Destiny Essence, and the devastating 7 Demon Blades. Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow at the system notification in his ear. A bounty mission has been triggered? This is quite a pleasant surprise. For Ji Xiu, defeating Yixian is very simple. As for killing Yixian, it's slightly more challenging. Of course, this difficulty does not stem from Yixian himself, but from the woman in Yixian's necklace. If he remembers correctly, the woman in Yixian's necklace is Ning Xian, the princess of the Chongsheng family, which has a legacy of tens of thousands of years in the 9 heavens. Although this woman is currently in a spiritual state, her cultivation has reached the holy realm. Thinking of this, Ji Xiu slightly lowered his eyelids, pondering to himself, no matter what, I'll give it a try. After all, the reward of 50,000 destiny points and the devastating 7 demon blades is truly enticing. Chapter 69. The world is pitch dark and night falls. Boom, boom, boom. 3 figures arrived first at the Shenzhou Divine Road. Shen Jinxin, Li Wangsheng, Zhao Wuji. Feng Huang frowned, looking at the 3 of them. She did not understand why these top holy sons and holy daughters of the 9 heavens continent would stand in the same camp as Ji Xiu. At this moment, her expression suddenly froze. She noticed the sword wound on Li Wangsheng's chest and the blood hole on Zhao Wuji's torso. They had already fallen. Now they were merely undead. What had these 2 experienced before? Feng Huang frowned sharply, her red lips murmuring. Hey. Shen Jinxin looked at Feng Huang and smiled charmingly, saying, Your Highness, the Crown Princess. That shot in the Divine Wood Forest was really powerful, truly worthy of being the future Empress of the Divine Emperor Empire. Feng Huang snorted coldly. The holy daughter of the Red Robe sect actually obeys a young master of a warlord family. Shen Jinxin, you've embarrassed the Red Robe sect. Your Highness, the Crown Princess. You don't understand. Shen Jinxin shook her head. Just thinking of that person filled her beautiful eyes with endless devotion and reverence. Chapter 70. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing Bounty Mission 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 30,000 Destiny Essence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward skill, All-Seeing Eye. Listening to the system notification in his ear, Ji Xiu's lips curled into a pleasant arc, defeating Yixian? Too simple. Not difficult at all. Saying this, he eagerly activated the All-Seeing Eye and scanned Feng Huang before him. Name, Feng Huang. Age, 23. Cultivation, June stage for realm. Physique, Tianfeng body has awakened. Bloodline talent, Feng Wu, Ju Qian activates at the moment of awakening, bloodline power supplements. Combat power can instantly undergo a qualitative change. Combat power assessment, June stage 9 realm. Destiny essence potential, 200,000. Hint, the host can currently tap into 40,000 destiny essence. Looking at the information in front of him, Ji Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and murmur to himself. So this is the all-seeing eye? Not only can it view the basic information of the person being scanned, but it can also assess combat power. The most important point is that this all-seeing eye can even see the destiny essence potential contained within others' bodies. Chapter 71. At the moment Ji Xiu's voice fell, clang. A starlight shattered. Ji Xiao stepped forward and appeared in front of Feng Huang, with shattered starlight dots behind him. Kill! Feng Huang's expression changed drastically. And without a word, she drew the Fengyan divine spear from the ground and thrust it directly at Ji Xiao's heart. Huh! Ji Xiao smirked, extending a finger to point at the spear's blade. Clang! A mournful cry of the spear rang out. An immense power erupted, causing the Fengyan divine spear in Feng Huang's hand to fly out. You! Feng Huang's face changed dramatically, her red lips barely uttering a word. Suddenly, Ji Xiao delivered a heavy punch to Feng Huang's abdomen without any mercy. Feng Huang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, bending her body and staggering back 3 steps. At this moment, she felt her body going weak, as if her internal organs had been shattered. This seat will fight you. Feng Huang gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain in her abdomen, and raised her jade fist to smash down on Ji Xiao, the powerful force causing the void to tremble slightly. But in the next second, a hand pierced through the void and directly gripped her long, snow-white neck. Chapter 72, Sacred Realm. How did this guy suddenly reach the Sacred Realm? The second prince of the Great Qin, Yingling, looked at Yi Xian, who had surpassed the June stage's peak, in shock, taking 3 steps back. He couldn't help but want to slap himself when he recalled the mocking words he had spoken to Yi Xian earlier. A Sacred Realm expert. How could he mock them? Sacred Realm. This guy is actually a sacred stage expert. A sacred stage expert at such a young age? Miss Xue felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Xian, her pretty face turning pale. Having followed her young lady, Chu Li, for many years, she considered herself to have seen Sacred Realm experts. But a sacred stage expert at Yi Xian's age? She had truly never heard of such a thing. This guy's not right. Old Wei, hurry and take the master away. Now that Yi Xian has reached the Sacred Realm, the master is in great danger. Shen Jian urged Old Wei beside her anxiously. Shut up. The young master has his own plans. Old Wei reprimanded coldly, taking a deep breath. Based on his understanding of Ji Xiao, he believed that Ji Xiao would always have a plan and a way out for any situation. Now, he couldn't understand why Yi Xian had suddenly gained sacred stage power. Chapter 73. This flame is the pure world devil flame. Lying on the ground, Feng Huang's face was pale and her voice trembled. She had never anticipated that Ji Xiao actually possessed the pure world devil flame, ranked 3rd on the Yiaobang. How could this be? This guy's combat power not only rivals that of the sacred stage, he actually possesses the pure world devil flame. Mulan's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes wide in shock, feeling dizzy. The pure world devil flame was in the hands of the supreme heavenly saint, Nan Lingwei, right? Xianzhong was also greatly shocked, sweat soaking through his back. Hee. Mu Xianying coldly smiled and shook her head. If everyone thinks the pure world devil flame is in the hands of her master, then they are all mistaken. After all, 10 years ago, even her master was outsmarted by Ji Xiao. The true master of the pure world devil flame is not her master, Nan Lingwei, but Ji Xiao, the pure world devil flame. You actually possess the pure world devil flame. Yi Xian shook his body and slowly stood up, his voice trembling with disbelief. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his chest a charred black. He could sense the power of the pure world devil flame raging through his body, and his own strength was gradually fading. Chapter 74. Senior, are you not planning to leave Zhou Ling with your disciple? Ji Xiao silently put away the Luo sword embryo, turned to Ning Xian, and smiled warmly, his smile bright and beautiful. At this moment, he was completely different from the person who had ruthlessly severed Yi Xian's right arm earlier. Ji Xiao, the young master, you are too ruthless. Ning Xian bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes glaring at Ji Xiao. She indeed saved Yi Xian's life. However, Yi Xian lost his right arm, was heavily injured, and had demonic poison in his body. She could hardly imagine how Yi Xian would survive moving forward. Ji Xiao glanced at Ning Xian, his tone playful. So, does the senior plan to help your disciple take revenge? Why don't you try and see if you can cut off this young master's arm? You. Ning Xian was at a loss for words, her ample chest rising and falling violently, clearly furious. If Ji Xiao truly was the man foretold in her family's prophecy, let alone cutting off Yi Xian's arm, even if he killed Yi Xian, she would have no way to retaliate. If she dared to touch even a hair on Ji Xiao, her her family and parents would be the first to not spare her. It seems the senior does not intend to cut off this young master's arm. Chapter 75. Hee. Ji Xiu looked at Yingling, who was utterly humiliated in front of him, and his smile gradually deepened. Name, Yingling. Age, 25. Cultivation, June Stage 2 Realm. Identity, Second Prince of the Great Qin Empire. Destiny Essence Potential, 5,000. Using the all-seeing eye to glance at Yingling, Ji Xiu disinterestedly withdrew his gaze. This second Prince of the Great Qin is a bit impoverished, but he's indeed a good dog, Ji Xiu murmured to himself in his heart. According to intelligence from the Military Affairs 6th Branch, Yingling is someone who would stop at nothing to ascend to the throne of the Great Qin. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Feng Huang, all to leverage the power of the Divine Phoenix Empire to reach the position of Crown Prince. Thus, as long as he gives him a little favor and paints a big picture, he can open up the treasure empire of the Great Qin through him and extract countless resources from it. Young master, you can rest assured, as long as you spare my life. Once I return to the Great Qin, I will personally lead people to hunt down Yi Xian. Your plan will be executed with this prince taking the lead. Yingling finally mustered the courage to look at Ji Xiu and vowed. Chapter 76. It is said that when Mulan Xin heard Mu Bing's voice in the sound transmission jade, she did not hesitate and immediately left the Divine Wood Forest. Flying towards her sect, the Ice God Palace, Xianzong sighed heavily, carrying Mo Lingfeng on his back before also leaving the Divine Wood Forest. Following Ji Xiu's instructions, he would first bring Mo Lingfeng back to the Holy Sect before returning to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Yingling glanced at Xianzang's back, shook his head, and snorted coldly before leaving the Divine Wood Forest as well. Time passed quickly. When the major prodigies returned to their sects, the seemingly tranquil Nine Heavens continent was suddenly stirred up like it had been struck by several giant stones. Countless cultivators were waiting for the top-tier sects to speak, eager to know what exactly had happened in Tianmao Mountain in the Red Robe sect when the leader Shun Rilyu saw her beloved disciple return in a daze, swaying unsteadily. She rushed forward without saying a word and embraced Shun Jinshin. Her heart that had been suspended in midair slowly landed. You little brat, you finally come back. Let me see if you're hurt. Chapter 77. As the Nine Heavens continent was in turmoil in the Zhou Garden, Ji Xiu, accompanied by Elder Wei, Mu Xianin, and the others, had already stepped through the divine path and arrived before the vast Zhou tomb. This was the tomb of that legendary man from the Nine Heavens continent. Mu Xianin took a deep breath, looking at the giant bronze door before her, her heartbeat quickening. Don't celebrate too early. It is said that he was a person with extraordinary means who did not like to be disturbed. There may be something waiting for us in his tomb, Elder Wei warned. That's right. We must be careful. Ji Xiu nodded, then took out 9 fragments of the broken blade he had collected. His gaze swept over the bronze door, then he locked onto 9 grooves at the central pivot of the door. Did this martial emperor know he would fall, and thus build a tomb for himself? Moreover, it seems he anticipated that the broken blade would shatter into 9 pieces after his fall, specifically designing this bronze door. Ji Xiu furrowed his brows, murmuring quietly. Then, he shook his head to stop thinking too much and waved his hand to insert the 9 fragments of the broken blade into the grooves of the bronze door. Chapter 78. In the Imperial Coffin, lost in the darkness. Ji Xiu, do you want to listen to what you were saying? Ning Xian felt a surge of anger upon hearing Ji Xiu's words. She thought, how could Ji Xiu, with his June-level cultivation and combat power comparable to the sacred level, be weak? This was clearly belittling her. What did Ji Xiu take her for? A woman who could be humiliated and belittled at will. Her thoughts stopped there. Ning Xian circulated her true essence, intending to teach Ji Xiu a lesson, but then something strange happened. The true essence she had just gathered disappeared in an instant. The feeling was bizarre, as if a candle had been lit, only to be extinguished by a gust of wind. And no matter how many times she tried, it was the same. Now, she was a bit panicked. Yixiu, can you circulate your true essence? Ning Xian gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice. No, and my legs feel weak. Ji Xiu shook his head. He felt that there was some strange power here restricting the circulation of their true essence. Moreover, the moment he entered, he inexplicably felt a numbness throughout his body and faintly smelled a delicate tea fragrance. Saying this, he forced himself to stand up despite the weakness and fatigue. Chapter 79. Time passed swiftly. 3 days flew by. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 10 comprehension of the broken blade technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 20 comprehension of the broken blade technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 30 comprehension of the broken blade technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 comprehension of the broken blade technique. Hearing the system's notifications, Jishio slowly opened his eyes, feeling somewhat strange. He had completed the comprehension of the broken blade technique in just 3 days. Even though he possessed a divine heart and exceptional comprehension, it shouldn't be so easy to master an imperial-level forbidden technique in just 3 days. Just as he was pondering this, Feng Huang slowly opened her eyes. Her delicate face was much paler, her brows filled with exhaustion, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Jishio, I have already cultivated the broken blade technique to more than half. What about you? Feng Huang asked, gazing at Jishio in a daze. Not as good as you. Jishio casually glanced at Feng Huang, as he had been thinking about whether there was something in the Zhou Garden that could aid in cultivation, and he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Feng Huang. Chapter 80. In the Zhou Garden, under the enlightenment tree, a tall figure sat quietly, like a rock, his expression solemn and motionless. In front of him floated an ethereal scripture, ancient scrolls weathered, flipping one page after another. A stream of the essence of the great Tao fell around him like a celestial waterfall, as if shielding the heavenly secrets and isolating causality. At this moment, Jishio was in a state of unity with heaven and man, completely immersed in the deepest level of enlightenment. Clang! A burst of golden blood energy erupted. A figure was seen condensing from the golden blood energy, standing behind Jishio. This figure had sharp eyes and extraordinary dominance, exuding an aura of an unparalleled emperor. At this moment, the figure began to evolve an extraordinary fist technique, grand and expansive, swallowing the world. Clang! 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 Each of his punches seemed to resonate with the traces of the great Tao, unparalleled in the world. Gradually, he evolved the imperial fist in his hand to its peak, with myriad paths and divine principles crying out beneath his fists. When the ethereal scripture in front of Jishio turned to the last page, the figure behind him suddenly unleashed its final punch. Clang! This punch seemed to condense eternity, freeze time and space, and suppress all paths. Chapter 81. It is said that when the moonlight in the Zhou Garden blossomed with spring light, that beam of moonlight also illuminated the Ice God Palace. Inside the Imperial Palace, Mu Bing stood in front of a woman, her eyes lowered to hide the sadness within. Bing, don't be sad. Master has not fallen yet. Moreover, the Master also wants to thank you for bringing back the 10,000-year black ice. The woman smiled gently and reached out her hand to gently ruffle Mu Bing's hair. She was Mu Qiu, the previous master of the Ice God Palace and the aunt of Jishio. Now, Mu Qiu's injuries had worsened to the extreme, and if she did not choose to be frozen in slumber, it was likely she wouldn't last 3 more days. Master, when you awaken, Binger will definitely be able to heal your injuries. Mu Bing looked up, staring blankly at Mu Qiu, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. This time, she returned from the ice abyss with the 10,000-year black ice. In her previous life, she had failed to save Mu Qiu, which left her with lifelong regret. In this life, no matter what, she had to heal her master, Mu Qiu. She knew that although she couldn't do it now, once she stepped into the Emperor realm, she would be able to do it. Good. I believe Binger can definitely do it. Chapter 82. The first rays of morning light fell upon the Zhou Garden, and also on Jishio and Feng Huang's faces. At this moment, there were traces of tears on Feng Huang's delicate face, along with a hint of rosy glow after joy. A gentle breeze blew by. Feng Huang slowly opened her eyes, looking up at the clear sky. Moments later, the memories of last night surged in her mind like a tide. At this time, she suddenly turned her head to look at the sleeping Jishio. Her expression froze, and her throat involuntarily rolled. How could I have done that last night? Feng Huang's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a hint of confusion. If it weren't for the memories being so real, she would suspect that what happened last night was just a dream. All along, she had no expectations or thoughts about matters between men and women. But now, as she looked at the scattered pieces of golden armor on the ground, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Damn, have I gone mad? Feng Huang's voice trembled slightly. Her protective armor was shattered. Moments later, she trembled and tried to get up, but like a flower newly bloomed, she had experienced a night of wild storms. How could she stand up? Chapter 83. Meanwhile, as Ji Xiao and his group left Zhou Garden and moved across the endless snowfield, everyone felt utterly relaxed. At this moment, Mu Xianyin looked at the silent Feng Huang and felt playful. Yi Xiu, have you learned the two-part knife technique? Mu Xianyin asked with a smile. I have learned it. What's wrong? Ji Xiao glanced at Mu Xianyin and nodded, not hiding anything. Then can you teach me how to do it? After all, we have been friends for 10 years. Saying this, Mu Xianyin suddenly hugged Ji Xiao's arm. Ji Xiao felt the softness on his arm and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Over the past 10 years, Mu Xianyin had changed too much, going from a once proud princess to a cynical witch. Faced with such a Mu Xianyin, he suddenly felt a headache. Young Master Ji Xiao, since you have already learned the two-part knife technique, can you also teach my young lady when we return to the capital? Miss Xue hesitated for a moment and also stepped forward to ask. However, she was not as bold as Mu Xianyin. She only dared to reach out and grab the hem of Ji Xiao's clothes. Ji Xiao looked at Miss Xue, who was full of yearning, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Chapter 84. In the capital, at the Weiyang Palace, Chu Li stood outside the palace with her hands behind her back. The cold moonlight fell on her like a dream. At this moment, her pretty face was full of seriousness, with an unshakable gloom between her brows. Rustling sounds. A hurried footsteps approached from outside the palace. Miss Yu arrived at Weiyang Palace and walked to Chu Li's side, her expression equally serious. What's wrong? Chu Li asked in a low voice. Reporting to Miss, the Crown Prince of the Great Qin, Ying Su, and the Phoenix Prince, Feng Mian, have both entered the palace. Miss Yu replied softly. What is their purpose? Have you found out? Chu Li frowned and looked at Miss Yu. Not yet, but the 4 divine punishment elders of the Great Qin Empire left the dynasty yesterday and have gone missing. 3 of the 10 strongest from the Phoenix Empire also left the dynasty yesterday and are similarly missing. Miss Yu responded gravely. The 2 great dynasties, 7 wholly ranked powerhouses, all left their respective dynasties at the same time yesterday and are now missing? Hee. Is there any need to guess? They have likely already arrived in the capital of Beixia. Chu Li sneered. Chapter 85. In the Dragon Palace, Gu Jian lay weakly in the center of the Great Hall. He was covered in blood, with his limbs bent at unnatural angles. Clearly, his hands and feet had been broken, and even the bones in his hands and legs were shattered. Sister, young master. Gu Jian stared blankly at the ceiling, murmuring the names of the 3 most important people in his life. Now, only when he thought of these 3 people would he have the courage to keep going, no matter how dark the future awaiting him was. He always thought that he would hold on a little longer to see his sister again, to see his young master, and to see his master, who treated him like a son. It was with this belief that he survived. Is he the man with the supreme bone? Feng Mian frowned and asked. Yes. Ying Su's lips curled into a faint smile. What I want is the supreme bone, not a dying person. Isn't it rumored that you dug out the supreme bone? What does this mean now? Feng Mian's tone was somewhat displeased. Hee. Chapter 86. That night, a mysterious ship cut through the sky and descended upon the capital. As Ji Xiao stepped into the capital, he felt as if the entire city was shrouded in layers of gloom. When he arrived at the Ji family military residence and looked at the cold and desolate mansion, a very bad premonition surged from his heart. The young master has returned. Quickly go inform the lady. Young master, you finally came back. In the days you were away, something really big happened at home. Miss Gu Yao was injured. The injury is very serious. Voices rang in Ji Xiao's ears. However, Ji Xiao did not pause at all and walked straight towards the Luo Feng Palace. As soon as he entered the Luo Feng Palace, his mother Lin Ru and grandmother Mu Hua came to greet him. Xiao, you are finally home. Lin Ru's face was haggard as she spoke softly. Go check on Yao. She's badly injured. Mu Hua petted Yixiu's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao felt a loud bang in his head, and his breath became slightly chaotic. Ning Tian, who had been following Ji Xiao, noticed his disturbed breath and couldn't help but call out, Ji Xiao. I'm Fine. Ji Xiao shook his head and walked into the falling maple palace. Chapter 87. Kyoto, Weiyang Palace. Killing the Holy Sun. Kidnapping the Holy Maiden. Buying off the princes. Framing Ye Yuan. Even suspected of stealing Yi Xian's fiancée. Ji Xiao. Oh Ji Xiao, this trip has given me a new impression of you. Chu Li listened to Miss Shue's exaggerated account of Ji Xiu's various misdeeds on Tianma Mountain, and the smile in her eyes grew more intense. Miss, this guy Ji Xiu is truly a super dangerous person. We must be careful when cooperating with him in the future. Miss Shui tugged at Chu Li's sleeve, her beautiful eyes sparkling with warning. Since we've chosen to cooperate, we must trust unconditionally. Besides, Ji Xiu's combat power is formidable, and his methods are ruthless. Isn't that a good thing? Moreover, I really didn't expect this guy to possess combat power comparable to the holy stage with just a monarch stage cultivation. It seems that the saying on the continent that below the holy stage, all are ants, has become mere words in front of him. Chu Li amusingly reached out and poked Miss Shue's forehead, her tone filled with surprise. Chapter 88. The cool moonlight spilled over the viewing platform. From here, one could look down at the bustling Kyoto. Here, one could almost reach out and pluck the bright moon from the sky. Standing on the platform was a stunning woman with an unparalleled elegance. Just her silhouette seemed to overshadow the world. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Ji Xiu looked at her back, his feelings extremely complex. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and spoke. It's been 10 years. Long time no see, Nan Lingyue. Hearing this, Nan Lingyue slowly turned to face Ji Xiu. She didn't speak, only quietly scrutinized him for a while. Then her red lips curved into a faint smile as she softly said, Ji Xiu, you've grown, and you've grown well. I'm very pleased. Ji Xiu looked at the coldly beautiful woman before him, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Nan Lingyue was indeed such a perplexing woman. The things she said and did always left people guessing. Even now, he didn't know what she was truly plotting. Chapter 89. Long Yuan, hearing this, shook his head, his face gloomy as he laughed. Ji Xiu, you really overestimate yourself. Kill this emperor? Do you think you are worthy? I'll tell you the truth. Tonight, you, your family, and that wretched Chu Li will all perish in this Kyoto city. Is that so? Ji Xiu retorted with an expressionless face. Just based on the 7 holy stage powerhouses you exchanged the North Xia royal family's foundation for? Long Yuan's smile instantly froze. At this moment, looking at Ji Xiu's calm eyes, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Being suspicious, he couldn't help but wonder if Ji Xiu had some hidden trump card he didn't know about. At this time, the Phoenix Prince Feng Mian stepped forward, a mocking smile on his face as he pointed at Ji Xiu and said, Ji Xiu, should I say you are foolish or ignorant? You still boast when death is imminent. TSK, TSK, TSK. After tonight, the Ji family of North Xia will no longer exist. Besides, with the 7 holy stage powerhouses from 2 major empires here, even the Ice God Palace cannot protect you. In his view, it only took 1 holy stage powerhouse to crush Ji Xiu and the Ji family. Chapter 90. Ji Xiu, do you really think you are invincible? The voice of the divine punishment elder from the Great Qin Empire reverberated throughout the forbidden area. Before dawn, kill us? Who do you think you are? Zhou Dufu? The holy stage elder from the Phoenix Empire had a gloomy expression. If Ji Xiu had already stepped into the holy stage, they would naturally turn around and leave without a word. However, Ji Xiu was only at the peak of the 7th realm of the monarch stage. Even if his combat power was against the heavens, so what? Even if he possessed the purifying world demon flame, what difference did it make? He truly didn't believe Ji Xiu could kill them 6 holy stage powerhouses with just a monarch stage body. You talk too much. I'll kill you first. Ji Xiu radiated brilliant celestial light, his gaze locking onto the holy stage elder of the Phoenix Empire. Clang! Ji Xiu stepped on the star god Shattered Shadow, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, moving at an incredible speed, so fast that the 6 holy stage powerhouses present didn't even react. In an instant, he arrived in front of the holy stage elder of the Phoenix Empire. You! The holy stage elder of the Phoenix Empire's expression changed dramatically, and the holy stage power within him surged, intending to resist Ji Xiu. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated Ji Xiu. Before his eyes, the chaotic energy surged, and all he saw were 2 fists exuding overwhelming pressure, shattering everything. Chapter 91. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring a massive amount of holy stage life essence, raising cultivation to the 8th realm of the monarch stage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring a massive amount of holy stage life essence, raising cultivation to the 9th realm of the monarch stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring a massive amount of holy stage life essence. Raising cultivation to the peak of the 9th realm of the monarch stage. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his ears, Ji Xiao remained calm. He originally thought he could directly break through to the holy stage this time, but didn't expect to still be one step short. However, this was understandable. After all, the 7 holy stage powerhouses tonight were at most at the 7th realm of the holy stage, and all were aged and bloodline-depleted individuals. Therefore, it was already quite good that he could consecutively break through 2 realms by devouring their life essence. With this thought in mind, Ji Xiao shook his head and then turned his gaze towards the Dragon Palace. They're dead. All dead. Long Yuan looked at the ground outside the Dragon Palace, littered with holy stage corpses and soaked in holy blood, as if all his strength had been drained, and his legs went soft, collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? These are 7 holy stage powerhouses. How could Ji Xiao possibly do this? Feng Mian's face turned pale as paper, his mind uncontrollably replaying the scenes of Ji Xiao slaughtering the holy stage powerhouses as if they were mere dogs. Chapter 92. One day later. The events in Kyoto spread throughout the Northern Xia Empire as if they had sprouted wings, quickly fermenting and spreading across the entire 9 Heavens continent at lightning speed. In a short time, Ji Xiao surpassed the great demon Yi Xian, becoming the most talked-about figure on the entire 9 Heavens continent. With the strength of a monarch stage, he killed 7 saint stage powerhouses. When countless cultivators first heard this news, they scoffed. After all, below the saint stage, everyone is an ant, is a saying deeply ingrained in the bones of practitioners on the 9 Heavens continent. However, now they heard that a young man could kill saint stages with monarch stage power. This was simply outrageous, and no one would believe it. But soon, they were all slapped in the face, because the Tianji Pavilion issued a statement. Last night, the Northern Xia heir Ji Xiao single-handedly slaughtered 7 saint stage powerhouses from 2 empires, staining Kyoto with blood. Once this news was released, the entire 9 Heavens continent first fell into a brief silence, then immediately erupted into a frenzy. Whether it was the scattered cultivators or the bigwigs of the cultivation forces, they felt their minds buzzing, as if their understanding had been shattered. Chapter 93. The Divine Emperor's Empire, Great Thunder Sound Temple. Feng Wang knelt in front of a massive golden Buddha statue, dressed in a simple white dress. Her hands were clasped together, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, and her exquisitely stunning face was filled with piety. Sister, you've been to the Great Thunder Sound Temple at least 10 times in the past few days. Can you tell me why? Xianzong sighed and asked. Just to maintain a moment of peace in my heart. You don't need to worry. Feng Wang replied not. Is it Ji Xiao? Did he do something to you? You've been acting strange ever since you returned from Tianma Mountain. Xianzong asked in a low voice, gritting his teeth. Hearing that familiar name, Feng Wang's delicate body trembled slightly, and she coldly replied to Xianzong, no, he did nothing. I said I just wanted a moment of peace. Hearing this, Xianzong shook his head. As Feng Wang's brother, he could see that Feng Wang was very different from before. She seemed much darker and exuded a dangerous aura. Even though he was Feng Wang's own brother, he felt a chill in his heart. After all, before the incident at the Zhou tomb, his sister Feng Wang had been severely injured by Ji Xiao, and even her Tianfeng divine wings had been torn off halfway by him. Chapter 94. Kyoto, Weiyang Palace. Chuli sat in front of the palace brewing tea, in a good mood. The rich aroma of tea mixed with the fragrant scent of flowers, creating a strange and intoxicating smell. At this moment, the 2 young ladies, Shui and Yu, returned to Weiyang Palace. Yuer, tell me, how is Long Yuan? Chuli asked with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Reporting to the lady, Long Yuan is dead. Old Wei and I barely made 200 cuts on him, and he committed suicide, Yu replied with a helpless expression. It doesn't matter. If he's dead, he's dead, Chuli said nonchalantly. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Shui. At this moment, Shui had her eyes slightly downcast, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Looking anxious, Shui, how is Prince Fengyan? Is he doing well in the prison control division? Chuli casually asked. Shui exclaimed. Her pretty face flushed, and she shyly replied, reporting to the lady, it seems Feng Mian has gone insane. When I went to the prison control division, he was curled up in a corner, disheveled, with a vacant expression, muttering incoherently. Chapter 95. Chuli took a deep breath and lightly stepped towards the sleeping quarters. Raising her jade hand, she gently pushed open the palace door. Chuli, Ji Xiu opened his eyes, looking surprised at the stunning figure before him. He didn't understand why Chuli would come to find him in the middle of the night. Ji Xiu, congratulations on your fame spreading throughout the world, Chuli said with a slight smile. Your Majesty, you came here late at night, just to say this? Ji Xiu asked with a hint of amusement. To be honest, he didn't care about fame at all. Chu Li's appearance here clearly had another purpose, and he was curious about it. Of course not. I've heard that Ji Xiu is about to get married. May I ask if this is true? As she spoke, Chu Li tightly closed the door of the falling maple palace. It is true, Ji Xiu did not deny it. The engagement with Mu Bing was arranged when they were children. Both he and Mu Bing had prepared a lot for this wedding. Ha! Chu Li chuckled lightly, and then slowly walked in front of Ji Xiu with her hands behind her back. She glanced at Gu Yao lying on the bed and teased. Chapter 96, Wedding Night. The divine nails pierced in. Blood stained the sky. The demon god weeps blood. Ji Xiu silently recited the plot of the novel, his expression growing colder. After calming his emotions and organizing his thoughts, he left the falling maple palace. He wanted to see what Mu Bing, whom he hadn't seen for many years, had become. Did she really have the ability to make him, the demon god, weep blood? Ji Mansion, Xian Pavilion. The golden and resplendent stone pillars, a divine dragon coiling. The magnificent red carpet covered the entire palace. This was the first banquet hall of the Ji family, and at a glance, it was full of jewels and extreme luxury. Back then, Ji Xiu and Mu Bing got engaged here, and even now, Ji Xiu still vividly remembered the scene at that time. As soon as he stepped in his Xian pavilion, a beautiful figure caught Ji Xiu's eye. She wore a moon-white long dress, standing in the center of the hall with her hands behind her back, her silver hair cascading down to her pert hips. And she was as quiet as she had been years ago. Mu Bing, long time no see, Ji Xiu said calmly. As soon as he spoke, the woman suddenly turned around. Her willow-like eyebrows were stunning, noble yet spirited. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain the stars and the sea, as well as the biting wind and snow atop a snow-covered mountain. Chapter 97. The wedding date is set, the night before the ceremony. Mu Bing arrived alone at the falling maple palace, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex swirl of emotions as she looked at Gu Yao, who was peacefully sleeping on the palace bed. Yaoer, your bloodline is awakening rapidly. So all these years, Ji Xiu really hasn't he touched you? How is that possible? What is Ji Xiu really planning? As her thoughts surged, she noticed Gu Yao's long eyelashes flutter slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, surprised to see the woman before her. Miss Mu Bing, what are you doing here? Where is His Highness? Upon hearing this, Mu Bing revealed a delicate smile on her stunning face. Ji Xiu is not here. I came to see you. Are you all right? Gu Yao nodded, but then seemed to remember something. Biting her red lip, she suddenly asked, Miss Mu Bing, you must be here to marry His Highness, right? Mu Bing remained silent, which was taken as an acknowledgement. Her plan was to conclude things with Ji Xiu tonight, and then leave the North Xia dynasty with Gu Yao and Gu Jian. I really envy you. Chapter 98. The day of the wedding. Before dawn, the entire capital city was already bustling with activity. Countless Iron Buddha soldiers donned red armor, majestically guarding every corner of the capital. The matriarch of the Ji family, Lin Ru, issued a strict order. Anyone who dared to act recklessly today would be killed without mercy. Moreover, all the inns in the capital were booked by the Ji family, with all expenses covered by them. Alongside the nearly ubiquitous red carpets across the capital stood beautiful young girls dressed in colorful garments. They held flowers and smiled brightly. Truly a sight to behold. The North Xia Royal Academy, the North Xia Inspection Institute, the 6 ministries of the North Xia capital, the North Xia Imperial Guards, the Dragon Guard Villa, the Dali Temple, the Town Prison Office. The big shots from various major factions in the capital arrived early outside the Ji family military mansion, eagerly awaiting the event. They had been on the same boat with Ji Xiu for 10 years. Now, with the North Xia imperial power crumbling and the national protection sect remaining silent, the Ji family had become the true rulers of the North Xia dynasty. Ji Xiu had become the only true deity of the North Xia dynasty. One word from him could destroy a faction. One word from him could also elevate a faction to great heights. Chapter 99. A wedding ceremony. The entire capital turned into a boiling sea of excitement. Even as night fell, the festive atmosphere in the capital showed no signs of fading. The night sky was bright with a full moon, and brilliant fireworks erupted. The inns in the capital remained lively. The citizens and cultivators were all flushed with drink, enthusiastically discussing the grand wedding ceremony of the day. In the G Mansion, falling maple palace, candlelight flickered, red gauze curtains swayed, and phoenix crowns adorned the bride. Outside the palace windows, the moonlight was radiant, and the fireworks were mesmerizing. A beam of moonlight fell into falling maple palace, landing on the beautiful figure sitting by the bed. After the wedding ceremony, Mu Bing had been sitting by the soft bed for a long time. No one knew how she felt at this moment. However, it was evident that her stunning face beneath the golden bead curtain was extremely cold. Tonight, her emotions were complicated. After all, it was her first marriage. Simultaneously, she was very nervous, even though she had mentally rehearsed countless assassination scenarios of the demon god Ji Xiao in her mind over the past 10 years. But when the moment arrived, she still felt very anxious. In her plan, she knew she had to make sacrifices to achieve a perfect assassination. So on this wedding night, she was already mentally prepared. Chapter 100. Ding. System notification. The progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 10. Ding. System notification. The progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 20. Ding. System notification. The progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 30. Ding. System notification. The progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 70. Ding. System notification. The progress of the killing puppet Mu Bing has reached 80. Clear system notifications echoed in Ji Xiao's ears. When the progress reached 70, black demonic smoke began to rise from Mu Bing's delicate body, enveloping her in an ominous and eerie aura. When the progress reached 80, a vast demonic power surged and gathered within her, her silver hair radiating purple demonic light, resembling a celestial demoness. Your Highness, Wei Lao looked at Mu Bing, who had changed dramatically in just a few breaths, with astonishment swallowing hard. Such a vast and powerful demonic force was something he had never encountered before, and it was exponentially increasing. Chapter 101. Indeed, Mu Bing had prepared 3 major trump cards for this young lord. Soul Devouring Nails, the Emperor's Shadowless Sword, and the remnant soul of the Great Emperor. Looking at the information provided by the all-seeing eye, Ji Xiao couldn't help but sneer. He guessed correctly. Mu Bing had indeed obtained a great opportunity in the ice abyss over the years. If it weren't for the demonic paper crane today, he was confident he could defeat Mu Bing, but it would come at a cost. Fortunately, everything was still within the plan. Pausing here, Ji Xiao slowly walked in front of Mu Bing, gazing at her unparalleled beauty. After a moment of silence, he meaningfully spoke. Is right just right? Is evil just evil? Is what is right always right? Is what is wrong always wrong? Mu Bing, in 7 days, I hope you can still speak like this. As his words fell, Mu Bing showed no reaction, merely standing quietly in place, as if lost in her own world. At that moment, a cold and unfamiliar voice echoed from outside Falling Maple Palace. Young Master Ji, congratulations on your marriage. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao frowned and walked out of Falling Maple Palace together with Wei Lao. Chapter 102. Eloping? Ha ha ha. Feng Huang didn't expect you to be such a rebellious princess. Intriguing. I really like you more and more. Listening to the enchanting and charming laughter in her mind, Feng Huang's expression remained unchanged, as if she had grown accustomed to the cold sarcasm from another self within her body. Qing'er, come in. Feng Huang thought for a moment, and then called out to her personal maid, Qing'er, outside the Tianfeng Palace. As her voice fell, a girl in green entered the Tianfeng Palace. Princess, what orders do you have? Qing'er looked at Feng Huang with her beautiful eyes blinking lightly and whispered, Go call Xianzong for me. Feng Huang spoke softly. Since she had decided to escape from the marriage, she naturally had to take Qing'er and her brother with her. Otherwise, the consequences of her elopement would likely fall on these two. Now, in the Divine Phoenix Empire, Xianzong and Qing'er were her closest people, and she could not let them bear the consequences she had created. All right, Qing'er nodded and turned to leave. Half an hour later, Qing'er brought Xianzong to Tianfeng Palace. Chapter 103. North Xia Dynasty, Ji Family Military Mansion. What? Show her. You want to go to the Divine Phoenix Empire with Binga? Why? Linru looked at Ji Xiao and Mu Bing in disbelief and asked. Yes. You just got married yesterday. Your next task should be to quickly have a child. Mu Hua shook her head, also puzzled. Mother, grandmother, The day after tomorrow is the wedding of the Divine Phoenix's eldest princess, Feng Wang. You probably don't know yet. Feng Wang is an old friend of mine. Of course, I have to attend her wedding. Ji Xiao explained with a smile. Even so, does that mean Binger is going too? Lin Ru pointed at Mu Bing, who was quietly standing beside Ji Xiao, having changed from her wedding dress into a moonlit gown. Mother, that's only natural. Mu Bing and I are a newlywed couple. How can a newly married couple be separated so soon? Ji Xiao smiled and shook his head, then held Mu Bing's jade hand. That's true. Lin Ru nodded thoughtfully. Binger, do you think so too? Chapter 104. The night before the wedding. In the Divine Phoenix Empire. Tianqin Palace. Ingsu was drinking at the same table with a handsome man in a black brocade robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. Your Highness, congratulations on your wedding tomorrow. The handsome young man clasped his hands towards Ingsu. Second young master, we should both celebrate. Ingsu couldn't help but smile meaningfully upon hearing this. Your Highness, you are indeed well informed. I just returned from Panlong Island, and you already know everything. The handsome young man laughed 3 times, his laughter filled with uncontainable joy. Second young master, your marriage with the Dragon Clan is a big deal. In a sense, you are not inferior even compared to Zhou Dufu. He slaughters dragons. You marry dragons. I admire you. In the future, Shuyu City will certainly be yours if nothing unexpected happens. Ingsu said, personally pouring a cup of fine wine for the man. The man worthy of his personal hospitality was the second young master of the first city of Juqing Continent. Shuyu City, Chu Feng. Hee. Your Highness is joking. Chu Feng chuckled and shook his head. However, with the help of the Dragon Clan, I do have a better chance of taking Shuyu City from my elder brother and sister. Chapter 105. Night passed in a hurry. Today, the capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire was bustling, with jasmine petals floating throughout the royal city. Countless guards in golden and red armor of the Divine Phoenix Army stood majestically, guarding every corner of the imperial capital. The wedding of the Divine Phoenix's eldest princess Feng Wang was an extremely important event for all citizens and cultivators of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Moreover, the person Feng Wang was to marry was the Crown Prince Ingsu of the Great Qin Empire. And this wedding signified the union of the 2 top empires in Jiuqian Continent. Now, all cultivators in Jiuqian Continent were focused on this grand wedding, which was bound to be recorded in the ancient history of Jiuqian. The festive sounds echoed throughout the Divine Phoenix Palace from early morning, and as the sun gradually rose, the joy of this grand wedding intensified. In Tianqin Palace, Ingsu changed into a wedding robe carved with crimson phoenixes, looking extremely handsome. Standing beside him, Chu Feng looked at the prepared Ingsu and congratulated him. Your Highness, congratulations on your wedding. After today, the Divine Phoenix's eldest princess, Feng Wang, will be your woman. Not only that, but half of the Divine Phoenix Empire will also belong to you. Chapter 106. Listening to that clear and bright voice. Countless gazes in front of Fenghuan Palace shifted instantly, and soon a large group of figures was seen slowly approaching Fenghuan Palace. The leader, dressed in white as snow, had an unparalleled beautiful appearance, with eyes as clear as an autumn mountain spring, yet carrying a coldness that could cut through the long winter night. Yixiu. He is the legendary North Xia heir, Ji Xiao. Why is he here? From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to come with good intentions. I heard that this Ji Xiao heir has a story with the Divine Phoenix's eldest princess in Tianma Mountain. Is he here to rob the bride today? It can't be. He just married Mu Bing from the Ice God Palace a few days ago, right? Wait, isn't that Mu Bing beside him? Not only Mu Bing, but even the daughter of Shuyu City, yes, Lord, Chu Li, is here. The group behind Chu Li, if I'm not mistaken, are all assassins. It seems something is really going to happen today. In front of Fenghuan Palace, countless big shots looked at Ji Xiao and his group arriving at the wedding scene with astonishment. Chapter 107. Your Highness, the 9th princess has died. I bear the responsibility. It was my negligence that led to this great mistake. Once I kill them, I will certainly plead guilty to the Empire. Bai Wuyo sighed deeply, then slowly walked towards Ji Xiao and the others. At this moment, his expression gradually turned cold, and the aura of the legendary realm awakened from his body. He resembled a human-shaped true dragon awakening from silence, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. Even saint-level powerhouses felt as if they were tiny boats on a vast ocean, about to be capsized before him. Mu Bing, kill him. Then kill Ingsu. Anyone who stands in your way, kill them too. Ji Xiu calmly commanded Mu Bing as he looked at Bai Wuyo, who was slowly approaching them. The devilish voice entered her ears, and Mu Bing's beautiful eyes shone with a brilliant killing intent, firmly locking onto Ying Su. Then, she raised her jade hand and directly pulled the Emperor Sword Wu Ying from the void. The terrifying imperial pressure instantly stunned everyone present. The Emperor's Sword. No wonder she is the future master of the Ice God Palace. Chapter 108. The Divine Phoenix Imperial Palace. In front of the Phoenix Lawn Hall, the Immortal Battle. The 13 holy-level powerhouses of the Divine Phoenix Empire are facing off against Ji Xiu. A scene that can be recorded in the ancient history of the Nine Heavens is unfolding. The big shots from the cultivation factions of the Nine Heavens continent are eagerly watching this battle. It is said that Ji Xiu killed 7 holy-level powerhouses in the northern Xia capital with his sovereign-level body. And this matter has almost been mythologized by the cultivators of the Nine Heavens continent. However, very few people have witnessed how Ji Xiu killed holy-level beings with his sovereign-level body. Even the Tianji Pavilion only knows the general idea, without specific details. Now, the Grand Elder of the Tianji Pavilion, Tianjizi, is present, and he is unhesitatingly taking out the Tianji paper and Tianbi to record this battle. Perhaps by recording this battle, he can successfully ascend to the position of the next Tianji Pavilion Master. Boom, 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 boom. In the void above, the 13 powerful beings of the Divine Phoenix transformed into dazzling beams of murderous light, streaking across the sky, attacking Ji Xiu. Terrifying fluctuations of true essence shook the void, causing countless stars to fall, creating huge meteorite craters in the Imperial Palace. Ji Xiu stood with his hands behind his back in the void, his eyes radiating chaotic holy light, stepping on the shattered shadows of the star god, resembling a heavenly emperor descending to the world, touring the Nine Heavens. Chapter 109. An astonishing mushroom cloud rises. The terrifying explosion dyed the entire sky a crimson color. Wisps of black smoke gradually descended from the sky. The aura of extinction permeated the Nine Heavens, chilling everyone's heart in the Divine Phoenix Imperial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Several charred figures fell from the sky, crashing in front of the Phoenix Lawn Palace, kicking up clouds of dust. They were naturally Feng Zheng and a few holy-level powerhouses of the Divine Phoenix Empire. As for the others, their bodies had likely long since turned to ashes in that terrifying explosion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a holy-level 6-realm powerhouse, successfully devouring life essence, and advancing in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a holy-level 7-realm powerhouse, successfully devouring true life and advancing in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a holy-level 8-realm powerhouse, successfully devouring true life and advancing in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a holy-level 9-realm powerhouse, successfully devouring true life and advancing to the 3rd realm of holy level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 12 holy-level powerhouses, obtaining 38,000 points of Heavenly Fate Essence. Listening to the crisp system prompts in his ears. Chapter 110. Ding. The host has accepted the system task. Dragon slaying. Ding. The task officially begins. The crisp system voice gradually fell silent. Huh. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and murmured in his heart about 50,000 points of Heavenly Fate Essence. A free chance for a system draw. Plus, a 7-star divine pet. This excellent opportunity should not be missed. If it weren't for these enticing rewards, he would have directly chosen to let Mu Bing take action. After all, a legendary level Xian Shuang giant dragon is indeed difficult to deal with. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal his trump card in front of so many people. However, at this point, it was like rowing against the current. If he did not advance, he would retreat. With his thoughts lingering here, Ji Xiu turned to Feng Huang and said, "Wait for me. I'll be right back." After saying this, Ji Xiu walked towards the outside of the Phoenix Lawn Hall. At this moment, Feng Huang suddenly grabbed Ji Xiu's hand and anxiously asked, "Where are you going? What are you going to do?" Ji Xiu slightly turned his body, looking calmly into Feng Huang's beautiful eyes, and said 2 words, "Dragon slaying." Upon hearing this, Feng Huang and the maid Qing'er were instantly stunned in place, speechless for a long time. Chapter 111. Roar. The deep dragon roar echoed through the sky. The enormous eyes of the Xian Shuang giant dragon locked tightly onto Ji Xiao, with flames of brutality and destruction surging within. In the next second, the Xian Shuang giant dragon opened its massive mouth, its throat resembling an abyss, with an astonishing flame radiance surging forth. Boom! A terrifying flame, carrying boundless destructive power, erupted from the giant mouth of the Xian Shuang giant dragon like an aurora. Boom! 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 Under the dragon's breath, carrying terrifying order power. Countless grand castles and buildings collapsed into ruins in an instant, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Half of the southern city shattered in an instant, and the brilliant dragon flames fell from the sky like shooting stars, causing the entire Divine Phoenix imperial capital to shake violently, as if in an earthquake. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the big shots of the nine heavens present all gasped in shock. The Xian Shuang giant dragon before them was too powerful. It was not something human beings could contend with. Even holy-level powerhouses would likely turn to ashes before it. Even legendary-level powerhouses under this dragon breath would be severely injured if not dead, ultimately facing defeat. Chapter 112. Is this the two-section blade technique? Feng Huang looked at Ji Xiao's movements, feeling the familiar power fluctuations, and her beautiful eyes became exceptionally bright. Of course, it wasn't just Feng Huang at this moment. A large part of the big shots of the nine heavens recognized Ji Xiao's initial move, because this move is a legendary technique inscribed in the ancient history of the nine heavens, even the deepest and most unforgettable memory of the older generation of powerhouses. The Zhou Duofu two-section blade technique. Amidst the whispers of astonishment from the crowd, Ji Xiao's right hand rotated half a circle upwards, while his left hand rotated half a circle downwards, activating the devouring immortal demon technique, reversing the profound art. Boom! A breath of great destruction erupted from Ji Xiao's body. As many of the big shots of the nine heavens watched Ji Xiao's actions and felt this terrifying power, they couldn't help but feel puzzled, because this seemed very similar to the two-section blade technique in their memories, but it also seemed somewhat different. The power of Ji Xiao's two-section blade technique seemed to have become even stronger, as if it contained a hint of demonic power. No one knew that far beyond the Divine Phoenix, deep within the Zhou Garden, clang, 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 clang. Chapter 113. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the dragon slaying task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward of 50,000 points of Heavenly Fate Essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a System Lottery Experience Voucher. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7-star Divine Pet Egg. 5 Elements Sacred Dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Xian Shuang Giant Dragon, devouring a massive amount of life essence with the devouring Immortal Demon technique. Advancing in cultivation to the 4th realm of Holy Level. Listening to the crisp system prompts in his ears, Ji Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Now, his Heavenly Fate Essence had once again surpassed the 100,000 mark. It's time to carefully consider how to allocate the 100,000 Fate Essence. As for the remaining 2 rewards, the Holy Dragon Egg and the lottery tickets have already been issued to the system warehouse. Not bad. This time, it wasn't a wasted effort. Yixiu stretched lazily, feeling the once again powerful first level of true essence within his body, and the smile on his lips never faded. At this moment, he glanced around at the stunned experts of the nine heavens, shook his head, and pushed through the crowd toward the Phoenix Luan Palace. Young Master Ji Xiao. Wait a moment. Chapter 114. Aim, Kaka. Bloodline. 5 Elements Holy Dragon. Cultivation. Saint Level First Realm. Master. Ji Xiao. Loyalty 100. Never changes. Looking at the introduction of the little guy in front of him, Ji Xiao couldn't help but smile, and he was also quite surprised. He thought to himself, as expected of the 5 Elements Holy Dragon, having saint-level cultivation right from birth. If it grows up, it will be incredible. Just then, a voice of astonishment rang out in the Tianfeng Palace. This is the 5 Elements Holy Dragon. Ning Xian initially wanted to find Ji Xiao to discuss Mu Bing's matter, but she saw the little creature huffing on Ji Xiao's shoulder. For a moment, she felt a bit incredulous. How did Ji Xiao obtain such a legendary being? The 5 Elements Holy Dragon. Behind her, Chu Li's expression also froze, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. The ancient history of the Nine Heavens recorded that the Five Elements Holy Dragon was the highest ancestral dragon bloodline from the ancient era. The Xian Shuang giant dragon that Ji Xiu had previously slain was on an entirely different level. In other words, the Xian Shuang giant dragon wasn't even worthy to hold the shoes of the Five Elements Holy Dragon. This little guy is a Five Elements Holy Dragon? Chapter 115 in the Divine Phoenix Imperial City, Tianfeng Palace, Side Hall. After hearing the news of Feng Mian's death, Ji Xiu let out a long sigh of relief. The plan was successful. He lay quietly on the palace bed, hands behind his head, gazing out the window at the bright moon for a long while before slowly speaking. Feng Mian is dead. The plan to win against Ing Su should be coming to an end soon. After saying this, he suddenly felt his eyelids heavy and slowly closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. In the battle at the Divine Phoenix Imperial City, he had used the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus twice, along with the Heavenly Emperor Fist and the Two-Slice Sword technique after reversing the Profound Art. This series of trump cards consumed quite a bit of true essence and mental energy. Even with the ability to devour celestial and demonic powers, he felt slightly overwhelmed. So it was indeed necessary to rest properly. For this reason, he had asked Feng Huang to find a quiet place for him to take a nap. Oh, Kaka saw Ji Xiu sleeping, lightly called out with a yawn, and then lay down on Ji Xiu's chest, obediently falling asleep as well. In the Tianfeng Palace, the main hall's sleeping quarters, candlelight flickered and red gauze curtains swayed. Feng Huang sat on the palace bed, feeling anxious, her enchanting beauty constantly changing in expression. Chapter 116 in the Tianfeng Palace's separate courtyard. While Ji Xiu and Feng Huang were immersed in their affectionate moment, Chu Li received a shocking news from the network. In the Ice God Palace, Mu Bing has chased Ing Su to the outskirts of the Great Qin Empire, outside the City of Generals. In just a brief message, Chu Li's entire being tensed up. Miss, Sister Mu Bing has already arrived outside the City of Generals in the Great Qin Empire. Why hasn't Young Master Ji Xiu reacted at all? They are newlyweds. Young lady, you looked at Chu Li with confusion. The network's influence in the Great Qin Empire was under her responsibility, so this news was transmitted to Chu Li as soon as possible. Yes, who would neglect their newlywed wife and instead be sweet and cozy with the Divine Phoenix Princess? Ji Xiu is too bad. Miss Xue couldn't help but pout. If her future husband treated her that way, she would definitely fight to the death with him. No, something is off. Chu Li Zhao Wen, pacing back and forth outside the separate courtyard. Based on her understanding of Ji Xiu, since Mu Bing was Ji Xiu's newlywed wife, he would never allow her to chase Ing Su alone. Chapter 117, the bright moon was beautiful, the night deepened, and on the summit of the City of Generals, at the ancient altar, sacred flames danced. Yanfang stood with her hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes slightly squinted as she gazed outside the City of Generals, where Mu Bing swept through the 3,000 Great Qin Iron Cavalry with one sword, instantly slaying the Great Qin Divine General. She couldn't help but smile with delight. Treasure. She is a treasure. Ha ha ha. If my sister the Divine Emperor knew that such a world-shaking sorceress existed in the lower realms, I wonder what her expression would be. If the woman from Xue Old City in the upper realm also knew of Mu Bing's existence, the entire Nine Heavens would surely become lively. Thoughts paused here. Yanfang's ample bosom heaved violently. Her emotions were at their peak of excitement. Then, as if she thought of something, she spread her jade hand. Clang! As the light flickered, an ancient red battle flag appeared in her hand, engraved with mysterious and immortal demonic patterns that instilled a feeling of powerlessness, as if one could fall into an eternal abyss with just a glance. Since Mu Bing is like this, let me give you another push, and let me add some fun to the upcoming feast. Chapter 118, as the long night faded, when the first ray of dawn fell on the Nine Heavens continent. A shocking piece of news spread throughout the continent at lightning speed. In the Divine Phoenix Imperial City, the North Summer young master Ji Xiu single-handedly slaughtered 12 saint-level experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire and successfully slayed the Xian Shuang giant dragon. When countless cultivators on the Nine Heavens continent heard this news, they suddenly felt their minds were not enough to comprehend it. Just a few days ago, the news of Ji Xiu slaying 7 saint-level experts seemed to still linger in their ears. Now, how could he suddenly kill 12 saint-level ones? Not only that, But he even successfully slayed a dragon. And it wasn't just any ordinary dragon. It was the Xian Shuang giant dragon, which possessed a noble bloodline and legendary realm combat power. As people were filled with doubts and astonishment, a scroll from the Tianji Pavilion spread throughout the entire Nine Heavens continent. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus shakes the world, casually slaying dragons that astonish the Nine Heavens. Countless cultivators on the Nine Heavens continent looked at the terrifying fire lotus depicted on the Tianji Pavilion scroll and couldn't help but swallow hard. Even if they weren't present at the scene, just by looking at the shocking mushroom cloud on the scroll, they could feel a deep sense of oppression. Chapter 119 Meanwhile, as the continent was in turmoil, the name of Mu Bing echoed throughout the Nine Heavens. The Flame Empress had quietly returned to the Nine Heavens. In the realm of the Nine Heavens, the realm of the gods, the dark moon hung high. The entire star realm was filled with a sacred and peaceful atmosphere, and the spiritual energy was abundant to the extreme, several times that of the lower realms. At the peak of the star realm, a massive and majestic golden palace stood tall. This was the center of power for the entire realm of the gods, the Divine Emperor's Palace. In front of the palace, over 100 divine guards clad in golden armor stood solemnly, their expressions grave, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Clang! A red figure descended in front of the palace. All the divine guards slightly bowed to the Flame Empress and respectfully shouted, "Welcome, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, the Flame Empress lightly acknowledged, and then walked directly towards the divine hall of the palace. Inside the hall, it was surprisingly quiet. After entering, the Flame Empress raised her eyes to look at the woman sitting on the throne at the highest point of the hall and couldn't help but curl her lips. The woman had long golden hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned in luxurious golden armor that tightly covered her delicate body, accentuating her stunningly perfect curves. She wore a golden divine crown and a golden mask on her face, concealing her true appearance. But anyone who saw her at first glance would not doubt the breathtaking beauty hidden beneath the mask. Chapter 120 In the Nine Heavens, the Demon Realm. In Snold City, in the Demon Emperor's Palace, the purple gauze curtains filled the sleeping chamber with an intoxicating and unique fragrance. On the palace bed lay an unparalleled beauty dressed in black. The moonlight poured into the chamber, illuminating her face. This was a visage that condensed all the elegance of the world, gathering countless enchanting charms. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her eyes resembling a deep azure lake, or perhaps an unfathomable abyss. With just a subtle glance, she could make countless beings in the Nine Heavens willingly leap into it, even if it meant falling into the abyss forever. When the Flame Empress saw this woman, she couldn't help but shiver and took a deep breath. This was not her first time meeting this woman, but each time she saw her, she felt as if she had one foot in an endless abyss. Clearly, the intimidation from the woman before her was immense. And this woman was the Demon Emperor, Lu Yueshi. "You've come." A voice that sent shivers down one's spine echoed. "I pay my respects to your majesty, the Demon Emperor." The Flame Empress slightly bowed. In front of the Demon Emperor, she was several times more reserved and respectful than when facing her sister, the Divine Emperor. Chapter 121 As the sun set, it was already evening. In the Divine Phoenix Empire, outside the imperial capital, Tianfeng Palace, Chuli paced back and forth with an ancient scroll in hand, her beautiful face filled with anxiety. Ning Xian was playfully teasing the little creature Kakak in her arms, her gentle smile bright enough to melt anyone's heart. Clearly, Kakak also liked Ning Xian very much, nuzzling its fluffy head against her cheek, making their interaction quite amusing. "Miss, it's been a whole day and night. The young Master Ji Xiao and the Princess Feng Wang are being too excessive, aren't they? Is there no end to this?" Miss Shui angrily pointed at the tightly closed gates of Tianfeng Palace. "Exactly. Ji Xiao is really too much. Miss Mu Bing encountered such a huge issue. Yet he didn't inquire at all, and we have to worry for him." Miss Yu also voiced her dissatisfaction on behalf of Chuli. She increasingly felt that her mistress was much like a great fool. My mistress has been worried for him all day, and he, on the other hand, has spent the whole day in Tianfeng Palace with Princess Feng Wang, enjoying a romantic time." Chapter 122 Just then, Ji Xiao had just stepped out of the palace, gazing at the bright moon in the sky and letting out a sigh. The rich fragrance of jasmine filled his nostrils, making him feel a little less fatigued. At this moment, Kakak and Ningxin's arms spotted Jishio and immediately flew towards him with a yowl. Its big black eyes sparkled, as if telling Jishio just how cold the wind had been last night. All right, little guy. It won't happen again. Jishio chuckled as he rubbed Kakak's round head. Oh, whoa. Kakak softly called out, looking at Jishio with a wronged expression, thinking that this was more like it. Jishio, you really have a big heart. Do you know what happened last night? Miss Shui stepped forward, questioning Jishio with indignation. Tell me. Jishio was indifferent. He could roughly guess about last night's events. It was simply that Mu Bing had slaughtered through the Great Qin Empire and finally beheaded Ing Su. Sister Mu Bing massacred the 8 cities of the Great Qin, killing over 1 million cultivators and ordinary citizens. Miss Shui took a deep breath, recounting what she considered an utterly insane act. Chapter 123. Under the bright moon, the cool moonlight spilled over the great Thunder Sound Temple. Over 100 Buddhist disciples looked on in horror at the stunning figure within the temple. They were infuriated that this great demon had desecrated their holy ground. Yet they felt utterly helpless. The woman before them was the most terrifying demon in the 9 heavens continent. If they dared to act recklessly, the entire Buddhist sect might be wiped out. Mu Bing stood with her hands behind her back in front of the golden statue of the Buddha, her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her strikingly beautiful face growing increasingly pale. What is happening to me? Mu Bing bit her flower-like lips, her voice sounding like a dream. At the same time, memories began to flow back. The grand wedding of the northern Xia, where she had to kill the demon god Jishio to carve out a grand future for the 9 heavens world. But Mulan's heart was taken, and it seemed she had fallen into Jishio's trap and was unfortunate enough to be ensnared by the demons. At the divine phoenix wedding, she had killed the great Qin war god. In front of the defeated city of the great Qin Empire, she had slain 3,000 great Qin iron cavalrymen and a great Qin general with a single sword. She then broke through the 8 cities of the great Qin, slaughtering millions of cultivators and several million unarmed, ordinary citizens. Chapter 124. The night was long on the borders of the divine Phoenix Empire. The bright moonlight spread a silver hue across the night sky. In the vast sky above, lazy clouds hung languidly at the horizon, and the gentle moonlight cast a serene and beautiful glow over the 10,000 great mountains below. Suddenly, amidst the desolate end of the sky, the sound of howling winds echoed, and small black dots rushed in, casting a massive shadow over the 10,000 great mountains, accompanied by the terrified sounds of countless magical beasts. If someone were in the 10,000 great mountains, they would surely see all the terrifying magical beasts within, all of which are currently cowering on the ground, trembling as if some terrifying being has descended. It's a dragon. Dozens of giant dragons. Moreover, on the foremost giant dragon, a young man in a black robe sits cross-legged, a bizarre blood-red glow rising from his body, emanating a terrifying dragon pressure that sends shockwaves through all living beings in the 10,000 great mountains. How could a human possess the pressure of a dragon? At this moment, the young man in the black robe opened his eyes, gazing down at the 10,000 great mountains, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Years ago, when he left home, the first place chosen by his master for his training was this 10,000 great mountains on the border of the Divine Phoenix. Chapter 125. Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital. Above the sky, dozens of giant dragons flapped their enormous wings, blocking out the sun, as if eternal night had descended. Yi Xian, dressed in a black robe, stood with his hands behind his back on the massive dragon's body, his gaze overlooking the entire Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, his eyes flashing with chilling frost. Young Dragon Lord, Frost died in this city. After killing Jishio, let this city accompany Frost in death. A cold voice from an elder of the Dragon Clan said, Elder Bai, this cannot be done. Jishio is undoubtedly a bad person, but the cultivators and common people in this city are innocent. Bai Xin protested to the Dragon Elder. The kind-hearted could not commit such a massacre. Exactly. If we massacre the city, then how are we any different from that great demon Mu Bing? Yi Xian also shook his head. The Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital is the home of the Phoenix. Perhaps because of the love for it, he was unwilling to destroy this city. Moreover, his Yi family is also a family of the Divine Phoenix Empire. If he were to commit such a massacre, then what would happen to the reputation of his Yi family? Then what do you want? Bai Zhu looked at Yi Xian. In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, humans were merely a group of ants. Chapter 126. Boom! An extremely terrifying dragon might pierce through heaven and earth like a pillar. Clang! Black dragon scale armor covered his body. This armor was formed by Yi Xian unlocking his bloodline power, a protective armor. Don't be fooled by Yi Xian's cultivation being only at the saint stage. With this dragon scale armor, he could withstand even the power of a legendary realm expert. At the same time, he raised his stout dragon arm and directly pulled out a sword forged entirely from dragon bones from the void. The ancestral dragon sword, a half-ancestral level giant dragon. A killing sword forged from imperial bones, its power comparable to imperial weapons. Dragon scale armor, ancestral dragon sword. This is getting interesting. Jishio nodded with interest. At this moment, a crisp system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! According to the situation, congratulations to the host for triggering a side quest. Quest: eliminate the male lead of the novel. Quest reward: heaven-defying 7 demon sabers. Listening to the system prompt in his ears, Jishio raised his eyebrows. Finally, the heaven-defying 7 demon sabers, which he regrettably could not obtain back in Zhouyuan, had finally returned. This time, he would not let this mature chive escape from his hands again. Chapter 127. The 9 great Dragon Clan elders stood in the air, resembling 9 terrifying abysses, blocking the light of the sky, bringing eternal night. The elder of the Dragon Clan, Baizhu, had a cold and stern face, his pair of desolate eyes flashing with a destructive light. 9 legendary figures, one in God. Such a terrifying lineup could rank among the top 3 in the entire 9 Heavens continent. Now, with the arrival of dozens of giant dragons, millions of cultivators and common people in the Divine Phoenix City trembled under the terrifying dragon might. This scene was equivalent to the arrival of the apocalypse for them. The shadow of death looming over everyone's hearts, impossible to shake off. Kaka, it's your turn. Jishio's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it clearly reached the ears of Kaka, who was in Chu Li's arms. Kaka sensed Jishio's call, and the little one looked up in confusion, not knowing what was happening. But when it saw its master surrounded by dozens of giant dragons in the sky, it got angry. It stood up and fiercely roared at the dozens of giant dragons in the sky. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. Chapter 128. Young Master Jishio, if you want the Dragon Clan to be loyal to you, I have only one request. That is to marry my Dragon Clan's little princess by Xin. What do you think? Baizhu spoke very seriously. How could the noble Dragon Clan be loyal to a human, unless the human was the son-in-law of their Dragon Clan? Just as he was about to bring out his granddaughter for Jishio to see, he suddenly discovered that Bai Xin was missing. Xinya? Baizhu frowned, and as his eyes turned, he saw that Bai Xin had quietly slipped into the Divine Phoenix imperial capital. And Bai Xin's target was actually Yi Xian, this silly girl, truly causing trouble. Baizhu certainly knew what Bai Xin was trying to do. His granddaughter Bai Xin was very soft-hearted and kind. Now she had quietly entered the Divine Phoenix imperial capital, all for the sake of saving Yi Xian. But he also knew that if Yi Xian did not die, he would not even have the qualification to negotiate with Jishio. If Bai Xin helped Yi Xian escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young Master Jishio, wait for me to catch this rebellious girl back, and then we will discuss in detail, Baizhu said seriously to Jishio. Then he intended to personally go to the Divine Phoenix imperial capital to intercept Bai Xin and Yi Xian. Chapter 129. 9 Heavens Continent, Eastern Region, Holy Sect. Mo Qingxian had just stepped into the sect and headed straight for Peach Blossom Mountain. The disciples of the Holy Sect saw their holy maiden looking so cold and filled with killing intent, and they speculated that something big must have happened. Otherwise, how could the usually calm and unflappable holy maiden be like this? At the peak of Peach Blossom Mountain, peach blossoms were blooming. The holy sun, Mo Lingfeng, held a sharp sword. The sword wind fierce. Cutting through the peach blossoms, he was recultivating and had already seen initial results. At this moment, he felt a familiar aura, and when he turned around, he saw his sister, Mo Qingxian, had arrived at the peak of Peach Blossom Mountain. Sister, you're back. Mo Lingfeng smiled at Mo Qingxian. However, he did not expect that Mo Qingxian directly slapped him without saying a word. Huh! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the sky. Mo Lingfeng was stunned by this slap, thinking what was wrong with his sister. Sister, As soon as you finished speaking, Mo Qingxian coldly slapped Mo Lingfeng's left cheek again. Slap. This slap made Mo Lingfeng see stars, feeling dizzy, and a streak of bright red blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, causing his left cheek to swell up. Chapter 130, Northern Xia Dynasty, Capital City. Ji family military mansion. Mu Hua lay weakly on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, with traces of unshed tears still on her face. Lin Ru saw Mu Hua like this and couldn't help but sigh. She sat by the bed, tightly holding Mu Hua's hand, and softly said, "Mother, the situation with the Ice God Palace is still uncertain. Maybe Palace Master Mu Qiu is still alive." Hearing this, Mu Hua slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she no longer had her previous decisiveness and wisdom. After a long while, she weakly said, "Ru, don't comfort me anymore. The Ice God Palace has been destroyed, and now the whole continent knows. My senior sister is probably not doing well." Sigh. Lin Ru sighed deeply. Mu Hua was right. For a while, she didn't know how to comfort her. Moreover, she felt very upset, whether it was regarding the Ice God Palace or her daughter-in-law Mu Bing's situation. She never expected that the girl, who seemed so pure and proud in her eyes, would commit the brutal act of slaughtering millions of cultivators and ordinary people. If she were to meet Mu Bing now, she wouldn't know how to interact with her. Not to mention, because of Mu Bing, the entire Ji family was now at the center of the storm on the continent. Chapter 131. Ji Xiu, you bastard. You want my dragon clan's 9 elders to be your henchmen, and that's one thing. But you even want my grandfather to take action. He is the grand elder of my dragon clan, not your assassin, and he won't be your tool for killing. Bai Xian looked at Ji Xiu with indignation. She wondered what Ji Xiu thought of her dragon clan. Did he consider them to be mere pawns? So, Ji Xiu looked at Bai Xian with a puzzled expression and said seriously, "What if the dragon clan? What if the grand elder? Your little princess of the dragon clan is already a servant by my side. So what are you being noble about?" You. Bai Xian was momentarily speechless, biting her red lip and whispering, "Ji Xiu, this princess is not your servant right now. Only after 7 days. Ha!" Ji Xiu shook his head and looked at Bai Xian, feeling that this girl was really naive. "Your grandfather left you by my side. Do you think the reason is what? Now, I say you are whatever I want you to be, whether a little princess of the dragon clan or servant. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you must do whatever I say." Chapter 132, Northern Xia Dynasty. At this moment, the vast capital city was shrouded in a terrible haze. Northern Xia Royal Academy. Northern Xia Inspection Institute. 6 ministries of Northern Xia Capital. Northern Xia Imperial Guards. Hulong Montaigne Villa. Town Prison Department. Supreme Court. At this moment, the power institutions controlling the Northern Xia Dynasty were all on high alert. The Northern Xia Emperor, Long Yang, returned strongly from the upper realm with the strongmen of the National Defense Sect, and the words "no death, no rest" were clearly engraved in the hearts of the Northern Xia big shots. Now, they were all waiting for the instructions from the Ji family. Undoubtedly, they now had a mutually dependent relationship with the Ji family. After all, since they stood with Ji Xiu 10 years ago, there was no turning back. If the capital were to be breached, what awaited them would be the disaster of extermination. Ji family military mansion. At this moment, there were many people sitting in the hall, but no one spoke first, and the entire hall was enveloped in an unusually heavy atmosphere. "Yaoer, please say something. What is the situation now?" Lin Ru rubbed her brow and looked at the white-clothed figure sitting in the hall. Hearing this, Gu Yao shook her head and said with a serious expression, Chapter 133, just as Gu Yao was gazing at the starry sky, thinking of Ji Xiu. A playful laughter echoed through the falling maple palace. "Good, Gu Yao. This holy maiden knew that your little maid had long been plotting against your family. But then again, Jibu Xiu, that kid, has always been quite charming." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao remained expressionless, picked up the clear tea on the stone table, took a gentle sip, and replied, "Then what about you, Mu Xianin? What do you and your master Nan Lingwei want to do to my family's young master? What is your master plotting?" As her voice fell, 2 beautiful figures slowly walked out of the night. Mu Xianin, wearing a black long dress imprinted with a bright moon, her hair fluttering in the evening breeze, wore a playful smile on her exquisite and noble face, combining innocence and charm. Luo Yuzhu, in a black cloak, covered her somewhat exaggerated and voluptuous figure. With each step, her long and shapely legs were extremely eye-catching, even raising the temperature of the entire falling maple palace. Yes, not only Shun Jianxin from the Red Robe sect and the second prince of the Qin, Yingling. But today, even Mu Xianyin and Luo Yuzhu have come. Chapter 134. She is so strong. Shun Jianxin stared blankly at Gu Yao, who was single-handedly challenging 30,000 dragon riders on the ice sky, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Let's join in. Yingling's eyes were filled with battle intent. As his voice fell, he led the 4 saint-level experts of the Qin Empire into the battlefield. Ha! Mu Xianyin looked at Gu Yao standing on the sky and chuckled. Indeed, Gu Yao has changed. However, this holy maiden is not bad either. Saying this, she shook her head and transformed into a streak of light, charging towards a saint-level elder of the National Defense Sect. What a hot-tempered person. Luo Yuzhu smiled helplessly, then strolled in the void. Where her beautiful eyes passed, no one dared to meet her gaze, and no one dared to strike at her. She was the first person under the supreme Nan Lingyue, possessing a legendary realm cultivation. Nan Lingyue's instruction to her was to protect Mu Xianyin's safety, and for the rest, she could decide for herself. Now, her combat perception had reached its peak as she remained vigilant against the Northern Xia Emperor's actions. It must be noted that the Northern Xia Emperor's cultivation was likely not weaker than hers, and perhaps even higher. Boom, boom, boom. In front of the capital city, 3 battlefields. On the ice sky, Gu Yao was single-handedly challenging 30,000 dragon riders. Chapter 135. Yes. Father Emperor. Long Yang gently nodded to Long Qian. After speaking, he coldly scanned the 3 battlefields and then let out a breath of foul air, intending to turn and leave the mountaintop. Wait. Yin Fei suddenly called out to Long Yang. Your Highness, do you have any further orders? Long Yang asked with some confusion. Nothing. I am very interested in Ji Xiu's little maid. I didn't expect her to be even stronger than her brother, who possesses the supreme bone. So Gu Yao, I want her. Do you understand? Yin Fei said with a smile as she looked at Long Yang. Understood. Long Yang nodded, then transformed into a beam of divine light, charging into the battlefield like a blood-red sword. In front of the Kyoto battlefield, Old Wei, transformed into a storm of bloodlight, left corpses everywhere in his wake. Gu Jian and the others, with an invincible killing formation, acted like a meat grinder, unstoppable. Yingling went mad with killing, his black hair stained with blood like silk. Shun Jianxin single-handedly killed over a dozen monarchs and thousands of national defense warriors, her golden ghost mask becoming a figure feared by all on the battlefield. Chapter 136. It's him. He has returned. On the mountaintop, Yin Fei looked at the group of dragons coming from the horizon and the man leading them towards Kyoto, and her expression darkened. He is the legendary North Xia prince, Ji Xiu. The old eyes of the supreme Emperor Long Qian from North Xia flashed with cold light. Damn it! Yin Fei's expression hardened as she muttered under her breath. She knew that if Ji Xiu were aware of the troubles in Kyoto, he would definitely rush back. However, she did not expect him to come back with the Dragon Clan. Moreover, not just a single giant dragon, but even the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan and the big shot Bai Zhu. This kid is now even more troublesome than that girl Mu Bing. It's so annoying. Yin Fei clenched her jade fist tightly, feeling very displeased. With the Dragon Clan's arrival, her plan against Ji Xiu was likely to fall through. Forget it. I'll find another opportunity. Yin Fei shook her head, calming the unwillingness in her heart, and she had already begun to consider retreating. With her thoughts settled, she turned to Long Qian and asked, So, are you planning to return to the upper realm, or stay with me in the lower realm and wait for an opportunity? Chapter 137. Just as Feng Huang and Gu Yao confronted each other, Ji Xiu's gaze had already firmly locked onto the tall figure shrouded in black mist under the moonlight. The Supreme Emperor of the National Defense Sect, Long Yang. Ji Xiu spoke coldly. When Nan Lingyue had informed him that the National Defense Sect was empty, he had suspected that its strong members had likely gone to the upper realm to cultivate, and the one helping them establish a foothold in the upper realm was Yin Fei. Now that the strong from the National Defense Sect had all returned, it was probably at Yin Fei's command. At this moment, he only hoped that Yin Fei would not fall into his hands. Otherwise, he would definitely make that woman understand what cruelty is. Ji Xiu, you finally appeared. A gloomy voice echoed from behind the black mist. 2 pairs of eyes pierced through the void, looking toward Ji Xiu with mockery. A monarch's body, slaying the holy rank, successfully slaughtering dragons at the holy rank. Xiu, you become quite famous lately. Hearing this, Ji Xiu's expression remained unchanged as he coldly gazed at Long Yang. who was hiding in the black mist, activating his all-seeing eye. Name: Longyang. Cultivation: Legendary Level 3. Combat Power: Legendary Level 3. Destiny Essence Potential: 20,000. After glancing at Long Yang's information, Ji Xiao gave a cold smile. Chapter 138. Shut up. Feng Huang retorted fiercely against the voice in her mind. What's wrong? Is the esteemed princess feeling nervous? Upon hearing this, Feng Huang bit her silver teeth and huffed. You're overthinking it. I've seen many grand occasions. How could I be nervous? After saying that, Feng Huang stepped forward and took Ji Xiao's hand, speaking nonchalantly. Let's go. I'm ready. Really? Ji Xiao looked at Feng Huang with some doubt, and then smiled helplessly. If Feng Huang was really ready, she wouldn't be sweating so much. However, it was the first time he had seen Feng Huang so tense. Well, he had to admit that Feng Huang had a unique charm at this moment. Let's go. Feng Huang, unable to look Ji Xiao in the eye, urged again. All right. Ji Xiao nodded and led everyone toward the Xian Pavilion. At the Ji family military mansion, in the Xian Pavilion, the elders of the Ji family had already prepared a feast, waiting for Ji Xiao and the others to return. Lin Ru, Mu Hua, Ji Nu, and Ji Xiao, although they had been prepared, couldn't help but gasp in awe at the big shots behind Ji Xiao. Besides the previously seen Scarlet Garment Holy Maiden Shun Jinxin and the second prince of the Qin, Ing Su. Chapter 139. Outside the Xian Pavilion, the bright moon hung high. The cool moonlight and the mildly tipsy evening breeze dispersed much of the heat in the air. Ji Xiao and his grandmother Mu Hua stood side by side outside the palace gate, gazing at the dazzling stars in the sky. Xiue, tell me, where is Binger? Mu Hua softly asked Xiu. She has returned to the Ice God Palace. Ji Xiao replied softly, lowering his eyes. According to the timeline, Mu Bing should have already returned to the Ice God Palace. Moreover, she should have seen the ruins of the Ice God Palace by now. The Ice God Palace has been destroyed. Do you know? Mu Hua asked again. I know. Xiu nodded. Upon hearing this, Mu Hua fell silent for a long time, then sighed with a complex and worried tone. Alas. What do you think Binger will do in the future? Ji Xiao was somewhat at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to his grandmother. Xiao, can you save her? Or can you find someone to save her? Mu Hua looked at Ji Xiao with piercing eyes. This matter, no one can save her. Neither I nor Nam Lingwei. The only one who can save her is herself. Chapter 140. Junior Sister. The master of the Ice God Palace looked at Mu Bing, her eyes trembling violently. At this moment, the aura emanating from Mu Bing was cold to the extreme, with red light in her left eye, black light in her right eye, and deep within her pupils was a thick blood color. This terrifying appearance of Mu Bing was something she had never seen before. All along, Mu Bing had represented divinity in her eyes, the future hope of the Ice God Palace. However, now Mu Bing seems truly terrifying, like a real demon god. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and, despite the blood continuously spilling from her mouth, she asked recklessly, Sister, is it true that you slaughtered 1,000,000 in the Great Qin Empire? It's true. Mu Bing slightly lowered her eyes, not denying it. Although she had fallen into Ji Xiao's trick at that time, it no longer mattered, because she had indeed done it. So she couldn't deny this point. Sigh. The master of the Ice God Palace sighed deeply, feeling a bit choked up for a moment. After a long while, she shook her head and gently reached out to stroke Mu Bing's stunningly beautiful cheek, weakly saying, Sister, take care of yourself. The road ahead, you have to walk it yourself. Chapter 141. Miss? What do you want to do? Miss Shui and Miss Yu looked at Chu Li's smile, knowing that something was about to happen. The last chance. Poisoning Chu Chun. Chu Li secretly transmitted her thoughts to the two ladies. What? Both Miss Shui and Miss Yu were momentarily stunned. Chu Li's plan was something they didn't even know about. Tonight, if unsuccessful, then perish. Chu Li took a deep breath. She had always had a trump card in her possession, one she had never revealed, not even to Ji Xiao. This trump card was the first extraordinary poison of the 9 heavens, soul-eating poison. She had long known that the big shots in Shiyu City, including her father, would never choose her as the next city lord. Therefore, she had always had 2 plans. The first was to silently assassinate Chu Chun. Now, the first plan was no longer feasible. So, she had to choose the second, most dangerous plan, to take action herself and poison Chu Chun. 3 days later, the grand ceremony of Shiyu would commence. Therefore, tonight's celebration banquet was her only opportunity. Miss, this is too dangerous. If you take action yourself, even if you succeed. The Nangong family will not let you go. Chapter 142. The first extraordinary poison of the nine heavens. Soul-eating poison. A group of young big shots from the upper realm stood up and retreated, as the soul-eating poison was terrifying. Any cultivator caught under its influence would surely die. Their lives were precious, and they did not want to be tainted by even a trace of the soul-eating poison. If they were tainted even slightly, not even the big shots from the upper realm behind them could save them. At this moment, they looked at Chu Li with wary eyes. Clearly, no one expected that Chu Li would dare to poison her elder brother, the future city lord of Shuiyue, Chu Chun, in Shuiyue City. This woman is a bit ruthless. The Holy Maiden of the Moon Palace, Lu Lingsha, looked at Chu Li with piercing eyes. Killing her own elder brother at her family's doorstep was something even she could not do. Vicious, truly vicious. Sangu's voice suddenly turned cold. As the heir of the Church of Justice, he believed that fratricide was against the natural order. Chu brother, I fear there is no hope. TSK, TSK, TSK. The son of the Eternal Night Imperial Clan, Yi Ming, smacked his lips, looking delighted and enjoying the spectacle. Huh, the soul-eating poison. This woman has some tricks. This prince seems to like her even more now. Chapter 143. Shuiyue City, the Heavenly Prison. Chu Li sat in the dark prison cell. A beam of moonlight fell through a small square window, illuminating her cold and stunning face, revealing a few traces of weariness. At this moment, she was devoid of the madness and sickness she had displayed outside the Radiant Sun Palace, leaving only deep fatigue and weariness. Mother, Lear has already killed Chu Chun. If you were here to see Nangong Qin's pained expression, you would surely be proud of Lear. Mother, not long ago I met someone. He is the most stunning person I have ever seen. Lear really likes him. If only I could see him again. Chu Li gazed at the moonlight outside the window, murmuring to herself as if in a dream. At this moment, trapped in the heavenly prison, her mind only lingered on two people. One was her deceased mother, and the other was Ji Xiu. She wanted to see Ji Xiu again, but was also afraid to see him, because she did not want to drag Ji Xiu down with her, nor did she want Ji Xiu to see her in such a destitute state. All along, in front of Ji Xiu, she had maintained a composed and unflappable demeanor. She did not want him to look down on her. Just then, a tall figure appeared in front of the dim prison cell. Chapter 144. Ji Family Military Mansion, Xian Pavilion. What? You want to go to Shuiyue City? Linru looked at Ji Xiu with a tone of surprise. Yes, mother. Yixiu Kamni nodded. Sigh. Don't tell me it's because of Chu Li. Linru sighed. The matter of the city lord's daughter, Chu Li, poisoning the young city lord, Chu Chun, had already caused a stir across the continent. Now, Ji Xiu wanted to go to Shuiyue City undoubtedly meant it was for Chu Li. Hee. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled and did not explain too much to Linru. However, Chu Li was indeed one of the main reasons he was going to Shuiyue City. Aren't you afraid that the Grand Princess will be jealous? Or is the Grand Princess going to Shuiyue City with you? Linru asked again. All along, she viewed Chu Li as a bad woman. Although Chu Li was the daughter of the city lord of Shuiyue, she still did not want her son to have too much contact with Chu Li. However, it seemed that her worries had come true. Her precious son had a complex relationship with that bad woman. And I won't be going with Ji Xiu this time. Chapter 145. Feng Wang has left, returning to the Shan Huang Empire to complete the last step of the Heavenly Phoenix inheritance unique to her. Ji Xiu knew that once she completed the inheritance, she would become the first female emperor of the Shan Huang Empire, and at that time, she would hold power over the world. What? Can't bear to part with her? Ning Xian stood beside Ji Xiu with her hands behind her back, playfully asking. Recently, it seems I haven't seen you much. Ji Xiu turned to look at Ning Xian. Yes, recently, I've been with Gu Yao. I have to say, these years, her help in managing the military intelligence division has wasted her great talent for cultivation. Ning Tia noted Manning Shuli. Gu Yao's talent and comprehension are the strongest she has ever seen. These days, she has taught Gu Yao quite a bit of profound skills, indulging her desire to be a mentor again. Thank you. Ji Xiu smiled. After Gu Yao's bloodline awakened, he naturally wouldn't let her manage the military intelligence division anymore. In the future, he will keep Gu Yao by his side. He will take full responsibility for Gu Yao's future. No need. I only hope that in the future, you can lend me a helping hand. Ning Xian looked at Ji Xiu seriously. Since the Zhou Garden, she had been following Ji Xiu, hoping that he could save her Ning family from peril. Chapter 146. Tear apart, the Ji family Xian Zhou tore through the void and slowly descended into Shuyue City. The magnificent Xian Zhou attracted the attention of many powerhouses from the Nine Heavens continent in front of Shuyue City. As Ji Xiao and Gu Yao stepped out of the Xian Zhou, countless strong individuals gasped. This is the legendary North Summer heir, Ji Xiao. Yes, I have seen the true form of the heir Ji Xiao in the Divine Phoenix Empire and witnessed the grand scene of him slaying dragons beneath that massive mushroom cloud. I never expected he would come to Shuyue City. Wait, is the heir Ji Xiao here to attend the Shuyue Grand Ceremony? Probably not. I've heard that the heir Ji Xiao has a close relationship with a young lady of Shuyue City. He is likely here to stir trouble. Brother, you're overthinking it. Shuyue City is not like the Divine Phoenix Empire, and even Ji Xiao cannot do as he pleases here. It's possible. The heir Ji Xiao does whatever he wants. If he is really backing Chu Li, it's not impossible. TSK. If that's the case, Shuyue City is going to be in chaos. Ji Xiao ignored the surrounding noisy voices and brought Gu Yao, Ning Xian, Gu Jian by Exine, and the others to the Grand Shuyue City Tower. Chapter 147. Meanwhile, in front of Shuyue City, Miss Shui and Miss Yu were preparing to lead Ji Xiao and his group into Shuyue City. Clang! A beam of divine light tore through the void and flew from within Shuyue City. The newcomer, dressed in black, with silver hair and a face full of wrinkles, exuded a chilling aura. The Sword Dynasty. Sword Puppet. Miss Yu's expression suddenly changed upon seeing the newcomer. She had a deep impression of this elder, who had always followed Yi Changsheng. Chu Li had once told her that the sword puppet was one of Yi Changsheng's guardians. With unfathomable cultivation. Who? Miss Yu took a deep breath and quietly asked, Senior, what brings you here? Hearing this, the sword puppet ignored Miss Yu, walked slowly to Ji Xiao, and fixed his gaze on Gu Yao, saying, Miss Gu Yao, my lord invites you to his palace tonight for a discussion. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere became tense. The onlooking powerhouses from the Nine Heavens continent scoffed. Yi Changsheng's notorious reputation was well known. It was clear he had taken a liking to Gu Yao, prompting the sword puppet to come in person. As bystanders, they couldn't bear to watch any longer. They had seen bullies, but never such blatant bullying. Chapter 148. The moon hung high, and beams of moonlight poured into Shuyue City, as if draping this immortal city in a layer of pure silver gauze. In the Shuyue Palace, within Fengwu Palace, Yi Changsheng paced back and forth, a handsome face filled with anxiety and impatience. It's already this late. Senior, why haven't your people returned? Did they succeed? Nan Gongqin chuckled lightly in response. Your Highness, rest assured, this time, I had the two elders of my Nan Gong family personally take action. To tell you the truth, no one guarding the Shuyue dungeon can stop them. Is that so? That's great. Yi Changsheng grimaced as he raised his wine cup and gulped down a mouthful of clear wine. The hot liquid slid down his throat, igniting a fiery sensation that made his eyes slightly redden. Tonight, he'd been waiting for a long time. He was eager to test the power of Chu Li's celestial spirit body. Perhaps after tonight, he could break through to the sacred rank and reach the legendary realm. Don't worry, good things come to those who wait. After your Highness finishes tonight, I will make that woman, Chu Li, taste the tortures of the Nine Heavens. Wishing she were dead. Chapter 149. Yi Xiu. I warn you, don't act recklessly. I'm the third miss of the Nan Gong family. I'm also the mistress of Shuyue City. If you dare to have any ill intentions towards me here, I will not let you go even in death. Nan Gongqin's beautiful face was filled with fear. A whiff of floral fragrance entered her nose, momentarily leaving her somewhat dazed. You're overthinking it. I have no interest in you. Ji Xiao laughed at this, finding it somewhat amusing. He could not understand where Nan Gongqin's confidence came from, thinking that he would have any interest in her withered beauty. However, Ji Xiao shifted his tone and said with interest, although I have no interest in you. Perhaps the prince might be interested in you. Yi Xiu, don't speak nonsense. Yi Changsheng scolded angrily. Although he had indeed had thoughts about the mature and graceful Nan Gongqin, he knew some things were not to be done. Once done, even the Sword Dynasty might not be able to protect him. Therefore, he could only think about it, and now in front of Ji Xiao, it was even more impossible to admit. Chapter 150. That night, in Shuyue City, Fengwu Palace, passion surged and springtime radiated, with heavy breathing and soft moans rising and falling. In the Tian character room of Chuanxiang Tower, a headless corpse lay in a pool of blood, unnoticed before the bed. In the dungeon, Chu Li sat cross-legged in the dim cell, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes gently trembling, as if quietly waiting for the outcome to arrive the next day. Moonlight streamed in from the window, illuminating her stunningly beautiful face, making her look particularly pale and haggard. At this moment, a tall figure appeared outside the cell. Chu Li sensed it and opened her beautiful eyes. "Father, is there something you need?" Chu Li asked calmly, looking at the visitor. "Tomorrow is the Shuiyue grand ceremony. Lia, have you made your choice?" Chu Tsangxuan acted on why, with his hand behind his back. "I have said, even if I die, I will not marry Yi Changsheng. As for Nan Gongqin, if she wants to take revenge, I am always ready." Chu Li said without joy or sorrow. "Lia, is your unwillingness to marry Yi Changsheng because of the North Summer heir, Ji Xiu?" Chu Tsangxuan frowned and asked. Upon hearing Ji Xiu's name, Chu Li's expression froze, and a hint of confusion passed through her beautiful eyes. Chapter 151. The Shuiyue Grand Ceremony officially begins. Rumble. Tens of thousands of fireworks exploded in the sky. The brilliant lights instantly transformed the sky into a colorful spectacle. The powerful figures in the palace looked on with smiles in their eyes at this scene. Soon after, beautiful maidens entered, distributing a longevity pill to everyone present. It is known that one longevity pill can extend life by 20 years, truly a priceless treasure. This is considered a welcoming gift from Snow Moon City. Longevity pills. Please accept them graciously, Chu Tsangxuan said with a grand smile. Lord City Master, you are too courteous. The powerful figures from the Nine Heavens continent all clasped their hands in gratitude towards Chu Tsangxuan. Everyone present received a longevity pill. It seems that only Snow Moon City possesses such heritage and generosity in the entire Nine Heavens continent. Hee. Chu Tsangxuan chuckled and then waved his hand, saying, "Bring them up." As the words fell, an old man appeared, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful figure, slowly walking up to the palace. Today, at the Snow Moon Grand Ceremony, I have two announcements to make. The first is about my daughter, Chu Li. A few days ago, Chu Li killed the future city master of Snow Moon City, her elder brother Chu Chun. Chapter 152. Ji Xiu's extremely arrogant voice echoed through the Snow Moon Palace. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. The blood splatter from Chu Fan's severed head was horrifying to behold, sending chills down their spines. Ji Xiu not only killed Chu Fan, but also threw his head at Chu Tsangxuan's feet. Has this guy gone mad? The Moon Palace Saintess, Lu Lingsha, widened her beautiful eyes in shock as she gazed at the tall figure in front of the Snow Moon Palace, her heart racing. She did not understand where Ji Xiu got the courage to provoke the city master, Chu Tsangxuan, like this. Mad. He is indeed mad. She had heard he had a 5-elements holy dragon as a pet, thus protected by the Dragon Clan. But this is not Panlong Island. It is Snow Moon City. Even the Dragon Clan may not be able to protect him. The young master of the Eternal Night Clan, Yi Ming, shook his head. The foundation of Snow Moon City is stronger than that of the Dragon Clan. He did not believe the Dragon Clan could protect Ji Xiu. What is his confidence based on? The inheritor of the Logic Church, Sang Gu, furrowed his brow, feeling that something was off. Yixiu, you're going too far, Chu Tsangxuan angrily rebuked, his sharp eyes locking onto Ji Xiu. Chapter 153. Chu Tsangxuan looked at the tearful Nan Gongqin before him. His blood surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Husband, city master, sword immortal. Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock, their eyes trembling as they looked at Chu Tsangxuan. This figure, at the peak of the divine hidden realm, standing at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens continent, was actually forced to vomit blood in such a way. Wretched maid, let go. Chu Tsangxuan violently shook off Nan Gongqin's hand that was supporting him. He looked at her with eyes as fierce as a beast, filled with a terrifying ferocity. Husband, Nan Gongqin called out weakly, her face pale. She had never seen Chu Tsangxuan like this. Shut up. I'm not your husband. Your husband is the prince of the Sword Dynasty, Yi Changsheng. Chu Tsangxuan glared at Nan Gongqin fiercely, pointing at Yi Changsheng, who was already scared and collapsed on the ground. Husband, let me explain. Nan Gongqin bit her red lips, wanting to defend herself. But before she could speak, she felt a blur in front of her eyes, followed by a ringing in her ears. Slap. Chapter 154. Good. Good, Ji Xiu. Even when facing death, you still speak defiantly. Today I, Imo-Chin-Sien, in the name of the holy sect, will settle accounts with you. Imo-Chin-Sien coldly looked at Ji-Xiao, her beautiful eyes shining fiercely. Devil cultivators must be exterminated. All the heroes of the 9 heavens gathered in Snow Moon City were present. Ji-Xiao had nowhere to retreat. She did not understand where Ji-Xiao got the courage to speak such arrogant words to her. Well said. Under the 9 heavens, divine light shines. Devil cultivators should all be wiped out. Sang-Gu from the Logic Church walked out with a cold expression, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at Ji-Xiao. It seemed that the Logic Church's deep-seated enmity against devil cultivators had taken root in his bones. He truly is a devil cultivator. If that's the case, what a pity. Lu Lingsha shook her head, sighing slightly in her heart as she stood beside Sang-Gu. Yes, what a pity. Yi Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he stepped forward to stand against Ji-Xiao. In fact, other than Sang-Gu from the Logic Church, whether Ji-Xiao was a devil cultivator had no relevance to the Moon Palace and the Eternal Night Clan. Chapter 155, Rumble. The sword light fell, and the Snow Moon Palace was instantly torn in half by the sword light, with the sword mark resembling an abyss stretching across the center of the palace. Hideous and terrifying. Clang, 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 clang. Countless figures in the palace stood tall like auroras. They looked at the figure holding the imperial sword, standing in the shadows. As if a piece of the night had come, and Mu Bing's expression changed dramatically. Mad woman. This woman is a mad woman. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Chu Tsangxuan, looked at Mu Bing in shock. Snow Moon City has stood for thousands of years, and no one has ever dared to be so reckless in Snow Moon City. Even the Snow Moon Palace dares to be destroyed with a single sword. Just as the words fell, Mu Bing's beautiful eyes locked onto Sang-Gu, Lu Lingsha, and Yi Ming. These three, hailing from the upper realm, were the ones who had jointly destroyed the Ice God Palace. Clang! Mu Bing's delicate figure swayed and instantly appeared before Sang-Gu. Devil woman, do not be reckless. A middle-aged man in a divine robe suddenly blocked Lu Lingsha's path. His brow furrowed. She was Sang-Gu's protector, having reached the high-level legendary realm. A shocking sword light swept past. Sang-Gu's protector was instantly torn into countless pieces, blood raining down. Chapter 156. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the transformation into Freedom Experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating transformation into Freedom. Ding. Remaining time on Experience card, 24 hours. Hearing the system prompts in his ears, Ji-Xiao raised an eyebrow and slowly spoke. One day. That's enough. As the words fell, clang, 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 millions of droplets of light rain drifted down, landing on Ji-Xiao's shoulders, between his brows, and in his hair, before slowly dissipating. At that moment, before Ji-Xiao, a long river of light rain unexpectedly appeared. He knew that this river was a fragment of the River of Time, and perhaps because he was opening the transformation into Freedom technique for the first time, he was fortunate enough to witness it. Above the River of Time, countless unparalleled figures from the myriad realms swept by. Ji-Xiao observed carefully. Among them was the Heavenly Emperor with the Mother Chi cauldron of all things hovering above his head, the ethereal Empress in white, and a man with his back to the world, without beginning or end. Unfortunately, he did not see the one who had once ruled the ages with an iron fist. Worth mentioning is that at a very near future time point, Ji-Xiao saw a tall, familiar figure. That person turned back, and they immediately exchanged smiles filled with mutual understanding in each other's eyes. Chapter 157. Just as the 9 heavens and 3 realms were shaken by the power of his transformation into Freedom technique. In the lower realm of the 9 heavens, Snow Moon City, everyone felt the insane surge of power within Ji-Xiao's body, causing their faces to twitch. Legendary Stage 1. Legendary Stage 2. Legendary Stage 3. Legendary Stage 7. Legendary Stage 8. Legendary Stage 9. Divine Concealment Stage 1. Divine Concealment Stage 6. When Ji-Xiao's cultivation reached Divine Concealment Stage 6, it finally came to a halt. 2 major realms raised in just 1 minute. Even looking across the entire 9 heavens and 3 realms, there was no technique that could achieve this. In fact, there was no record of anything like this in the ancient history of the 9 heavens. Because such a thing was fundamentally against the heavenly way, against the laws of the world. It was impossible. Yet now, it was happening right before their eyes. And at this moment, all the cultivators and powerful beings in Snow Moon City were unable to contain themselves. This could no longer be described as a prodigy. Even at this moment, Snow Moon Sword Immortal Chu Tsangxuan and Mu Bing were shocked. How could this guy be so abnormal? Chu Tsangxuan took a deep breath. Chapter 158. New Debts and Old Debts? He. What exactly is your highness the young master talking about? Why can't I understand a word? The beautiful Yin Fei blinked her eyes and looked at Ji Xiu, who stood like a deity in the sky, with a light smile. Below her was the recently deceased supreme guard of the divine realm, Li Tian. But she didn't care at all, as if the dead was merely a stranger she had never known. Northern Summer Imperial Palace, Gu Jian digging bones. On the day of the grand wedding. A night raid on the falling Maple Palace. Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, you are the one behind Ing Su. In front of the capital city, the strong from the National Protection Sect are attacking, and your shadow still lingers behind. Each and every one of these matters. Which one ISN team manipulated by you behind the scenes? Now, what exactly are you pretending to be? Miss Yin Fei, don't you find this ridiculous? Ji Xiu looked at Yin Fei with a cold smile and mocked her. Hey. Upon hearing this, a playful smile emerged on Yin Fei's beautiful face. As expected of Ji Xiu, the young master, you understand me so well. However, after so much, hasn't your highness the young master fallen in love with me yet? You must know that I have always been sincere towards you. Chapter 159. Sister, be careful. Gu Jian's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Mu Bing, who was approaching them with the sword in hand. He tightened his grip on the shark-toothed sword. Mu Bing, Yixius nominal wife. However, she was a ruthless killer and now recognized as the great demon of the nine heavens. Moreover, with his sister Gu Yao being so close to the young master, it was possible that Mu Bing might do something. If Mu Bing, unrequited in her love for the young master, turned her anger towards his sister, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh, the little Kakaon by Xian's shoulder let out a small whimper. In front of Mu Bing, the usually unruly little guy calmed down significantly. What does she want to do? Could it be that she wants to attack Miss Gu Yao? Miss Yu swallowed hard. I would be surprised by anything this woman does. Snow Girl instinctively took 3 steps back. Shut up. Truly glared at the 2 ladies from Snow Moon. At this moment, Mu Bing had already walked up to Gu Yao, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, Gu Yao faced Mu Bing with no tension at all, but rather felt incredibly relaxed. Miss Mu Bing. Chapter 160. This woman has gone mad. With this thought, Ji Xiu instinctively wanted to pull out the Grand Luo sword embryo that was deeply embedded in Yin Fei's heart. But Yin Fei's delicate hand was tightly gripping Ji Xiu's wrist, not allowing him to withdraw the Grand Luo sword embryo. Let go. Ji Xiu frowned and shouted coldly. To be honest, he really didn't understand what Yin Fei was thinking. I want to let go. Yin Fei's beautiful face was pale, her voice weak, but inexplicably determined. You're crazy. Ji Xiu took a deep breath. He had seen people seeking death, but he had never seen someone as self-destructive and pathological as Yin Fei. Is my blood sweet? The light of life in Yin Fei's beautiful eyes was slowly dimming, but the smile on her delicate face grew even more radiant, and the blood on her red lips appeared more enchanting. Hearing this, Ji Xiu's expression suddenly froze. Just now, Yin Fei kissed him, and her blood entered his mouth. Yin Fei's blood was indeed extraordinarily fragrant and sweet, and it seemed to contain extremely pure demonic power, along with a mysterious and inexplicable force. Could it be that the blood is poisoned? Or is there a curse in the blood? Chapter 161. Rumbling. Today, the divine realm was filled with thunder and lightning, and heavy rain poured down. In the Oracle Palace, after Yin Fei had dinner, she followed the young woman toward a wooden house in a bamboo forest behind the Oracle Palace. Auntie, where are we going? Yin Fei held the young woman's hand and blinked her big eyes, softly asking. Upon hearing this, the young woman glanced at Yin Fei and replied with a warm smile. I'm taking you to find your sister. Good. Yin Fei nodded vigorously. For some reason, she hadn't seen Yin Yu all day today, and she missed her sister very much. Soon, Yin Fei followed the young woman through a bamboo forest and arrived at a wooden house. The wooden house was very simple, with only a table and a wooden bed. On the wooden bed lay Yun Yu, who seemed to be in a deep sleep. Notably, Mysterious runes were carved all over Yun's body, glowing with a scarlet and enchanting light. "Auntie, sister seems to be asleep," Yun Fei whispered, not knowing what these runes were. "Now," the young woman squinted her beautiful eyes and murmured to herself. After saying that, she released the hand she was holding with Yun Fei, directly grabbing Yun Fei's golden long hair and pressing her down onto the wooden bed. Chapter 162. Ethereal laughter echoed continuously in the falling Maple Palace. Under the cold moonlight, Jishio raised his wrist to look at the pure world lotus, which had turned a blood-drenched golden color and remained silent for a long time. At this moment, he could sense the unusually surging reverse power and the rich, vibrant life force within the pure world lotus. As expected of her, did she finally get what she wished for? Jishio smiled and shook his head. Yin Fei has fallen? This is certain. However, not completely, because he believes that one day in the future, that ruthless woman with deep schemes will reappear in the 9 heavens. Only by that time, she will no longer be the Yin Fei who navigates between the divine realm and the demonic domain with finesse. She will revert to the pure girl, Yin Fei, that she has always hoped for and pursued. Moreover, Yin Fei's life force helped him activate the mysterious power in the pure world lotus that he had been unable to unlock before. This mysterious power possesses the might of reversing the world. Perhaps one day, both Yun Fei and the reverse power within the pure world lotus can be used for his benefit. Thinking of this, Jishio couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling a sense of pleasant anticipation in his heart. Chapter 163. Meeting His Highness the Young Master. Gu Jian saw Jishio respectfully bowing. "Owu!" Kaka on by Xian's shoulder excitedly shouted, then flew to Jishio's shoulder and affectionately rubbed its fluffy little head against Jishio's cheek. Jishio also gently stroked Kaka's soft little head, and the little guy enjoyed it, rolling around a couple of times, then pointed at its round belly to tell Jishio that it was hungry. Jishio smiled helplessly, then took by Xian and Kaka to eat. "I'm really in your debt." Bai Xian shot Jishio a fierce glance, then led Kaka towards the palace. Nowadays, the entire Snow Moon City is under the control of Chu Li, so naturally, Kaka can eat whatever it wants. "What happened to Yin Fei?" Ning Xian asked softly as she approached. "There is no longer a Yin Fei in this world," Yixiu responded briefly. "As expected of you," Ning Tia noted, knowing that this time Yin Fei couldn't escape. "Demon Lord." Mo Qingxian looked at Jishio with anger in her beautiful eyes and scolded him in a low voice. Tonight, Jishio killed all those who opposed him, and the powerful beings from the upper realm all perished in Snow Moon City. Even she had fallen into Jishio's hands, and she didn't know who in the entire 9 heavens continent could stop him. Chapter 164. Ding. System prompt. The experience time for the transformation into freedom technique has ended. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for devouring 30 of the life essence of a hidden god realm strongman, and your cultivation has advanced. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for devouring 30 of the life essence of an 8 realm strongman, and your cultivation has advanced. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the baptism of the heavenly spirit essence, and your cultivation has advanced. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for reaching the legendary 4 realms in cultivation. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for the progress of the pure world demon flame, reaching 60. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for the immortal demon technique, reaching the 6th layer, actively unlocking the forbidden secret technique, slashing the heavenly path. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for reaching 300,000 in heavenly fate essence. Listening to a series of system prompts in his ears, Jishio slowly opened his eyes and took a long breath. From the Saint Realm's 6th level to the legendary 4th level in just one night, it was accomplished. Not only that, but the progress of the pure world demon flame also received a significant boost. He didn't know if it was because of the activation of the pure world lotus. Most importantly, the immortal demon technique reached the 6th layer, which meant that his combat power had been comprehensively improved, and the demonic power within his body had undergone a transformation, especially since he had unlocked the secret technique of the demon technique, slashing the heavenly path. Chapter 165. A New World Tree Seed. Ji Xiao stared blankly at the green seed in Chu Li's palm. He had thought that Chu Li might give him a longevity pill or a Bodhi fruit or something. But he never expected that Chu Li would actually gift him a new world tree seed. A world tree seed nurtures infinite hope and an entire world. This also means that in the future, he could have an extraordinary world like the one before him. What? Don't you want it? Chu Li looked at Ji Xiao with amusement. Chu Li, are you confessing to me? Ji Xiao looked at Chu Li with a playful expression. He wasn't a wooden block. He certainly knew what this action of Chu Li meant. A new world tree seed is a new world. It also signifies that Chu Li is entrusting her future world to him. Kind of. Chu Li stared blankly at Ji Xiao with her beautiful eyes, not denying it. Today, she met Chu Tsongxuan, who handed her this world tree seed, formally entrusting the future of Snow Moon City to her. Now, she is giving this seed to Ji Xiao, which also means she is entrusting her future to him. Chapter 166. Ji Xiao, what do you want to do? Mo Qingxian looked at Ji Xiao with trembling, beautiful eyes. An extremely bad premonition surged from the depths of her soul, and a chilling sensation ran up her spine to her forehead. I said, this young master wants the slaying immortal sword array diagram. If you don't give it, this young master will just have to take it himself. Ji Xiao calmly responded, looking at Mo Qingxian's cold and stunning face with dark eyes. The slaying immortal sword array diagram is a sacred object that he must seize in his plan. Mo Qingxian must give it to him, whether she wants to or not. Ji Xiao would not let you go. Mo Qingxian bit her flower-like lips tightly, her face showing stubbornness, clearly ready to endure whatever torment this guy in front of her would inflict. Is that so? Ji Xiao's lips curled into a cold arc, and a sudden chill flashed in his clear eyes. Rip! The torn seal whip suddenly struck Mo Qingxian's back, tearing through the air. Poochie! White fabric fragments flew, and a ghastly blood mark appeared on Mo Qingxian's smooth jade back. Mo Qingxian frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. It hurt a bit, but it was completely bearable for her. At this moment, she coldly looked at Ji Xiao with disdain. Chapter 167. The Supreme Heavenly Saintess, Nan Lingyue. Listening to Chu Li's words, the faces of everyone present changed dramatically. Gu Yao had never met Nan Lingyue, but she knew that the woman had quite a few feelings for her family's young master. Over the years, as she managed the military intelligence department, she increasingly felt that Nan Lingyue was incredibly terrifying. What kind of person was she? How could she establish a super demonic sect in just a decade and remain unyielding under the watchful eyes of the righteous bigwigs of the Nine Heavens continent? In fact, she had surpassed them entirely. Even the upper realm of the Nine Heavens couldn't do anything about her. Sister, there are rumors on the continent that Nan Lingyue has feelings for our young master. Could it be that she wants the young master to marry her? Gu Jian asked with a frown. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Gu Yao shook her head. From what she knew about Nan Lingyue, she was not a woman troubled by love. Indeed, this woman likely had other intentions towards Ji Xiao. Chu Li also agreed with Gu Yao's words. As the conversation ended, the doors of the Haoyue Palace swung open. Ji Xiao slowly walked out of the palace. Young master. Gu Yao and Gu Jian both slightly bowed to Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao, she is coming. Chapter 168. After Ji Xiao left Haoyue City, he traversed almost the entire Nine Heavens continent in less than a day and arrived at Tianma Mountain. Ji Xiao gazed at the endless black mountain range before him and the vast snowfield behind it, feeling a bit emotional. A year's time. It felt like a lifetime. Ji Xiao let out a long breath. A year ago, he had rampaged through Tianma Mountain, and a year later, he was back here, with many people and things behind him having changed beyond recognition. This time, his destination was not the Divine Wood Forest or Zhou Garden, but the sect called Wushang Tian, which stood atop the peak of Tianma Mountain. Nan Lingyue. Ji Xiao murmured the name of that woman. As his thoughts turned, he began to slowly recall memories. In the novel, there was little said about Nan Lingyue, and even less about her ending. She came from Tianma Mountain. She was from the forbidden area of the Nine Heavens. She was extraordinarily talented and cold-hearted. It was precisely because of this that she would become the greatest villain in the Nine Heavens world, aside from herself. Brief and scant information flashed through his mind. At this moment, Ji Xiao already had two rough guesses about Nan Lingyue in his heart. Chapter 169. Ji Xiao, do you know why I called you to Wushang Tian? Nan Lingyue smiled lightly as she looked at Ji Xiao. To repay a debt. Ji Xiu slowly uttered 2 words. After saying this, he had already noticed the enormous alchemy furnace in the center of the heavenly palace, which resembled a small mountain. In an instant, he felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Perhaps Nan Lingwei really would consume him. If this woman truly wanted to do that, he wouldn't just surrender. He would fight back to the bitter end. Indeed, my master has treated you so well. You really should give my master an explanation. Mu Xianin nodded heavily from his side. 10 years ago, Ji Xiu had taken her master's pure world demon flame. 10 years later, her master gave Ji Xiu the title of Saint Lord of Wushang Tian and spared no effort in helping Ji Xiu oppose the National Protection Sect and even the Upper Realm. In her understanding, her master had never treated anyone so well. Therefore, she believed Ji Xiu had to give her master an explanation, no matter what. What kind of explanation does this young master need to give? Ji Xiu turned his gaze to Mu Xianin and asked casually. Humph. Mu Xianin snorted lightly and spoke presumptively. Chapter 170, Master. Master. Outside the heavenly palace, Mu Xianin anxiously pushed open the palace door and stormed into the hall, her face full of indignation. Luo Yuzhu followed behind her, looking helpless and unable to stop her. Xianin, what do you want to say? Nan Lingwei turned around, her expression devoid of emotion as she looked at Mu Xianin, her beautiful face full of coldness. Master, how would you do this? Ji Xiu is clearly the Saint Lord of Wushang Tian, yet you want to refine him into a human pill. Mu Xianin bit her red lip tightly, her delicate hand trembling as she pointed at the celestial furnace and questioned. This is a matter between me and Ji Xiu. You don't need to meddle. Nan Lingwei frowned slightly, her face full of impatience. She never felt the need to explain her matters with Ji Xiu to anyone. But Mu Xianin felt somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing this. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Nan Lingwei. Humph. But what? What? Do you also like that little guy, Ji Xiu? Nan Lingwei lightly snorted and spoke teasingly. I do not. Mu Xianin lowered her eyes, not daring to look into Nan Lingwei's eyes. She clenched her delicate fists tightly and did not admit it. Meanwhile, Luo Yuzhu, hearing Nan Lingwei use the word also, couldn't help but blush. Chapter 171. Aowu. Ji Xiu bit into the sun. Boom, 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 boom. The golden sun trembled violently. Countless streams of lava beneath the surface transformed into pillars of fire, shooting up into the sky once more. The azure dragon floating within the sun emitted a sharp and mournful roar. It seemed that the true spirit of the celestial furnace was very angry about Ji Xiu devouring the celestial true fire. Boom! A terrifying heat sensation once again invaded his body. The power from the pure world demon flame was continuously taming the celestial true fire. Thus, an eerie balance was achieved between Ji Xiu and the celestial true fire. The burning technique activated. Ji Xiu initiated the burning technique, sitting cross-legged in the void as he began to continuously refine the celestial true fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the celestial true fire. Cultivation has improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the celestial true fire. Cultivation has broken through to the legendary 5th realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the celestial true fire. Cultivation has improved, breaking through to the peak of the legendary 5th realm. Listening to the system notifications in his ears, Ji Xiu's thoughts became focused. He had just started devouring the celestial true fire, and his cultivation had already advanced a level. If he were to devour the entire celestial fire, then his cultivation would surely experience a true leap forward. Chapter 172. Get away. Nan Lingwei suddenly frowned and coldly scolded, a terrifying true essence suddenly sending Ji Xiu flying several zhang. She slowly stood up, her gaze icy as she looked at Ji Xiu, her ample chest heaving violently. Clearly, she was quite angry about Ji Xiu's earlier actions. But it wasn't that she was angry because Ji Xiu had disrespected her. Rather, she was furious that Ji Xiu treated her as someone who could be easily humiliated. After all, she was the Saint Empress of Wushang Tian. I'm really going crazy. Ji Xiu shook his head, feeling that his earlier actions were somewhat absurd, even to himself. However, it was the evil fire within his body that was causing trouble, coupled with the fact that the woman before him was Nan Lingwei, which made him a bit dizzy. Forget it. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and then tossed the celestial slaying pill, which lay quietly in his palm, to Nan Lingyue, saying, "From now on, we owe each other nothing." Nan Lingyue received the celestial slaying pill, and her cold, stunningly beautiful face softened slightly. However, as she said, between Ji Xiao and her, it was only over when she said it was over. Before that, she would not let Ji Xiao off the hook. Chapter 173. 3 days and 3 nights. The fire in the celestial furnace burned for a full 3 days. Outside the heavenly palace, Mu Xianin and Luo Yuzhu were almost driven mad. "Sister Yuzhu, it's been 3 days. The celestial furnace has been running for 3 days. I've never seen the fire of the celestial furnace burn so fiercely. Is Master and Ji Xiao okay?" Mu Xianin stared blankly at Luo Yuzhu, her voice trembling. She didn't know what had happened in the celestial furnace, nor did she know how her master and Ji Xiao were doing. Her bad premonition was growing stronger. "I don't know. Don't ask me. This is the celestial furnace. How would I know?" Luo Yuzhu shook her head helplessly. At this moment, even she could only pray that the Holy Empress Nan Lingyue and Ji Xiao would return safely. "No, we can't wait any longer." Mu Xianin shook her head and was about to step forward to forcefully activate the celestial furnace with her profound energy. Seeing this, Luo Yuzhu sighed and planned to try with Mu Xianin as well, because she knew that if they didn't make a choice soon, it was likely that both their Holy Empress and Ji Xiao would perish, just as they were about to use their profound energy and take action. Chapter 174. Above the azure sky, a golden giant dragon soared through the air towards the chaos ancient abyss. The golden dragon's wings cast a vast shadow over the ground as it flew, passing many dynasties and sects, with countless cultivators looking up in shock as they watched the golden giant dragon depart. When they saw the tall figure sitting atop the golden dragon, their eyes suddenly lit up, and an infinite sense of surprise and excitement arose in their hearts. The young master of Beixia, Ji Xiao, the most legendary man in the entire Jiuqian continent, hailed as a miracle by the Tiangong Pavilion. Since his emergence, his achievements have been unparalleled, breaking the ancient understanding of countless cultivators. They never expected that they would have the fortune to see this legendary young figure today, feeling extremely lucky and slightly melancholic. They were keenly aware of the gap between themselves and Ji Xiao. Even if they were given time and opportunities, they would likely never catch up to Ji Xiao in their lifetime, ultimately watching him fade away until he was out of sight. The young master of Beixia, Ji Xiao. Chapter 175. Jiuqian Continent, Western Region, Chaos Ancient Abyss. This is the first forbidden area in Jiuqian, a chasm that looms like a heavenly moat across the surface, shrouded in mist, with no one knowing what terrifying existence lies beneath. At this moment, the Chaos Ancient Abyss was bustling, with countless cultivators drawn to the duel between Ji Xiao and Mu Bing. The 7 major cultivation sects of the continent, except for the already destroyed Ice God Palace, had all sent powerful figures. Even the Tiangong Pavilion dispatched 9 elders this time to record this battle in the ancient history of Jiuqian. However, no one expected that before they awaited Ji Xiao, they were met with the 7 gods from the upper realm descending. They were even more surprised that Mu Bing single-handedly annihilated the 7 hidden god experts from the 3 great immortal forces of the upper realm. At this moment, before the chaos ancient abyss, Mu Bing stood in a blood-stained moon dress, her silver hair dancing in the wind. Holding the emperor's sword, she radiated a terrifying killing intent. The light of the sky fell upon her exquisitely beautiful face, breathtakingly stunning. However, compared to her beauty, her methods of killing were even more dazzling and shocking. Behind her, a rain of blood fell, and the 7 hidden experts from the upper realm lay lifeless under Mu Bing's sword. Chapter 176. Mu Bing. Ji Xiao looked at the woman standing before the chaos ancient abyss in a moon dress, ethereal and with a peerless beauty, his expression slightly stern. Currently, Mu Bing's aura was extremely unstable, her cultivation fluctuating between the legendary realm and the hidden god realm. To be honest, he had never seen such a situation, and he was curious about how Mu Bing managed to kill those 7 peak hidden experts in this state. He finally arrived. Mu Bing took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Ji Xiao, filled with deep fatigue, neither sad nor happy. "Young Master Ji Xiao, I have heard of your great name in the upper realm. To be honest, Emperor Shi Huang greatly admires you. If one day you can reach the upper realm, I'm sure the emperor will be very pleased. Meng Ji nodded slightly at Ji Xiao. The imperial decree given to him by Emperor Shi Huang was to slay Mu Bing. Blood for blood. So he had no objections to Ji Xiao. And he also saw that Mu Bing and Ji Xiao seemed to be enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He understood this well. You flatter me. Ji Xiao glanced at Meng Ji, his heart undisturbed. Young Master Ji Xiao, I know you had a duel with Mu Bing beforehand. Chapter 177. The War God of the Great Qin. The legend of the Jiutian continent, the god General Meng Ji, has fallen. The cultivators and big shots of the Jiutian continent were now blank-minded. Meng Ji was the sharpest sword of the Great Qin Emperor. He had been famous in the Jiutian continent for thousands of years, an immortal legend. But now, this immortal legend had fallen, leaving them at a loss for what to feel. The fall of a legend, the end of an era. A big shot from a Jiutian continent sighed deeply. The old era has ended. A new era has come. We old folks must eventually retreat behind the scenes. The elder of Tiangong Pavilion, Tiangongzi, shook his head and chuckled. Miss Mu Bing is really strong. The two young ladies, Shuiwe, swallowed hard. They were considered the younger generation of the Jiutian continent. But even they had grown up hearing the legends of the war god Meng Ji. Now, seeing Meng Ji fall with their own eyes, they felt an overwhelming complexity and emotion rising within them. She was also badly injured. Chu Li shook her head. At this moment, Mu Bing was still standing firmly in place, but the full-force strike from the quasi-emperor level powerhouse had severely injured her. Chapter 178. The heavy rain fell in a hazy mist in front of Ji Xiao and Mu Bing. Behind Mu Bing was the chaotic ancient abyss, from the depths of which a deep breath rose, and one could faintly hear the howls of vengeful spirits. Her moonlit dress was stained with blood. Her stunning beauty was as pale as paper, and a tragic bloodstain hung at the corner of her mouth, creating a heartbreaking image that resembled a beautiful painting. Yet beneath this breathtaking beauty lay countless corpses, including hidden powerhouses, quasi-emperor level powerhouses, as well as numerous cultivators and ordinary people. Those who did not know Mu Bing would surely be astonished at how such a stunning and beautiful woman could be so murderous. How did she become the most terrifying demon of slaughter on the Nine Heavens continent? Looking at Mu Bing, Ji Xiao remained silent for a long time. But in the end, he still walked towards her. Some things have their endings predetermined from the start. He and Mu Bing were destined for a tragic conclusion. Watching Ji Xiao approach Mu Bing, the atmosphere in front of the chaotic ancient abyss became heavy, and everyone's expressions were extraordinarily complex. Was this battle between husband and wife finally about to begin? A big shot from the Nine Heavens side. They had been waiting here for days. For this battle that could enter the ancient history of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 179. In the chaotic ancient abyss. Ji Xiao and Mu Bing stood on either side of the abyss. Ji Xiao's Deluo sword was dripping blood, the stunning blood and faint celestial light intertwined, reflecting a hint of demonic aura. Mu Bing's jade hand gripping the heart-shattering imperial sword trembled, with crimson sword marks on her right arm. Blood dripping down her arm into the abyss. Mu Bing defeated? Some big shots from the Nine Heavens exclaimed in shock. It seemed she was about to get serious. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Tianjizi, seemed to sense a hint of ominous aura and whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Bing suddenly turned to look at Ji Xiao, her red lips curling into a seductive arc, and the crimson light and divine radiance in her eyes transformed into wisps of smoke that floated out. As expected of you, Mu Bing spoke softly. Immediately, she raised the imperial sword towards the sky. Clang! A crimson demonic light shot up into the sky. Over 100 stars in the heavens converged towards the position where she stood. Sword fall. Star fall. Mu Bing's red lips slightly parted, her eyes suddenly cold. An imperial sword swung down with immense force. Boom! At the moment the imperial sword was swung, over 100 falling stars suddenly plummeted from the heavens. The falling stars dragged long tails of light as they landed in the void where Ji Xiao stood, amidst the astonished gazes of countless people. Chapter 180. A magnetic, mature woman's voice resounded through the sky. For a moment, the cultivators in front of the chaotic ancient abyss all looked towards the distant heavens. When they saw the ominous darkness sweeping in from afar, their expressions changed. The number one demonic sect of the Nine Heavens, the Supreme Heaven. Why have they come? That is the holy maiden of the demon sect, Mu Xianin. Goodness. Not only the holy maiden of the demon sect, but also the supreme heaven and the poison emperor Luo Yuju have arrived. Wait, that is the holy empress of the supreme heaven, Nan Lingyue. A large force from the supreme heaven rushed towards the chaotic ancient abyss. In an instant, many big shots and cultivators from the nine heavens continent instinctively retreated. The current supreme heaven has firmly suppressed the 7 major sects and even the 3 great dynasties of the nine heavens continent. The cultivation of the holy empress, Nan Lingyue, is unfathomable. Her methods are extraordinary and ruthless, and any sect that dared to challenge her has been completely annihilated. Under Nan Lingyue's leadership, the supreme heaven has become the #1 sect in the nine heavens continent, with no other force able to rival it. Chapter 181. Nan Lingyue's voice echoed through the heavens. For a moment, the cultivators and big shots from the sects of the nine heavens continent felt a bit dizzy. This is a big shot from the upper realms sky, supplementing sect. The Holy Empress is not giving any face. Nonsense. You little brat. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? An old voice rang out again. Old geezer, can't you understand what I'm saying? Nan Lingyue crossed her arms, clearly disdainful, and spoke again, her patience wearing thin. Ji Xiao, come with me, old man. The old voice rang out again, clearly not wanting to entangle with Nan Lingyue too much to avoid complications. Hee hee. Ji Xiao chuckled coldly at these words, thinking that only a fool would go to the sky, supplementing sect, to make a wedding dress for them. Stopping his thoughts there, he stood beside Nan Lingyue, shoulder to shoulder with her, then spoke 3 words, "Get lost." As those calm words fell, both worlds fell into a strange silence. But soon, a cold snort came from behind the heavenly gate. Ji Xiao, don't be ungrateful. To tell you the truth, today you will leave whether you want to or not. As the words fell, rumbling. Chapter 182. However, with the appearance of several big shots, the nine heavens upper realm once again returned to calm. Rumble. The sound of the great Tao booming rang out again. The white jade heavenly gate that spanned the end of the sky began to shake violently, then slowly became illusory before finally disappearing from everyone's sight. After the heavenly gate disappeared, countless cultivators looked dazed, feeling as if they were in a dream. Just now, the long-lost martial emperor Zhou Dufu reappeared. The heavenly question soared to the eternal emperor, the Qin Shi Huang, also tore through the skies of the nine heavens upper realm, and the dragon god of the dragon clan. These 3 big shots were all top figures from thousands of years ago on the nine heavens continent, and now they have reappeared. How could one not be astonished? For a moment, the atmosphere across the entire nine heavens continent fell into silence. But soon the silent atmosphere was drowned out by the extremely lively shouts from various places on the nine heavens continent. Your Majesty, Eternal. The cultivators and citizens of the great Qin Empire all knelt and shouted towards the direction where the heavenly gate had just reopened, with tears in their eyes and blood boiling. The days when the first emperor ruled the great Qin Empire were the most glorious days of the great Qin. Now, they're also a time they can never return to. Chapter 183. Sigh. Gu Jian looked at his sister in this state and couldn't help but sigh. He knew that his sister Gu Yao had only one wish all along, which was to stay by Ji Xiao's side forever. Now, Ji Xiao was leaving, and for at least 3 years. How could Gu Yao possibly endure this? Yaya, do you know? You have always been my pride and my greatest support. With you stationed in Beixia, I feel very at ease. Ji Xiao gently held Gu Yao's hand and spoke softly. Hearing this, Gu Yao knew that Ji Xiao had made up his mind. Her beautiful eyes gradually dimmed, and she lowered her head, falling silent once again. Sigh. Yixiu sighed, knowing that at this moment, Gu Yao's heart was filled with unresolvable emotions, but there was no other way. He didn't know what existed beneath the chaos ancient abyss, so he couldn't take Gu Yao along to take risks. His thought stopped there. Ji Xiao silently took off the spatial ring from his hand and placed it into Gu Yao's palm. Inside were the divine objects and resources he had treasured over the years. With these, the Military Intelligence 6th Division could achieve the greatest development. Moreover, with the assistance of Chu Li and even the help of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Great Qin Empire, he believed that the Military Intelligence 6th Division would be completely transformed in 3 years. Chapter 184. The Chaos Ancient Abyss. After many cultivators and the big shots of the Nine Heavens sect returned to their sects and empires, the news of Ji Xiao jumping into the Chaos Ancient Abyss spread across the entire Nine Heavens continent like a bird with wings, creating a huge uproar among the great empires and cultivation sects. What? The heir of Ji Xiu jumped into the abyss. Why is that? It's unclear. But this is the first forbidden area of the Nine Heavens, the chaos ancient abyss. Isn't he risking his life by jumping down? That's right. No one in the ancient history of the Nine Heavens has ever jumped into the chaos ancient abyss and returned alive. Stop talking nonsense. We all know this. How could Jisho not know? He must have jumped down because there is an opportunity or fortune he desires beneath the chaos ancient abyss. And he is determined to take the risk. Sigh. In the entire Nine Heavens, only Jisho has this kind of courage and ambition. Hey, have you heard? 3 years from now, a new era will begin. And Jisho jumps into the abyss at this time. Could it be related to this event? Maybe. For some reason. I have a feeling that when Jisho returns this time, the entire Nine Heavens continent, no, the entire Nine Heavens world will tremble and change because of him. Chapter 185, Nine Heavens continent, Divine Phoenix Empire, Tianfeng ruins. The sky was a deep crimson, with dazzling fiery clouds burning at the edge of the horizon. Exceptionally beautiful and splendid. This is a small world of Tianfeng filled with fire elements, where everything from flowers to rocks, forests, and soil presented a red hue. Moreover, the temperature here was terrifyingly high. Even cultivators of the sacred realm or the legendary realm could not stay here for even an hour. Yet, at the end of this terrifying world sat a dreamlike figure. She wore a crimson palace dress adorned with phoenix patterns, her slender waist barely held in one hand, and a delicate white jade pendant hung at her waist, with a large character for cultivation particularly eye-catching. Her beauty was flawless. Even the best painters in the world could not capture even 1/10,000th of her extraordinary elegance. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, and the golden phoenix crown set off her noble and stunning appearance perfectly. She was the long princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Wang, and the jade pendant at her waist was a gift from Mu Hua. Chapter 186. The path to immortality is long, and the path of bones leads to kingship. This is her destined battlefield. She once bore the world's lies and slaughtered with blood-soaked garments. She once gazed at the starlight, wandering with a companion. A clear singing voice echoed in the dark world, as if bringing a ray of light to this cursed world, adding a unique color to this dark realm. Listening to this gentle humming, Jisho's consciousness slowly sank into darkness, his mood gradually heavy. Ultimately, he still encountered that terrifying group beneath the chaos ancient abyss. Damn it, his thoughts stopped there. Jisho slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness completely falling into darkness. At that moment, as Jisho actively activated the sky-slaying path to heal his injuries and his consciousness fell into darkness, in the distance, two figures, one old and one young, slowly approached. It seemed someone is at Grandma's place. A little girl, delicate and dressed in simple linen clothes with horn braids, suddenly stopped her song as she noticed the two figures lying in the dark forest and couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. They should be people who jumped down from the abyss. Chapter 187. All right, I understand. Upon hearing this, Jalua knew the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly threw the wild bull she was holding onto the ground, clapped her hands, and walked into the small wooden house with Meow Meow. Grandma, how is the situation? Jalua asked softly as she approached the old woman. This girl is too severely injured. Half of her bones are shattered, her meridians are destroyed, and there are 7 nails in her soul sucking her life potential. The situation is not optimistic. The old woman shook her head, looking very serious. Let me take a look. Jalua sat by the bedside, her beautiful eyes scanning Mu Bing, then raised her jade hand and gently tapped Mu Bing's forehead. Clang! A sacred light burst forth from her fingertips. Jalua frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Sister, how is it? Can you save her? Meow Meow asked nervously. In Daoxiang village, her sister was the most powerful doctor with the strongest healing abilities. If it were just about medical skills, even her grandmother and grandfather were not as skilled as her sister. If her sister couldn't do it, then this fairy sister in front of her was probably doomed. Hearing this, Jalua fell silent for a moment, then nodded simply in response. Chapter 188. Mu Bing. What did you call me? The recently awakened Ji Xiu looked at Mu Bing in astonishment, his mind buzzing. Husband. Mu Bing looked back at Ji Xiu with sparkling eyes and seriously called out again. At this moment, She was increasingly sure that the man in front of her was her husband. If not, why would her heart race so fast? If not, why did she feel such inexplicable feelings for this man? Ji Xiao was momentarily speechless. If he only looked at the affectionate gaze Mu Bing had for him, he would really suspect that the current Mu Bing and the past Mu Bing were not the same person. After all, the previous Mu Bing was as cold as frost, dominating like ice in the abyss. She would never look at him with such eyes or sweetly call him husband. Aren't you two husband and wife? Miao Miao asked, tilting her head and looking at Ji Xiao's strange reaction. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao glanced at the three people in the wooden house. His expression changed, and he thought, could these people be the terrifying ones cursed beneath the chaos ancient abyss in the novel? Chapter 189. The next morning, Ji Xiao woke up very early. He instinctively looked at Mu Bing, who was sleeping in his arms and tightly clutching the corner of his clothes. He sighed helplessly. They were clearly archenemies. How did things develop to this point? His thoughts stopped there. Mu Bing's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then her sleepy eyes opened to reveal her beautiful gaze. As their eyes met, Mu Bing blinked lightly and then smiled sweetly at Ji Xiao, saying good morning. Good morning. Ji Xiao smiled back, then pulled out his somewhat numb right hand from Mu Bing's embrace and prepared to get up. Where are you going? Mu Bing looked at Ji Xiao, who wanted to leave, and immediately became a bit flustered, hurriedly sitting up and pulling at Ji Xiao's clothes again. Seeing this, Ji Xiao turned back to look at Mu Bing and said with a hint of amusement, I'm going to see this world. Do you want to come? Upon hearing this, Mu Bing finally relaxed. She gently nodded and smiled sweetly at Ji Xiao, saying sure. As they spoke, the two of them walked out of the wooden house together. As soon as Ji Xiao pushed open the wooden door, a refreshing scent of rice flowers wafted into his nose, instantly making him feel relaxed and comfortable. Before him lay fields of cultivated land, each plot filled with vegetables and crops, and in the distance, he could see many figures busy at work. Chapter 190, The Extermination of Immortal's Killing Formation, still has 3 seals remaining. The Fountain of Life, the sacred blood of the Qilin, and the blood of the celestial demon. Now, under the chaos abyss, the Fountain of Life has been found, Ji Xiao murmured to himself. In fact, when he had just awakened yesterday, he had already sensed the extremely abundant and unique life force within Mu Bing. This extraordinary life force could only be granted by the water of life in the entire Nine Heavens world. Moreover, in the novel, the location of the Fountain of Life is indeed beneath the chaos abyss. Simply put, the Fountain of Life is in Rice Fragrance Village. Therefore, now as long as he finds the sacred blood of the Qilin and the blood of the celestial demon, he can activate the extermination of Immortal's killing formation rated as 9 stars. In the novel, the Qilin is the supreme divine beast, which should have become extinct, but later became the mount of the demon god, which was also what he brought out from the chaos abyss. However, there is no trace of the Qilin's life force in Rice Fragrance Village, so it is highly likely that the Qilin is in the dark world outside of Rice Fragrance Village. And that dark world outside Rice Fragrance Village should be the Nine Heavens upper realm, the eternal demon domain, because the demon god became a demon god only after falling into the chaos abyss when he swept through the 9 heavens. He was followed not only by the dark heavenly court, but also the eternal demon domain. Chapter 191 Senior. I don't quite understand. Ji Xiao looked at Di Kuan with a puzzled expression, not understanding his intentions. Young friend Ji Xiao, you may have heard that the lifespan of people from Rice Fragrance Village is very short. My generation only lives for about 100 years, and the generation of Jialua and Miao Miao has already dropped to less than 30. In simple terms, the generation of Jialua and Miao Miao is the last generation of Rice Fragrance Village. This is a curse. Di Kuan shook his head with a bitter smile. His old eyes filled with sadness and a deep sense of powerlessness. I know. Ji Xiao nodded. He understood Di Kuan's meaning and then spoke, so, you want me to unite with Jialua to ensure the bloodline continues? Sigh. Yes. Di Kuan sighed deeply. The only way to enter Rice Fragrance Village is through the Chaos Abyss. Over the years, I have seen many outsiders who jumped into the Chaos Abyss and were shattered to pieces. Now, only Ji Xiao and Mu Bing are the last 2 alive. I no longer know what other way there is to ensure the continuation of my celestial bloodline. Chapter 192 Inner World Floating Island. Mo Qinxian's ample and perky chest rose and fell dramatically and she bit her flower-like lips and angrily said, "Ji Xiao, don't go too far." She thought to herself, what does Ji Xiao take her for? Is she the kind of woman who can be bullied at will? She is the holy maiden of the holy sect. And even when she walks into the immortal forces of the nine heavens, she can receive utmost respect. Yet now Ji Xiao treats her as a personal item to be played around with? No way. Absolutely not. She made up her mind that this time she absolutely cannot let this guy succeed. Hearing this, Ji Xiao's emotions showed not the slightest fluctuation. He simply calmly gave Mo Qinxian an ultimatum. You come yourself, or this young master will come personally. Upon hearing this, Mo Qinxian's eyes instantly turned red, and she subconsciously looked towards Ning Xian. She had spent quite a bit of time in the inner world with Ning Xian, so she had a general understanding of her. Although she didn't know why the gentle Ning Xian was following Ji Xiao, she did know that Ning Xian was one of the few good people around Ji Xiao. Receiving Mo Qinxian's pleading gaze, Ning Xian, feeling compassion, spoke up. Chapter 193 Under the Chaos Abyss, Rice Fragrance Village. Jialuo was staring blankly at the silver-haired old woman, and she opened her red lips to say, "Grandma, you want me to marry Ji Xiao? Why? I just met him. And besides, he already has Miss Mu Bing." She had just returned from hunting in the dark forest when she heard the people in Rice Fragrance Village discussing this matter. For a moment, her mind went blank, and she just wanted to clarify the situation. "Who told you that, you girl?" Grandma Jiui looked at Jialuo with amusement and asked back. "Everyone is saying that. They say this is the only way to avoid the bloodline of the Celestial clan from being severed." Jialuo said angrily, her icy beauty flushed with a hint of red, not knowing if it was from anger or shyness. "I have to admit, this is indeed a method." Grandma Jiui nodded helplessly. "How can it be like this? It's impossible between him and me." Jialuo instinctively shook her head. "What's wrong? Don't you like Ji Xiao?" Grandma Jiui casually asked. Upon hearing this, Jialuo slightly lowered her eyelids and softly replied, "That's not it." She had grown up in Rice Fragrance Village, and although there were many young people her age, she had never had such thoughts. Chapter 194 Ji Xiao, you don't want to marry me? Mu Bing stared blankly at Ji Xiao, and her beautiful eyes seemed to fill with mist. Although she had lost her memory, she was particularly sensitive. Just now, she indeed sensed a hint of hesitation from Ji Xiao, making her very sad. She thought to herself, did she do something wrong to make Ji Xiao angry? No, I didn't. Ji Xiao shook his head. At this moment, how could he say a word of refusal? After all, in the eyes of the people in Daoxiang village, he and Mu Bing had already become a pair of engaged couples who shared life and death. Moreover, now that Mu Bing had lost her memory, she was indeed completely different from her former self. He could not use his previous feelings for Mu Bing to measure the current Mu Bing. The thought stopped there. Ji Xiao took a deep breath, nodded, made a decision, and then spoke. Since that's the case, let's get married. Mu Bing nodded heavily, gently cupping Ji Xiao's face with her jade-like hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if she was holding her most precious treasure. Great, great. Big brother and fairy sister are getting married. He meow meow danced with excitement and accidentally hiccuped, clearly showing that this little girl loved the lively occasion of weddings. Chapter 195. This wedding ceremony might not be as luxurious as the one in Kyoto, with no grand fireworks or the presence of powerful figures from the nine heavens, but it was incredibly sacred and even more meaningful. After the vows, Ji Xiao and Mu Bing's names were engraved on the 3 live stone. Everyone was immersed in a joyful atmosphere, and then the wedding banquet began. Dish after dish of delicious food was served. Aromatic, golden grilled wild bull, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Fragrant black-bone chicken soup made with life essence. Large and plump roasted leg of lamb, rich in fat. Fresh, shiny vegetables and fruits. Fragrant rice wine with osmanthus. Delicious food, fine wine, and a newlywed couple made the entire wedding banquet an exhilarating celebration. Notably, Kaka, who had been sleeping in Ji Xiao's pet space, woke up on its own and appeared at the wedding banquet, indulging in the feast. The people of Daoxiang village were amazed to see Kaka, as it was a 5 elements holy dragon, far beyond the level of the extraordinary beasts in the dark forest. When Meow Meow saw Kaka for the first time, her big eyes sparkled with excitement, having never seen such a fluffy and round, cute creature. And she took the initiative to bring Kaka to taste all the delicious food in Daoxiang village. Chapter 196. At the same time that Ji Xiao and Mu Bing were destined to be together in Daoxiang Village, in the northern Xia dynasty of the Nine Heavens continent. At the Ji residence in Kyoto, Gu Yao finished writing the last scroll and let out a sigh of relief as she put down her pen. Sister, you're amazing. In just a few days, you've completed the plans for the next 3 years. Gu Jian gasped in astonishment at the hundreds of scrolls on the stone table. Hearing this, Gu Yao stood up, stretched her body, and then took off the ring from her finger, placing it on the stone table along with the scrolls. Gu Jian, old Wei, I have done everything I can. For the next 3 years, the Ji family and the Military Intelligence Division 6 will have to rely on you, Gu Yao said softly. Upon hearing this, Gu Jian and Old Wei were momentarily stunned, knowing where Gu Yao was heading next. Miss Gu Yao, the ancient chaos abyss is too dangerous. There are terrifying beings down there. Old Wei earnestly tried to dissuade Gu Yao. Now, Gu Yao was the person Ji Xiao had appointed to take over the Military Intelligence Division 6. Chapter 197. The Demon Emperor, Lu Yueshi. Gu Yao stared blankly at the woman before her, her expression suddenly frozen. She didn't know how she ended up in Shuyue City. She had clearly jumped into the ancient chaos abyss. At that moment, she suddenly remembered Nan Lingyue's warning that someone was watching her. It seemed that person was Lu Yueshi. Spirit Clan, Gu Yao. I have to say, you look really beautiful. You can almost rival me. Lu Yueshi chuckled lightly as she scanned Gu Yao's stunningly beautiful face and curvy figure. Oomph. Gu Yao coldly snorted and asked icily, why am I here? Lu Yueshi pondered for a moment before casually replying. You are someone I value highly. Since that's the case, why do you think you are here? After saying that, Lu Yueshi slowly walked towards Gu Yao with her hands behind her back. What do you want? Gu Yao clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes vigilantly watching Lu Yueshi approach her step by step, her blood boiling with agitation. She knew that this demon emperor was a peak figure in the Nine Heavens, but even so, she would not allow herself to be at her mercy. Chapter 198. Beneath the ancient chaos abyss, Daoxiang Village. The afternoon sun spilled over the land, and with the gentle breeze, the fragrance of flowers wafted into the small wooden house. The scent of flowers filled the air as Ji Xiao, slightly fatigued, opened his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a jade hand tightly wrapped around his neck. He leaned down in astonishment and saw a beautiful woman still sound asleep. Mu Bing's unparalleled stunning face had a hint of lingering blush and a faint trace of fatigue, but it was clear she was sleeping peacefully. Last night was really wild. Ji Xiao couldn't help but rub his forehead, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, as if he were being hit by waves of drowsiness. However, this was quite normal. After all, it was their wedding night, and who could control themselves? Just then, Mu Bing's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly woke up, her beautiful eyes locking onto Ji Xiao's. Good morning. Yixiu smiled awkwardly. Although Mu Bing had lost her memory and seemed like a different person, he still felt a bit unaccustomed to seeing her stunning face in front of him. Good morning, husband. Mu Bing smiled gently, her eyes full of warmth. Hearing this sweet, gentle tone that contrasted with Mu Bing's cold beauty, Ji Xiao finally relaxed a bit. He couldn't help but reach out to tuck Mu Bing's hair behind her ear, softly saying, Chapter 199. Just like that, Ji Xiao and Mu Bing spent 3 months together in Daoxiang Village. In the mornings, Ji Xiao would go hunting in the dark forest with the villagers, and in the afternoons when he returned, Mu Bing would have prepared a table full of dishes. Sitting on the steps of the wooden house, resting her chin on her hands, waiting for him to come home. Every time she saw Ji Xiao return, Mu Bing would excitedly leap into his arms and seriously check if he was injured. After that, the two would sit outside the wooden house, enjoying dinner together while watching the sunset. After dinner, they would hold hands and stroll through Daoxiang Village. In the eyes of the villagers, Ji Xiao and Mu Bing had become the sweetest couple in Daoxiang Village. Then, one morning 3 months later, Ji Xiao slowly woke up from his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the divine concealment realm. Listening to the sound of the system prompt beside his ear and feeling the power of the true essence order of the divine hidden realm within his body, Ji Xiao's emotions showed no signs of fluctuation. After his injuries healed, breaking into the divine hidden realm was just a natural progression. Of course, this system prompt was also telling him that it was time for him to embark on his own journey. However, before that, he felt it was time to bid farewell to Mu Bing. Chapter 200. Let me see him one more time. Just one more time. The brilliance of the meteor fell into her eyes, and Mu Bing fell into a deep slumber. The jade hand that tightly clutched Ji Xiu's clothes slowly loosened, and two streams of clear tears slid down her cheeks, dripping into Ji Xiu's palm. Sigh. Ji Xiu felt the cold touch of the tears and listened to the reluctant murmurs filled with deep affection. For a moment, his heart felt a bit constricted. He held Mu Bing tightly in his arms, sitting in a sea of flowers under the starry sky for a long, long time. He didn't know what the future held for him and Mu Bing, nor did he know if their relationship would revert to that of enemies after she regained her past memories. However, he knew that during their time in Daoxiang village, some changes had occurred between him and Mu Bing. These changes would eventually become richer and more fragrant, like fine wine that had been aged for many years. He also didn't know what this time in Daoxiang village meant for Mu Bing, who was about to awaken and be unsealed. But at least for him, it was an incredibly beautiful, warm, and unforgettable period. Chapter 201. Mu Bing awakened. She stared blankly at the ceiling of the wooden house, silent for a long time. Previous memories surged into her mind like a tide, jumping down the chaotic ancient abyss, encountering Ji Xiu again by chance, recognizing each other beneath the tree of life, pledging to become husband and wife before the 3 live stone, the sweet yet ordinary life of a married couple on their wedding night, and finally, the farewell. The scene stopped there. Mu Bing's expression showed no change. Her stunning beauty remained as cold as frost until she slowly stood up. When her beautiful eyes swept over the simple and warm wooden house, an inexplicable emotion melted in her heart, and she instinctively called out, "Husband." As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly froze. Her throat moved slightly as if she realized something, and her jade hand instinctively covered her flower-like lips. Everything before was not a dream, but real. Her thoughts paused there, and Mu Bing's beautiful eyes trembled violently, feeling dizzy. Her cold and stunning face was filled with complex emotions. As the details in her mind became clearer, her heart and hands trembled even more. Chapter 202. The Gray Sky. The cold moon hanging high, and the desolate Gobi. Ji Xiu walked alone in this unfamiliar world, surrounded by no familiar faces. He was truly alone. Blood of a Qilin. Blood of the celestial demon. Qilin. Demon Emperor, Lu Yueshi. Ji Xiu's thoughts raced as he contemplated how to find the trace of the Qilin in the shortest time possible. Additionally, how could he obtain the blood of the Demon Emperor, Lu Yueshi? At that moment, a light gate lit up before his eyes. 2 figures slowly walked out from the light gate. Under the moonlight, one wore a simple white dress, her jade face stunningly beautiful, with an elegant and ethereal demeanor. The other wore a flowing moon dress, her appearance noble and cold, ethereal like a fairy. With their appearance, the entire gray world seemed to gain some color, and the air became a bit sweeter. These two were Ning Xiyan and Mo Qingxian. You regained your peak? Ji Xiu looked at Ning Xiyan with raised eyebrows. Previously, Ning Xiyan was a soul body, but now she had reforged her physical body and her cultivation had returned to the divine hidden realm. Thanks to Miss Chu Li, Ning Xiyan nodded. If it weren't for the eternal ice lotus given to her by Chu Li, she would have needed at least 100 years to recover from her injuries and reform her body. Chapter 203. In the distant horizon, 2 bloodied figures stumbled toward the ruined temple where Ji Xiu and the others were. One was an old man, dressed in a black robe, his face pale as paper, covered in sword and knife wounds, blood dripping from him onto the ground behind him, forming a tragic blood trail. The other was a young girl in luxurious purple clothing, with a delicate and pure face, her messy hair and a look of panic mixed with traces of blood. Old you, hold on a bit longer. There's a temple ahead. Perhaps I can send a message to my father to rescue us. The girl supported the old man, struggling to move forward. Miss, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about this old servant. The old man shook his head at the girl. Knowing his injuries all too well, half of his heart meridian was severed, and he couldn't hold on much longer. Old you must be fine. We'll definitely escape. The girl stubbornly refused to let go, biting her silver teeth. Your Highness, why put yourself through this? This old servant's life is worthless, not worth regretting. But you must not have any accidents. Chapter 204. At that moment, a sigh echoed through the sky. Sigh. So boring. Xian, Mo Qingxian, let's go. As the words fell, Ji Xiu led Ning Xiyan and Mo Qingxian out of the temple, preparing to leave the Tianming Mountains. Just then, Ming Yang saw Ji Xiao and the others, his expression suddenly freezing. Ning Xian was gentle and stunningly beautiful, noble and dignified, while Mo Qingxian seemed like a celestial maiden descending from the Moon Palace, cold and ethereal, with an unparalleled figure. In the entire Yinma dynasty, there were no other women as stunning as Ning Xian and Mo Qingxian. Apart from his sister, he couldn't think of anyone who could compare to the two. Stop right there. Ming Yang spoke coldly, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Ji Xiao and the others. What do you want? Ji Xiao stopped and looked at Ming Yang with a somewhat amused expression. Who are you? Ming Yang coldly stared at Ji Xiao, hands behind his back. Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao shrugged with a warm smile. Good. You Ji Xiao. You actually want to help the enemy of my Yinma dynasty escape. Today, I sentence you to death. Ming Yang sneered. At that moment, he was ready to capture Ning Xian and Mo Qingxian, along with Shui Wei, and take them back to the Yinma dynasty. Chapter 205. In the eastern wilderness demon realm, Tianming Mountains, Shui Wei stared blankly at Ji Xiao, who stood under the torrential blood rain with dual swords in hand. Lost in thought, at this moment, only one thought remained in her mind. What kind of person is he? He can kill the divine hidden realm as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs? What kind of person is he? He can kill the prince of the Yinma dynasty without even blinking? Just as her thoughts were swirling, Ji Xiao had already used the devouring immortal technique to consume the life essence of all the hidden powerhouses present. But unfortunately, his cultivation only advanced to the peak of the first realm of hidden god, failing to reach even a minor breakthrough. Such an improvement would surely appear terrifying to outsiders. But for Ji Xiao, it was hardly worth mentioning. It seemed that only by killing quasi-emperors, or even emperors, could he rapidly enhance his cultivation. Ji Xiao sighed softly, then walked up to Mo Qingxian. Ji Xiao, you bastard. Mo Qingxian glared fiercely at Ji Xiao, thinking that this guy truly regarded her as a mere sword sheath, pulling out the sword without any consideration for her feelings. Yes, I'm a bastard. I've said it over 3,000 times. Ji Xiao shook his head with a hint of amusement after glancing at Mo Qingxian, then raised his hand to directly send the absolute immortal sword and the trapping immortal sword into the sword imprint on Mo Qingxian's back. Chapter 206. After Ji Xiao and the others left the Tianming mountain range with Shui Wei, they headed straight for the Burning Moon Empire. Along the way, Ji Xiao passed many dynasties and sects, witnessing the most brutal killings. The intrigue and assassinations among cultivators, between profound beasts among dynasties, and the mutual warfare between sects and families were all on display. It must be said that the entire Nine Heavens demon domain was far more brutal and dark compared to the Nine Heavens continent, or even the Nine Heavens upper realm. Of course, along the way, because of Ning Xian, Mo Qingxian, and Shui Wei's stunning figures and flawless beauty, they attracted the covetous glances of many demonic cultivators. But without exception, these people all ended up dead. Ji Xiao didn't even need to take action, as both Ning Xian and Mo Qingxian were extremely ruthless. Their methods powerful enough to make even Shui Wei inwardly exclaim in fear. Clearly, both the restored peak Ning Xian and Mo Qingxian, who had been by Ji Xiao's side for quite some time, felt somewhat liberated in this brutal Nine Heavens demon domain. It wasn't until they entered the Burning Moon dynasty that this situation improved a bit. Miss Shui Wei, when does the Qilin Holy War start? Chapter 207. The atmosphere in the Burning Moon Imperial Palace fell silent for a moment. Then, countless angry shouts erupted. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Acting so arrogant in the Burning Moon Empire. Yixiu? Where did this junior come from, daring to insult the second prince of the Burning Moon dynasty? Are you seeking death? Ha ha ha. The young people today think they can act as they please just because they have some cultivation. It's simply ridiculous. Drag him out and tear him apart. Insulting the second prince is equivalent to insulting the Burning Moon dynasty. Unforgivable. TSK, TSK, TSK. The two beauties beside this junior are not bad. Perhaps after his cultivation is abolished, they can warm the bed for the second prince. The angry voices from the palace rose and fell. The second prince, Shui Cheng, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He looked at Ji Xiao with a neutral expression and then spoke. Ji Xiao, do you know what the consequences of your actions just now are? Consequences? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu's smile grew even wider as he picked up the fine wine on the table and splashed it directly onto the face of the second prince, Xuecheng. After doing all this, Ji Xiu flicked the wine stains off his hand and softly replied, "Why don't you, Your Highness the second prince, tell me what the consequences are?" Chapter 208. Why provoke him of all people? The national master of the burning moon, Chun Xiao, looked at the unconscious second Prince Ming Chung in the great hall and couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Ji Xiu glanced at Chun Xiao and smiled, casually asking, "National Master, is something wrong?" "No, of course not." Chun Xiao's entire body trembled, and his expression immediately turned serious as he hurriedly shook his head. "Very good." Ji Xiu stretched lazily and then said, "Lead the way. Take this noble son to meet your national lord." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuiwei shook her head and reminded, "Senior Ji Xiu, my father is currently in seclusion." However, she was directly interrupted by Chun Xiao. "Young Master Ji Xiu, that's not the case. The national lord has plenty of free time lately. He is waiting for you. Guome, I'll lead the way." After saying this, Chun Xiao led Ji Xiu, Ning Xian, and Mo Qingxian toward the back mountain of the royal palace. Princess Shuiwei stood in place, her mouth slightly agape. She once thought she was her father's most beloved daughter, but now it seemed that Ji Xiu was far more important. "Sigh, is this the charm of Senior Ji Xiu?" Shuiwei sighed as she stood there, then suddenly realized that Ji Xiu and the others had already walked far away, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 209. Meanwhile, while Ji Xiu was ransacking the Burning Moon treasury with Ning Xian and Mo Qingxian, the atmosphere in the palace of the Yimma dynasty, 1,000 miles away, was chillingly tense. At this moment, a tall woman dressed in a luxurious black and gold wedding gown stood outside the imperial palace, her hands behind her back, stained with thick blood. She wore a purple glass crown, a red silk ribbon around her waist, radiating an indescribable elegance and majesty. Under the cold moonlight, her perfect figure, resembling an ice sculpture, wore slight makeup, extremely precious and beautiful, and her long hair danced in the wind. She was none other than the eldest princess of the Yinma dynasty, Ming Wu. Below the palace stood over 100 black-clad assassins in tight black outfits, their faces covered by hats, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. It was clear that this woman and the hundreds of black-clad assassins seemed to be waiting for something. At that moment, a man dressed in a resplendent red robe, accompanied by a seductive and enchanting woman, pushed through the crowd and approached the palace. "TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of my dearest sister, a grand wedding turned into a slaughterhouse. Now you've killed those who needed to be killed, but still, it all ended in vain." Chapter 210. Who is he? Why does the Yinma devil? I feel endless fear when looking at him. It's impossible. Even if he is a hidden god realm cultivator, it shouldn't be. Wait, it's the sword in his hand. That sword holds great terror. Ming Wu, standing before the altar in the Yinma dynasty's underground palace, tightly closed her eyes, her expression changing unpredictably. After activating the Yinma devil eye, she first saw Ji Xiu standing in the Shuiwei palace through the perspective of the devil eye. She was unfamiliar with Ji Xiu. In her impression, there was no such person in the entire Eastern Emperor Demon Realm, or even in the Nine Heavens Demon Domain, especially when she saw the Luo sword embryo in Ji Xiu's hand. Even from thousands of miles away, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. No, even if this guy is strong, I won't give up the Qilin War Post. With this thought, Ming Wu suddenly activated her profound power, driving the Yinma devil to suddenly lock onto Shuiwei behind Ji Xiu. Her red lips slightly parted as she coldly said, "Little white rabbit, today, I shall see if this guy can protect you." Boom! A terrifying thunder roared across the sky. Chapter 211. Shadow, what do you mean by this? Ming Wu looked coldly at the shadow, a sense of ominous premonition rising in her heart. "Your Highness the Princess, it's my duty. Please forgive me." The shadow deeply bowed to Ming Wu and then quietly stood behind the crown princess Yishui. You betrayed me?" Ming Wu took a deep breath, her pretty face cold enough to scare. "Betrayal? The shadow has always been mine." Yishui shrugged her shoulders, a faint smile appearing on her alluring face. "Good, very good." Ming Wu was so angry she laughed, her hands clenched tightly into fists, perhaps from too much force. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, blood dripping onto the ground. "Ming Wu, your talent is quite good, Your bloodline is strong enough to awaken the Yama Devil Eye? If you just stayed honest and didn't fight for power, I believe no one could shake your position as the crown princess. It's a pity your ambition is too great, wanting too much. You even look down on your elder brother and me. Yi Shui shook her head, her voice cold. But her eyes held deep mockery and a long-suppressed sense of pleasure as she looked at Mingwu. Chapter 212, Mubin. Upon hearing this name, Mingwu's expression froze. Currently, the two most famous young figures in the Nine Heavens are one known as the Miracle Ji Xiu, and the other is the peerless Mu Bing. As far as she knew, both possessed the incredible combat power to slay quasi-emperor level experts. She had previously seen Ji Xiu in the Burning Moon Palace through the Yama Devil Eye, but she didn't expect to meet another big figure in the Nine Heavens. Mu Bing. The two most terrifying geniuses in the Nine Heavens were encountered by me one after another. He. Is this fate? A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Mingwu's mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. She knew that, even at her peak, she would not be able to match Mu Bing, let alone now. Upon hearing this, Mu Bing did not say much, just quietly looked at Mingwu. After a long silence, Mingwu took a deep breath and then expressionlessly said to Mu Bing, "Let us make a move." Mu Bing raised her eyebrows and asked with a hint of amusement, "Do you think I came to kill you? Otherwise?" Mingwu calmly looked at Mu Bing and responded, "If I remember correctly, you and Ji Xiu are husband and wife, right?" Upon hearing this, Chapter 213, Mu Bing, what do you mean? Mingwu clenched her jade hands tightly. She did not like the feeling of being controlled. If it were so, she would rather die. Why be angry? I'm helping you. Mu Bing raised her eyebrows. After saying that, she pointed to the distant sky where the wind and snow were swirling. An old figure emerged from the hazy snow. Mingwu frowned, looking in the direction Mu Bing pointed. Her expression changed drastically. The newcomer, dressed in a black robe, had a face full of wrinkles and was very thin, looking as if he were just skin and bones, his facial bones deeply sunken, resembling a skeleton. Yet there were two flames of ghostly fire in his eyes, as if he were a visitor from hell. The elder of the bone. Mingwu swallowed hard. This elder had reached the quasi-emperor level, and his methods were extremely ruthless. It was he who pushed her elder brother to the position of the crown prince of the Yama dynasty. All right, you can go ahead and kill him. Mu Bing said expressionlessly. What? Mingwu thought she had misheard. She looked at Mu Bing in disbelief and exclaimed, "He is a quasi-emperor expert." Chapter 214. Time passed quickly. Ji Xiu, Ning Shiyin, and Mo Qingxian had been in the Burning Moon Palace for almost a month. It's worth mentioning that Ji Xiu's cultivation level broke through to the second stage of divine concealment in less than a month. With the countless resources in the Burning Moon dynasty, Mo Qingxian's cultivation realm also improved significantly, reaching the legendary 9th stage. Of course, the one who helped her the most was still Ji Xiu. After all, Ji Xiu unsealed the Ji Xian air sword, allowing Mo Qingxian's cultivation speed to soar as if it were on a cheat, going from the legendary 3rd stage to the legendary 9th stage in less than a month. Of course, Mo Qingxian wouldn't admit this, as in her eyes, Ji Xiu was still that heartless and cold demon lord. However, it must be said that the relationship between Mo Qingxian and Ning Shiyin had become increasingly close. She greatly respected Ning Shiyin's knowledge and understanding of cultivation. Plus Ning Shiyin's gentle personality was like a ray of light in her life in the Nine Heavens demon domain. So she had even regarded Ning Shiyin as the best sister in her life. She almost never contradicted Ning Shiyin's words. Seeing this change, Ji Xiu felt helpless, but was also willing to observe. As long as Mo Qingxian didn't cause trouble, it was fine to let her be. Chapter 215. Meanwhile, above the eastern wilderness demon realm, a massive and majestic dark ship tore through layers of thick clouds, racing towards the sacred hall of life in the center of the eastern wilderness. On the dark ship, Ji Xiu looked at the forests and demon cities that rushed past beneath the ship, his expression calm. For some reason, his thoughts drifted back to those beautiful times in Daoxiang Village. At that moment, the gentle sunlight of Daoxiang Village seemed to shine on his face once again, and the voice that had made him lose his senses seemed to ring in his ears again. "Husband, you're back. Husband, I'm tired, hold me. Husband, wherever you go, I will go. Husband, let us stay in Daoxiang Village forever, okay? Ji Xiu, don't go, I'm so cold." Memories surged like a tide. Ji Xiao couldn't help but recall the girl holding his hand, walking through the sea of flowers, her smile bright and pure under the soft sunlight. She should have awakened by now. How is she doing now after awakening? She probably hates me to death. If we meet again in the future, what will happen? Sigh. Chapter 216. A massive ancient city stood majestically like a titan giant amidst the lush forest. The entire ancient city was completely made of enormous ancient trees. Above the ancient city, figures flitted about, the sound of wind breaking constantly in the air. All these people wore dark green divine robes, and each had a delicate appearance. These were the cultivators and common people of the Dark Elf clan, born with exceptional cultivation talent and beautiful looks. Their bloodline power was incredibly strong. Therefore, in the Nine Heavens demon domain, marrying a member of the Dark Elf clan is a great honor. At this moment, before the ancient city, large black ships were parked, coming from the various cultivation empires and longevity families of the Eastern Wilderness demon realm. There is no doubt that they are all here to participate in the Qilin Holy War. Boom! The black ship of the Burning Moon Empire descended, which did not cause much of a stir. Although the Burning Moon Empire ranks among the 10,000-year demon empires, its strength is not outstanding and does not even make it into the top 10. And who present is not a big shot from the 10,000-year empires and longevity families. However, it is worth mentioning that when Ji Xiao stepped out of the black ship with Ning Xian, Imo Qingxian, and Shui Wei, it still attracted quite a bit of attention. Chapter 217. Meeting the young master Ji Xiao, Mingwu stood in front of the black ship and lightly bowed to Ji Xiao, whispering in her heart. Mu Bing had repeatedly instructed her not to reveal Ji Xiao's identity, and she naturally would not go against that. What is this woman up to? Ji Xiao frowned slightly, feeling confused by Ming Wu's sudden action. Has she gone mad? Is this a provocation? Mo Qingxian spoke coldly. Not likely. However, this woman probably has no good intentions. Ning Xian shook her head. She did not know Ming Wu well, but she also knew that this woman was ruthless and heartless. Suddenly showing such respect and enthusiasm towards Ji Xiao clearly has ulterior motives. Ming Wu, Shui Wei will not let you off. The grudge of killing my brother and mother. I will never forget. Shui Wei clenched her delicate fists. Her eyes filled with hatred as she stared at Ming Wu. Little bunny, how do you plan to take revenge? Can you kill my father or my brother? If you can kill them, I will have no objections. Ha ha ha. As for killing this princess, you could try. Ming Wu smiled gently at Shui Wei, not taking her seriously at all. Chapter 218. Gu Yao. Lu Yueshi waved to Gu Yao, who was practicing swordplay. What does this woman want now? Gu Yao frowned as she looked at the woman standing with her hands behind her back on the terrace. She then put away her magic sword and slowly approached Lu Yueshi, asking coldly, "What is it?" Hee. Lu Yueshi smiled and said teasingly, "Do you really dislike this emperor that much?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yao did not respond, only quietly watching Lu Yueshi. Although she did not dislike this demon emperor, she certainly had no good feelings for any woman who wanted to target her family as young master. If you have something to say, just say it. Boring. Lu Yueshi rolled her eyes at Gu Yao and slowly spoke. I originally wanted to inform you about Ji Xiao's news, but now I don't want to say it anymore. You. Gu Yao's body trembled, feeling a surge of anger, but she had no way to deal with someone as fickle as Lu Yueshi. As Lu Yueshi looked at Gu Yao's helpless expression, a more pronounced smile appeared on her charming face, and then she seemed to think of something. Her red lips parted slightly. Gu Yao, how about you give this emperor a foot massage, and I will tell you? Chapter 219. Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm, City of Life. Night of the third day. Now, all the young figures from various demon empires and longevity families in the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm who possess Qilin battle invitations have arrived. Tomorrow is the day the Qilin Holy War begins. Among the hundreds of Qilin battle invitation holders, only 10 strong individuals will be selected to go to the Snow Old City for the final battle. Therefore, the atmosphere in the City of Life tonight is extremely tense. In the hundreds of demon palaces, almost all the young figures are somewhat uneasy, and at this moment they are frantically discussing the opponents they will face tomorrow, calculating their probabilities of being able to go to Snow Old City. The Han family of the Eastern Wilderness, with 2 young masters and a princess, will occupy 3 spots, which is too terrifying. Alas, this is the Han family, the first longevity family in the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm. So it is only natural for them to occupy 3 spots. Did you forget? The prince and princess of the Yinma Empire can probably occupy 2 spots. Not only that, if I'm not mistaken, that monstrous young master from the Great Wilderness Empire just arrived at the City of Life. Not to mention the cold-faced female killer from Taiku City is also here. What? That woman, Gu Qiu'er, is also here? Chapter 220. That night, Ji Xiu sat in the ancient Vine Palace, closing his eyes to adjust his state. The Qilin Holy War would begin tomorrow, and he needed to get himself into peak condition. Of course, he was also waiting for the arrival of the 2 young ladies, Dugu Xiaoye and Shui Wei. He was very curious about what these 2 young ladies wanted to do tonight. Ding, ding, ding. After the bell of the City of Life rang 3 times. It was already the 3rd watch of the night. The cold moonlight had been mostly covered by the thick darkness. At this time, 2 graceful figures quietly leaped into the ancient Vine Palace. "Yuer, I'm a bit nervous," Shui Wei secretly transmitted to Dugu Xiaoye. "Don't worry. You won't need to do anything next. Just leave everything to this princess." Dugu Xiaoye confidently smiled at Shui Wei. "All right then." Shui Wei nodded. At this point, she had no way to retreat and could only brace herself and follow Dugu Xiaoye to the outside of Ji Xiu's sleeping quarters. "What should we do next?" Shui Wei swallowed hard. "Sure." Dugu Xiaoye placed a jade finger on Shui Wei's soft red lips. Then, she formed a seal with both hands and quietly chanted in her heart, "Spirit breath technique, activate." Chapter 221. The night quickly passed, and as the first rays of dawn fell upon the City of Life, the resounding sound of the bell echoed across the sky. Ding, 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 ding. The hundreds of prominent figures from various demon empires and longevity families in the City of Life opened their eyes and looked up at the Immortal Temple atop the City of Life. In the coming days, that will be their battlefield, where their glory and that of their empires and families will be stored. For this, they will spare no effort and fight with all their might. In the City of Life, ancient Vine Palace, Ji Xiu woke up early. Last night's events were just a bit of seasoning in his otherwise dull life in recent days. Today's Qilin Holy War is his true goal. Surely Dugu Xiaoye should have learned a lesson last night. Yixiu murmured softly. The thought of the reckless Dugu Xiaoye's tearful appearance last night made him feel a wave of amusement. Just then, Ning Xian and Mo Qingxian also walked out of the ancient Vine Palace into the courtyard, and both looked at Ji Xiu with somewhat strange expressions. Clearly, they both knew about last night's events. Ning Xian could only express deep sympathy for Dugu Xiaoye's situation, while Mo Qingxian felt it was nothing serious since. Compared to her own experiences, Dugu Xiaoye's was relatively mild. Chapter 222. Tap, 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 top. The crisp sound of footsteps seemed to possess a special kind of magic, instantly silencing the once noisy temple. The goddess of life, Dugu Banruo, the great king of the eastern wilderness demon realm, stood at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens demon domain, a true major figure. She has arrived. Ji Xiu's eyes were fixed tightly on the depths of the Hall of Life, where a graceful figure slowly emerged. She was tall and wore a black twilight robe, though the robe only slightly clung to her body. Its still outlined curve alluring enough to drive any man crazy. A black veil concealed her face, but beneath her slightly arched moon-like eyebrows, a pair of emerald green eyes shimmered like autumn rain, rippling with an enchanting power that could make one lose their senses. For some reason, she looked towards Ji Xiu, and he gazed back at her. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and then she quietly withdrew her gaze, slowly walking behind a curtain of water amidst the entranced stares of the crowd. At that moment, Ji Xiu had only one thought in his mind. Dugu Banruo seemed to be a woman gentle to the bone. In the next second, a voice akin to heavenly music, carrying a magnetic charm, resonated throughout the Hall of Life. Chapter 223. Do you want to challenge Ji Xiu? Dugu Banruo raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yuze with interest. She knew that Yuze was never one to be overly competitive. In fact, his personality was very gentle, so his actions today clearly had another purpose. And that purpose was obvious. It was to summon Dugu Xiaoye. Alas, she didn't know what that girl said to Yuze to make him personally step in. Dugu Banruo raised her jade hand to rub her brow, feeling quite troubled by her sister, often finding herself a loss. Please grant me your permission. Yuze again cupped his hands towards Dugu Banruo. Upon hearing this, Dugu Banruo fell silent for a moment, then softly spoke, "You are already representing my City of Life in the Qilin Sacred War. So if you want to fight, then fight. No need to ask for my permission. Hearing this, Yuze shook his head, his gaze seriously fixed on the extraordinary figure behind the water curtain as he spoke with a complex tone. You should know, I never wanted to participate in this Qilin sacred war. I'm only doing it for you. Moreover, I never thought of going to Shuelaoqing, let alone marrying the demon emperor Lu Yueshi. I just want to stay quietly in the city of life by your side. Chapter 2, 24-second brother. Han Shui shouted, looking at Han Mo, whose mouth was bleeding, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Second brother, are you all right? Han Xiao furrowed his brow and asked. I'm fine. That woman's cultivation is one level higher than mine. Her combat power is very strong, and her swordsmanship has reached an incomprehensible level. She is not to be underestimated. Han Mo took a deep breath, his eyes filled with caution as he looked at Mo Qingxian. No wonder she is the daughter of my aunt. Even though she grew up in the Nine Heavens continent, her brilliance cannot be concealed, although I want to fight her. Now is a critical moment in the Qilin Sacred War. If I insist on determining the outcome with her, we would surely suffer mutual destruction. So, cousin, you can't blame me for what comes next. Han Xiao murmured to himself, then took Han Shui and stood in front of Han Mo, smiling at Mo Qingxian as he said, Miss Qingxian, you are from the holy sect of the Nine Heavens continent, right? And if I am? Mo Qingxian coldly replied. Then, it's not too much for me to call you cousin. Han Xiao spread his hands, speaking with a warm expression. Who is your cousin? Mo Qingxian's beautiful eyes turned cold as she drew a purple sword from thin air, pointing its blade directly at Han Xiao. Chapter 225 in the City of Life. A huge light curtain illuminated everything in the Forest of Life. The three quasi-emperor powerhouses from the first long-lived family of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm looked at their young lord and lady encountering Ji Xiu, their expressions instantly turning extremely ugly. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? How did they end up meeting this calamity? Alas, now we can only hope that the two young lords and the lady do not act impulsively. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, this guy is someone who knows no bounds. In the ancient Vine Palace, Ning Xiyin and Shui Wei saw Ji Xiu appear, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xiyin, if they encounter Senior Ji Xiu, those three might be in deep trouble. Shui Wei softly asked. Perhaps. Ning Xiyin smiled slightly. She knew Ji Xiu far better than Shui Wei. In her understanding, Ji Xiu would drain the Han family dry before considering the next step. Of course, what Ji Xiu did to the Han family was of no concern to her. She only hoped that this time, in the Forest of Life, the relationship between Mo Qingxian and Ji Xiu could ease a little. Chapter 226 in the City of Life. The three quasi-emperor powerhouses from the Han family watched as Ji Xiu spared their young lord and lady, their previously tense hearts finally relaxing. They were the first long-lived family of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm. If they failed on the very first day of the Qilin Sacred War, their Han family would surely become the laughingstock of the entire Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Ji Xiu didn't actually harm the young lord and lady. Yes, if our Han family were really kicked out of the Forest of Life on the first day, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, for the two young lords and the lady to become Ji Xiu's tools was still somewhat embarrassing. It doesn't matter. As long as we can stand on Ji Xiu's side, at least going to Shuelaoqing won't be a problem. Indeed, in the Hall of Life, the Grand Priest Fa Mu stared blankly at the scene before him. This guy Ji Xiu is truly an interesting young man. Famuchakold, admitting that Ji Xiu's methods were indeed clever, and that he could easily rank among the top 10, or even first in the star sequence. Just a little trick. Next, I want to see if this little fellow is truly as miraculous as the legends say. Chapter 227 in the Forest of Life, Eastern Sea of Trees. Ji Xiu and Mo Qingxian quietly arrived at the top of a massive ancient tree, where two legendary strongmen of the Nine Realms were currently engaged in battle. These two clashed like two demonic stars. Boom, 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 boom. The violent energy fluctuations collided repeatedly, creating thunderous sounds that made one's scalp tingle. The layers of clouds are dispersed by true essence and sword energy. Half of the sky was painted red, and the other half black, with the two colors intertwining in a spectacular display. And these two were Princess Ming Wu and Prince Ming Ju from the Yema dynasty. What a dog-eat-dog situation. Mo Qingxian snorted lightly. In her view, Ming Wu and Ming Ju were not virtuous individuals. Now that they were in a life-and-death duel, she was very willing to watch. Jisho made no comments, merely watching everything coldly. With just a glance, he could tell that Ming Wu was far stronger than Ming Ju. Why has she yet to strike? What could be her reason? Jisho frowned and murmured to himself, feeling a bit puzzled. As his voice fell, a cold voice echoed in Ming Wu's mind. You can act now? Hearing this, Ming Wu's red lips curved into a shallow arc, and she struck out with a palm, sending Ming Ju flying and then retreated dozens of feet. Chapter 228. Senior brother, aren't you going to deal with that little thief, Jisho? This guy is about to rob our dark elf clan's sacred land. Dugu Xiaoya shouted indignantly in the small courtyard. It's fine. They can't enter this sacred land. Yueza casually shook his head, leisurely sipping tea while enjoying the cool evening breeze. Jisho is quite powerful. Don't underestimate him. He might really get in. Dugu Xiaoya pouted, reminding Yueza, no worries. Their every move is under the watchful eyes of your sister and the high priest. Moreover, everyone in the City of Life is watching them. What can they do? Yueza spoke softly, not taking the matter to heart at all. Among the entire Dark Elf clan, only Duga Banruo and the High Priest Fa Mudong understood the secret arts of the Forbidden Land. Neither he nor Dugu Xiaoya could enter the elf sacred land. Dugu Xiaoya huffed. You just keep drinking your tea. Don't forget what exists in the elf sacred land. If Jisho takes that thing away, you'll regret it. Chapter 229. Let's go forward. Ming Wu's beautiful eyes trembled as she gazed at the unknown land at the end of the ancient path. Wait. Mo Qinxian stopped Ming Wu, frowning in confusion. How do you know the secret arts of the elf clan? Hearing this, Ming Wu slowly turned around, pretending to be calm as she replied, Does it matter? What matters is that there are great opportunities waiting for us ahead, right? Could she really know the elf clan's inherited secret arts? Of course not. The reason she could open this bronze door was all thanks to the great person behind her. Honestly, even her heart was trembling at this moment. She couldn't understand how someone from the Nine Heavens continent could understand the forbidden secret arts of the elf clan. Furthermore, she didn't know what consequences awaited her once the elf sacred land was opened. Surely, the Dark Elf clan would wish to skewer her. Now, she could care less about anything else, only knowing that she had to obey the orders of that great person. Otherwise, in the entire Nine Heavens demon domain, no one could save her. Not important. Let's go. Jisho shook his head, lifted his foot, and passed by Mo Qinxian's body, heading deeper into the ancient path. Chapter 230. In a shift of scenes, Jisho, Mo Qinxian, and Ming Wu had arrived at a ruined ancient city. This ancient city was filled with the breath of time and immortality, and the mottled, half-destroyed city walls were engraved with unique runes of the Dark Elf clan. The three of them stood in the center of the ancient city, which was the Sword Abyss of the Dark Elf clan. The Sword Abyss was vast, resembling an arena that could accommodate tens of thousands without feeling crowded, and within the abyss were countless rusty, broken swords and halberds. As the refreshing evening breeze blew, it seemed to tell the endless legends of the elf clan. Notably, at the peak of the 1,000-step stone staircase, directly in front of the Sword Abyss, stood a bronze sword platform, where over 100 ancient vines resembling steel chains locked a magnificent elf holy sword. At that moment, moonlight fell on the sword platform, making this holy sword appear extremely beautiful and shocking. The blade and edge, having undergone countless years of baptism, still gleamed with sharpness, and the hilt was inlaid with a dark green holy pearl. The holy pearl contained endless life radiance, with strands of profound and extraordinary aura emanating from within. Elf King's sword. Ming Wu gazed at the holy sword atop the Sword Abyss, her beautiful eyes trembling, her full chest rising and falling violently, her emotions reaching a peak. Chapter 231. In the City of Life, at this moment, both the commoners and cultivators of the Dark Elf clan, as well as the demon cultivators from various places in the Eastern Wasteland demon realm, were focused on the Sword Abyss within the Elf Forbidden Land. The baptism of the holy was not unfamiliar to the members of the Dark Elf clan. For them, it was a grand ceremony, with many having witnessed the scene of the demon emperor Lu Yueshi undergoing the holy baptism back in the day. However, this time, the person receiving the holy baptism was not the demon emperor, which made them quite displeased. What identities did Jisho, Mo Qinxian, and Ming Wu have to be so fortunate as to receive the holy baptism of the Dark Elf clan? It should be noted that even looking across the entire Nine Heavens demon domain, besides the demon emperor Lu Yueshi, no other non-dark elf person had received this honor. Forget it. This is the will of Lord Ancient Vine. We don't need to say much. Indeed, but I must say, these three outsiders are really lucky. By the way, the Long Princess of the Yimma dynasty and that girl named Mo Qinxian do have decent potential. They actually improved so much at once. But it won't matter. Compared to Lord Yueza, their potential is still a level lower. Chapter 232. In the Elf Forbidden Land, with the divine moon hanging high. The moonlight like water fell upon Jishio, standing on the bronze sword platform, as if draping him in a layer of silver gauze. In this moment, Jishio's figure became both ethereal and mysterious. Under the moonlight, it could be seen that a large bell appeared in the depths of Jishio's eyes, seemingly the only one in the world, representing time and space, as well as eternity. Following that, an ancient tower flashed before his eyes. A 9-story ancient tower representing the 9 heavens. Soon, countless weapons such as swords, halberds, spears, axes, and staffs passed through his vision, each representing an extreme law of weapons. The laws being profound, complex, and extremely difficult to understand. At the same time, a chanting sound, like a scripture descending from the myriad realms, echoed in Jishio's ears. The scripture being the forbidden essence of the 9 secret weapon characters. As the scripture entered his ears and soaked into his mind, countless ancient weapons began to rotate in the depths of Jishio's eyes, disassembling, reassembling, and finally leaving only one character. Weapon. 9 secret weapon characters, activate. Jishio murmured as if in a dream, and an unmatched divine light burst forth from his eyes, an ancient and weathered aura sweeping out like a tsunami. Chapter 233. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the 7-star holy sword, the Elf King's sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the 8-star spirit treasure, the Wood Spirit Pearl. At the peak of the sword abyss, Jishio listened to the system prompt in his ears, and his brows couldn't help but lift. As expected, the truly precious thing is not the Elf King's sword, but the Elf Holy Pearl, the Wood Spirit Pearl. Jishio murmured softly. At this moment, he could sense the supreme and pure life force continuously surging within the Wood Spirit Pearl. Meanwhile, the pure world flower lotus on his wrist was greedily absorbing the extraordinary power within the Wood Spirit Pearl. Ding. System prompt. The pure world flower lotus is charging. Clean world flower lotus charging progress. 1. Estimated charging time. 1 year. Upon seeing this information, Jishio couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Even with the Wood Spirit Pearl, the clean world flower lotus still needed a year to awaken, which indeed astonished him. However, upon careful thought, it didn't seem to be a problem, as it indirectly indicated that the power contained within the clean world flower lotus was undoubtedly an extraordinarily strong existence. Therefore, all the waiting was worth it. 1 year later, Chapter 234. Looking for her? The younger generation is truly formidable. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to seeing what kind of sparks you and that girl will eventually create. The old vine elder said with a smile as he looked at Jishio. You will see, Jishio said, and without a hint of hesitation, he turned around, holding the little chubby girl, and left. Goodbye, old man. The little chubby girl stuck out her tongue at the old vine elder with a smile. The old vine elder nodded, watching Jishio's departing figure, and murmured to himself, the times have indeed changed. With Jishio and Lu Yueshi around, the future of the 9 heavens demon realm will surely be extraordinary. As his voice fell, he turned and disappeared from the spot. Now, there was no one left in the elf sacred land, only the sound of the wind rustling, which seemed to tell of the former glory of the Dark Elf clan, and also seemed to celebrate the new chapter about to be opened by the elf lineage. Unfortunately, no one was there to hear it. The City of Life was extremely lively that night. All members of the Dark Elf clan were celebrating the birth of the Elf King. Chapter 235. The next day, the clear sunlight spilled over the forest, and the refreshing summer breeze smoothed the hot afternoon. Jishio and his group had returned to the Forest of Life, leisurely heading towards the Life Star Mine. He had obtained everything he was supposed to get, as well as things he wasn't supposed to get, signed the Soldier's Secret, received the Elf Holy Sword and the Wood Spirit Pearl, and broke through 5 realms in cultivation. At this moment, no one in the entire Forest of Life was more comfortable than Jishio. As for the little chubby girl Kaka, Mingwu might not be familiar with her, but Mo Qingxian was very familiar with her. After all, when Ji Xiu commanded the Five Elements Sacred Dragon to annihilate the National Protection Army back then, she was present. She had witnessed the extraordinary dragon might of the Five Elements Sacred Dragon. But now, looking at the completely transformed little chubby girl, she couldn't help but be a bit dazed, her eyes unconsciously drifting towards Kaka from time to time. "Big sister, why do you keep looking at Kaka?" The little chubby girl frowned and glared discontentedly at Mo Qingxian. Hearing this, Mo Qingxian awkwardly smiled and softly replied, "Because you, little girl, are too cute." "Really?" The little chubby girl's eyes sparkled as she let go of Ji Xiu's hand, ran in front of Mo Qingxian, tilted her little head happily, and said, "Big sister, I actually think I'm very cute too." Chapter 236, Above the Waterfall in the Forest. Ji Xiu interestingly gazed at the three siblings of the Han family, his smile gradually intensifying under the moonlight. "It seems, Your Highness, your plan has succeeded," Mingwu said with a light laugh. Hee. Ji Xiu chuckled, not saying much. He had always been very confident in the Han siblings. After all, they came from the first longevity family in the Eastern Desolate Demon Realm, and the Han family's family motto was that debts must be repaid. Oof. Mo Qingxian gave a cold snort and commented, "Han Shui and Han Mo. One is an inexperienced girl, and the other is an incredibly arrogant fool. Only Han Xiao has a bit of sense." Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow in response. That's the kind of combination that can produce the effect this young master wants. Hearing this, Mo Qingxian shook her head, crossing her arms and coldly observing everything. She had no good feelings for the Han family, but she was also happy to see Ji Xiu use the Han siblings as tools at will. As for the little chubby girl Kaka, she was lying at Ji Xiu's feet, sprawled out and fast asleep. Just then, Mingwu suddenly turned to look at Ji Xiu's profile and softly asked, "Ji Xiu, may I ask you a question?" Chapter 237, Your Highness. "You once promised to take me to Snow Old City." Mingwu suddenly looked at Ji Xiu and said in a daze, "Don't worry. This young master will definitely not forget what he promised." Ji Xiu shook his head. "Good. Then thank you, Your Highness." Mingwu smiled and nodded. "What do you want to do next?" Mo Qingxian asked softly. "Just wait and see," Yixiu replied casually. His current goal was no longer the Life Star Stone, because as long as he wanted it, the entire Life Star mine would be his. Therefore, his current target was the young elites from various realms in the Eastern Desolate, as they were all excellent tools, which he could use whether in Snow Old City or when returning to the Nine Heavens continent. The third day arrived. The atmosphere in the entire Forest of Life became quite tense. At this moment, everyone knew that the last day would be a great chaotic battle, so young cultivators who knew they were not strong enough retreated if they could. After all, being able to take away the only Life Star Stones they had was already good. If they did not retreat now, they would probably be robbed of everything, leaving them with nothing. Chapter 238, Let Go. Gu Qiu'er furrowed her brows and coldly shouted. As her words fell, the little chubby girl pouted and said, "Big sister, Kaka doesn't like your tone. You don't need to like it." A cold glint flashed in Gu Qiu'er's beautiful eyes, and she threw a punch at Kaka. At this moment, the space trembled, and the light of the laws surged violently. "You are so weak," the little chubby girl honestly said after feeling the fierce wind and the fluctuations of the laws. Then her eyes filled with golden light as she clenched her small fist and countered with a punch against Gu Qiu'er. Boom! Terrifying true essence ripples swept out in an instant. Gu Qiu'er suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward, and finally fell to the ground after rolling 3 or 4 times before barely stopping. What is this little girl? Huang Luo's eyes nearly popped out at this scene. Gu Qiu'er was a hidden strong person, yet she appeared to be defeated by this little girl who looked about 2 or 3 years old. Dragon Clan. Han Xiao took a deep breath, as he felt an unparalleled dragon might at a certain moment just now. No wonder. Huang Luo took a deep breath and nodded. If it's a Dragon Clan, he could accept it a bit better. Chapter 239, In the Forest of Life. The crescent moon emerged from the clouds, and the stars were brilliant. Ji Xiu stood before the forest, looking at the moon, and said with an interesting smile, "If your highness wants the Elf King's sword, why not come and get it yourself? 10 moves. Within 10 moves, if you could defeat this prince, I will give you the Elven King's sword." As soon as the words fell, the expressions of everyone present suddenly froze. The 3 siblings of the Han family exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Although they did not know how Jishio obtained the so-called number 1 demon sword of the East Wilderness, the thought of defeating Yuzei in 10 moves was somewhat arrogant. "Your Highness, think twice." Huang Luo, standing beside Jishio, whispered a reminder. Even he felt that it was impossible to win against Yuzei in 10 moves. "Jishio, Prince Yuzei is not as weak as you think. He is the brightest star in the demon realm of the East Wilderness. If you insist on this, be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself." Guchioer snorted lightly and spoke up. Although she liked Yuzei, since she chose to stand with Jishio, she naturally had to consider Jishio's interests. As her words fell, Jishio's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard the advice beside him, quietly gazing at Yuzei, who appeared extraordinary under the bright moon. Chapter 240. Prince Yuzei is defeated. Guchioer looked at Yuzei, who was pinned to the ground by Jishio's spear. His face twisted in pain, and for a moment, she felt her dream shatter. All along, Yuzei had been the perfect man in her heart, unmatched in both appearance and background, as well as cultivation and combat power. But now, all her fantasies about Yuzei had crumbled before reality. Such a perfect elven prince. Yuzei could also be defeated, and he lost so miserably, so pathetically, in less than 10 moves. Huang Luo swallowed hard, recalling the scenes from just now, feeling more and more shocked. How could the Scarlet Moon Spear suddenly be in Jishio's hands? Jishio actually seized an imperial weapon with his bare hands? Moreover, he even used Yuzei's imperial weapon to injure Yuzei? The events from just now had completely exceeded his understanding. This guy is too terrifying. Han Xiao took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh softly. The peak of the younger generation in the demon realm of the East Wilderness encountered Jishio and was defeated? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have believed it even if you killed him. Thankfully, we are not enemies with him. Amo spoke softly, feeling grateful. Chapter 241. Above the Holy Temple. Jishio frowned as he looked at the hazy figure behind the water curtain, wondering why this woman kept him here without saying a word. What does this mean? Does she want him to comprehend something? What Jishio did not know was that the solitary Gu Banruo, sitting quietly on the throne behind the water curtain, was also very nervous. After all, this was her first time doing something like this. How should she approach Jishio to talk about such matters? Should she let Jishio figure it out himself? After a long moment of silence, Jishio sighed and took the initiative to break the deadlock, then asked, "Lady Goddess of Life, if you have something to say, please go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Banruo took a deep breath and then parted her red lips to say 4 words, "Elven King's Sword." Sure enough, Jishio nodded in agreement, knowing that today he could not avoid the Elven King's Sword. "Lady Goddess of Life, do you want to reclaim the Elven King's Sword?" Jishio asked with a frown. To be honest, he did not have the habit of handing over the divine items he obtained, even if the person in front of him was the great king of the East Wilderness. "You misunderstood." Gu Banruo shook her head and then said, "Chapter 242, bang." The door of the Hall of Life closed heavily. Jishio looked at the blue sky and let out a long sigh. When a warm and comfortable breeze brushed against his face, his heart became incredibly calm. That's right. Whatever the future holds, let time decide. Jishio took a deep breath and whispered to himself. Just then, a crisp system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! System prompt. New sign-in location refreshed. Sign-in location. City of Life, Holy Palace. Sign-in reward. 9 secret movement techniques. Upon hearing this, Jishio was taken aback for a moment, then rubbed his forehead helplessly. To be honest, this sign-in location was quite troublesome. After all, the Holy Palace is where Gu Banruo resides. This means that right after this prince just told Gu Banruo to leave the future to time, he was now being asked to invade her bedroom? How could he do that? Jishio was quite indignant. However, Jishio thought to himself, this is a movement technique after all. If he mastered it to great success, it could even affect time. Give up? Of course not. Chapter 243. At the peak of the City of Life, Holy Palace. Jishio stepped on the star God Fragment Shadow and swiftly passed through layers of elven guards, arriving at a magnificent palace behind the Hall of Life. The palace was very imposing, with moonlight falling on the purple gold tiles, creating a shimmering glow. This is the Holy Palace. Hurry up and sign in and leave. Jishio let out a long breath and muttered in his mind, System sign in. Ding. System prompt. Host sign-in distance is insufficient. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, 3 black lines appeared above Ji Xiu's head. Damn system, just admit it. You did this on purpose. Ji Xiu grumbled indignantly, then steeled himself and walked step by step toward the holy palace. Just then, a magnetic voice of a mature woman rang out from within the holy palace. Ji Xiu, the sky is getting late. Why are you here? Sigh. Ji Xiu sighed lightly upon hearing this. Gu Banro truly lives up to her title as the goddess of life. He indeed could not act recklessly under her watch. Lady Goddess of Life, if I said I took the wrong path, would you believe me? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the bedroom. But eventually, Gu Banruo responded, Come in. Chapter 244. That night, under the moonlit sky, the cool summer breeze brushed against Ji Xiu's face. Sitting on the windowsill of the holy palace, Ji Xiu closed his eyes lightly, breathing steadily, as if he were asleep. But in reality, he was comprehending the 7-star reward he had just obtained from the sign-in, the 9 secret movement techniques. 9 secrets, movement techniques. Known as the fastest in the world, if cultivated to the extreme, it could transcend and touch the realm of time. Ji Xiu murmured in his heart, then immersed himself entirely in the principles of the movement techniques, beginning to understand them in detail. At this moment, his figure appeared somewhat ethereal under the moonlight, seemingly sitting in the holy palace under the moon. But in the blink of an eye, Ji Xiu's figure seemed to be at the ends of the earth, extremely mystical. It seemed that Gu Banruo also noticed this. She leaned with interest against the bed in the bedroom, arms crossed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ji Xiu, her stunningly beautiful face revealing a complex expression. Is this guy really only just over 20 years old? Why can a young man in his 20s reach the 7th realm of invisibility? Why can he kill a quasi-emperor? Why can he draw the holy sword of the elves? Chapter 245, City of Life, Yama Palace. Ming Wu cautiously stepped into the palace, where a stunningly beautiful woman sat by the window, her beautiful eyes gazing at the azure sky without joy or sorrow. The sunlight fell upon her, making her appear half in light and half in darkness. Although she had seen Mu Bing before, the overwhelming sense of pressure and stunning beauty still made her hold her breath. Miss Mu Bing, I'm back. Ming Wu respectfully stood before Mu Bing, looking humble, unlike the high and mighty Princess Yama of the past, but more like a maid. Mu Bing nodded slightly and responded softly. Miss Mu Bing, don't worry. Such things are unexpected. Ming Wu forced a smile. What are you talking about? Mu Bing asked casually, her exquisite eyebrows lightly raised. Isn't it about the matter with young Master Ji Xiu and the Goddess of Life? Young Master Ji Xiu has drawn the Elven King's sword and has gained the favor of the Goddess of Life. He will become the Elven King in the future. So, last night's events were unavoidable. Chapter 246. The summer days are always long. In this month, the City of Life and the entire Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm remained lively. The top 10 list of the star rankings had spread throughout the 9 Heavens Demon Domain. Of course, there was one name that could not be overlooked, and that name was Ji Xiu. Coming from the 9 Heavens continent, this young man, known as a miracle throughout the 9 Heavens, continued his legend in the 9 Heavens Demon Domain. First in the star rankings, the new Elven King who broke the ancient history of the Dark Elven clan spanning 10,000 years. For a time, various stories circulated endlessly within the 9 Heavens Demon Domain. In the Eastern Wilderness, Western State, Southern Region, and Northern Abyss, even the Snow-Old City had powerful figures' gazes directed toward the City of Life. Of course, there was also a kind of indescribable, eerie danger that only those truly at the peak of the 9 Heavens Demon Domain could sense, beginning to spread throughout the entire 9 Heavens Demon Domain. Despite the uproar outside, the ancient Vine Palace in the City of Life remained a scene of peacefulness. During this month, Ji Xiu spent most of his time comprehending the Tao and cultivating, ignoring, and inquiring about external matters. Chapter 247. Time's up. It's time to set off. Farewell was the main theme of today. In a secluded palace next to the Holy Palace of Life, Dugu Xiaoya looked at Yuze with tears in her eyes and said, Senior brother, are you really leaving? Hee. Yuze chuckled lightly and turned to ruffle Dugu Xiaoya's soft hair, responding gently, Xiaoya, senior brother, just wants to go out and see the world. Not that I won't come back. Oh. Dugu Xiaoya nodded gently and then asked, Senior brother, are you going out to find your destined goddess? Yuze thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Yes. My moon isn't here, so senior brother is going to find his own moon. Upon hearing this, Dugu Xiaoya asked with some sadness, Senior brother, Have you let go of your sister? Hee hee. Yuze shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that easy. But I will eventually forget her. At this point, Yuze's expression became determined. He looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky and murmured. Mother once said, everyone has their own moon. I once saw the most beautiful and brightest moon and thought she would be mine. Chapter 248. The first rays of morning sunlight fell on the earth. At the distant horizon, an ancient, mysterious ship tore through the layers of clouds, roaring toward the direction of Snow Old City. On the mysterious ship, many young prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm were excited and anxious. Many of them had been to Snow Old City and naturally knew that this first city of the Demon Realm held deep waters. Their elders had repeatedly warned them to avoid causing trouble in Snow Old City and to quietly follow Duga Banruo and Jishio. Otherwise, no one could protect them if something happened. Have you heard? A super dark horse has emerged from the southern region this time. He is the illegitimate son of the lord of the Liang dynasty. He has reportedly broken through to the realm of invisibility and has secured the first position in the southern region star rankings, wielding a demonic blade that has toppled all the prodigies of the southern region. TSK. Not just the southern region. This time dark horses are emerging everywhere. My father told me that several young invisibility experts have appeared in the Nangong family of the Western State, and they directly occupy 5 spots on the star rankings. Nangong family? I've heard of them. They're the oldest longevity family in the Western State. But for a single family to have 5 young invisibility experts is indeed quite extraordinary. Chapter 249. In the Divine Maiden's chamber aboard the mysterious ship, Jishio slowly walked up behind Duga Banruo and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. At this moment, he could sense that Dugu Banruo's blood vessels were not flowing smoothly, and there was an extremely cold airflow surging continuously, like a lingering mist that couldn't be dispelled. This airflow was even eroding Dugu Banruo's meridians and bones. Have you been injured? Yixiu frowned. It was 1,000 years ago. Dugu Banruo nodded slightly, her delicate body stiffening, evidently unaccustomed to the warm sensation from Jishio's palm. Who hurt you? Jishio asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Dugu Banruo shook her head and did not respond. Never mind. I should be able to heal you. Jishio did not press further. After all, everyone has some past they do not wish to discuss. Since Duga Banruo did not want to talk, then so be it. Actually, if you can help me ease the pain, that would be enough. Healing might not be that simple. Duga Banruo responded softly. Let's give it a try. Jishio took a deep breath, activated his mystical power, and awakened the divine fire within him. Clang! In that instant, 2 strands of golden holy flames erupted from the corners of his eyes, and the temperature in the entire chamber rose sharply. Chapter 250. That night, under the cool moonlight, a massive, ancient, mysterious ship glided over Snow Old City, leaving faint spatial ripples behind. The Night Order in front of Snow Old City solemnly saluted the ancient, mysterious ship entering the ancient city, fully aware of the high-ranking figures aboard this ship. Once the mysterious ship disappeared into the depths of Snow Old City in the dead of night, the Night Order guarding Snow Old City finally let out a long sigh of relief. Captain, if I'm not mistaken, this mysterious ship is from the Eastern Wilderness, right? A young Knight member asked quietly. Yes. This mysterious ship is from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm, the exclusive realm kingship of the Goddess of Life. The Knight Captain nodded, his sharp eyes filled with seriousness. This means that the legendary Goddess of Life was just on this ship. The young Knight gasped, his voice trembling. Not just the Goddess of Life. There's also the legendary Jishio, the heir who drew the Elven King's sword from the 9 Heavens continent. The Knight Captain added, Oh my, this time, Snow Old City is really getting more lively. The Knights of the Night Order all sighed in admiration. Chapter 251. It was said that the ancient, mysterious ship finally stopped at a magnificent palace closest to the peak of Snow Old City, the Demon Emperor's Palace. This palace was once called the Elven Palace and is now known as the Prajna Palace. Clearly, this name was changed after Liu Yueshi ascended to the throne. As they stepped out of the ancient, mysterious ship, a biting cold air rushed towards them. Fine snowflakes danced on everyone's shoulders, and a chill crept up their spines. It must be said that the temperature in Snow Old City was indeed very low and cold, but it was undeniable that this city was also very beautiful, stunningly so. At this moment, a group of dark elves had been waiting outside the mysterious ship for a long time. When they saw Dugu Prajna, Dugu Xiaoya, and Ji Xiao. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, Goddess of Life. Greetings, Lord Elven King. Greetings, Your Highness the Little Princess." Hearing this, Dugu Prajna waved her hand and then spoke to the outstanding talents from the Eastern Wilderness. "You all have worked hard along the way. You may go rest now." Upon hearing this, the group of talents from the Eastern Wilderness bowed to Dugu Prajna, and then they were taken to their respective quarters by the elven maids. Just as Ji Xiao was also about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice. Chapter 252. The next day, as soon as Ji Xiao woke up, he felt something soft and warm pressed against his cheek. He opened his eyes, and his expression froze as he suddenly sat up, awkwardly looking at Dugu Prajna, who was leaning against the bed, arms crossed, resting with her eyes closed. "Goddess, if I said this was not intentional, would you believe me?" Ji Xiao spread his hands, a bit helplessly. "Do you think I would believe that?" Dugu Prajna slowly opened her beautiful eyes, looking at Ji Xiao with a hint of amusement in her response. Obviously, she did not believe him. Ji Xiao sighed lightly, but that was understandable. In this situation, no one would believe it. "You guy, aren't you embarrassed?" Dugu Prajna helplessly reached out her delicate hand and poked Ji Xiao's forehead, then walked behind a screen to change into a black dress adorned with magnificent magical patterns. When she came out from behind the screen again, Ji Xiao's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Dugu Prajna in such a dark dress was very different from her previously lofty self. At this moment, Dugu Prajna looked like a stunning elf in the night, every smile and frown exuding endless charm and nobility. "What are you looking at? One cannot wear an elven priest's robe to the demon abyss, right?" Chapter 253. How about it? Do you think my proposal is acceptable? Xiam Smilat. Watching the growing amusement in Ji Xiao's gloomy eyes. 10 million magic crystal stones, you know? 10 million magic crystal stones were an astronomical price. This was a cultivation resource that lesser nobles in Snow Old City would struggle for a year to obtain. In fact, 10 million magic crystal stones could even buy a decent floating island in Snow Old City. He didn't believe anyone could refuse such a sky-high price. Of course, he didn't intend to actually give 10 million magic crystal stones, as he didn't think he would lose. "No need." Ji Xiao waved his hand, calmly taking a sip of the strong liquor in his cup. "Magic crystal stones are indeed good cultivation resources, but for me, they are like a chicken rib. Not very useful. Since that's the case, why waste energy playing with a bunch of kids?" "Are you sure?" Xiang Li raised an eyebrow. Then a wicked smile appeared on his lips. "Friend, you might not be from Snow Old City, so you would know. In Snow Old City, whether you come from the Chongqing family or the Wanzai Demon Dynasty, you must abide by the rules. And in this demon abyss, my rules are the rules." Chapter 254. Snow Old City, at the peak of the Demon Emperor's palace. Lu Yueshi sat under the moon, looking at the demon abyss with great interest. Humming a little tune, her face full of contentment. Gu Yao furrowed her brows and asked Lu Yueshi, "Demon Emperor, how long until I can meet the young master?" "Soon," Lu Yueshi replied casually. "You." Gu Yao was momentarily speechless, gritting her teeth as she pressed on. "Soon? When is that?" Lu Yueshi thought for a moment, and then, seeing her lips curve into a slight arc, asked in return, "Little Gu Yao, you've worked so hard for so long. You must want to give your young master a big surprise, right? If it were just a simple encounter, would you be satisfied?" Hearing this, Gu Yao paused, seriously considering what Lu Yueshi said, and it seemed reasonable. "So for now, just patiently watch tonight, how your young master displays his great power." Lu Yueshi smiled and embraced Gu Yao, her purple eyes sparkling with laughter. "Let me go." Gu Yao struggled to break free from Lu Yueshi's embrace. "Oomph." Lu Yueshi snorted softly. "It's been so long. Little Gu Yao, why are you still so indifferent to me?" Chapter 255. You will die. The calm voice was neither loud nor soft, but it seemed to have a special magical power that fell into the ears of everyone present. However, the problem was that behind the young nobles of Snow Old City stood an extremely powerful force, and even if the Goddess of Life came in person, she should not be able to act recklessly, right? "Goddess of Life, my father is the captain of the Snow Old City Guard, appointed by the Demon Emperor. If I have offended you today, I apologize." Li Changle trembled as he knelt on the ground, his eyes dark and uncertain. "Goddess of Life, my father should know you. Please be merciful." Qin Xian couldn't help but bring up his father. "Goddess of Life, my Demon Emperor is my aunt. Please give her some face." Lu Xiao remained calm and collected. After all, his aunt was Lu Yueshi, and he didn't think Dugu Prujnal would kill him too. Ji Xiao, you were right. They are indeed boring. Dugu Banruo's beautiful eyes looked towards Ji Xiao. Indeed, there was nothing fun. Ji Xiao shrugged. Chapter 256, The Cold Moon, The Falling Snowflakes. The snow fell from the sky in a flurry, and today was destined to be a long night. Xuelao City was still lively, with 30,000 bright lights and a cacophony of voices. However, with the fall of a few young figures in the demon abyss, Xuelao City suddenly became turbulent. Countless prominent figures in Xuelao City were shocked by Dugu Banruo and Ji Xiao's ruthlessness, and their gazes simultaneously turned towards the first floating island of South City. South Domain's king of the realm, the Demon Palace. South Domain's king Luo Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back at the top of the Demon Palace, looking towards the first floating island with a neutral expression, and he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. I didn't expect that the first thing this woman would do upon returning to Xuelao City would be to start a massacre. TSK, TSK, TSK. 1,000 years have passed, and she hasn't changed at all. As his voice fell, a young and handsome man in a black brocade robe behind him suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Master, Dugu Banruo killed so many people tonight, and even forcibly stormed the prince's mansion. Isn't that person in the Demon Emperor's palace going to intervene? He, Luo Changsheng sneered. Everything tonight is what she wants to see. Why would she intervene? Moreover, Dugu Banruo's actions this time are not as simple as just storming the prince's mansion. She is here to kill. Chapter 257. As his words fell, Ji Xiao frowned slightly, realizing that he had underestimated the situation. Dugu Banruo and the Xiangwang, or the Dark Elf clan and the Xiangwang, seemed to have a deep-seated grudge. Dugu Banruo's master, the previous life goddess of the Dark Elf clan, was killed by the Xiangwang. Dugu Banruo and Lu Yueshi were once the best of friends. Yet Lu Yueshi rewarded the sacred artifact, the Elven King's sword sheath, to the Xiangwang. As his thoughts spiraled, Ji Xiao felt the situation was becoming increasingly complex. At this moment, Dugu Banruo seemed to sense Ji Xiao's confusion. She softly said, Ji Xiao, if you want to hear about the past, I will tell you everything in due time. Hearing this, Ji Xiao shook his head and asked, What I need to do now? Dugu Banruo smiled gently at Ji Xiao and said, You don't need to do anything. Tonight, just stand behind me. After saying that, she slowly walked towards the Xiangwang. At that moment, Ji Xiao suddenly grabbed Dugu Banruo's wrist and said, Since I've come, I naturally can't just be a spectator. The Xiangwang's cultivation was at the Emperor realm, and the 3 elders beside him were at the quasi-emperor level, with one being just a step away from entering the Emperor realm. Chapter 258. In Xuelao City, on the first floating island. The Battle of the Emperor realm. The Battle of the quasi-emperor realm. Both began simultaneously. Ji Xiao's eyes burst with chaotic celestial light, feeling as if he stood at the pinnacle of the heavens. With everything in the world being illusory, at the end of time, only one invincible person remained. Divine Prohibition. Devour Immortal Démon Technique. Both were activated. Kill. Quasi-Emperor Powerhouse, Xiang Mu stepped through the void with a pitch-black war spear, appearing like a legendary spear god, with endless laws condensing at the tip of the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, moving so fast it was untraceable, and its might was so powerful it seemed capable of crushing all enemies. Rip! This spear tore through the void and pierced Ji Xiao's body in the countless trembling eyes of Xuelao City. At that moment, Ji Xiao's figure slowly became illusory and finally disappeared. After images, Xiang Mu suddenly frowned. Ji Xiao's speed was too fast. He couldn't capture Ji Xiao's trajectory at all, and he didn't even perceive a hint of spatial fluctuation. Be careful, Xiang Qian shouted. At that moment, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. Ji Xiao at some point had already stood behind Xiang Mu. The ghostly speed made his scalp tingle, completely beyond his understanding. Chapter 259. Ding. Congratulations, host, for devouring the life essence of quasi-emperor powerhouse Xiang Qian, raising your cultivation to the 8th level of divine concealment. Ding. Congratulations, host, for devouring the life essence of quasi-emperor powerhouse Xiang Ming, raising your cultivation to the 9th level of divine concealment. Ding. Congratulations, host, for devouring the life essence of quasi-emperor powerhouse Xiang Mu, advancing your cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of divine concealment. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Ji Xiao let out a long breath. Although his expression remained calm, he was overjoyed inside. Looking at the entire nine heavens, no other technique could compare to the devouring immortal demon palace. It was also due to the extraordinary power of the devouring immortal demon technique that he could reach the ninth level of divine concealment in such a short time. He just didn't know when the devouring immortal demon technique could advance another level. If the devouring immortal demon technique reached the seventh layer, then he could truly devour immortals and demons. Even without lifting a finger, he could consume the life essence of fallen beings. At that time, his cultivation would improve even more smoothly. Additionally, what would the secret method of the forbidden chapter of the seventh layer of the devouring immortal demon palace be? Would it be an extraordinary forbidden existence like heaven-slaying Tao? As his thoughts continuously flipped, Ji Xiu's heart grew even hotter. He had sensed that his devouring immortal demon technique had reached a bottleneck, and he only needed one more step to advance to the seventh layer. Chapter 260. The morning light is bright. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the earth, Xuelao City seemed to regain its former prosperity. Everything from last night became the hottest topic of conversation today. Every tavern and every long street was abuzz with cultivators and commoners chatting excitedly. The fall of the Xiong Wang meant that the Dark Elf clan would likely rebuild its former glory. It was undeniable, with the Elven King's sword unsealed. Their return to the peak was just a matter of time. However, it must be said that the young Master Ji Xiu from the Nine Heavens was truly terrifying, single-handedly killing 3 emperors. This record was frightening indeed. That's right. At this rate, this time, he would not only become the Elven King of the Dark Elf clan, but perhaps he would also marry the Demon Emperor and become the new master of Xuelao City. Shu, don't talk nonsense. The 3 young lords of Shizhou, Nanyu, and Beiyuan will not agree. In the South Domain's Demon Palace, Luo Chongsheng looked at Luo Xie with a serious expression and asked again, "Disciple, after last night's battle, how do you rate your chances against Ji Xiu?" Hearing this, Luo Xie let out a long breath and said, "Disciple feels that if the forbidden seal is lifted, it will at least be 50-50. Chapter 261. After Dugo Banruo left the Demon Emperor's palace, she walked alone on the long streets of Xuelao City. It must be said that facing her former best friend once again, even after 1,000 years, made her heart tremble. Looking back at the Demon Emperor's palace, memories flooded her mind, and her heart ached even more. "Xia, please, can you save my master? She does not want to be your enemy, nor does she have any intention of obstructing your ascension to the position of the Demon Emperor." Banruo, 3 days ago, the 30,000 elite guards of the Dark Elf clan stationed outside Xuelao City. You tell me she doesn't want to be enemies with this princess? That was all your father's request. Hee. Or perhaps it was your big brother's request. But it doesn't matter now. After all, both my father and big brother are dead. TSK. I beg you, please spare my master. Banruo, to be honest, your master has already been crippled by the king of the Xiong, and she is imprisoned in the prince's mansion. Even this princess is powerless. After all, she is my royal uncle, and now the entire Xuelao City is under his control. What can I do? Chapter 262. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Xuelao City regained its former liveliness, and the tense atmosphere became peaceful. The top talents from the 4 major demon realms of the Nine Heavens Demon Prison adjusted their states, all for the final battle at the peak of the demon domain. This time, they carried not only their own honor, but also the honor of their respective dynasties and families. Therefore, no matter who the opponent is, they will fight with all their might. In Banruo Palace, the 3 siblings of the Han family often sat and discussed with Huang Luo and Gu Qiu'er. Perhaps it was the imperial battle on the floating island that inspired them, as these top talents from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm all made breakthroughs. Han Xiao finally broke through to the Hidden God Realm. Han Emo also broke through to the legendary Ninth Realm. Han Shui did not break through because she became good friends with the 2 young girls, Dugu Xiaoya and Shui Wei, and they spent these days playing around Xuelao City. Huang Luo made progress and also reached the legendary Ninth Realm. Gu Qiu'er reached the 2nd realm of Hidden God. She faintly had the appearance of the big sister of this small team. As for the others, they all adjusted their states to their peak, waiting for the final battle to arrive. Chapter 263. Night was fading, and as the first ray of sunlight fell on Xuelao City, this ancient and eternal city began to radiate vitality. The top talents from the major demon realms of the Nine Heavens Demon Domain were already in position. each receiving a star stone from the Demon Emperor's palace. This star stone is the key to entering the peak of the third world of the Demon Domain. At this moment, all the talents in Shui Lao City look towards the Demon Emperor's palace at the peak of Shui Lao City. Whoever can ascend to the peak of the Demon Domain can marry the Demon Emperor, Lu Yueshi, and become a Demon Lord. This temptation is irresistible for anyone. Moreover, even if they cannot become a Demon Lord that will be recorded in the ancient history of the Nine Heavens, as long as they can shine brightly at the peak of the Demon Domain, they can still become famous throughout the Nine Heavens Demon Domain. Therefore, today, the top talents from the 4 major demon realms will fight with all their strength at the peak of the Demon Domain, dreaming that their names, their families, and their dynasties can resonate throughout the Nine Heavens Demon Domain. This is the supreme honor for them. Entering the peak of the Demon Domain is also an extraordinary opportunity that comes once in a millennium. Chapter 264, Shui Lao City, Banruo Palace. At this time, the talents from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm were all on high alert, watching the starlight rising from various places in Shui Lao City, their fighting spirit boiling. Most of them were clear that the frozen throne at the peak of the Demon Domain was not something they were qualified to touch. So they only needed to shine at the peak of the Demon Domain, giving their all to compete for glory for their dynasties and families. Moreover, they all knew that the peak of the Demon Domain is the most precious opportunity in the Nine Heavens Demon Domain. So they would seize the opportunity and compete for chances, because perhaps just obtaining one opportunity at the peak of the demon prison could launch them to great heights. For example, the 3 siblings of the Han family, Huang Luo and Gu Qiu'er, all had their own goals. At this moment, Dugu Banruo stood side by side with Ji Xiu, and Dugu Banruo looked around at this group of top talents from the Eastern Wilderness and then spoke. Everyone, the peak of the Demon Domain is the first dangerous place in our Nine Heavens Demon Domain. While there are countless opportunities, it is also extremely perilous. Moreover, the talents from the Southern Region, Western State, and Northern Abyss will definitely not go easy on you. Chapter 265, The Infinite Star Path. An endless fierce wind blew up from the depths of the starry sky, and Ji Xiu saw points of light appearing before him. Almost there. The legendary peak of the third world of the Demon Domain. Yixiu solemnly murmuret. Master, the little fat girl snuggled in Ji Xiu's arms. Looking bored, said, I'm hungry. While Ji Xiu was speaking, a dazzling starlight surged in like a tide, and both Ji Xiu and the little fat girl felt a momentary loss of weight, followed by their consciousness briefly plunging into darkness for a few seconds. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a brand new world. This world was vast, but the ground was black, the sky was gray-white, and everything in front was foggy. This was not due to fog, as this world had looked like this since ancient times. We have arrived. Ji Xiu softly muttered to himself. At this moment, he felt that his perception seemed to be cut off. According to his hidden god, ninth realm cultivation, he should be able to sense everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. But now his perception could barely cover 1,000 zhang radius. Chapter 266. Meanwhile, after Gu Yao left the dark forest, a wave of black mist swept through the entire dark forest like a tsunami. 2 tall figures stood in the black mist. Zong 12. It seems we are late. A relatively young voice came from the black mist. Little 13. It's not just being late. The evil emperor's inheritance has been taken away. Another slightly hoarse voice responded from the black mist. 12. Who do you think did it? The young man in the black mist asked. Who else could it be? Looking at the wounds on this group of talents, they were all killed by the demon chant. So it must be that one from the demon emperor's palace. The hoarse voice replied again. Damn it. Is she one of Lu Yueshi's people? The young man in the black mist couldn't help but rub his forehead. She is not just one of Lu Yueshi's people. She is also Ji Xiu's person. She possesses the demon chant and has the strongest bloodline of the spirit clan, qualified to unlock part of the inheritance in the frozen throne. Zong 12 said coldly. He. Let's choose her. She is a treasure. Zong 13 said with a gloomy smile, gazing in the direction Gu Yao had left. Chapter 267. Human. You have some guts. How dare you intrude into my cave and disturb my rest? Aren't you afraid of death? A grand and majestic voice echoed through the cave, like the rumble of the Tao, ringing in the ears. Junior only wishes to take a drop of Kirin's holy blood. I wonder if Senior could grant this? Ji Xiu cupped his hands towards the Kirin, not concealing his intentions but speaking plainly. In front of such a powerful holy beast, lies are the most feeble. A drop of Kirin's holy blood? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? The demon ancestor? Or that celestial empress? A hint of inexplicable amusement surged in the Kirin's purple, sun-like eyes. Senior, I believe you will definitely grant me a drop of Kirin's holy blood. Jishio also smiled, his gaze burning as he locked eyes with the Kirin. Oh, go on. Where does your delusion come from? The Kirin looked at Jishio with great interest, its large eyes swirling with the light of annihilation. And a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Has this guy gone mad? Mingwu closed her eyes, truly unaware of where Jishio's confidence came from. Indeed, why would he think the Kirin would willingly give him a drop of its holy blood? Chapter 268. The Kirin looked at Jishio with an odd expression and couldn't help but chuckle as he reached out to tap Jishio's forehead, then explained, little guy. The mother of the stars and I are true love. So don't think too much. Jishio rubbed his slightly aching forehead and, feeling a bit embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, Senior, you think too much. I also believe you are true love. At this point, Jishio decided to no longer dwell on this topic, took a deep breath, and went straight to the point. Senior, what should we discuss next? Although he had used Tianmu to help the Kirin girl, Xing begin to merge her two extraordinary bloodlines, he had not yet completely succeeded. Completely merging the two bloodlines was not something that could be accomplished overnight, based on his estimates. It would take at least a year, and he couldn't stay here for an entire year, thus the problem arose. The Kirin paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, and finally, it seemed he had made a difficult decision. Then with a burning gaze, he looked at Jishio and said, Little guy, you should take my daughter with you. Chapter 269, what does this mean? Mingwu saw Imo Qingxian voluntarily take off her clothes, and her eyes trembled, her red lips slightly parted as if she could fit an egg. What a fuss. Imo Qingxian blushed and shot a glare at Mingwu, thinking that this woman had never seen the world. You guys aren't going to. Mingwu swallowed hard. She could no longer bear to look at Jishio and Imo Qingxian. She subconsciously wanted to turn and leave, but she found she couldn't move her feet. It's fine. Ning Xian smiled and softly said to Mingwu, They are already used to it. What? Mingwu's ample bosom rose and fell violently as she thought. They are already used to it, this won't do. I must have a good look and then properly reprimand these two with Miss Mu Bing. Her thoughts stopped there. Jishio had already arrived in front of Imo Qingxian. Feeling the scorching breath and Jishio's exhalation, Imo Qingxian's delicate body trembled slightly, but she did not avoid Jishio's gaze, raising her head to meet his intense stare. Her cold, stunning face was full of stubbornness, and she gritted her silver teeth and said, If we're going to do it, then do it quickly. This saintess can take it. Jishio nodded seriously and said, Chapter 270. At the peak of the demon domain, Thousand-Star Cliff, above the sky, two demon stars collided with a thunderous roar. An endless true essence ripples spread out in all directions. Without a doubt, this was a peak showdown in the realm of divine invisibility. Kill. Gu Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled coldly, her body surrounded by endless sword light, her jade hands conjuring demonic chants and demonic flames, the demonic blades slicing through the sky, igniting the firmament. Zhang Shusan coldly shouted as his battle axe struck down, thousands of demonic thunderbolts suddenly falling. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. Between the two, demonic lights surged, demonic flames roared, sweeping across the 8 directions, and the battle intent of thunder pierced through the starry sky. Clang! 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 Gu Yao's demonic chant blade and Zhang Shusan's chopping axe collided thousands of times in an instant, and their figures shifted and teleported thousands of times in an instant. The entire void filled with their constantly flashing figures. Ding! When the sharpness of the demonic blade and the axe blade clashed in a shocking collision, a momentary light illuminated the entire night sky, brighter than the countless stars above Thousand-Star Cliff. Boom! The two crossed paths, each rushing to one side, and a tragic blood flower blossomed in the sky. You are indeed powerful. No wonder Lu Yueshi could give you the demonic chant. Chapter 271. Are you sick? Jishio looked amusingly at Imo Qingxian, whose face was flushed and filled with resentment, thinking, what nonsense is this woman talking? This is clearly a win-win situation. Unsealing the extermination of Immortal's array, unsealing the 4 swords of extermination of Immortals, she had gained plenty of benefits. and it was expected that Mo Qingxian's cultivation and combat power would see a significant boost in a short time. Qingxian, are you okay? Ning Xian stepped forward and gently supported Mo Qingxian, who looked a bit strange. I'm fine, just a little weak in the legs. Mo Qingxian didn't dare to meet Ning Xian's eyes. After all, that strange feeling just now was too embarrassing for her. Of course I'm fine. After all, there's always a next time. I'm sure by the next time, you'll be used to it. Ji Xiu smiled slightly and patted Mo Qingxian's shoulder. Ha! Shameless. Mo Qingxian spat lightly. Hearing Ji Xiu's words, she felt her face burning even more. All right, let's get ready to leave here. Yixiu stretched lazily, then looked at the Kirin girl lying on the altar. He handed the little chubby girl to Ning Xian, then slowly approached the altar, reaching out to wrap his arm around Xing'er's slender waist, preparing to take her away. Chapter 272. At the peak of the demon domain. In the forest of 10,000 trees, a graceful figure sat atop a towering tree, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the solitary island across the demoness shore, where shadows of people flickered, and she saw the person she had been longing for. Your Highness the young master, we are finally going to meet. Gu Yao's red lips parted as she whispered, her ample bosom rising and falling violently, and a faint smile appeared on her exquisite, beautiful face. Besides Ji Xiu, she also saw several familiar faces, Ning Xian, the little chubby girl, and Mo Qingxian. Memories of the past flooded back like a tide, causing her eyes to redden and her heart to be filled with unspoken emotion. Who? Gu Yao took a deep breath and turned to look at a figure swiftly flying from Qianqian Cliff. At that moment, the smile on her delicate face vanished, and her eyes suddenly turned icy cold. This thing that refuses to die, it's really looking for death. After saying that, a strange demonic light flashed in her eyes, and her entire being transformed into a moon shadow, disappearing from spot. It's worth mentioning that even her aura vanished eerily at this moment. Chapter 273. Master, I'm coming. The chubby girl excitedly waved her chubby little fist. Good. Ji Xiu smiled and nodded. He looked at the chubby girl rushing towards the dragon scales with great pleasure in his eyes. Someone is controlling it? Ning Xian also sensed something was off and couldn't help but ask softly. That's right. Yixiu nodded. He possessed the ghost flutes, Chun Qing, and the soul-capturing trilogy. So controlling souls and stealing souls was child's play for him. However, he controlled human souls, while the other party controlled bee souls. That was the only difference. Do you want me to drag that person out? Ning Xian asked, her beautiful eyes carrying an inexplicable meaning as she looked at the horizon, with cold light flickering in them. No need. Ji Xiu shook his head. Xing'er, I'm here to protect you. Mo Qingxian smiled and came to Xingxing's side, speaking gently. Thank you, Sister Qingxian. Xing'er smiled and nodded at Mo Qingxian. In fact, when she looked at the peak of the god concealment with its demonic scales, there was no hint of fear in her purple, beautiful eyes, only a natural sense of superiority and disdain. For other cultivators, the peak of the god concealment as demonic scales might be a big trouble, but for her it was just a fish. Chapter 274. Ji Xiu. That's a quasi-emperor strongman. Ming Wu exclaimed in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling as she looked at the figure coming over the waves. There's actually a quasi-emperor strongman in the other shore sea. Mo Qingxian also spoke in surprise, her heart suddenly racing. Ji Xiu, what are you planning to do next? Ning Xian asked in a serious tone. It was no secret that Ji Xiu could kill quasi-emperor strongmen. It was almost common knowledge in both the Jiutian continent and the Jiutian demon domain. Even the recent soul-capturing melody successfully captured 10 quasi-emperor profound beasts, showing that Ji Xiu had completely disregarded quasi-emperors. However, a quasi-emperor is still just a quasi-emperor. They are not true emperor level. Emperor-level strongmen are at the peak of the Jiutian laws and order, having comprehended their own path and laws. These strongmen are the true few cultivators standing at the summit of Jiutian, the real big shots. She did not know how much of a chance Ji Xiu would have if he faced a true emperor-level strongman. Hearing this, Ji Xiu replied calmly, since we are here, we should make ourselves comfortable. What are the emperor-level strongmen? Chapter 275. A cold voice echoed through the sky. Zhang Qi focused her gaze and saw a woman in black armor, wearing a black metal mask, coldly staring at her while holding the demonic champ blade. Gu Yao. Zhang Qi called out the woman's name. Her jade hand clenched into a fist. The people from Zong Temple, they should all die. Gu Yao shouted coldly. How long have you been following me? Zong Qi asked coldly. What do you think? A cold light flashed in Gu Yao's beautiful eyes, and the demonic chant sword suddenly stabbed out. Rip! The sword blade tore through the sky, pointing straight at Zong Qi's head. Get lost! Zong Qi roared and raised her jade hand, directly pulling a long spear from the void, which she thrust towards Gu Yao. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the heavens. The tip of the demonic blade collided with the spear tip in the void. Boom! Terrifying true essence fluctuations instantly stirred up waves of enormous magnitude. Clang! 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 Above the sky of the other shore sea. The figures of Gu Yao and Zong Qi constantly intersected, the sound of their weapons clashing resonating throughout the universe. Sensing the powerful true essence collision at the horizon's end, Ji Xiu on Qilan Island couldn't help but furrow his brow and mutter to himself. Is there a third person? Chapter 276. Looking at the two embracing each other, Ningxian couldn't help but smile warmly, softly murmuring, Gu Yao, you truly are impressive. She had been by Ji Xiu's side for a long time, but far less than Gu Yao. So she knew how deep the feelings were between Ji Xiu and Gu Yao. In her impression, Gu Yao was a sensible and big-picture woman. Otherwise, Ji Xiu wouldn't have entrusted the military affairs to her. In fact, Gu Yao had never let Ji Xiu down. Every command Ji Xiu gave, she perfectly executed without any defiance. This time, she jumped into the chaos abyss just to find Ji Xiu. This was her only act of rebellion in this life. If Feng Huang was the sun in Ji Xiu's life, hot and sincere, then Gu Yao was the moon, peaceful yet shining brightly. This was probably her only act of rebellion. Ningxian smiled and shook her head. This guy Ji Xiu is truly lucky. Mo Qingxian also sighed as she recognized Gu Yao. At that time, she couldn't understand why Ji Xiu, a guy like him, could make such an outstanding woman be so devoted to him. But now she somewhat understood. Chapter 277. Snow Old City, Demon Emperor Palace. Lu Yueshi sat on the stone steps, propping her chin with her hands, looking bored at the light curtains spanning the sky. Murmuring to herself in Bayardam, Yishu, Yishu. Let this emperor see where you have gone. As soon as she finished speaking, a corner of the light curtain flickered with a faint light, and a large group of figures emerged from the other shore sea. Huh? Lu Yueshi's expression froze, and a shallow arc appeared on her stunningly beautiful face as she spoke. The other shore sea. Ji Xiu, this emperor has found you. As her voice fell, Lu Yueshi's purple, beautiful eyes sparkled, staring unblinkingly at Ji Xiu and his group, her expression growing increasingly surprised. It seems that not only has this emperor found you, even Gu Yao has found you. Wait, why does that girl in purple look so familiar? She's the Qilan girl, Xing. At this point, Lu Yueshi suddenly stood up, her ample chest rising and falling violently, threatening to tear her clothing. At the peak of the demon domain, the other shore sea, Qilan Island. She had once been there too, but how could Ji Xiu manage to get the Qilan's approval to bring out a girl whom even she couldn't save? Chapter 278. Meanwhile, after Ji Xiu and his group left the other shore sea, they headed north towards Chuanja Mountain. On their journey, they passed through the forest of 10,000 trees, the cliff of 1,000 stars, the cave of 10,000 swords, and the Nether Mountain Range, before stepping into the divine path of creation and entering the twilight forest in front of Creation Mountain. Along the way, Ji Xiu saw countless corpses and remains of the talented individuals from the 4 great demon realms of the 9 heavens demon domain, and even spotted several bones of those who had set out from the City of Life with him, several of whom were from the Eastern Wilderness demon realm. However, he did not find it strange. After all, the God Burial Hall had joined the battle at the peak of the demon domain this time, and the conflict would only grow more intense, leading to more deaths. As a genius, dying on the battlefield was commonplace and not surprising. He couldn't help but wonder how the 3 siblings of the Han family, Huang Luo and Gu Qiu'er, were doing. Ji Xiu murmured softly to himself. To be honest, he really didn't want to see this group of top talents from the Eastern Wilderness perish here, as they were exceptionally gifted, had bright futures, and wide paths ahead. In the future, if he were to fight across the 9 heavens, they would be a significant help. Just as Ji Xiu's thoughts were swirling, Gu Yao was holding onto his arm, and the two walked side by side, enjoying their time together. After all, it had been a long time since they had such pleasant moments. Chapter 279. Ji Xiao, I'm leaving. Mo Qingxian glanced deeply at Ji Xiao before turning to head towards the end of the Twilight Forest. Han Qianrou was her mother, and the grudges between them were their own business. As for Han Xiao, Han Mo, and Han Shui, they were her cousins. Therefore, they could not allow outsiders to bully them at will, as it would be no different from slapping her face. Ji Xiao's act of drawing his sword truly struck at her heart at this moment. Just then, Mo Qingxian paused, as if recalling something, and then, in front of everyone, she turned and gently hugged Ji Xiao. She bit her red lip and softly said, "Thank you." After saying this, she did not linger at all, transforming into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing before everyone, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. This woman, Ji Xiao, was momentarily speechless. If you remember correctly, this should be the first time Mo Qingxian had said such words to him, the first time she dared to take such action. Hee. Ningxian covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Even she hadn't expected Mo Qingxian's actions just now. "Young master, isn't she your captive?" Gu Yao's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful face filled with confusion and a hint of displeasure. Thinking to herself, how could someone of Mo Qingxian's status dare to hug their young master? Chapter 280. Montag Qingxian. Cousin, sister, it's her. Huang Luo and the Han siblings, Gu Qiu, were shocked upon seeing the newcomer. How could they not recognize her? For Huang Luo, Mo Qingxian was by Ji Xiao's side, and if she was here, it meant Ji Xiao was too. For the Han siblings, Mo Qingxian was their aunt's daughter. Although they had once drawn swords against each other, they were still family, and they had never held any hostility towards Mo Qingxian. Even if she was indifferent towards the Han family, Ji Xiao must have come too. Gu Qiu took a deep breath, excitement shining in her beautiful eyes. "Who is she?" Luo Shang frowned. She wasn't from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Realm, so she didn't know Mo Qingxian. However, when she saw the sword of slaughter in Mo Qingxian's hand, an extreme chill coursed through her soul, causing even the yin-yang mother and child sword in her hand to tremble involuntarily. "Who I am is not important, but I am very curious about who you said you would kill cleanly." Mo Qingxian slowly walked in front of Huang Luo and the others, her beautiful eyes looking at Luo Shang without joy or sorrow. Chapter 281. When Mo Qingxian's voice, filled with indescribable emotions, echoed in the sky, the Eastern Wilderness geniuses present were momentarily stunned. For some reason, upon hearing the name Mo Qingxian mentioned by her, the tense strings in their hearts completely relaxed. And at this moment, they inexplicably felt an immense sense of ease. Because he had arrived. As her words fell, a tall figure emerged from the Twilight Forest, leading a white-haired lowly. Beside him, Gu Yao held the demon song blade. Ning Xian was holding a small chubby girl, and Ming Wu, dressed in red, wore a cold expression. At this moment, she seemed to have regained the imposing presence of the princess of the Yanma dynasty. Behind him, the Imperial Realm powerhouse Longsure appeared with 10 quasi-emperor profound beasts. In this instant, not only did the Eastern Wilderness geniuses falter, but even the geniuses from Beiyuan couldn't help but feel their legs go weak. Ji Xiao, along with the group behind him and the profound beasts, was incredibly terrifying. He was none other than the legendary young master of Beixia from the Nine Heavens continent, Ji Xiao. Luo Shang's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes trembling. Upon seeing Ji Xiao for the first time, she knew that this man with a warm smile was exceptionally terrifying, even more so than her own young master, Shun Sangxing. Chapter 282. Only I am supreme? Hee. Ji Xiao laughed, genuinely happy, and this smile in Mo Qingxian's eyes was undoubtedly more terrifying than that of a devil. Because when Ji Xiao had tormented her before, he had smiled just like that. Even though time had passed, she still felt a prickling fear. This guy, Ningxian, was also at a loss for words. The 4 characters Shun Sangxing were indeed very arrogant, but she knew that those 4 words could lead to a grave fate. After all, the geniuses of the Nine Heavens continent had fallen in the past at Tianma Mountain. "Oh no, the master is angry." The chubby girl pouted and muttered softly. "Angry? Not quite." Ji Xiao shook his head and then smiled, saying, "This young master just finds this matter increasingly interesting." "Yes." Gu Yao also chuckled lightly and asked, "Young master, how do you plan to respond to him?" Ji Xiao thought for a moment, then took the slaughtering immortal sword from Immo Qingxian's hand and slowly walked to the stone tablet. He glanced at the four powerful characters "Only I am supreme" carved by the sword on the stone tablet, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then raised his hand and directly sliced the four characters Wu Jun flat with his sword. Chapter 283. Snow Old City, Demon Emperor Palace. Lu Yueshi watched the scenes unfolding in front of Creation Mountain at the peak of the demon domain through her heavenly eye, and the smile on her stunningly beautiful face grew even brighter. National Master, do you think Ji Xiu is becoming more and more interesting? Only I am supreme. Who do you think you are? Hee hee, that's quite rhythmic. Lu Yueshi chuckled and turned to Yin Ji, saying, isn't it? Yes. If the Demon Emperor says he is interesting, then he is interesting. Yin Ji replied expressionlessly. At this moment, no one knew how nervous she was because as Ji Xiu stepped on a Creation Mountain, the final battle was approaching, which also indicated that the changes in Snow Old City were imminent. But why hadn't the legendary master arrived at Snow Old City yet? What was he waiting for? Just as her thoughts were turning, Lu Yueshi suddenly walked in front of her and smiled, asking, National Master, why are you so anxious? Are you waiting for someone? No. Yin Ji shook her head, her beautiful eyes burning as she stared seriously at Lu Yueshi and replied, you're overthinking it. Very well. Lu Yueshi nodded with a smile and then said, then come accompany me to watch the final battle. Chapter 284. At that moment, when Ji Xiu took Xing'er to the peak of the ice, he secretly murmured in his heart, System, sign in. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp system voice echoed in his ears, ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the ice peak and receiving the sign-in reward, Divine Enlightenment Flower. Hearing this, Ji Xiu let out a long breath. He finally obtained one of the three extraordinary flowers in the world, the Divine Enlightenment Flower. Next, he just needed to sit on the frozen throne. After saying this, he calmly glanced at the two people standing at the ice peak, coldly watching him. One was dressed in a black robe, with a bronze ghost mask that obscured his true face, surrounded by dark black mist that concealed his specific cultivation and strength. However, the terrifying pressure he exuded indicated that this person's strength was unfathomable, at least far above the quasi-emperor realm. The other was in white clothes, with black hair, casually draped. His appearance was very handsome, and his eyes were as cold and chilling as ancient ice, seemingly unmelting. A powerhouse from the burial god temple, Bai Yuan's Nitavalt, Shen Kengsheng. With this thought, Ji Xiu's mouth curled into a cold Arc Ji Xiu of the Nine Heavens continent. Chapter 285. Kill. A thunderous roar resounded through the sky, as the first disciple of the Southern Domain King, Luo Xie, wielding a war spear, transformed into a fiery star and charged at Zhongsan. At this moment, the chaos at the ice peak completely erupted. You want to fight me? No, you are not qualified. Zhongsan glanced at Luo Xie and then waved his hand. Clang! From the dense black mist, a black-robed powerhouse wielding a long knife suddenly appeared in front of Zhongsan. He was one of the 13 magic spirits of the burial god temple, named Zhong Wu. Clang! The war spear collided with the long knife, splattering dazzling light, and the quasi-emperor level true essence fluctuations swept across the sky, stirring up thousands of feet of snow and causing dozens of snowfields around to suddenly collapse. Your opponent is me, Zhong Wu said calmly. Kill. Luo Xie twirled the war spear, resembling an unparalleled war god, radiating endless demonic light that pierced the sky, with the images of the sun, moon, and stars appearing in his eyes. Not bad. Zhong Wu snorted lightly, the long knife crossing the sky. Endless knife, light seemingly cutting through the daytime clouds, splattering countless laws and order. Boom, 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 boom. Luo Xie and Zhong Wu collided like two demonic stars, and in the blink of an eye. The two had already exchanged hundreds of blows, each strike deadly, unleashing countless terrifying magical techniques. Chapter 286. Ji Xiu, who do you think you are? Do you think that after killing a quasi-emperor, you can compete with emperor-level powerhouses? It seems you are truly foolish. Shen Songsheng laughed in anger. At this moment, his eyes became extremely deep, and two beams of light scanned Ji Xiu through the raging snowstorm, with strands of imperial might pressing down. Hearing this, Ji Xiu shook his head, saying nothing more. The Emperor Realm? For others, it might be an unreachable peak, but for him, this peak was not an existence that could not be overcome. So what if it's the Emperor Realm? If it blocks my path, it will be killed without hesitation. Today, your legend will end here. Shun Songxing's demonic voice echoed in the sky. At this moment, an extraordinary power ignited within him like a flame. Boom! The terrifying emperor pressure swept across the universe, moving with the sun, moon, and stars. How is this possible? He actually broke through to the emperor realm. Luo Xie's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Once upon a time, Shun Songxing was on the same starting line as him. But now it seemed he was left far behind. Chapter 287, Creation Mountain, Frozen Peak. Shun Songxing, with overwhelming imperial might, emanated a dense scarlet blood aura that shot up like a pillar of heaven, holding a blood-colored spear, surrounded by black armor formed from emperor-level true essence, making him appear like a bloodthirsty demon king returning from the depths of hell, imposing and invincible. Everyone at the frozen peak trembled to varying degrees upon seeing the fully revealed Shun Songxing and feeling the unmatched imperial might. Even Luo Xie and Jun Wuhui felt an overwhelming sense of fear that they could not defeat him. Only Ji Xiu remained calm, like a tranquil lake. His left eye shone with chaotic celestial light, while his right eye contained a mysterious glow that transcended all worldly matters. He stood with his hands behind his back, and to him, Shun Songxing seemed no different from an ordinary enemy. Could it be that this guy also reached the Emperor realm? Or does he have some hidden cards? Zhang San coldly stared at Ji Xiu, the deep gaze behind the bronze ghost mask flickering with an inexplicable sense of unease. Just as this thought arose, Shun Songxing moved first. I will take your head and send you on your way. Chapter 288, Clang, 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 Clang. A pillar of light that pierced heaven and earth, surpassing all in the world, shot up into the sky. This pillar of light directly broke through the peak of the demon realm, connecting heaven and earth. Snold City? No. The entire Nine Heavens demon realm saw a light that transcended all worldly matters, capable of illuminating the myriad worlds. In the demon emperor palace, Lu Yueshi squinted her beautiful eyes at the pillar of light connecting heaven and earth, the dazzling light shining in her enchanting purple eyes. She pursed her red lips and softly said, I see it again. This light, just like before, it is still shockingly magnificent. Hearing this, Yin Ji's ample chest heaved violently as she looked in disbelief at the pillar of light that broke through the so-called peak of the third world demon realm, swallowing hard. What? What did he do? In the Prajna Palace, Dugu Prangia gazed dreamily at the brilliant and blazing light. Her eyes filled with colorful wonder as she softly murmured, Ji Xiu, oh Ji Xiu, what a beautiful light. Dugu Xiu you spoke decidedly, swearing that she had never seen such a beautifully brilliant light throughout her life. Chapter 289. Is this it? Is this all you have? Ji Xiu stood in place, his black hair flowing, his eyes containing boundless light, exuding an unmatched powerful aura. You! Shun Songxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale as he looked at Ji Xiu. Just now, he had completely failed to see how Ji Xiu had made his move. He swallowed hard, gripping the black sword tightly, and shook himself up. As a fellow master of the Imperial Spirit Realm, he had his own pride. Northern Abyss Demon Body. Northern Abyss Demon Sword. Northern Abyss Demon Tablet. Condense for me. Shun Songxing roared, thrusting the sword into the ground, his hands forming seals frantically as his hair danced wildly. Clang, clang, clang. A thick, ink-like darkness surged in, and at this moment, unmatched killing intent erupted around him. The laws and order of the Imperial Realm explosively reached their peak, and he pushed the Northern Abyss demon art to its limits. At this moment, his body transformed dramatically. 100-foot wide, demonic wing unfurled suddenly, and serpentine veins bulged on his arms and forehead. Streams of black demonic light, imbued with killing power, blossomed around him. At the same time, his eyes had lost their pupils, leaving only the whites. Clang! Chapter 290, Songxing. In the Northern Abyss Realm King's Palace in the Snow Elder City, the great realm King Hong Ying stared in disbelief at her beloved disciple, whose head had been severed by Ji Xiu's sword. Her hand holding the feathered duster trembled, and her entire body shook. She could never have imagined that her first disciple, who bore the two supreme inheritances of the Northern Abyss, the Northern Abyss Demon Sword and the Northern Abyss Ninefold Tablet, and had reached the Imperial Realm, would be killed so effortlessly. Impossible. Where did Ji Xiu's inheritance come from? How could he reach the imperial realm in an instant? His sword, his martial arts, his path, had never appeared in the demon domain or even in the entire nine heavens. Who exactly is he? At this moment, Hong Ying felt as if she had lost all her strength, sitting helplessly on the surface of the Northern Abyss Palace, her face pale, an uncontrollable chill spreading in her heart, her eyes filled with despair. With Shun Songxing's death, her dream of becoming a demon emperor was shattered, or rather, she had already been eliminated from this power game. Just then, as the evening breeze blew, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, cloaked in black robes and wearing a conical hat, obscuring their true face, indistinguishable as male or female. They came from the God Burial Temple. Chapter 291. Salute to the Great Commander. The national teacher Yen Ji lowered her head respectfully upon seeing the newcomer, her voice trembling with excitement. After all, she would not be so respectful even in the face of Lu Yueshi. Long time no see, Demon Commander. Lu Yueshi smiled faintly at the newcomer, but there was a hint of wariness and unmasked killing intent in her eyes. The newcomer was the great commander of the demon clan, a living legend in the Nine Heavens demon domain. He had once single-handedly defended a city, causing the gods of the upper realm to flee in panic. He had single-handedly slaughtered the upper realm of the Nine Heavens and 10-star realms, becoming the most terrifying nightmare in the hearts of countless powerful figures in the upper realm. 1,000 years ago, he had overthrown the previous demon emperor's authority and personally supported Lu Yueshi to ascend to the position of the new demon emperor. Demon Emperor, long time no see. The demon commander calmly responded as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lu Yueshi. May I ask, Great Commander, why have you come today? Lu Yueshi asked casually with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, the demon commander paused for a moment before retorting, Demon Emperor, have you forgotten? Chapter 292. Are you saying he is that old man's son? Lu Yueshi said in surprise, pointing at Mo Lingfeng. That's right. He's your father's son. The demon commander nodded calmly. How is that possible? Lu Yueshi clenched her jade fist tightly, her beautiful eyes glaring at Mo Lingfeng. And a terrifying pressure instantly turned Mo Lingfeng's face even paler. Just then, the demon commander stepped in front of Mo Lingfeng and replied, Nothing is impossible. Nonsense. Lu Yueshi coldly retorted, 1,000 years ago, I personally killed that old man. This person is only in his 30s. Demon Commander, tell me how he is my father's son? It's actually quite simple. The demon commander shook his head and replied, 1,000 years ago, before that great chaos arrived, your father had a pair of twins with Han Qianrou. Later, before your father could make Han Qianrou the demon empress, you sparked the rebellion in the demon domain, toppling your father's authority, killing your elder brother, and expelling your 8 brothers, seizing the position of demon emperor. And Han Qianrou left the Nine Heavens demon domain during that great chaos. She went to the Nine Heavens continent and gave birth to a pair of siblings, sealing them within the divine source, and then fell into a deep sleep. Nearly 1,000 years later, she awakened, unsealed the pair of siblings, and to conceal their identities, she married the head of the holy sect of the Nine Heavens continent, becoming the headmaster's wife. Chapter 293. After the Tao body of the 3 burials disappeared, the atmosphere over the frozen absolute summit froze for a moment. Then, within the short span of a stick of incense, the powerful beings of the God Burial Temple began to perish one after another. Luo Xie pierced through the head of Zhong Wu, nailing his body firmly to the ground. Jun Wuhui also split Zhong Xi's body with a sword, standing amidst the endless sword light on the frozen absolute summit, resembling a celestial sword immortal, ethereal, and unparalleled. Witnessing this scene, Ji Xiu showed no change in expression, for his gaze had been fixed on the frozen throne at the end of the frozen absolute summit all along. Young Master Ji Xiu, thank you very much this time. Luo Xie cupped his hands in gratitude towards Ji Xiu. If it weren't for Ji Xiu's intervention to kill Shun Songxing and force back the 3 burials, they would have likely faced a fate worse than death, as he, despite his arrogance, lacked the courage and confidence to confront a master of the imperial realm. Thank you. Jun Wuhui also expressed her gratitude to Ji Xiu. Not only Luo Xie, but she also knew she would be no match for the imperial realm Shun Songxing and the unknown depths of the God Burial Temple's 3 burials. If she had truly engaged in a life-and-death struggle with those 2, she feared she would not be able to leave the peak of the demon domain this time, never to see her drunken old man again. Chapter 294. First, open the jade box. Ji Xiao selected a target and directly unfastened the lock of the jade box. With great anticipation, he looked inside, only to find two items lying within. A rusted key, a tattered map. A key? A map? Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow, picked up the map, and studied it carefully, finally shaking his head. He truly could not discern where the location marked on this map was. However, he did come to a conclusion. This map seemed to depict a corner of a shattered world, and it bore celestial inscriptions, suggesting that this broken world concealed celestial treasures. As for the key, it seemed to be the key object to unlock this celestial burial. Forget it, whatever it is. Since it can be classified as a legacy of the demon ancestor, it must be a good thing. Ji Xiao quickly put away the keys and the map, then looked at the last sheepskin scroll on the lotus platform. As he picked up the scroll, he felt a chilling sensation seeping into his body from his palm. It was then that he realized that the scroll was wrapped not in sheepskin, but in human skin. As he peeled away the human skin and opened the scroll, his expression suddenly froze as he gazed at the magical patterns on it. He took a deep breath and exclaimed in shock. Chapter 295. It is said that the Icebound Summit, the atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful, while dark currents surged in the snow-old city. At the peak of the demon realm, in the extreme south, there was an ancient place where thousands of graves stood erect. Massive tombstones towered over the black earth, and the sky was thick with a dense aura of death, the howling cold wind reminiscent of the wails of vengeful spirits. This place was called the Southern Tomb, one of the forbidden ancient sites at the peak of the demon realm, where the extraordinary powers who fell in the Nine Heavens demon realm over several eras were buried. At this moment, a figure stepped into the Southern Tomb, cloaked in black, with a bronze ghost mask. He was Sanzong from the God Burial Temple, and he had come here to find a person. Walking past countless tombstones, Sanzong reached the end of the Southern Tomb. When he saw the towering figure sitting beneath a massive tombstone, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and respectfully called out, "Second brother." His voice fell as the sky light descended. The camera zoomed in on the man beneath the tombstone, surrounded by a blood-red mist, draped in a blood-colored cassock, holding black prayer beads with a dot of red cinnabar on his forehead. He appeared to be from the Buddhist sect, and in fact, he was indeed from the Nine Heavens Buddhist sect. At least he once was. Chapter 296. At the Icebound Peak, the land of the demon ancestors' legacy, beneath the Wisdom Lake. Ji Xiao sat beneath the golden wisdom tree, his expression solemn, tranquil as ever, surrounded by a swirling mist of chaotic immortal energy. Immersing himself in the chaos state of enlightenment, he was comprehending his own path, silently inscribing the imperial scripture that belonged solely to him. In this chaos state of enlightenment, he was different from the state of unity with heaven and man. At this moment, he seemed to stand at the pinnacle of the heavenly path, where time and space had lost their original meaning. For him, a moment could span thousands or even tens of thousands of years. In fact, he had already experienced tens of thousands of years and even 9 cycles of reincarnation. At this moment, he opened his eyes. If anyone were before him, they would surely see the vicissitudes in his gaze. Just a bit more. Just a little bit. Ji Xiao murmured to himself softly. Writing an imperial scripture was not difficult for him, who possessed divine enlightenment and was in a chaos state. However, the challenge lay in how to write the number 1 scripture of all time, transcending the heavenly path and looking down upon all realms. It seemed he would have to use it after all. Ji Xiao took a deep breath and then took out a mysterious plant from his storage ring. As it gently swayed, radiant light cascaded down, beautiful and captivating. Chapter 297. In the snow-old city, within the Demon Emperor's palace. The Demon Lord looked at Ji Xiao in the heavenly eye and suddenly stood up, as if surrounded by a haze, radiating a chilling aura. He was silently inscribing his own imperial law. The king of the Western continent was dumbfounded. At this moment, not only at the Icebound Summit, but Ji Xiao's aura had also penetrated the peak of the demon realm, making him feel it. What kind of powerful law is this? It can even penetrate the third world, allowing us to sense it. The king of the southern region, Luo Changsheng, also had a confused expression. This guy, the defeat of the common people, is not unjust. The king of the northern abyss, Hong Ying, shook his head. He is creating an imperial law. Dugu Banruo bit her flower-like lips, her eyes fixed on the figure sitting on the icebound throne in the heavenly eye, her beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. The 4 great kings of the demon realm were all-powerful sovereigns, each possessing their own imperial chapter. It was precisely because they had all created their own imperial laws that they understood how difficult it was to create one and could sense how terrifying Jishio's creation was. Ha ha, he is creating a law. No wonder he is the future husband of this emperor. Lu Yueshi also stood up, smiling as she spoke. Chapter 298, Sister. Long time no see. Mo Lingfeng looked at the stunned Mo Qingshan, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How did you end up here? Mo Qingshan was bewildered. In her understanding, Mo Lingfeng should be in the holy sect of the Nine Heavens continent, so how could he appear at the Icebound Summit? Moreover, the people from the God Burial Temple actually called him the Son of Heaven. Sister, it's a long story. After I take down Jishio, I will explain it to you, Mo Lingfeng said softly. At this moment, his mortal enemy Jishio was right in front of him, and he only wanted revenge. Furthermore, it was not suitable to discuss their sibling background here. Lingfeng, listen to your sister. Let go of the past grievances. Mo Qingshan shook her head, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingfeng's pupils shook violently, and a deep crimson aura spread from the depths of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and trembled as he spoke. Let go? How can I let go? Back in the Divine Wood Forest, he seized my soul, shattered my meridians, and in the courtyard, he severed my arm and took away the woman I love the most. You tell me, how can I let go? Upon hearing this, Mo Qingshan and Ning Xian's expressions suddenly froze. Chapter 299, in the Snow-Old City, within the Demon Emperor's palace. The prominent figures of the demon realm looked at the chaotic battlefield in silence, as they all knew that this battle could affect the future of the entire Nine Heavens demon realm. Lu Yueshi looked at Mo Lingfeng, the Son of Heaven, on the Icebound Summit, and couldn't help but sneer as she mocked the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, is this the Son of Heaven you chose? Although his body carries the blood of our Snow-Old City royal family, his soul is not singular. You actually bestowed your legacy upon him and expect him to sit in my emperor's position? Are you joking? Upon hearing this, the Demon Lord turned to look at Lu Yueshi and replied, his divine soul's purity is not important. As long as he has the blood of the Demon Emperor, that's enough. If he sits on the throne of the Demon Emperor, at least he won't lead the Demon Clan to destruction. But you, Lu Yueshi, what have you done in these 1,000 years? Don't you know? The Demon Clan will eventually perish at your hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Yueshi couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the four great kings. Luo Changsheng, do you think the same? Junimo, what about you? And Hong Ying? Forget it. No need to ask. You're just a dog for the Demon Lord now. Chapter 300, Gu Yao. Mo Qingshan shouted upon seeing the rapidly approaching blood shadow. Sister Gu Yao. The little chubby girl puffed her cheeks, wanting to strike, but ultimately refrained, knowing she would be the last line of defense for Jishio. Be careful. Xingye Vispiret. At this moment, the blood monk had already arrived in front of Gu Yao, and he struck out with one palm, unleashing a terrifying force akin to the heavens collapsing. Clang! In that moment, a gorgeous magic blade, stained with dark energy, suddenly unsheathed from the frozen throne. Crossing the void, this was the blade of magic chant. Gu Yao raised her hand, accurately grasping the hilt of the blade of magic chant, her stunning beauty radiating determination. With golden light burning fiercely in her beautiful eyes, the power of her bloodline combined with the spirit of the blade in an instant. Kill! Gu Yao thrust the blade forward. Rip! This strike seemed to cut through the realms of yin and yang, carrying terrifying imperial might and dazzling golden light, suddenly piercing into the chest of the blood monk. So handsome! The chubby girl jumped up in excitement upon seeing this scene. So strong. Mo Qingxian was also stunned. She couldn't comprehend Gu Yao's strike. What a pity. Xingye Shukiahit. As soon as she spoke, the blood monk stood before Gu Yao, slightly bowing his head to look at the blade of magic chant deeply embedded in his heart, and slowly uttered two words. Chapter 301, Mu Bing. Gu Yao was stunned, Ning Xian was stunned, and even Mo Qingxian was stunned. Sister Mu Bing, the chubby girl, big. Dark eyes widened as she felt like she was dreaming, scenes from the rice fragrance village playing out in her mind. She finally came. Ming Wu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Mu Bing filled her with an inexplicable sense of security, the tension in her heart inexplicably easing. Who is she? The three siblings of the Han family, Huang Luo and Gu Qiuer, had never seen Mu Bing, but were deeply shocked by her stunning eyes upon first sight. To be honest, they had never seen such an astonishing woman. Meanwhile, the Qilin girl Xinger gazed at Mu Bing's figure with sparkling eyes. Although it was her first time seeing Mu Bing, she felt an inexplicable affinity for her, perhaps due to the ethereal aura of immortality surrounding Mu Bing. Xinger, do you know who she is? The chubby girl excitedly pulled Xinger's hand and asked. I don't know. Xinger shook her head, looking back at the chubby girl with curiosity. Sister Xinger, Kaka secretly told me her name is Mu Bing, the master's wife. The chubby girl leaned close to Xinger's ear and whispered, her tone filled with pride and joy. Chapter 302 Kill. At the peak of the ice, the atmosphere became tense for a moment. The man riding the skeletal warhorse moved. His name was Zhang Tian, an extraordinary powerhouse who had returned after several epochs of being sealed, having once suppressed an entire era. Zhang Tian wielded an ancient battle spear soaked in countless blood, trampling through the void like a demonic star descending. While the skeletal warhorse beneath him let out a mournful roar, its piercing cry resonating like a true dragon's chant, shaking the heavens. Kill. Mu Bing drew an Ice Emperor sword from the void. This sword was an extraordinary Emperor sword forged after the heart-shattering sword was reforged, its might far surpassing that of the heart-shattering sword. Clang! The Ice Emperor sword clashed with the red, killing, ancient battle spear in the void, the sound echoing throughout the heavens, the stars above swaying, a breath of great annihilation sweeping across the 8 directions. Around the two, the space collapsed inch by inch, forming a terrifying wasteland. Clang! Zhang Tian thrust the ancient battle spear towards Mu Bing's heart, while Mu Bing twirled the Ice Emperor sword in reverse, performing another stunning counterattack. In that moment, the entire starry sky erupted. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. The strength of these two was too overwhelming, so powerful that they could not even begin to compare. Chapter 303. Ji Xiu awakened, still sitting atop the frozen throne, unmoving. But the overwhelming aura emanating from him caused the faces of everyone present to change dramatically. Ji Xiu, you're awake. Xinker sighed in relief, holding Ji Xiu's hand tightly, her starry eyes sparkling. Xingya. Ji Xiu looked at the girl in front of him and gently murmured, then lightly raised his hand to stroke Xinger's hair. After speaking, he scanned the frozen throne. Ning Xian was injured, severely, blood flowing like a column from her left shoulder. Mo Qinxian was injured, her body covered in bloodstains, her beautiful face pale as paper. The chubby girl was injured, her rosy face devoid of color, her big dark eyes filled with large tears. And Mu Bing. Ji Xiu gazed at the stunning figure above in the heavens, his expression momentarily frozen. He had never expected Mu Bing to appear here, never thought they would meet again in such a way after parting in a rice fragrance village. At this moment, he had 1,000 words to say, but they were all stuck in his throat, as he had matters to attend to and people to kill. Chapter 304 Your husband? Upon hearing this, Duga Banruo couldn't help but glance at Lu Yueshi, thinking that this woman was really overthinking things, or perhaps was just too dramatic. Not to mention that Ji Xiu wasn't even married to her yet. Even if they were married, it would merely be a mutually beneficial arrangement. It could hardly be considered a true couple. Lu Yueshi seemed to notice Dugu Banruo's expression. With a smile, she embraced Dugu Banruo's arm across her chest, her beautiful eyes narrowing as her red lips parted slightly. How? Little Banruo, do you have an opinion? No. Dugu Banruo calmly withdrew her hand from Lu Yueshi's embrace, responding casually, you just be happy. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lu Yueshi raised her brows and turned her gaze, staring blankly at Ji Xiu atop the frozen throne, surrounded by the silver moonlight, murmuring to herself, it should be like this. In this world, as long as this emperor is happy, that is enough. This emperor says Ji Xiu is needed, and it must be so. At this moment, in the Demon Emperor Palace, the various big shots of the 9 heavens had different expressions. Ji Xiu had even condensed the legendary Saint Yuan. What else could he not accomplish? The legendary Saint Yuan was an extraordinary power that only the descendants of the heavenly Tao were qualified to condense. All methods can be cultivated, all methods can be broken. Chapter 305 Defeated. In the end, he was defeated. Zhang Tan staggered to his feet. At this moment, his heart trembled, but he was also smiling. Even in the era of the demon ancestor, he had never seen anyone as powerful as Mu Bing who could battle him on equal footing. Now, He not only saw her, but was almost crushed by her. Indeed, the times have changed. Zhang Tian chuckled softly. After saying that, he calmed his emotions and raised the red killing battle spear, pointing it towards Jishio, and spoke. Come, let us fight. The final battle. I want to see the power of the Saint Yuan. Sure. Jishio nodded, not refusing. Big brother, you and I will fight him together. Zhang Di endured the immense pain in his chest, directly pulling out the absolute immortal sword and tossing it to the ground. He staggered to his feet, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. He was gravely injured and on the verge of collapse, but at that moment, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. You can all come at once. Jishio casually spoke upon seeing the situation. He had now completed the first chapter of his Emperor's script, the Transcendence chapter, and naturally needed a whetstone to test the sharpness of his Emperor's law. Additionally, the remnants of the old era from the Nine Heavens demon domain should return to dust. No longer should they appear in the mortal realm of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 306. Icebound pinnacle, the bright moon hung high in the cold sky, casting its clear light on Jishio's shoulders. The howling, biting wind and snow whispered endless legends of the once grand era. But everyone knew that that era had come to an end. The people of the old era would ultimately be buried, and a new era would inevitably arrive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the seven-realm strongman of the spirit of the Emperor, Burial Land. Successfully devoured the life essence, and gained cultivation progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the one-realm strongman of the Emperor, Burial Sky. Successfully devoured the life essence and advanced to the second realm of the spirit of the Emperor. Listening to the system's notification, Jishio felt the power of the holy essence within him rise once again and let out a long sigh of relief. It must be said that Burial Sky was very strong. He should not have died so easily this time. It was just that he was too hasty. He unleashed a killing move right away, resulting in his own power being returned multiple times by the force of the Immortal, leading to his defeat in one strike. Of course, this was also a gap between the Emperor's laws, and the outcome was irreversible. This time, there was unexpectedly no harvest of heavenly fate essence. What a pity! Jishio shook his head. He had thought that killing the two Emperor-level figures, Burial Sky and Burial Land, would at least yield a six-figure amount of heavenly fate essence. But the result was surprising. He didn't get even a bit of heavenly fate essence. Chapter 307. The icebound pinnacle was very silent, and so was the demon emperor's palace in the city of snow. Sigh. The demon lord looked at the self-destructive Mo Lingfeng atop the icebound pinnacle, shook his head, and deeply sighed. Upon hearing this sigh, the national master Yinji and the great realm king of Beiyuan, Hong Ying, both turned pale. Meanwhile, Lu Yueshi stood up, coldly scanning Yinji and Hong Ying with her hands behind her back, her red lips curling into a slight arc as she spoke. Demon Lord, this emperor has won. As her words fell, the great realm king of Nanyu, Luo Changsheng, quietly moved to stand behind Lu Yueshi, looking smug as if it were only natural that the demon emperor was his superior, which was quite amusing. The great realm king of Shizhou, Jun Mo, shook his head, gulping down 3 large swigs of strong liquor, appearing indifferent and carefree. Dugu Banruo shook her head, saying nothing. Now that Burial Sky and Burial Land had fallen, and the Emperor Mo Lingfeng had self-destructed, the situation was settled. The Demon Lord's plans had all come to nothing, and no one in the entire Nine Heavens demon domain could replace Lu Yueshi as the Demon Emperor now. Yes, you won. The Demon Lord stood up, looking back at Lu Yueshi and nodding affirmatively. What now? Does the Demon Lord want to ascend to this Emperor's position? Chapter 308. In the Demon Emperor's Palace. Dugu Banruo looked at the icebound pinnacle, and a complex expression arose in her beautiful eyes as she faced Jishio and Mu Bing. They had met. She had heard of Mu Bing long ago and knew that she was Jishio's true wife. Upon seeing her today, she was indeed captivated by Mu Bing. In terms of beauty and cultivation talent, she seemed to be slightly inferior. At that moment, Lu Yueshi noticed Dugu Banruo's unusual reaction and teased, Banruo, could it be that a little Mu Bing has made you hesitant towards Jishio? This version of you is not the one I once knew. Oomph. Dugu Banruo shook her head and softly replied, I just think they suit each other very well. But why were they once enemies, drawing their swords against each other? Who knows? Lu Yueshi's red lips curled into a shallow arc. Perhaps Dugu Banruo did not know the matters between Jishio and Mu Bing, but she knew a bit. Even that Jishio and Mu Bing had spent a considerable amount of time together in Daoxiang village. What exactly had happened there? Chapter 309. Soft Jade in His Embrace. The familiar fragrance of flowers and warmth made Jishio involuntarily close his eyes, and all the fatigue throughout his body seemed to vanish in that instant. It had been a year since he last parted from Mu Bing. He had imagined countless times what it would be like to see her again, and at this moment, it was perfect for him. Jishio, let go of me. Mu Bing bit her silver teeth tightly, her heart trembling, and her once cold voice now quivered slightly. No. Jishio resolutely shook his head, even holding Mu Bing a bit tighter. You. Mu Bing was momentarily speechless, but she couldn't help it. Ever since Daoxiang village, she had always been so soft-hearted towards Jishio. Under the Tree of Life, they had married, their names etched before the 3 live stone, and they had shared the reality of being husband and wife in the Flower Sea wooden house. Memories of their sweet moments replayed in her mind, and even in the midnight dreams, she had felt her heart flutter more than once. Now what could she do? Yes, it's been a long time. Jishio. Mu Bing slightly lowered her eyelids, her red lips parting as she softly whispered his name. Under the moonlight, Jishio and Mu Bing nestled together for a long time, and a faint smile appeared on Jishio's lips. At that moment, he truly wanted to return to Daoxiang village and see the old friends there with Mu Bing. Chapter 310. 7 days. Jishio and Mu Bing spent 7 days in the inner world. It is worth mentioning that during these 7 days, they inevitably talked about matters concerning the 9 Heavens continent. For instance, they discussed the current lord of Shuyue City, Chu Li. They also talked about the Grand Princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Huang, and the Supreme Heavenly Empress, Nan Lingyue. When it came to Chu Li, Mu Bing did not have much impression, as in her memory, Chu Li was not as stunning as Feng Huang, nor as cunning as Nan Lingyue, whose talent was extraordinary. However, Mu Bing knew that Chu Li was genuinely good to Jishio. After all, she had given him such a precious seed of the world tree. What more could she do? As for Feng Huang, Mu Bing said she admired such a woman, bold in love and hate. She knew Feng Huang could do everything for Jishio, and she had the potential to achieve it, even becoming one of the few at the pinnacle of the 9 Heavens world in the future. Finally, when it came to Nan Lingyue, Mu Bing fell silent. In the future, Nan Lingyue would be referred to as the Divine Princess. Compared to the demon god Jishio, Nan Lingyue was so unfathomable. Various signs indicated that in the future's dark turmoil, Nan Lingyue would be one of the culprits. And she seemed to have a complicated relationship with the demon race that was hard to untangle. Chapter 311. On the 9 Heavens continent. Outside the Tianfeng Palace in the Divine Phoenix Empire, Linru anxiously waited outside with a box of homemade Beixia osmanthus cakes, while Mu Hua held a jade pendant made of crimson phoenix gold, unable to contain his smile. This was Jishio's first visit to Tianfeng Palace, and just thinking about meeting his granddaughter made him excitedly rub his hands together. At this moment, Jishao couldn't help but think of the day Jishio was born. His feelings at this moment were even more anxious and nervous than back then. Husband, don't worry. You'll be able to see your granddaughter soon, Linru said softly with a smile to Jishao. Okay, that's great. Jishao took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and couldn't help but gaze towards the Tianfeng Palace. This year, he had wanted to see his granddaughter every day, but unfortunately, the Iron Floating Tower army couldn't do without him, so he never had the chance to visit the Divine Phoenix. This time, he finally couldn't hold back and sneaked out, which is why he could come to the Divine Phoenix to see his precious granddaughter. Just then, the door of Tianfeng Palace opened, and a beautiful woman in a green dress walked out. She was Qing'er, the personal maid of the Phoenix, and she was the best choice to look after the granddaughter while the Phoenix handled state affairs. Chapter 312. Lin Eru Muhua. And Jishao left the Divine Phoenix Empire after staying for 3 days. The Phoenix held the granddaughter and looked at the 3 elders, smiling as she saw their reluctant expressions. However, thinking from another perspective, with such a cute daughter, anyone would feel reluctant. Mother, I'm tired, the granddaughter said softly, snuggling in the Phoenix's arms. All right, Mother will take you back to the palace to rest. The Phoenix gently rubbed her granddaughter's soft hair and then returned to Tianfeng Palace. Mother, today I want to sleep with you. The granddaughter pointed to the Phoenix's bed and acted cute. Okay. The Phoenix smiled indulgently and laid down with her granddaughter on the large palace bed. The moonlight poured down from the palace window, creating a serene atmosphere for the mother and daughter. "Mother," the granddaughter whispered as she nestled in the phoenix's arms. "Hmm?" The phoenix looked down at the little cutie in her arms. "Mother, where did Daddy go? Why hasn't he come back yet?" The granddaughter pouted and asked softly, her big eyes full of grievance. Hearing this, the phoenix paused, Jishio's face flashing in her mind, and she tightened her hold on the little cutie in her arms before softly responding. Chapter 313. Sister. Mo Qingxian looked at Lu Xie with a puzzled expression, not understanding what the demon emperor was referring to when he mentioned his sister. "What? It seems you still don't know." Lu Xie's beautiful face wore an even more intense smile. After her words, Devour Banruo shook her head, while Ningxian found the situation increasingly strange. And everyone in the starry sky ancient palace stared blankly at Lu Xie and Mo Qingxian. "Demon Emperor, what exactly are you talking about?" Mo Qingxian asked in confusion. Lu Xie pondered for a moment, then fixed her gaze on Mo Qingxian's beautiful face, speaking to herself. "Indeed, your brows and eyes are somewhat similar to that old guy. You have the same pride as him, and you're equally annoying." After saying that, Lu Xie slowly raised her jade hand, and a spark of demonic light blossomed from her fingertips, which she then suddenly pointed at Mo Qingxian's forehead. Clang! The astonishing demonic light shone brightly, and in an instant, a vast and terrifying demonic power burst forth, causing the stars outside the ancient palace to sway, their light transforming into auroras that fell upon Mo Qingxian's delicate body. Chapter 314. After everyone left the starry sky ancient palace, they returned together to the Banruo Palace beneath the Demon Emperor's palace. Han Shui and Han Mo, the siblings, felt anxious but helpless, waiting quietly for their aunt Han Qianro to arrive in Snow City. It's worth mentioning that both siblings looked at Mo Qingxian with fear and a deep sympathy. Mo Qingxian was still part of their Han family, but now she had an additional identity as the Demon Emperor's younger sister. Honestly, having a terrifying sister like Lu Xie was really hard to bear. Huang Luo and Gu Qiu knew they couldn't help much either. They could only quietly wait for Ji Xiu to return for the Demon Emperor's wedding 3 days later, knowing that this time Ji Xiu was the key. As for Ming Wu, although she was also shocked by Mo Qingxian's identity, she couldn't help much either. Perhaps Ji Xiu and her Xinbing could. Dugu Xiaya and Shui Wei watched everyone return, excitedly approaching to greet them, but they also sensed that the atmosphere was off. It seemed Ji Xiu hadn't returned yet. So they also became dispirited. "It's okay. He will come back." Dugu Banruo smiled gently at Dugu Xiaoya and Shui Wei. Chapter 315. The night before the Demon Emperor's wedding. Ji Xiu and Mu Bing sat under the banyan tree in Banruo Palace, pouring wine for each other. They were drinking the special Burning Moon plum wine from the Burning Moon dynasty. Since both had visited the imperial palace of the Burning Moon dynasty, they had brought back quite a bit of wine as a reserve and had both fallen in love with its taste. It's hard to imagine that he and she could still sit together and drink. Gu Yao sat on the stone steps, looking at Ji Xiu and Mu Bing, and couldn't help but sigh. After all, back in the Nine Heavens continent, the person who wanted Ji Xiu dead the most was none other than Mu Bing. Their battle in the Chaos Abyss was even recorded in the ancient history of the Nine Heavens. You probably still don't know what happened between him and her in Daoxiang village, right? Ningxian said with a light smile. "What happened?" Gu Yao asked curiously, knowing that something must have happened between Ji Xiu and Mu Bing for their relationship to change so drastically. "Miss Gu Yao, it's better if you don't know." Mo Qingxian shook her head. They had seen what happened between Ji Xiu and Mu Bing in Daoxiang village back then, and since Gu Yao liked Ji Xiu so much, it was better for her not to know. Hearing this, Gu Yao shook her head and didn't pursue the matter further. Some things she could directly ask Mu Bing. She believed Mu Bing wouldn't hide anything from her. Chapter 316. Wearing the wedding attire and putting on the Demon Lord's mask, Ji Xiu and Dugu Banruo walked out of the sleeping palace side by side. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Ji Xiu. Under the moonlight, Ji Xiu wore a black and gold wedding gown engraved with immortal crimson demonic patterns, complete with the Demon Lord's mask. His entire demeanor changed dramatically, making him look like an imposing demon lord. Everyone gazed at Ji Xiu in this manner, their expressions stunned, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. "Your Highness, you look amazing," Han Shui exclaimed, her red lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Indeed," Han Mo nodded repeatedly, filled with envy. But he also understood that Ji Xiao was worthy of the position of Demon Lord. Am I more handsome than you? Huang Luo muttered softly, looking at Gu Qiu'er, who also appeared mesmerized. Hearing this, Gu Qiu'er playfully tapped Huang Luo's forehead, a bit helplessly asking, Huang Luo, do you want to listen to what you're actually saying? Your Highness. Gu Yao bit her red lips tightly and called out softly, as she thought about tomorrow being the wedding of her family's young master. A wave of bitterness surged in her heart. However, she also knew that this was something her young master had planned for a long time, so she unconditionally supported him. Chapter 317. On the day of the Demon Emperor's wedding, the entire Nine Heavens demon realm was bustling with activity. Whether it was the Eastern Wilderness, Southern Region, Western State, or Northern Abyss, cultivators and citizens from the four major demon realms were all in a festive mood. Who would have thought? This time, it was indeed that young master from the Nine Heavens continent who sat on the frozen throne, and in the future, he would control Snow Old City together with our demon emperor. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who says otherwise? I heard that he was rampaging at the pinnacle of the demon realm, comprehending the supreme divine law. With such talent, one can only say he deserves it. Ha ha ha. The old era of the demon realm has ended, and a new era is about to begin. At that time, we cultivators of the Nine Heavens demon realm will wait for the demon emperor and the demon lord to fight through the Nine Heavens together. Hee. Just as intended. The new era is approaching. With a life of battles, we will compete for the Nine Heavens era and carve out a future for our Nine Heavens demon realm. Killing our way into a bright world is the mission of us cultivators. Yes, from today onwards, the ancient history of the Nine Heavens demon realm and even the ancient history of the Nine Heavens world will surely write a new chapter. Our demon realm will ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens. Congratulations. Wishing the demon emperor and the demon lord a happy marriage. May their reign be everlasting. Chapter 318. Lucia's voice was very gentle, lacking any killing intent, but made the demon lord Gue Mian and Ji Xiao frown deeply. Even a little chubby girl couldn't help but tightly grab Ji Xiao's clothes, her round face filled with fear. Sure enough, this woman was not so docile. Ji Xiao gently stroked the little chubby girl's soft hair and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Just then, two figures slowly entered the demon emperor's palace. One was the young master of the Han family, Han Xiao, whose expression was very serious, his eyes devoid of their usual brilliance, filled only with despair, deep despair. The other was a beautiful woman, elegant and noble, exuding the aura of someone in power. When Mo Qingxian saw the newcomer, she tightly clutched her clothes, trying to remain calm, but only she knew how much her heart trembled. Mother. Mo Qingxian bit her flower-like lips and murmured the name that haunted her dreams. Aunt. Han Shui and Han Mo both responded to the beautiful woman. Xuia. Montakia. Are you all right? Han Shinra, looking worried, gently stroked Han Shui and Han Zhao's hair and asked softly. Chapter 319. Crazy. At this moment, everyone present had only this thought in their minds. Just moments after promising not to kill at the wedding ceremony, they ended up killing their own nephew? Sigh. The six princes shook their heads. Compared to others, they obviously understood their sister Lucia a bit more. The reason they dared to come to Snow Old City was that the demon general was there, and they were prepared to give up everything. These 6 tattered maps were their sincerity. As for Lu Sun and Lu Xiao, these two were clearly abandoned children by the second and third princes. What Lucia wanted was the Immortal burial map. Handing over the Immortal burial map would not lead to death, which was the consensus among the princes. Now that the second and third princes had not come to Snow Old City and had not handed over the Immortal burial map, it was equivalent to declaring war on Lucia. So, how could these two have any chance of survival? When they presented their wedding gift to Lucia, the tragic outcome was already destined. They believed the second and third princes understood this point as well. My husband, pardon me. Lucia turned to Ji Xiao and slightly bowed, her voice soft and polite, but to others, it sent chills down their spines. Chapter 320. Wedding Night. When Ji Xiao heard these 4 words, his expression under the Demon Lord mask suddenly froze. Based on what he knew of Lucia, this was not something she would say. There's something wrong. This woman must have a problem. Bad woman. Gu Yao bit her flower-like lips tightly. Her worst fear had come true. It seemed that Lucia would not let her young master go. She could endure the wedding ceremony. But the wedding night made her unable to hold back any longer. However, the most frustrating thing was that she couldn't do anything. Ji Xiao wanted Lu Xie's celestial demon blood, and she couldn't ruin Ji Xiao's plan. Wedding night? Xing'er looked at Ning Xian with a confused expression. The little girl now had some understanding of the wedding ceremony, but a new question arose. What is a wedding night? Ning Xian was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to explain it to Xing'er, and she thought it was better for Xing'er to maintain her innocent youth. Shameless. Mo Qingxian also murmured softly. Although Ji Xiao and Lu Xie were married, anyone could see that it was just a play, and both Ji Xiao and Lu Xie were acting. But if that was the case, why did Lu Xie still want to take it seriously? Chapter 321. Ji Xiao and Lu Xie walked in silence to the Demon Emperor's sleeping palace. The cold moonlight spilled over them, creating a dazzling and beautiful scene. My husband, you're not afraid, are you? Lu Xie teased as she looked at Ji Xiao, who appeared hesitant in front of the sleeping palace. Who's afraid? Ji Xiao smiled at Lu Xie. Having come this far, how could he be afraid? Then let's go back to the palace together. Lu Xie tightened her grip on Ji Xiao's arm. All right. Ji Xiao nodded and steeled himself to enter the Demon Emperor's sleeping palace. The Demon Emperor's sleeping palace was incredibly luxurious, with a soft red carpet that felt as soft as snow, and the ornate purple curtains of the bed filled the palace with a captivating floral fragrance. Notably, on the wooden table in the palace, there was a wine pot containing Ji Xiao's favorite Burning Moon plum wine. My husband, please sit first. Lu Xie walked to the wooden table, poured 2 cups of fine wine, placed one in front of Ji Xiao, and then walked towards the bathing pool behind the screen in the palace. Chapter 322. I want you. The cold and enchanting voice echoed throughout the vast Demon Emperor's sleeping palace. When Lu Xie said this, the cold moonlight just happened to fall on her stunning face, making her even more alluring. However, when Ji Xiao heard this, all his thoughts were interrupted, and he frowned, questioning, Lu Xie, what do you mean by wanting me? Lu Xie chuckled, raised her wine cup, and drank a cup of plum wine. Her beautiful face flushed slightly, and she casually said, Ji Xiao, do you really not understand? In that case, I might as well be clearer. From today onwards, we are truly husband and wife. The Emperor enjoys all the rights that a husband should have. So, do you understand a bit now? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao was stunned. From the beginning, he knew that Lu Xie was crazy, and he also knew that this wedding was just a farce that everyone was playing along with. But now, what was happening? Lu Xie, this woman, was actually serious? She really wanted to share a bed with him? But why was this happening? In an instant, Ji Xiao's mind was filled with question marks. Chapter 323. Happy and wonderful times are always short. After the wedding night, Ji Xiao fell into a deep sleep. The moonlight poured back into the palace, falling on Lu Xie's beautiful face. At this moment, one could see her charming face flushed with red, and, as the Demon Emperor, her aura was chaotic, with beads of sweat on her forehead and her hair slightly disheveled, making her look even more lazy and alluring. Lu Xie propped her head up with her jade-like hands, quietly gazing at Ji Xiao's profile. Her beautiful eyes were sometimes angry, sometimes hazy, sometimes enchanting, and sometimes sorrowful. Just as she wished, Ji Xiao gave her a perfect wedding night. Once, her mother had told her that a wedding night was very important for every woman. She had sneered at that in the past, because, in her view, in the Nine Heavens world, power and strength were the only paths to follow. Marriage was the least interesting thing. Moreover, even if she were to marry, her future husband must convince her and at least not be weaker than her. Now, however, her thoughts had changed. Ji Xiao, she had personally confirmed, was much more interesting than she had imagined. It's just that his cultivation and strength were too weak, and he was too young. Chapter 324. No wonder he's my husband. He could see the Emperor's destination at a glance. Lu Xie smiled sweetly at Ji Xiao. Sigh. Ji Xiao sighed lightly, and then murmured in his mind, task accepted. As the words fell, the crisp system voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. System prompt. The main storyline task of exterminating the Immortals officially begins. Hearing this, Ji Xiao silently gazed at the 7 immortal burial maps on the round wooden table. Not to mention that his next sign-in location was at the Immortal burial site. Just the rewards of this main storyline task made it impossible for him to refuse this task. The system-rated 9-star Chaos Enlightenment fruit was an extraordinary holy fruit that could allow him to comprehend another imperial scripture. He absolutely could not let this go. Furthermore, the extermination of Immortal's killing formation had not yet been unsealed, so this time he had to go, whether he wanted to or not. However, the only problem was that if the mastermind behind the Immortal burial site could kill Lucia, then his strength or cultivation must have exceeded his own fighting limits. Therefore, how to kill the mastermind behind the Immortal burial site was the main problem. Well, from now on, he could only take it one step at a time. Chapter 325. In the midst of chaos in the Nine Heavens Demon Realm, in the Snow-Old City, in the South Region King's Palace, Luo Xie indignantly said to Luo Changsheng, Master, Lu Shan and Lu He, those two are probably tired of living. They actually dared to challenge the Demon Emperor? Not only that, but they also attempted to meddle in Snow-Old City? Luo Changsheng sat calmly in the center of the palace, sipping tea. Master, please go and report to the Demon Emperor. Our South Region demon cultivators are willing to take the lead and eliminate the rebellion, restoring peace to our demon realm. Luo Xie clenched his fists, his face full of determination, his heart filled with a fighting spirit like a young general, imposing and dignified. Hearing this, Luo Changsheng put down his teacup and looked at Luo Xie with a smile, saying, Xie, sit down and have some tea. This is not a rebellion. It's just a farce. Everything is under the control of the Demon Emperor. Before dawn, everything will be settled. Upon hearing this, Luo Xie was stunned. Before dawn? Settled? How could that be possible? A similar scene also unfolded at the peak of the Western Region King's Palace. Chapter 326. In the Demon Emperor's Palace, Jixio looked at the endless stars that filled the entire sky, then glanced at the translucent bright moon, and couldn't help but murmur the reputation of the first killing formation of the demonic path, Starfall Kill. The bright moon as a longbow, the stars as arrows. Wherever the divine thought passes, nothing is beyond reach. All living beings are extinguished. Just then, a familiar voice sounded, Lu Xie. As the words fell, Dugu Banruo floated down and landed beside Jixio. Why are you here? Jixio asked in surprise. Worried about you. Dugu Banruo replied softly. Hee. Lu Xie smiled slightly and said, Banruo, do you think this emperor would kill her own husband? Dugu Banruo snorted lightly, saying, that is hard to say. TSK. Lu Xie lightly spat, immediately seeing through Dugu Banruo's thoughts, and said, You are clearly just worried about this emperor. Why are you being so tough? Not all. Dugu Banruo turned her beautiful eyes away, unwilling to admit it. Don't worry. If it were before, this emperor might have struggled a bit with using Starfall Kill. But now it's already mastered, and I won TB hurt. Lu Xie smiled at Dugu Banruo and then turned to Jixio. Chapter 327. In the Demon Emperor's Sleeping Palace, Lu Xie lay tiredly on the palace bed, clearly having expended a huge amount of true essence and mental energy using the first killing formation of the demonic path, Starfall Kill. Even she found it a bit overwhelming. But fortunately, it was just excessive strain and not an injury. Husband, come hug me. Lu Xie tightly wrapped her jade hands around Jixio's waist at this moment. She looked like a tired little kitten, obediently snuggling in Jixio's arms, showing none of the dominance she had when obliterating dozens of ancient dynasties and families just moments ago. Jixio silently looked down at Lu Xie, and the crisp system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding. System prompt. Lu Xie's life countdown is 6 days. Upon hearing this prompt, Jixio shook his head. Now that Lu Xie had used Starfall Kill to quell the rebellion in the Nine Heavens Demon Realm, the two royal princes had been eliminated, and those two immortal burial maps would soon fall into Lu Xie's hands. Therefore, the immortal burial site was about to open. The mastermind hiding in the immortal burial site was probably about to reveal themselves too. Jixio took a deep breath and whispered. As for Lu Xie, she likely knew this too. However, it was clear that she wasn't confident otherwise. Why would she be so anxious to use Starfall Kill tonight to quell the chaos in the demon realm? With her strength and the foundation of Snow-Old City, even without using Starfall Kill, the two princes would naturally be dealt with in less than 3 months. Chapter 328. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing in cultivation, reaching the peak of the 7th realm of the Emperor's Spirit Master. As the system prompt echoed in his ears, Jixio opened his eyes, and a stunning radiance flashed in his gaze, like a celestial sword unsheathing, brilliant and sharp. In just 3 days, his cultivation had made significant progress. Ji Xiao took a deep breath, feeling quite satisfied. He originally planned to adjust his state to the peak before the opening of the Immortal burial ground, but he didn't expect to make such advancements. This was all thanks to Lu Xie. Her bloodline physique was the celestial demon body, which not only possessed extraordinary comprehension abilities and unmatched combat power, but also greatly enhanced her partner's capabilities. Simply put, as long as Lu Xie was by his side, his training efficiency will be doubled. Not bad at all. Ji Xiao chuckled lightly, then looked at Lu Xie, who was still sleeping peacefully beside him, thinking that this woman was cuter when she was asleep. Just then, Lu Xie's long eyelashes trembled. She stretched her jade hand and yawned, then slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 329. Ji Xiao helplessly ruffled the soft hair of the little chubby girl, then took a deep breath and smiled. All right, we go together and return together. Just like before, Lu Xie was undoubtedly aware of the mastermind behind the Immortal burial ground, and it was clear she had her own plans. Ji Xiao also had his own plans regarding this mastermind, although he didn't know how powerful this mysterious figure was. He was confident in his ability to protect those around him. The sign-in rewards must be claimed, and as for killing the mastermind behind the Immortal burial ground, they would take it step by step. Since we've decided, let's set off. Lu Xie smiled slightly, then donned a magnificent magic robe, gathered the 10 Immortal burial maps from the round wooden table, and walked towards the outside of the Demon Emperor Palace. Where to? To the North Abyss Demon Realm. At the peak of Snowold City, Duga Banruo stood alone on top, her clothes fluttering in the wind. She watched Ji Xiao and the others leave and couldn't help but press her palms together and murmur, "Go early, return early. Ji Xiao, Xie, I await your triumphant return." Chapter 330. Behind the bronze door, in a corner of the celestial realm, a strange world unfurled before Ji Xiao and his companions like a painted scroll. The sky in this world was exceedingly dark, with stars and the bright moon covered by thick black mist, creating a gray and oppressive atmosphere. This was indeed a corner of the celestial world. Lu Xie clasped her hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes scanning the world before her, devoid of joy or sorrow. Only an endless complexity. 2 days left. Ji Xiao muttered in his heart, his gaze unintentionally falling on Lu Xie's exquisite profile, his hands clenched tightly. Lu Xie must not die. Absolutely must not. Master, Kaka doesn't like this place. The little chubby girl pouted, her chubby hands gripping Ji Xiao's clothes tightly. As a 5-element sacred dragon, she could sense the unusual or even bizarre aura of this world, which made her very uncomfortable. Don't worry, we'll be leaving soon. Ji Xiao smiled slightly and gently patted the little chubby girl's head to comfort her. Your Highness, it seems there are no living beings here. Gu Yao frowned, surveying this legendary world, feeling a wave of intense unease. Chapter 331. So, this is the tomb of the 9 Calamity Swordmaster. Lu Xie raised her eyebrows playfully. Yes. Ji Xiao nodded. The 9 Calamity Swordmaster was recorded in the ancient history of the 9 heavens as the foremost figure in the Sword Dao. He once founded the Feathered Ascension Immortal dynasty, renowned during the Forbidden Ancient Era. However, for unknown reasons, the entire Feathered Ascension Immortal dynasty vanished overnight from the 9 heavens. Some say that the 9 Calamity Swordmaster led the entire dynasty to ascend to the celestial realm, while others claim that the master of a forbidden zone intervened, killing the 9 Calamity Swordmaster and sacrificing the entire population of the Feathered Ascension Immortal dynasty. In any case, there are many legends, but after the Forbidden Ancient Era, the 9 Calamity Swordmaster and his dynasty have not appeared again in the 9 heavens, and their fate has become an unsolved mystery in 9 heavens lore. Many cultivators have been searching for traces of the Feathered Ascension Immortal dynasty. Husband, do you want this armor and the 9 Calamity sword? Lu Xie casually asked. No need. Ji Xiao shook his head. Although the 9 Calamity sword was indeed a good imperial sword, he already had the Deluo sword embryo and 3 extermination swords, making the 9 Calamity sword somewhat redundant for him. Chapter 332. Demon Ancestor. Upon hearing this name, all the women turned to Ji Xiao, each with an expression of disbelief. It can't be wrong. The old man I saw in the Demon Ancestor's inheritance place was him. Ji Xiao took a deep breath. After speaking, he looked at Lu Xie, as only she knew what was going on. That's right. He is indeed the demon ancestor. Lucia smiled slightly at Jishio. But how is this possible? Jishio frowned and asked. The body of the demon ancestor was clearly resting in the ice-sealed throne of the inheritance place. Yet he saw him again on the final level of the Tower of Heaven. Husband, what you saw in the demon ancestor's inheritance place was his first incarnation. This is his second incarnation. Lucia explained calmly. I see. Yixiu nodded. If that's the case. He understood that the ancient demon ancestor's cultivation level had likely surpassed the Emperor Realm. As far as he knew, Emperor Realm experts did not possess such abilities. No matter how strong he was ultimately just a soul that had perished. Chapter 333, listening to the slowly echoing system voice in his ears. Jishio fully immersed himself in a state of enlightenment and cultivation. At this moment, the entire 7th level of the Tower of Heaven was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Gu Yao, Ning Xian, and Mo Qinxian all wore solemn expressions, with each of them emanating a faint, mystical aura of the Tao. Meanwhile, the little princess Xinger slept peacefully, her exquisite face full of serenity and tranquility, while the little chubby girl seemed to be munching on something delicious in her dreams, looking adorably greedy. Lucia couldn't help but smile at this scene. Her smile was natural this time, not the purely acted smile from before, but a genuine one. Lady Ning, since you have obtained the 12-winged seraphim inheritance, I am very reassured to have you by his side in the future. Little Gu Yao, from now on, the North Abyss Demon Realm will be entrusted to you. When a new era arrives, perhaps you will be his best sword, able to pave the way for our demon clan. Dear sister, my beloved sister, I hope everything goes well for you in the future. Lucia glanced around at Ning Xian, Gu Yao, and Mo Qinxian, and finally fixed her gaze on Jishio's face. Chapter 334. Eternal Desert, the bright moon hangs high. Two figures collided in the temple like two magic stars. Boom, boom, boom. The true essence ripples created by the Emperor's divine master realm swept across the yellow sand for millions of miles. And the terrifying true essence storm hung over the sky, turning the entire desert into a scene of world destruction in an instant. With a breath of great annihilation crossing the heavens. The ghost emperor of the underworld. It really is you. Lucia shouted coldly, raising her jade hand, with chaotic sacred flames flickering at her fingertips, emanating an unmatched powerful aura. Those who intrude upon the sacred temple shall die. The ghost emperor repeated this phrase, his two bloodless bony hands crazily forming seals. Clang! 3,000 great Tao runes appeared, morphing into black order mountains that crashed down towards Lucia. Oomph! Lucia snorted coldly, the chaotic sacred flames transforming into starlight that scattered and flew. Boom! 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 The 3,000 great Tao runes were instantly reduced to powder. Amidst the endless black mist, a withered fist suddenly appeared before Lucia. Ghost Emperor, you are getting old. Lucia spoke calmly, her whole body radiating endless demonic light. And with a punch against his fist, boundless power erupted at this moment, the brilliance surpassing the myriad stars and the bright moon in the sky. Chapter 335. The sky topples, darkness descends. 17 figures surrounded by endless darkness stood before the wheel of reincarnation, their cold eyes staring at Lucia and Liu. These 17 people were once the most powerful cultivators of the Nine Heavens world, true big shots in every sense, but now they bore darkness. Their past glory turned to dust, and not a trace could be found. Only endless cold darkness permeating their lives. It seems we are to fall here today. Lucia stretched lazily, a hint of helplessness appearing on her stunningly beautiful face. She had glimpsed a corner of the future, so she knew that this was an almost unsolvable deadlock, and she was mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, Liu coldly glanced back at Lucia and said, "Is this your plan? To bring this emperor along with you on your journey?" Hee. Lucia smiled without denying it and casually replied, "Pretty much." Hearing this, Liu fell silent. She and Lucia were natural enemies, and Lucia's actions were entirely in line with her style. However, she did not expect that those lost powerhouses from the Nine Heavens continent had all turned into servants. No longer the legendary strong figures praised by all the cultivators of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 336. Rumble. The laws roared like thunder, shaking the sky. Above the eternal desert, the stars swayed, their trajectories mysterious. Lucia stood beneath the sky, forming hand seals, summoning the chaotic sacred flames to coalesce at her heart. At this moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with an extremely mad brilliance. This was her only method now, to ignite the chaotic sacred flames and gamble her life. The mysterious stone man seemed to have noticed Lucia's actions, slowly speaking. Are the people of the future really so stubborn? After saying this, he stepped forward. An endless black mist spread out from behind him. Lucia opened her eyes solemnly. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were ablaze with sacred flames. The power within capable of burning everything in this world, and she was fully prepared for it. Next, as long as this emperor successfully perishes, it will be fine. Lucia took a deep breath. As long as she died, the chaotic sacred flames would immediately ignite, burning everything. A good seedling, but what a pity. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you did not want it. In that case, I will condemn you to eternal soul extinction, forever falling into reincarnation. The mysterious stone man spoke without joy or sorrow, as if he were a true deity, his voice of judgment extremely solemn. Chapter 337. Ding. System prompt. Perfect level transformation into freedom technique activated. As the system voice fell, Jishio's body suddenly became ethereal, brilliant, and blazing celestial light bursting forth from his physique. Endless light rain drifted down with the breeze, showering around Jishio, who now appeared ethereal and dazzling. Seeing Jishio's appearance, the little chubby girl gasped. Her mouth opened so wide it seemed she could fit an egg inside. Shocked as she whispered, "Sister Xing, Master is about to ascend." Xinger also looked at Jishio with trembling, beautiful eyes, filled with wonder. As for Lucia, she knew this was Jishio's technique, which he had previously used in the Nine Heavens continent and the Nine Heavens demon domain. However, it seemed that this time, this imperial technique was somewhat different from before. Thoughts halted here. Jishio raised his hand, crossing his middle finger and thumb, and lightly snapped his fingers. Boom! Thunder roared across the sky. The light rain around Jishio, tearing through time and space. Clang! A river of time spanned above him. At this moment, countless light rains fell, and a vague figure stood above the river of time. As the moonlight fell, his figure gradually became clear. Chapter 338. Dictating Eternity. Lucia murmured these 4 words in a daze, looking at the hazy figure standing in the river of time, surrounded by light rain, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of person has such might? Even the forbidden strong of heaven seem so insignificant in his presence. What kind of person could bear the weight of all the fates of the heavens and yet remain eternally immortal? What kind of person could stand at the end of time, dictating the causes and effects of all ages? Hey. Jishio did not explain anything, nor could he. What he was sure of was that this deadlock could ultimately be broken. At this moment, not only Lucia, but even the mysterious black hand at the end of the sky, known as the one who existed before heaven and earth, fell into a moment of silence. After a long while, he finally trembled and asked, "Who exactly are you?" The vast and ancient voice fell into the eternal desert, but the only response was silence. Without receiving an answer, the mysterious black hand cast 2 chilling gazes down upon Jishio from the sky, and he asked again, "Who is he exactly?" Upon hearing this, Jishio raised an eyebrow, lightly responding, "What? Are you afraid?" "Arrogant," the mysterious black hand suddenly shouted angrily, his voice like 1,000 thunders echoing through the heavens. Chapter 339. You win. Lucia looked at Jishio in her arms with her beautiful eyes blushing, and softly spoke. In the past, it was difficult for her to empathize with anyone, to develop feelings for a person. It could be said that she was born with an icy heart. That was why she was so cynical and unpredictable. However, now Jishio seemed different to her. She had long-lost feelings of heart flutter and warmth. "I'm so tired." Jishio felt his eyelids were as heavy as Mount Tai, and his consciousness was slowly sinking into darkness. He knew this was normal, after all. Using the power of the pure world flower lotus to activate the power of the immortal burial to open the perfect version of the transformation into freedom method was indeed too much to bear. With the holy essence exhausted and mental power depleted, it was truly normal. "It's okay. I'll take you back to Shuelao City." Lucia chuckled dismissively. She knew Jishio had overexerted himself today, But she also knew that with Jishio's ability, it wouldn't take long for him to recover to his peak. Jishio softly responded and then fell into a deep sleep. Great, we can finally leave. The little chubby girl danced with excitement, clearly showing that she did not like this place at all. Yixiu. Shinger tightly grasped the corner of Jishio's clothes and murmured softly. Now that everything was over and everyone was safe, that was ultimately good. Chapter 340. After leaving the eternal desert, Lucia returned to the Tower of Heaven. At this moment, on the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven, Ning Xian, Gu Yao, and Mo Qinxian were still in the realm of enlightenment. However, seeing the extraordinary imperial might surrounding the three of them, it was clear that their first round of enlightenment was about to end soon. Meanwhile, Lucia stood before the second-generation demon ancestor, stunned and speechless. She bit her red lips and coldly said, "Old man, why don't you guard your 9 heavens demon domain yourself? Did this emperor have to protect the demon domain just because I took your demon ancestor inheritance back then? After 1,000 years as a demon emperor, I'm already very tired. In the future, this emperor will do something for myself. You'd better never show up again." After her words fell, Lucia turned and walked to a heavenly enlightenment lotus, slowly sitting down. She needed to recover her cultivation as quickly as possible, break through to the realm of the Divine Lord, and then welcome Jishio back. Because as long as Jishio stayed by Liu's side, she couldn't feel at ease. Others might not know Liu's means, but she was very clear. To sit in the position of Divine Emperor, Liu was very terrifying and extremely dangerous. For 1,000 years, her dealings with Liu had been almost evenly matched, but this time, she had lost thoroughly, even sending her own husband away. Chapter 341. In the 9 heavens demon domain, Shui Lao City, Demon Emperor Palace. In the Great Hall, 3 great realm kings, National Master Yin Ji, and the 2 disciples of the Southern Region Realm Kings, Luo Xie and Jun Wuhui, were currently staring in shock at the Demon Lord, who was confronting Lu Xie and the Eastern Wilderness Realm King, Dugu Banruo. "Demon Emperor, your majesty, you said you want to unseal the legendary Dark Heavenly Court? This lord absolutely cannot allow it. If the beings in the Dark Heavenly Court reappear, then the 9 heavens demon domain will surely be overturned by these terrifying beings." The Demon Lord spoke with righteous indignation. On the other side, Dugu Banruo's emerald green beautiful eyes were fixed on Lucia, and she coldly asked, "Lucia, where is Jishio? Why didn't he come back with you? What happened over there?" 3 days ago, she heard that Lucia and the others had returned, so she hurriedly returned the Demon Emperor token and prepared to meet Jishio. However, she did not see Jishio's figure, and even Gu Yao, Ning Xian, and Mo Qinxian had not returned to Banruo Palace, but stayed in the Demon Emperor Palace instead. For a moment, she felt something was wrong. So today, she came to the Demon Emperor Palace to demand an explanation from Lucia. Chapter 342. In the Demon Emperor's sleeping quarters. Mu Bing and Gu Yao sat at the stone table in front of the sleeping quarters, drinking wine. The wine they were drinking was naturally the Burning Moon Plum from the Burning Moon Dynasty, which was Jishio's favorite drink since he arrived in the 9 heavens demon domain. The long mist Ming Wu was attentively standing beside Mu Bing, pouring wine for the two of them. At this moment, she had lost the pride of being the eldest princess of the Yin Mo dynasty. She just wanted to follow Mu Bing to reach the pinnacle of the 9 heavens. Yaoer. Speaking of which, it seems we Haven Tea quietly sat together to drink and discuss for a long time. Mu Bing lightly sipped her wine and said gracefully, "Miss Mu Bing, we have never drunk together. You must be mistaken." Gu Yao shook her head. She had no memory of ever drinking with Mu Bing, not knowing that Mu Bing was not referring to this lifetime. Right? Mu Bing smiled unambiguously, then meaningfully said, "Recently, past events have become increasingly clear in my mind. But for some reason, it feels like they are from another world. Now I feel that many things from the past are no longer important, or perhaps not as important." Hearing this, Gu Yao looked at Mu Bing inexplicably. She did not understand what Mu Bing meant. But now she was a strong practitioner at the realm of the Divine Spirit Lord, yet completely unable to see through Mu Bing. She had already lost track of what terrifying level Mu Bing's cultivation had reached. Chapter 343. The Divine Prohibition. Soul Capture. He. Where? You are indeed our Divine Emperor of the Divine Realm. The beautiful woman laughed, her body trembling with delight as her enchanting eyes gazed at the sleeping Jishio with increasing excitement. Li Wanudda. Yue, tell me, what kind of life do you want to create for our young master Ji Xiao? And what role will you play in his new life? The beautiful woman crossed her arms, her waves surging, extremely eye-catching. Aunt, Yue is already prepared. Li Yu said, Dan Danda. After saying this, she raised her jade hand and slowly formed a divine seal that radiated an intoxicating light. As the divine seal appeared, even the extraordinarily brilliant moonlight and the light of countless stars in the sky of the divine realm dimmed by 3 points. Upon seeing this divine seal, the smile on the beautiful woman's snowy white face grew even richer, and Liu then directly pressed the divine seal onto Ji Xiao's forehead. Clang! The moment the divine seal merged into Ji Xiao's forehead, a dazzling light erupted, eventually slowly merging into Ji Xiao's body. Good, very good. The beautiful woman sighed, her emotions surging violently, her chest heaving, as she raised her jade hand to grasp Liu's arm, then hurriedly asked. Chapter 344. Just as the entire Nine Heavens demon domain was united in making ample preparations to unseal the dark heavenly court in the shortest time possible. Far away in the divine star realm, Ji Xiao had adjusted his state to the peak, ready to stage a grand performance. As the first ray of morning light fell upon the divine star realm, the chief disciple of the divine emperor, Luo Baining, pushed open the door of the Tianning Palace with a nervous heart. Who exactly is he? Why is he so valued by the master and the divine lord? Do I really have to become a Tao partner with him? No, it's not becoming, it's acting. What should I do about this? In a whirl of thoughts, Luo Baining slowly approached the palace bed. Today is the day she brings Ji Xiao to meet Master Liu. Looking at the man sleeping soundly on the bed, Luo Baining felt a bit at a loss. This is her sleeping quarters, her bed, and Ji Xiao is the first man to sleep in her bed. Sigh. Luo Baining let out a soft sigh, thinking to herself, one must not disobey the master's orders. So she sat on the bed, trembling slightly as she reached out to shake Ji Xiao, softly calling, Junior brother, Junior brother. Ji Xiao's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his once sharp gaze was now clear and bewildered. Chapter 345. At the top of the Ganlu terrace, Liu stood with her hands behind her back. Even just her silhouette could captivate the world. Ji Xiao and Luo Baining walked together to the Ganlu terrace. Ji Xiao remained silent, while Luo Baining released Ji Xiao's hand, taking 3 steps forward and bowing to Liu, saying, Baining pays respects to master. Upon hearing this, Liu did not turn around, but simply responded with a soft master. Baining has brought Junior brother here, Luo Baining said, pulling Ji Xiao forward. Hearing this, Liu slowly turned around. The light of the sky fell upon her. She was very tall, with dazzling golden hair that shone brilliantly, half cascading over her shoulders and half falling to her well-shaped hips. Even though she wore tight-fitting golden armor, her enchanting and perfect body curve was still outlined exquisitely. Truly a figure of towering beauty, with a slender waist like a willow, unmatched in the world. She wore a golden mask, obscuring her true face. But even without seeing her true appearance, she was already peerless. Ling Tian, do you still remember your master? Liu looked at Ji Xiao and spoke calmly, her voice carrying a uniquely magnetic quality, very noble and enchanting. Master, how could I forget you? Ji Xiao replied with a bitter smile, complex emotions swirling in his eyes. Chapter 346. After bringing Ji Xiao back to the Heavenly Peace Palace from the Immortal Peach Forest, Luo Baining hurriedly began to cultivate by herself. After all, just the thought of having to live in the same room with Ji Xiao like a real Tao partner made her feel uneasy. She needed to prepare herself mentally before continuing. Ji Xiao, on the other hand, sat on the windowsill of the Heavenly Peace Palace, overlooking the entire Divine Emperor Palace. A golden bright moon hung high in the sky, and pavilions and islands within the Divine Emperor Palace floated in the void, surrounded by towering divine mountains that stretched endlessly, like the spine of a divine dragon, releasing an incredibly terrifying divine pressure to protect the entire Divine Emperor Heaven Palace. Gazing at the bright moon, Ji Xiao couldn't help but think of them in the Nine Heavens demon domain. I wonder if Lu Xie and the others are doing well? Next, as long as Lu Xie steps into the realm of the Divine Lord, she will be able to unseal the killing array behind Emo Qingxian. And then the curse and seal of Daoxiang Village can be broken, achieving great success. once the reward of 1,000,000 destiny essence arrives. This young master can open the immortal ashes. Yixiu murmuret. Stopping his thoughts there, Ji Xiu pulled his mind back. Now he didn't need to worry about the matters in the Nine Heavens demon domain. What he needed to focus on now was how to obtain the heart of the divine demon. Chapter 347. Junior brother, go to sleep. We need to cultivate tomorrow. Luo Baining said softly, her back to Ji Xiu. Okay, let us sleep. Ji Xiu nodded and then closed his eyes. Time passed, and after a while, Luo Baining opened her eyes, biting her lip tightly, saying, Junior brother, can you please loosen your grip? Ji Xiu's hand was wrapped around her waist, making her feel flushed all over, as if she was cultivating and going into a frenzy. How could she possibly sleep? Hee. Ji Xiu smiled faintly and remained silent, tightening his hold on her slender waist even more. Loosen? That's not going to happen. No matter what, it's not happening. Seeing that Ji Xiu did not respond, Luo Baining let out a long sigh. She tried to shift Ji Xiu's hand, but found herself completely held in his embrace and could not move at all. She had never experienced such a situation before, and she couldn't wake Ji Xiu, so she could only bite her silver teeth in frustration and endure, letting Ji Xiu do as he pleased. He must be my calamity. Thought stopped there. Luo Baining slowly closed her eyes, trying to force herself into a state of cultivation. But being so sensitive, there was no way she could cultivate or fall asleep at this moment. Chapter 348. All right. Kaka, Xinger, come back. Liyue waved to the little fatty and Xinger. Oh. The little fatty and Xinger exchanged glances, but ultimately walked over to Liyue's side. Now that Ji Xiu was in danger in the divine realm, they couldn't hold him back. Ling Tian, Baining, you can start cultivating now. Liu said, Danda. Yes, master. Luo Baining nodded, got up, and sat on a bookshelf in the scripture pavilion, taking 7 or 8 bronze scrolls. Then she sat down on the ground and began to silently comprehend them. Among them were the insights of the gods regarding the heavenly Tao, ancient emperor scrolls, and ancient divine sword techniques. Liu, meanwhile, walked to the depths of the scripture pavilion, took a roll of ancient scroll, and calmly approached Ji Xiu, saying, This is the 3,000 Tao canon. You have half a year to comprehend all of it. After her words fell, Luo Baining looked at Liyue and Ji Xiu in astonishment. She thought to herself, where did her master get the confidence to believe this guy could comprehend the famous Tao canon, the 3,000 Tao canon, in just half a year? Even she, who prides herself on her unparalleled talent, took 10 years and only comprehended 1/3 of it, and that was the simplest part. As for the subsequent Tao canons, she had no confidence at all that she could complete the comprehension. This was no longer just a matter of time. Chapter 349. In the Divine Emperor Palace. In the scripture pavilion, Liyue's ample bosom rose and fell dramatically, her starry eyes behind the golden mask staring blankly at Ji Xiu. Using the heavenly Tao furnace as the source and the 3,000 Tao canon as the guide to refine the eternal undying body. He can actually do it? Liyue murmured softly. The eternal undying body is a physique that only those above the divine Lord realm can qualify to refine. Once successfully refined, the body can become an existence that cannot be buried by heaven or covered by earth, just like the heavenly Lord in the eternal desert. Or like her at this moment. Yes, she also refined the eternal undying body, and the method was exactly the same as Ji Xiu's. The only difference was that she barely succeeded in refining it in the divine Lord realm, while Ji Xiu did so in the divine spirit Lord realm. The gap was so vast that even she, as the divine emperor, felt a bit dazed. However, she was also grateful that there was someone in this world who thought like her. Since the heavenly Tao can be immortal, why can't the physical body be eternal? Who says that beneath the celestial realm, one cannot refine a body that is eternal and indestructible? She did it. Of course, Ji Xiu did it too. Now, Ji Xiu's courage was no less than hers back in the day. This kid of her master has defied the heavens. Chapter 350. This woman has problems. Big problems. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and then pushed open the palace door directly. The cloud smoke palace was incredibly luxurious, with soft strands of moonlight spilling into the palace from the windows, as if draping the sleeping quarters in a veil of silver. Inside the sleeping quarters, on a magnificent bed carved with dragons and phoenixes, lay a dreamlike figure. She sat casually and lazily, her long and rounded legs elegantly crossed, barefoot, her snow-white feet dazzling under the gentle moonlight. At this moment, her hair was down, cascading over her curvy hips, making her appear less imposing than when Jishio last saw her, with more charm and tenderness. "Greetings, mother." Jishio clasped his hands to Yi Fei Yan. "Xiania, why have you come to the Cloud Smoke Palace so late?" Yi Fei Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief, and her alluring red lips formed a slight curve. Reporting to mother, "Today, Tiana has something to ask." Jishio's expression remained unchanged. Even though Yi Fei Yan exuded an enchanting charm, his gaze remained clear. "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 351. At the time Jishio entered the flying immortal pool to comprehend the Tao, Yi Fei Yan withdrew her gaze and slowly stepped into the barrier. Zing! As divine light flickered, her figure disappeared into the bamboo forest. The cool moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves and fell upon the ground, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a beautifully serene scene. Yi Fei Yan arrived at another corner of the bamboo forest, where a silver-white waterfall splashed, adding a touch of moisture to the place. "It's been a long time since I came here. I wonder how that woman is doing." Yi Fei Yan's lips curled into a cold arc, and then she flew directly through the waterfall. Here was a cave, pitch dark. Yi Fei Yan, with her hands behind her back, skillfully followed the narrow stone path, and soon arrived at a stone door. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and pushed open the stone door, stepping lightly inside. Behind the stone door was a sealed space, overgrown with weeds, with a few beams of moonlight filtering through the cracks, the only light in this place. In the center of the space was a stone platform, where a woman was locked up. The woman had disheveled hair, obscuring her true appearance. Her hands and feet bound by divine chains as thick as ancient tree trunks, inscribed with terrifying divine patterns that glowed faintly. Chapter 352. At the bottom of the flying immortal lake, after Jishio adjusted his physical state to its peak, he took out a crystal clear, fist-sized holy fruit from the system warehouse, shimmering with chaotic brilliance. "The Chaos Comprehension Fruit," Jishio murmured, then swallowed the Chaos Comprehension Fruit in one bite. As he bit into the Chaos Comprehension Fruit, the juice exploded in his mouth, and a strange feeling of ascension surged from the depths of his soul. At the same time, the flying immortal pool seemed to sense it, and strands of flying immortal comprehension light seeped into his body. At this moment, his consciousness sank into chaos, entering the chaos comprehension realm from the legends of the Nine Heavens world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully entering the chaos comprehension realm. The crisp system voice rang in his ears. Jishio's expression showed no change. He was fully enjoying the pleasant feeling brought by the chaos comprehension. And at that moment, he was rapidly deducing, exploring, and creating the second chapter of his supreme divine law. Holy Yuan activated. Divine comprehension activated. Now, coupled with the enhancements of the flying immortal pool and the chaos comprehension fruit. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the flying immortal pool, radiating an indescribable martial aura. Chapter 353. In the Divine Star Realm, Divine Emperor Palace, Small Bamboo Forest. Tonight, the moonlight was bright, and the bamboo shadows were enchanting. Yi Fei Yan stood alone with her hands behind her back in front of the flying immortal lake, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the elusive figure beneath the deep waters. 3 months have passed. Has this guy still not succeeded in comprehending the Tao? Yi Fei Yan murmured, then prepared to turn and leave. But at that moment, an endless light of flying immortal burst forth from the bottom of the lake, momentarily overshadowing the stars and moon, and the waters of the flying immortal pool splashed up 100 jong high, finally turning into rain that fell, drenching the bamboo forest. A few drops of rain fell on Yi Fei Yan's exquisite face, making her even more stunning. At this moment, she suddenly turned around, her gaze fixed intently on the bottom of the flying immortal pool, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an indescribable shock. She then saw Jishio sitting at the bottom of the pool, his expression solemn and tranquil, and she also saw a pure flower slowly blooming behind him. This was the flower of the great Tao. Yi Fei Yan gasped, and at this moment, her beautiful eyes trembled, her chest rising and falling violently, as if about to burst through her clothing. According to legend, the flower of the great Tao only blooms when the supreme divine law emerges. So, this guy might really succeed. Chapter 354. Mother, what do you mean? I don't understand. Ji Xiao shook his head at Yi Fei Yan, looking innocent, which made the smile on Yi Fei Yan's face grow even more pronounced. Don't understand? Hey, hey, hey. Yi Fei Yan chuckled and shook her head, crossing her arms and examining Ji Xiao with great interest before saying, the vague sword cannot be spoken of, cannot be explained. The clock of time touches the realm of time. The moonlit sickle breaks all laws. The holy flower lotus has healing powers that surpass the 9 heavens. The strange magic blade kills with 1,000 twists and turns, unmatched in the world. And the mysterious ancient cauldron can refine everything. This is the secret of your comprehension of the divine law, isn't it? So what if it is? Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow. The 6 supreme paths he created each had their own powers. Now, Yi Fei Yan was indeed the first to know or see them. But calling it a secret wasn't entirely accurate, as sooner or later, all cultivators in the 9 heavens would witness the power of his supreme path chapters. However, Yi Fei Yan was right about one thing. At this moment, he did not want others to know this secret or his trump card, especially Li Yu. Your secret. This deity knows. Chapter 355. You really know? Yixiu grisped Yi Fei Yan's delicate neck. His voice colder than the wind and snow at the peak of a snow mountain. It was only a matter of time before my true identity was exposed. Whether it was the heir of the Ji family, the founder of the 6 departments of military affairs, or the demon lord of the 9 heavens demon realm. None of these were secrets. However, the secrets of the Ghost Flute Qinqing and the Soul Capture Trilogy were something Yi Feiyan could never know. Because throughout the entire 9 heavens, the number of people aware of this secret could be counted on one hand, and they were all the closest individuals to me. Naturally, they knew. Yi Feiyan smiled, a very happy smile. How did you know? Ji Xiao asked expressionlessly. Isn't this the secret I called you here to tell you? Yi Feiyan replied softly. Hearing this, Ji Xiao retracted his hand and took 2 steps back, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, calmly looking at Yi Feiyan. Now that Yi Feiyan knew his identity, but she hadn't told Liu, it indicated that she had her own selfish motives. Speak, Ji Xiao said faintly. He wanted to see what Yi Feiyan intended to do. Ji Xiao, before I tell you my secret, why don't you first tell me what you want to obtain in the divine realm? Chapter 356. It's her, Nanlingwei. Ji Xiao stared blankly at the flower demon before him, memories of the past in the 9 heavens continent flooding his mind. Back in the day, during the Northern Summer Dynasty, he and Nanlingwei had overthrown the royal power together. Later, he became the renowned heir of the 9 heavens continent, while Nanlingwei became the supreme empress of the number 1 demon sect, the Supreme Heaven. And in the Supreme Heaven's main hall, they had an extremely absurd 3 days and nights together. Since then, Nanlingwei had quietly occupied a significant place in Ji Xiao's life. What are you doing here? Ji Xiao asked in disbelief. Nanlingwei was the Supreme Empress. During the end of the era, she should have been guarding the Supreme Heaven in the 9 heavens continent. Logically, she shouldn't appear here, let alone become a divine lord in the divine realm. Such unbelievable events could not help but astonish him. Hearing this, Nanlingwei curled her lips into a faint smile. She didn't respond to Ji Xiao's question, but said softly, little guy, it's been 3 years. Do you miss me? Ha! Ji Xiao chuckled at the familiar tone. Upon reflection, it had indeed been almost 3 years since he left the 9 heavens continent, and he naturally missed everything about it, including Nanlingwei. Chapter 357. The long night falls and the rain continues. Luo Baining followed Li Yue's orders early in the morning, holding an umbrella and waiting in front of the Union Palace. Raindrops fell from the oiled paper umbrella to the ground, splashing water, just like her complex heart at that moment. She stared blankly at the grand palace before her. Although she said nothing, many questions surged in her heart. Last night, her junior brother actually stayed overnight in the Union Palace. Divine Lord, what did she do to her junior brother? Could it be? No way. Even if the Divine Lord was absurd, she wouldn't go that far. After all, her junior brother was her nominal adopted son. However, it could be possible. After all, her junior brother was indeed very charming. Just as she was lost in thought, the door of the Union Palace creaked open. Ji Xiao and Nanlingwei walked out side by side. At this moment, Ji Xiao appeared calm, while Nanlingwei's hair was slightly disheveled. She wore a thin, purple nightgown, and her alluring curves left Luo Baining momentarily stunned. Tianer, You should go now. Don't keep your master waiting. Nan Lingyue said softly and gently ruffled Ji Xiu's hair in front of Luo Baining. Chapter 358. Boom. Ji Xiu staggered back 17 steps to barely withstand Li Yue's powerful punch. The surging blood and energy in his body told him that Li Yue's physical strength and her potential to tap into the eternal, undying body far exceeded his. However, it seemed he had grasped some methods to tap into the potential of the eternal, undying body. He just needed to verify them. Huh, Ji Xiu shouted coldly. This time he took the initiative to attack Li Yue, launching 30 consecutive strikes, each one extremely fierce, without a trace of hesitation. And every move perfectly aligned with the trajectory of the Great Tao. But something strange happened. This time Ji Xiu couldn't even touch the corner of Li Yue's clothing. Each attack, punch, elbow strike, sweep, waist lock, missed completely. In fact, Li Yue remained standing in place, not retreating a single step, her breathing steady, her emotions as calm as a still lake, cold and deep. She seemed ridiculously strong. Ji Xiu muttered to himself. From the beginning, he knew Li Yue was strong, but he never expected her to be this strong. When it came to physical strength, Li Yue seemed to have surpassed the level of the Emperor realm. Xian'e, remember this next. Chapter 359. Leaving the Ganlu platform, Ji Xiu first sent the little fat girl and Xinger back to Li Yue's palace, and then he returned to the Tianning palace. Lying on the soft bed, with his hands behind his head, Ji Xiu looked contentedly at the golden moon outside the palace, quietly enjoying the gentle summer night breeze. It had been 3 months since he arrived in the Divine Star Realm, and only 3 months remained until this era ended. Therefore, his time was limited. In these last 3 months, he had to obtain the heart of God and demon. He wondered how Lu Siye and the others were doing in the 9 Heavens Demon Realm. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt fortunate to have met Nan Lingyue in the Divine Realm. With her help, his path ahead would be much smoother. The first step, the soul-cutting mountain range. To eliminate the young master of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. The second step, wait for Nan Lingyue to set up the upper heavens absolute heart formation for him to obtain Li Yue's heart of God and demon. The last step, leave the divine realm and go home. With these thoughts, Ji Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile. To be honest, it had been a long time since he left the 9 Heavens continent, and he really missed the old friends there. Chapter 360. Luo Baining lost. She lost terribly. Ji Xiu looked at Luo Baining, who seemed on the verge of collapse, with only this thought in his mind. Junior brother, why are you here? Luo Baining lowered her eyes, afraid to meet Ji Xiu's gaze. Last night, she had boasted to Ji Xiu that she would win 3 consecutive matches to uphold the dignity of the divine realm. But today she had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the second young master of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. The most important thing was that she not only lost, but she was also defeated using the divine realm's techniques by that second young master. She was the chief of the divine emperor. After all, in this battle, she had completely embarrassed the divine realm and even let her master Li Yue down. I heard you lost. I came to see you. Ji Xiu said casually. Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? Luo Baining lowered her head, her delicate hands tightly gripping the edge of her clothes. Senior sister, victory and defeat are common in battle. You don't need to worry about it. Ji Xiu shook his head. Hearing this, Luo Baining stared blankly at Ji Xiu and asked, Junior brother, have you ever lost? Ji Xiu paused for a moment, carefully recalled, and then shook his head, saying, It seems not. As his words fell, the scripture pavilion fell into a slightly awkward silence. Chapter 361. Speak. Songlong roared, and a terrifying imperial aura flowed in his dark eyes. Are you from the 9 Heavens Storm Tower? Ji Xiu, standing in the darkness, looked at the 3 with interest. He had to admit that these 3 were too weak. Even back when he was at the frozen absolute peak, he could easily handle them. I am Songlong of the 9 Heavens Storm Tower. Who exactly are you? Songlong coldly stared at Ji Xiu as he spoke. The divine emperor's jade. Is it in your hands? Ji Xiu asked calmly. So what if it is? Song Yun stepped forward, then coldly snorted. So it turns out the divine realm can't play anymore. The chief of the gods has lost. If the younger generation can't do it, the older generation will come, right? Clearly, he regarded Ji Xiu as a big shot from the divine realm, as he couldn't believe that there were such terrifying powerhouses among the younger generation. What? You old thing dare to make a move against us? Sanyo spoke, genuinely not believing that there were older powerhouses in the divine realm who would disregard the rules and attack them. As his words fell, Jishio slowly stepped out of the darkness. Sanglong, Sangyun, and Sanyo were momentarily stunned upon seeing Jishio. They didn't know who he was, but he looked incredibly young, even younger than them. Chapter 362. When the first ray of sunlight fell upon the earth, the atmosphere in the Divine Emperor Palace was completely ignited. The cultivators, female officials, guards, and many high-ranking big shots in the Divine Emperor Palace all stood still in front of the palace, each staring at the three young masters of the Nine Heavens Storm Tower hanging before the palace gates, their mouths agape, almost able to fit an egg inside. You must know, last night these three were still imposing and had silenced the entire Divine Emperor Palace for a night. Yet now they were suddenly hung at the palace gate. Upon closer inspection, the three were disheveled and covered in blood, clearly having suffered inhuman torment. At that moment, many of them noticed the sign standing in front of the Divine Emperor Palace. When they saw the large, flamboyant characters on it, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. They thought to themselves, which big shot in the Divine Emperor Palace wrote this? This is too rude, almost making it impossible for them to suppress their smiles. Oh my, aren't these the three young masters of a Nine Heavens Storm Tower? Weren't you showing off in the martial arts arena yesterday? Why have you turned into dead dogs today? Chapter 363. Early in the morning, Luo Baining arrived at the Scripture Pavilion from Tianning Palace. After a night of adjustment, her mood had improved significantly, and she even had an unprecedented determination to comprehend the 3,000 Tao texts and create her own imperial law. As soon as she entered the Scripture Pavilion, she saw the chubby girl lying in a pile of disordered scrolls, hugging a large club and sleeping soundly, even blowing bubbles from her nose. Xing'er lay in Jishio's arms like a little kitten, still holding a jug of fine wine in her jade hand. She was long overdue for a drunken state, having fallen asleep in Jishio's embrace, murmuring indistinct words, likely missing her father and mother. Of course, as soon as she entered the Scripture Pavilion, she caught a whiff of the strong aroma of alcohol, indicating that these two little girls had drunk quite a bit last night. If her master found out, she would definitely fly into a rage. Luo Baining looked at the messy Scripture Pavilion and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The chubby girl had stolen the wine, which was osmanthus wine brewed by Liyue herself. Only she knew that her master often sat alone under the moon to drink, as tasting wine was one of her master's few hobbies. Liyue also had a rule that no alcohol was allowed in the Scripture Pavilion. Chapter 364. That night, the rain pattered, penetrating the cool moonlight, shrouding the entire Black Mountain Range. This mountain range was named the Soul-Cutting Mountain Range, a well-known forbidden area in the Divine Star Realm, where countless cultivators from the Nine Heavens major dynasties and long-lived families had perished. Even among them, there were not a few imperial-level powerhouses. Once, this place was a holy land for training among the cultivators of the Nine Heavens. Now, it had become a cemetery for countless strong warriors. Clang! A shadow tore through the void, breaking through the rain curtain, standing atop the soul-cutting mountain range. Tonight, Jishio wore a black robe, with a handsome face showing no expression, his eyes coldly slicing through the dim rainy night. I've arrived. This is the so-called soul-cutting mountain range. Jishio stood in the void, casting a glance at the black mountain range that emitted an eerie and cold aura. His lips curling into a slight arc. Nan Lingyue said that the young master of the Nine Heavens Storm Tower chariot would pass through this soul-cutting mountain range. But the guardian and accompanying individuals remained unknown. Therefore, to be safe, Jishio decided to prepare in advance. With this thought, Jishio descended into the soul-cutting mountain range, following the necromantic aura towards the most concentrated ravine. Chapter 365. The soul-cutting mountain range was densely forested, with gigantic ancient trees blocking the bright moonlight, casting the entire mountain range into deep darkness, occasionally interrupted by the chilling cries of unknown creatures. Within the mountain range, an ancient path extended to the horizon, and at the end of the path lay the Divine Emperor Palace. At this moment, a large group of figures protected a luxurious chariot as it traveled along the ancient road. If there were outsiders present, they would surely be astonished by the terrifying lineup of this convoy. 7 women dressed in tight-fitting battle attire formed a protective formation around the chariot, resembling the Big Dipper. These 7 women wore veils and carried sharp swords, each exuding a fierce aura, and their cultivation levels all reached the realm of imperial spirit masters. It seemed they were merely personal maids of the big shot, sitting in the chariot. At the front of the convoy were 3 elderly men leading the way. 2 of the old men wore black clothes and had very ordinary appearances, but their cultivation had reached the level of imperial sovereigns. One had eyes as dark as the abyss, while the other had bright eyes like the sun, exuding extreme majesty. As for the remaining one, he wore white clothes and had a white beard, carrying a wine jug at his waist, resembling an otherworldly immortal, untouched by the mortal world. Chapter 366. The rain continued to fall in the soul-cutting mountain range, but the darkness grew threefold denser, becoming even deeper and more inscrutable. "Young master, something feels off." The white-clad old man frowned as he gazed into the impenetrable darkness of the soul-cutting mountain range, whispering softly. At first, he thought it was the restrictions of the soul-severing mountain range, but now he no longer believed so, because he had just sensed the power of the demonic path. Moreover, this demonic power was extremely pure, seemingly coming from the demon ancestor. No matter, Xian Lao and Ming Lao, both of them had reached the realm of emperor-level sovereigns. What could possibly happen? Song Tian sneered disdainfully. Just as his voice fell, boom, boom, 2 blood-soaked figures suddenly fell from the sky, splattering blood everywhere. Upon closer inspection, these 2 were Song Xian and Song Ming, who were now as dead as could be. Song Xian had all his limbs broken, and there was a bloody hole in his chest, with sword marks all over his body, as if he had been slashed by over 100 swords. Song Ming was in even worse shape. Half of his head was chopped off, his chest deeply caved in, all his bones shattered into pieces. His body shriveled like a desiccated corpse that had been weathered for thousands of years, and thick black blood continuously oozed from his eyes. Chapter 367. In the soul-severing mountain range, blood rain fell, and Ji Xiu stood amidst the downpour, his black robe untainted by a speck of dust or blood. Upon seeing Ji Xiu like this, Song Tian, the young master of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, instinctively took a step back. He couldn't understand how his protector, a powerful figure at the emperor-level Holy Master Realm, could be so easily slain by Ji Xiu. What was that blurred sword all about? "Young master, you should leave first." The girl beside Song Tian spoke softly, her expression grave beneath her veil, having already prepared herself for death in the face of Ji Xiu. "Everyone, no one can leave today." Ji Xiu shook his head and spoke softly. He didn't know where Song Tian and his 7-star girls got their confidence, thinking they could escape from him today. Just as his words fell, Ji Xiu's 3 undead overlords had already blocked Song Tian's escape route. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. "Kill!" Song Tian's 7 personal maids soared into the air, their swords aimed directly at Ji Xiu. Clang! 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 7 beams of starlight flickered as they transformed into the Big Dipper sword formation, with endless starlight bursting forth from their sword tips, an extremely terrifying power swirling within. Chapter 368. It's in the bag. Now and then Lingwei should be satisfied. Ji Xiu put away Song Tian's 2 rings and stretched lazily under the bright moon. With the ancient ring of the celestial, what Nan Lingwei wanted was now in hand. Next, it depended on her celestial heart array. Once he obtained the celestial heart array, he could go home. With this thought, Ji Xiu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, but soon he thought of something. Song Tian from the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower was dead, but couldn't he make use of him? If he used Chunqing to cast the Soul Requiem and turn him into a puppet, it might come in handy in the future. With this thought, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth as he took out the ghost flute Chunqing and gently placed it to his lips. Clang! As the eerie melody sounded again, Song Xian and Song Ming, the 2 emperor-level sovereigns, slowly stood up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the undead Song Xian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the undead Song Ming. When the last note of the melody fell, the white-clad heavenly elder also slowly stood up. Although he had lost his head, he was now the strongest undead in Ji Xiu's hands. Chapter 369. That night, outside the palace bed, light rain pattered. The night breeze gentle, and the cloud smoke palace was tranquil and beautiful. Nan Lingwei couldn't sleep, feeling hot all over, her pretty face changing colors repeatedly. Although she had been intimate with Ji Xiu before, she was not used to being held so tightly by him to sleep. She knew that Jishio definitely wasn't sleeping either. She didn't believe he could sleep soundly in such circumstances, so she softly asked, Jishio, are you asleep? As she spoke, she raised her eyes to look at Jishio, at that moment finding him with his eyes tightly closed, breathing steadily, as if in deep sleep. This guy was good at everything except for the fact that he couldn't sleep alone. Nan Lingyue sighed resentfully and then closed her eyes. In the Nine Heavens continent, Jishio had many beautiful women, and there were even more in the Nine Heavens demon realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so skilled. Just then, Jishio, with his eyes closed, softly asked Nan Lingyue, what is the celestial heart array? Hearing this, Nan Lingyue kept her eyes closed and casually replied, the celestial heart array is a formation created by the celestial empress. No matter who it is, regardless of their cultivation level, as long as they possess the heart of absolute silence, they can silently enter the state of absolute silence and dream. Chapter 370, Woo, who is shaking my invincible Lord Kaka? The chubby girl pouted and slowly woke from her dream. When she saw Liu, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Lowering her voice by 3 degrees, oh, it's you, bad woman. Liu replied indifferently, it is I, the Empress. Do you have something to say? The chubby girl looked at the scattered items on the ground and timidly said, bad woman, if Kaka says this is an accident, would you believe it? What do you think? Liu's voice remained calm. Probably would. The chubby girl muttered softly. Just as her voice fell, Liu directly lifted the chubby girl and placed her on the divine emperor's chair in the scripture pavilion, then turned her back and forced the chubby girl to lay on her lap, raising her jade hand and slapping the chubby girl's bottom. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps echoed. The chubby girl couldn't help but exclaim, bad woman, Kaka is the most powerful dragon in the world. Do you dare to hit me? Kaka and you are sworn enemies. Liu, hearing this, showed no hesitation and even slapped harder. Chapter 371. Meanwhile, as Luo Baining brought Jishio into the scripture pavilion, the chubby girl, upon seeing Jishio, had her eyes turn red and her nose feel sour, directly lunging into Jishio's arms. Master, this bad woman is too cruel. Whoa, can you take revenge for Kaka? The chubby girl tightly curled up in Jishio's arms, crying and complaining about Liu's brutal acts. How to take revenge? Jishio chuckled and pinched the chubby girl's plump little face. Hit her bottom hard. The chubby girl gritted her teeth and said, let's discuss it. Jishio ruffled the chubby girl's soft hair, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. If he could teach Liu a lesson, he would have done it long ago. Why would he have schemed with Nan Lingyue for so long? But just because he couldn't do it now, didn't mean he couldn't do it later. All right, after crying, just go out. Liu waved her hand, her voice very cold. Oomph. The little chubby girl, holding onto Jishio's thigh, took the opportunity when Liu wasn't paying attention to fiercely shake her little fist. Luo Baining, with a helpless expression, shrugged and took the little chubby girl and Xing'er out of the scripture pavilion together. The little chubby girl pouted as she retreated, saying, Sister Baining, if it weren't for you holding Kaka back, Kaka would definitely make her pay. Chapter 372. Jishio of the Nine Heavens Continent. In a vast, ancient hall, the big shots of the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower all froze upon hearing this name. 3 years ago, the battle above the Chaos Abyss was extremely shocking, and that battle not only spread throughout the Nine Heavens continent, but also the entire Nine Heavens upper realm. Now, the name Jishio has almost become a household name throughout the Nine Heavens. They never expected that, after 3 years, they would hear this name again at the end of the era. Schwer, how did you know your brother died at Jishio's hands? The man, with his hands behind his back, asked Song Shui the crucial question with an expressionless gaze. Upon hearing this, Song Shui shook her head and did not explain much. She only took out a piece of broken jade. After she infused her true essence into it, a dazzling and piercing light burst forth from the broken jade. Looking closely, in that dim light, the scene from the Broken Soul Mountain was reflected. Heavy rain, darkness approaches. Before the chariot, the demonic blade pierced through the heart. Song Tian lay powerless in a pool of blood, splattering blood all over the sky. The killer, dressed in a black robe, turned around, and under the faint, dim moonlight, a peerlessly handsome face was revealed. Chapter 373. When the first ray of sunlight fell upon the earth in the morning, a shocking piece of news directly shook the entire Nine Heavens upper realm. The young master of the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower was ambushed and killed in the Broken Soul Mountain while on his way to the Divine Emperor Palace in the Divine Realm. After hearing this news, several star realms in the Nine Heavens Upper Realm, as well as dozens of long-lived families in the 10,000-year dynasty, all voiced their support, pledging to do everything they could to cooperate with the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower to kill the murderer. Many neutral forces sighed, wondering who had the audacity and capability to dare to oppose the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. How could they ambush the young master of the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower? Of course, some super forces that were at odds with the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower were secretly laughing, and at that moment, they were mobilizing all their resources to find that individual who ambushed the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower's master. They thought to themselves that they must secretly win this individual over, and when the new era begins, they would plot against the Nine Heavens together, even overturning the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Now, it can be said that the entire Nine Heavens Upper Realm was speculating who this person was. At the end of the era, what should have been a calm lake with various extraordinary forces in the Nine Heavens Upper Realm accumulating power had now become turbulent with undercurrents. Chapter 374. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the sign-in reward. Thief's Holy Pearl. Ding. System notification. The host can now activate the Thief's Holy Pearl. Would the host like to activate it? Listening to the system's notification in his ear, Jishio nodded and responded with 2 words, activate. As soon as the words fell, Jishio felt a refreshing and comfortable sensation emerging from deep within his soul, as strands of the breath of the heavenly way slowly flowed from the pulse of his left hand into the pure world lotus on his wrist. Ding. System notification. The Thief's Holy Pearl and the Wood Spirit Pearl are operating at full power. Ding. System notification. The Pure World Lotus is expected to complete charging and awaken in 1 month. Upon hearing this, Jishio let out a long breath. There was still a month before the Pure World Lotus could awaken. At that time, this young master would be able to freely use the power of the Pure World Lotus. With this thought, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Jishio's mouth, and he felt extremely relaxed. The power within the Pure World Lotus was the highest level of power he was aware of, and this power was incredibly versatile. When he saved Xing in the Qilin Ancient Cave, he relied entirely on the power of the Pure World Lotus. In the Eternal Desert, the Immortal Burial Compass was also awakened by the power of the Pure World Lotus. And it was precisely because of this that he could unleash the perfect version of the transformation into freedom technique and kill that taboo heavenly lord in one fell swoop. Chapter 375. Petals danced in the sky. She held Jishio, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, Liu finally looked down at Jishio in her arms and whispered, "Indeed, you are still Jishio. You will never become what this emperor wants you to be. I suppose in the future, you will still oppose this emperor, right?" Having said that, Liu sighed deeply, her long and slender jade hand gently caressing Jishio's cheek, then slowly leaning down to plant a light kiss on Jishio's forehead. The moment her red lips touched Jishio's forehead, a cool, moist sensation instantly spread throughout Jishio's body. Unfortunately, Jishio was currently in a coma, so he couldn't perceive the strange sensation brought by this warm, soft kiss on his forehead. However, in the next second, a flicker of light emerged between Liu's lips and Jishio's forehead, shimmering like a brilliant glow, extremely mystical. As Liu slowly closed her eyes, when she opened them again, 2 golden beams of light appeared in her eyes. At this moment, her eyes shone with golden radiance, exuding extreme majesty, as if she were a true divine emperor capable of overseeing the 9 heavens. She slightly parted her red lips and slowly recited 9 ancient words. Chapter 376. Schwerer, do you mean to say that Ling Tian is that Jishio, the young master? Jiang Ro asked, somewhat incredulously. Could there be such a possibility? Xian Ning frowned, not knowing how Tsang Shui came to this conclusion. He couldn't find any connection between the two. Sure, we'll find out soon whether Ling Tian is him. Tsang Shui shushed Jiang Ro and Xian Ning, then turned her gaze tightly towards Tsang Long and the other 3. Clang! The broken jade burst forth with brilliant light. In the flickering light and shadow, Tsang Long, Tsang Yu, and Tsang Yun saw that night, witnessing their young master dying under the demonic blade in the torrential rain. Finally, They saw the man standing in the darkness under the moon, dressed in a black robe. How is it? Is he Ling Tian? Song Shui asked excitedly in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Song Long, Song Yu, and Song Yun were about to speak. But they strangely found that the appearance of Ling Tian, which should have been deeply etched in their minds, was slowly fading away, or rather, being covered by a strange darkness. No matter how they thought, they could not penetrate that darkness to see Ling Tian's appearance again. Chapter 377. A faint voice echoed throughout the divine emperor's hall. Each person's expression was different. Song Shui, you are shameless. Luo Baining angrily reprimanded Song Shui without any courtesy, thinking to herself that this woman, after so many years, was still so wicked and still so fond of stealing from others. Sister Baining, do you have any dissatisfaction? Song Shui smiled sweetly at Luo Baining, but at that moment, Luo Baining wished she could slap her directly. He's my man. What right do you have? Luo Baining tightly clenched her jade fist to assert her dominance. Although she still didn't know the true identity of her junior brother, in her heart, Ji Xiu was already her true junior brother. I know. He is your junior brother and also your Dao partner. However, I don't mind. Song Shui waved her hand dismissively at Luo Baining. Then, as if she thought of something, she spoke with a smile. At worst, when he finishes marrying me, he can marry you too. Being a concubine or something. I don't care. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Luo Baining's face turned red with anger, her chest rising and falling violently. At that moment, she was already tempted to draw her sword and fight Song Shui. Chapter 378. Master, what do you mean by that? Ji Xiu looked at Liu with a head full of question marks, wondering how he woke up to find he was getting married. Hearing this, Liu did not respond to Ji Xiu, but personally poured a cup of apricot blossom wine and placed it on the table. Seeing this, Ji Xiu shook his head and walked to the stone table, tilting his head back to drink the apricot blossom wine in one gulp. So who is she? Ji Xiu's gaze was fixed on Liu as he asked again. Liu's expression remained unchanged as she gently sipped her apricot blossom wine and replied to it. The young lady of the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, Song Shui. Huh. Ji Xiu frowned slightly. It had not been 7 days since the young master of the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower died, and now that young lady wanted to marry him? What kind of operation was this? He had to say this was too confusing. Seemingly seeing through Ji Xiu's bewildered emotions, Liu casually said, She seems to already know who killed her brother. She probably thinks it has something to do with you. Hearing this, Ji Xiu calmly replied with 4 words. She is overthinking. Upon hearing this, Liu nodded, quietly sitting under the moon, sipping a cup of apricot blossom wine, and responded with 3 words. Chapter 379. On the Ganlu platform, Song Shui and her companions enjoyed the evening breeze while admiring the golden bright moon in the sky. From here, they could overlook the entire realm of gods. Shuer, at the end of the era, I never expected you to marry first, Jiang Ro said with some emotion. Young lady, we don't really understand what you're thinking. If you're just trying to see if that young Master Ling Tian is Ji Xiu, then there's really no need to involve yourself. Xian Ning shook her head, looking helplessly at Song Shui. Xuya, have you thought about what if Ling Tian is not Ji Xiu? Jiang Ro nodded heavily, clearly in agreement with Xian Ning's statement. Hey. Song Shui chuckled lightly, not explaining anything to her 2 friends. If Ling Tian was Ji Xiu, then she would fulfill her wish of finding the true murderer of her brother. If not, then it didn't matter. It was just marriage, adding 1 more husband, nothing to fear. After all, in the future, she was going to be the woman of the master of the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, and with Ling Tian's talent and combat power, he would surely sit on the throne of the Divine Emperor in the future. So, she wouldn't be at a loss. It would be a strong alliance. Chapter 380. An angry voice echoed throughout the Ganlu platform. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu handed the little chubby girl in his arms to Luo Baining and turned back to look at Song Shui with interest. So, Miss Song Shui, what do you have to say? Oomph. Song Shui snorted coldly. Whether it's a match or not is not for you to decide. Moreover, I will tell you the truth. In the Nine Heavens upper realm, I can do whatever I want. Saying this, she unleashed the true essence within her body. Boom! A peak imperial aura erupted. Ling Tian, today, I will personally see your true face. Song Shui coldly shouted, stepping in front of Ji Xiu, her jade hand elegantly and accurately reaching out towards Ji Xiu's golden imperial face. Hee hee. Ji Xiu sneered, raising his hand to directly grasp Song Shue's white wrist. Mocking what? Is a young lady of the nine heavens wind and rain tower only capable of this level? Impudent! Song Shue shouted angrily, her jade hand forming an imperial seal, consecutively casting 3 sets of imperial laws. The terrifying power rippled in the void, and the 3 different forces of order and imperial laws crashed down on Jishio. Then something terrifying happened in the next second. The silver moonlight on Jishio's body flickered, instantly swallowing all the imperial power, and he raised a finger, accurately pointing at Song Shue's forehead. His fingertip burst forth with silver moonlight, and Song Shue's complexion changed dramatically as she realized that all the true essence within her body had completely frozen. Chapter 381. The night before the arrival of the extreme night at the end of the era. In the depths of the dark forest of the eastern wilderness in the Nine Heavens demon domain, the darkness was so thick that one couldn't see their hand in front of them. A few strands of remnant moonlight fell desolately on an ancient altar at the edge of the forest. Mu Bing, dressed in plain white clothes, stood with her hands behind her back before the altar, her eyes tightly closed. Behind her, Lucia's expression was solemn, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ancient altar, filled with unease. She knew that behind this altar existed a group of extremely terrifying people. The ancient history of the Nine Heavens demon domain had even predicted that if this group of people came out of the sealed world, the entire Nine Heavens would be completely overturned. Because of this, when she announced her intention to unseal the dark heavenly court, there were so many opposing voices in the Nine Heavens demon domain, even the demon lord was the same. However, at this point she believed in Jishio, knowing that only by unsealing the dark heavenly court could she bring Jishio back. Therefore, she would go all out, for who told her she married that guy? Sister, I'm a bit scared. Dugu tightly grasped the hem of Dugu Banruo's clothes, her delicate face pale. Chapter 382. The extreme night arrived, the stars and moon concealed. The sun shone no light, and it seemed as if all the brightness in the world was swallowed by endless darkness. The entire Nine Heavens would fall into a period of silence lasting 7 days. From this moment on, whether in the upper realm of the Nine Heavens, the Nine Heavens demon domain, or the various forces of the Nine Heavens continent, all would enter a 7-day silence. For everyone knew this was the last 7 days of the era. Once these 7 days passed and light descended, it would mark the opening of a new era. With the opening of the new era, the laws of heaven would be reset, the spiritual energy of heaven would revive, and all races would return, leading the entire Nine Heavens world into a new round of great competition in the era. At this moment, in the Nine Heavens world, all the dynasties, all the families, and all the supreme powers are ready to compete for the fruit of the heavenly Tao of the new era. Therefore, these 7 days will be the last peaceful and darkest moments in the entire Nine Heavens, as everyone waits for the dawn of the new era. It is worth mentioning that even in silence, the ambitions of these forces have become increasingly deafening in each other's ears. In the Nine Heavens continent, in the Divine Phoenix dynasty, at the Tianfeng Palace, Feng Wang, wearing the imperial crown and a magnificent red-gold phoenix pattern gown, stands at the palace gate. She is as stunning and flawless as before, noble and breathtaking. Chapter 383. You've arrived. Song Shue's beautiful eyes gaze at Jishio, who slowly walks into the Divine Emperor's hall, her red lips involuntarily curving into a sweet arc. Upon hearing this, Jishio glances at Song Shue without saying a word. He walks to the center of the hall. At this moment, he exudes a cold aura, and everyone can see that Jishio is dissatisfied with tonight's wedding ceremony. What is the fuss? No matter how extraordinary your cultivation is, how astonishing your combat power, you still have to bow down obediently. Xian Ning coldly watches Jishio and murmurs, obviously still resenting the slap Jishio gave him at the Ganlu platform a few days ago. All right, tonight is Shue's wedding. You should say less. Jiang Ro glares at Xian Ning. Although she is not optimistic about this marriage, she has to admit that as the Divine Emperor's closed-door disciple, Ling Tian indeed deserves her good friend. Xian Ning snorts and nods, no longer speaking. Ling Tian, I thought you would come. Song Shue stands beside Jishio, her red lips parting lightly, her voice filled with teasing and mockery. Shut up. Jishio coldly responds with just 2 words. Hee hee. Hearing this, Song Shue is not angry. In fact, the smile on her charming face becomes even brighter. She leans slightly closer to Ji Xiao and whispers. Chapter 384. Ji Xiao turns to glance at Song Shue. He doesn't say much, but walks to the wooden table and pours himself a glass of apricot blossom wine, lifting it up and drinking it all in one go. The fine wine, entering his throat, makes Ji Xiao's mind clearer. He silently picks up the jade rui on the table, slowly walks to the bed, and lifts Song Shue's beaded curtain. Beneath the curtain is a delicate jade-like face. Song Shue is very beautiful, dignified, and noble. At this moment, her red lips slightly curl, seemingly smiling as she looks at Ji Xiao and speaks. Husband, do you plan to keep wearing this divine emperor mask forever? By the way, on the wedding night, how can a groom not kiss the bride? May I ask, are you made of wood? Hee hee. Ji Xiao smiles, thinking that Song Shue indeed still has this idea. She wants to see his true face, to see if he is the murderer of her brother. However, this matter is already inconsequential, because everything will come to an end after tonight. Even if she knows, what does it matter? His thoughts cease here. Ji Xiao slowly raises his hand to the golden emperor mask, and at that moment, Song Shue's heart suddenly tightens. She stares intently at Ji Xiao, her beautiful eyes not blinking even once. Chapter 385. What do you mean? Song Shue's beautiful eyes tremble as she looks at Ji Xiao and Nan Lingyue, instinctively stepping back 3 steps. Boring. Ji Xiao glances at Song Shue and then directly lifts the cup to drink the apricot blossom wine in one gulp. Miss, do you want Ji Xiao to become your servant? Nan Lingyue, with her hands behind her back, walks in front of Song Shue, a bright and charming smile on her face. Divine Lord, this is a matter between me and Ji Xiao. You don't need a medal. Song Shue cannot bear to meet Nan Lingyue's eyes, for under her gaze, the chill that surged from the depths of her soul nearly made her unable to stand. In the next second, a jade hand directly pinches Song Shue's delicate chin, making her look into Nan Lingyue's eyes. Looking into Nan Lingyue's icy gaze, she feels cold and drenched. Nan Lingyue's red lips part as she coldly says, "Do you know he is mine? You." Song Shue is momentarily speechless. As clever as she is, how could she not understand what Nan Lingyue means? But she doesn't understand, how could the dignified divine lord of the divine realm, the aunt of Liyue, have such a close relationship with Ji Xiao? Chapter 386. Fenyu Palace. The candlelight flickers. Nan Lingyue stands in front of the palace window, calmly gazing in the direction of the divine emperor's sleeping quarters, lost in thought. After Xing learned that Ji Xiao was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. The thought that they would soon leave the divine realm together with Ji Xiao filled her heart with joy. Little fat girl, on the other hand, looks curiously at Song Shue on the palace bed. The little girl's expression gradually changes from curiosity to a strange look, and now to shock. She wonders what this woman is dreaming about to end up in such a bizarre state. Song Shue lies on the palace bed, her hands tightly clutching the pillow, her jade face flushed to the extreme, her hair disheveled, her breath scorching, and soft sounds escaping her red lips that make one blush and heart race. Ji Xiao, you are mine. I want you. I want all of you. Upon hearing this, little fat girl stretches out her small hand to poke Song Shue's cheek, pouting as she mutters, "Why is this woman dreaming about my master? Is she crazy?" Saying this, a jade hand has already grasped her chubby arm. Before she can react, Song Shue pulls her forcefully, suddenly dragging her onto the palace bed, into her embrace, and then with her red lips slightly parted, she bites down on the little fat girl's rosy cheek. Chapter 387. With a faint voice falling, Liyue freezes for a moment, as if she has thought of something, and then speaks, the heart of God and demon. You want my heart of God and demon, right? You were there in that battle in the eternal desert. She witnessed Ji Xiao using the supreme imperial method to slay the lord of heavenly bands, and even now she is still shocked by it. So since she learned that Ji Xiao was acting with her, she's been guessing what Ji Xiao really wants. At first, she thought Ji Xiao was just trying to save his life, but later she realized that what Ji Xiao wanted was not just that. Then she recalled that when Ji Xiao killed one of the heavenly bands in the eternal desert, a wisp of light fell onto Ji Xiao. Perhaps Lucier you didn't notice, but as the only observer, she knew that the wisp of light was the legendary heart of heavenly Tao, which contained the supreme, immortal treasure. Interestingly, she also knows that only her heart of God and demon can unlock the heart of heavenly Tao. So she understands that what Jishio wants is indeed her heart of God and demon. Yes, Jishio nods. Since Liu has guessed it, then he no longer needs to hide anything. It's better to lay all cards on the table. Chapter 388. A Great Dream, Everlasting, the Unknown Cycle World. Jishio's consciousness slowly sank into the endless darkness. Ding! A deafening sound of a bell rang out. Jishio saw countless brilliant lights erupting at the end of the dark bell sound, forming a tapestry that resembled the sky, with fragments of reincarnation merging into his body. A lifetime of reincarnation. Jishio slowly opened his eyes amidst a splitting headache, and he couldn't help but smile wryly at the unfamiliar environment before him. Although it was said that a great dream spans eternity and one enters reincarnation, did it really have to feel this real? After sorting out his thoughts, Jishio realized that in this life, he was a great scholar in the vast world, with 3,000 disciples under his command, revered by the world. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that a century ago, he was forcibly taken by the first demonic sect, the ruthless sect, to serve as a teacher, instructing the disciples of the demonic sect in their cultivation. The sect master of the demonic sect had also promised him that he could leave once he had taught 1,000 prodigies of the demonic way. Even though it was reincarnation, the memories remained. This could be considered an advantage, right? Jishio mumbled to himself. Logically speaking, entering reincarnation should result in the loss of memories, but in fact, it did not, which was probably due to the imperfection of the great dream cast by Liu. Chapter 389. When Jishio opened his eyes again, he had already fallen into the next reincarnation world. In this life, he transformed into a healer who walked the world, helping others. He did not know where Liu would be, but he knew that as long as he followed his path, he would surely encounter Liu. And just as he expected, while practicing along an ancient mountain range, he encountered a woman dressed in black. Her hair was like silk, her body covered in blood, and she lay before a waterfall in the mountains, holding a broken sword amidst the swirling snowflakes that soaked her hair. Just like in the previous life, Jishio immediately recognized the woman as Liu. As fate would have it, they met again. Jishio smiled wryly. With that, he slowly walked up to the woman. Clang! A cold sword light flashed, and the woman's sword tip was already pressed against Jishio's throat. Who are you? The woman in black was beautiful and bore a resemblance to Liu, her cold eyes filled with the white of falling snow and a chilling, killing intent. My name is Jishio. Jishio smiled and nodded at the woman in black. Upon hearing this, the woman in black scanned Jishio and was about to say something. Chapter 390. In the last life, the vast world. Jishio became a disciple of sword cultivation in the divine realm, and he immediately spotted Liu among the crowd. In this life, she was called Yunyu. Yunyu was the pride of the entire divine realm, and cultivating and understanding the Tao was as simple for her as eating and drinking. Not only that, but she was also famously obsessed with cultivation throughout the divine realm. Compared to Yunyu, Jishio seemed rather ordinary, yet despite this, Yunyu noticed him among so many people in the divine realm. One day, the disciples of the divine realm were to choose companions to descend to the lower realms for training. No one expected that the pride of the divine realm would choose Jishio, not even Jishio himself. During his time in the divine realm, Jishio had always been low-key, or rather, a bit of a slacker. He had been silently comprehending the fruits of the Tao from his previous 2 lives, wanting to write the final forbidden chapter of his imperial law. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Jishio was merely a lucky pretty boy with a bit of charm. Miss Yunyu, why did you choose me? Jishio asked with a hint of amusement. In response, Yunyu pondered seriously for a moment, and then simply replied, I don't know why, but I just feel that you are very strong. Chapter 391. The second day of the polar night, the divine emperor's palace. Yun Fei sat on the windowsill, her beautiful eyes lazily gazing at the vast divine emperor's palace below, illuminated by countless lights. Scenes from the past floated into her mind. Yet her emotions showed no signs of fluctuation, as if she were not the one who had experienced all the tragic events in the divine emperor's palace. The past is the past. If possible, this will be my last visit to the divine emperor's palace. With that, she walked to the wooden table and poured herself a cup of apricot blossom wine, tilting her snow-white neck and drinking it all at once. At that moment, clang! A dazzling light suddenly erupted from the palace bed. She saw 3 strange flowers of the Tao appearing above the heart of Jishio, who was in a deep sleep, each flower containing the power of heavenly reincarnation. 3 lifetimes of Tao fruits. Yun Fei exclaimed at this moment. She knew that Ji Xiu had succeeded. Ji Xiu had comprehended the 3 lifetimes of Tao fruits within the great dream spanning eternity. And next, he would be able to use the power of these 3 lifetimes of Tao fruits to begin writing the final forbidden chapter of his imperial law. Her thoughts were hazy, as if her consciousness were still drifting. Ding! Ji Xiu once again heard the booming sound of the bell. Chapter 392, Nanlingwe, we should go home. Ji Xiu took a deep breath and spoke softly. That's right. Once she wakes up, it might be difficult to leave. Nanlingwe nodded. Great. We're going home. The little chubby girl excitedly rushed into Ji Xiu's arms, her round face full of happiness. No matter whether she returned to the Jiuqian continent or the Jiuqian demon domain, she felt it was all good as long as she wasn't in the Divine Emperor's palace. After all, she had been bullied by Li Yu for over half a year, and she had developed a shadow from it, especially since this woman was even more terrifying than Lu Xie. Hearing this, Ji Xiu smiled and ruffled the little chubby girl's soft hair. Then, as if he thought of something, he turned to Yun Fei and asked, Where will you go next? Hee. Yun Fei smiled and responded, Where else could I go? Young Master Ji Xiu, would you really be willing to let me leave? Upon hearing this, Yixiu awkwardly nodded. Now, Yun Fei was the Pure World Lotus, and the Pure World Lotus was Yun Fei. Since he had finally awakened the Pure World Lotus, it was indeed hard for him to let her go. Well then, Miss Yun Fei, please stay by my side from now on. Chapter 393, as Song Shui's words fell, the entire Divine Emperor's palace fell into a prolonged silence. Everyone knew that once Ji Xiu's identity was exposed, even if the entire Jiuqian upper realm was in a 7-day polar night, it would inevitably turn upside down. The old monsters from the various forces in the Jiuqian upper realm might very well take advantage of the polar night to act in the shadows. No, they would definitely act during the polar night. The scene from years ago in front of the Chaos Abyss would repeat itself. After all, Ji Xiu was the most mysterious and powerful young figure in the entire Jiuqian realm. Who wouldn't he want to pry into the inheritance and secrets he possessed? Now was the best opportunity for these greedy old fellows. Yixiu, we have to leave, Nanlingwe said earnestly, and at this moment, even she felt the pressure. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu nodded. He took one last meaningful look at Li Yu, who lay on the palace bed, sighed softly, and silently wished in his heart, Li Yu, I hope everything goes well for you in the future. After saying this, Ji Xiu took out the divine mask that Li Yu had given him from his storage ring and placed it on the table. He then immediately led everyone out of the Emperor's palace. Just as they left, Chapter 394, Clang, the door of the Emperor's palace opened. Yi Fei Yin walked in with a gloomy expression into the dark palace where the everlasting lamp had not yet been lit, extending her hand in the pitch blackness. Meanwhile, Li Yu sat alone in the darkness, pouring herself a drink. Moon, this deity has returned. Yi Fei Yin slowly walked in front of Li Yu, her voice cold. I know, and if there's nothing else, you can go back. Li Yu replied calmly, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Moon, are you truly unaware? Or are you pretending? 3 years ago, Nanlingwe stole my identity and imprisoned me in the bamboo forest secret place. For the past 3 years, she has been using my identity to interact with you, living a blissful life in the Emperor's palace. Yi Fei Yin looked at Li Yu, who sat in the darkness. With an unfriendly gaze, her eyes filled with unmasked fury. After a long silence, Li Yu drank a cup of apricot blossom wine, and then responded lightly with 2 words. I know. Good, Li Yu. Ye Fi Yan laughed in anger, stepping forward and knocking the wine cup from Li Yu's hand, then picking up the apricot blossom wine from the table and splashing it onto Li Yu's face. Chapter 395. After Li Yu killed Yi Fei Yin and left the Emperor's palace, the High Priest Bai Qian and Chief Luo Bei Ning entered the Emperor's palace. Luo Bei Ning looked at the blood-soaked Emperor's palace, her delicate face turning extremely pale. High Priest, Master, she actually killed the Divine Lord. Luo Bei Ning exclaimed in disbelief. All along, her master Li Yu had been respectful in front of the Divine Lord, and there were rumors that the Emperor's palace had 2 major pillars. One was the Emperor Li Yu, and the other was the Divine Lord Yi Fei Yin. Some even said that the Divine Lord Yi Fei Yin was the real woman who could control the realm of the gods. But the blood before her shattered all these rumors. The Divine Lord Yi Fei Yin was dead, killed by her master Li Yu. Shoo! Bai Qian shook his head at Luo Beining. High Priest, this matter cannot be hidden. Luo Beining shook her head. The fall of a divine lord was a matter that could shake the entire Nine Heavens realm, and no one could hide it. Hey. Bai Qian chuckled lightly. Beining, the divine lord is dead, just like that, in 3 years. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Luo Beining was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and nodded heavily. Chapter 396. The eerie and enchanting sound of the Qinqing flute seemed to transcend time and space, with the brilliant and blazing spirit-binding light spreading across the land. Countless leaves fell, and Ji Xiu and Nan Lingyu walked leisurely on the leaves in the forest, while behind them, blood rained down. The combination of these two was extremely strange. Nan Lingyu killed with the spirit-binding lamp, while Ji Xiu summoned spirits with the ghost flute Qinqing. In the end, the army of restless spirits gathered behind them grew larger, and the strong ones who dared to stand in their way became fewer and fewer. The remaining strong ones in the divine mountains became increasingly fearful, and a suffocating atmosphere spread throughout the divine mountains. Ji Xiu, this lamp is really good. Nan Lingyu smiled at Ji Xiu, then raised her jade hand and waved lightly. The light of the spirit-binding lamp swept through the forest, and where the light passed, more than 10 strong individuals from various major forces in the Nine Heavens, hidden in the dark, were immobilized on the spot. They could only watch helplessly as the flesh and blood on their bodies were slowly consumed by a strange power, until eventually they turned into eerie white bones. Yes, it's really good. Ji Xiu put down the ghost flute Qinqing and smiled at Nan Lingyu. The power of the spirit-binding lamp was unparalleled. One of its effects seemed to be to consume the flesh and blood of practitioners. The more it consumed, the stronger the one being consumed, and the brighter the spirit-binding lamp became, increasing its might. As long as he continued to consume, he speculated that he would be able to unlock even more powerful abilities within the spirit-binding lamp. Chapter 397. The events of that night in the Divine Mountains left the leaders of the major forces in the Nine Heavens realm speechless for a long time. In the Nine Heavens realm, Eastern region, Eternal Night Royal Family. The Ghost Flute Qinqing. The soul-capturing trilogy's Requiem. The old man in black standing on the altar took a deep breath, and in his abyss-like eyes, a blazing flame ignited, reaching a peak of greed in his heart. Having said that, he picked up a communication jade and said, "No matter the cost, we cannot let Ji Xiu leave the Nine Heavens realm." In the Nine Heavens realm, Western region, Changxing Gu family. "Father, this guy actually has the ghost flute. What should we do now?" Guiga spoke coldly and anxiously. This time, the major forces of the Nine Heavens realm would all act to intercept and kill Ji Xiu, which was his best opportunity. But now that Ji Xiu had summoned the ghost flute Qinqing, the situation had reversed, and Ji Xiu was about to reach the falling abyss well. How could not be anxious? Be patient. Your second granduncle is already waiting for him at the falling abyss well. This time he can't escape. Gu Qingxian said lightly, his gaze fixed thousands of miles away on the spirit-binding lamp in Nan Lingyu's hand. Even he felt a surge of greed. Though he didn't know what the spirit-binding lamp truly was, he understood that it contained powers he found hard to comprehend. Chapter 398. Ding. System prompt. To unlock the spirit-binding lamp's secret technique, the spirit cage requires the consumption of 500,000 points of destiny essence. Please confirm again, host. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu almost without hesitation nodded in response. Unlock. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Xiu heard the system prompt sound again by his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming 500,000 points of destiny essence to unlock the spirit cage. Ding. System prompt. Spirit cage activated. Loading the celestial prelude. Ding. System prompt. Celestial prelude. Loading progress. 10. Ding. System prompt. Celestial prelude. Loading progress. 20. Ding. System prompt. Celestial prelude. Loading progress. 100. Listening to the series of system prompts by his ear, Ji Xiu's smile grew more pronounced, and the spirit-binding lamp in his hand became even more radiant. Although 500,000 points of destiny essence was a considerable amount, he felt no regret, even though he currently had only about 800,000 points of destiny essence. This was because he had noticed that when he accepted the system's second mainline task, the Immortal Treasure, it could unlock his 8th realm of the devouring Immortal Demon skill. However, when he unlocked the Immortal Treasure and obtained the spirit binding lamp in the Liu Palace, his 8th realm of the devouring immortal demon skill had not been unlocked. Chapter 399. Upon seeing this scene, all the big shots in the 9 heavens who were watching this battle had their mouths agape. When the prelude of heaven was in progress, all cultivators within the range of its laws lost their cultivation. One must say, what a clever move to break the whole into pieces. Wait, this isn't right. Jishio is also within the range of the prelude of heaven's laws. How come he hasn't lost his cultivation? Who said he hasn't? It's just that his physical strength is stronger than these people, and much stronger at that. How is that possible? How could a young cultivator at the Emperor's realm possess physical strength greater than these ancient monsters that have awakened from a deep slumber? There's nothing impossible about it. And he is Jishio after all. Such terrifying physical strength. Could it be that he has refined an indestructible body from ancient times? However, while the countless neutral big shots in the entire 9 heavens were in shock, some changes quietly occurred among the supreme forces in the 9 heavens. In the eastern region of the 9 heavens, at the nightless divine city, the old man in black from the eternal night royal family watched this scene. Falling into a silence, after a long time, he finally spoke in disbelief. Chapter 400. As the prelude of heaven comes to an end, Jishio stood still, as if he could see above the heavens, and he also saw the notes of the prelude of heaven slowly condensing into an ancient character of heaven wine. In his mind, then, the sounds of system prompts rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the power inheritance of the prelude of heaven one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the 8th realm of the devouring immortal demon technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the forbidden chapter of the demon god Emperor's Lawan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the demon god Jade Pendant. System prompt. The demon god Jade Pendant contains a drop of the demon god's true blood. 1. Unlock the 1 character magic seal. Elevate the divine heart and demonic bone to the extreme. Unify all laws and condense a power that transcends the heavenly path. System prompt. Cannot be used unless the true blood of the demon god is refined. Upon hearing this, Jishio was stunned for a moment. In that instant, thoughts rapidly turned in his mind, secretly musing that the 8th realm of the devouring immortal demon technique is precisely the forbidden chapter of the demon god Emperor's Lawan. Wait, is this forbidden chapter 1 the final realm of the divine heart and demonic bone, the immortal ash? Chapter 401, Heavenly Palace, Demon Hall. The black moon hung eerily high in the sky, its strange light obscuring the sun, coloring the myriad stars. Here, it seemed to be above the heavens, yet also like another world. In a daze, Jishio stepped into the demon hall. At the high platform of the demon hall, a person sat on the throne, shrouded in shadows, making it impossible to see his true face. However, the strands of pressure emanating from him could shake the ages, capable of burning everything to ashes. Bow to the heavenly emperor. The grand voice echoed throughout the demon hall, shaking the ancient and modern, as all the gods knelt before the figure on the throne. At this moment, it was clear to see that those gods who usually looked down upon all beings were now trembling, their once proud heads pressed tightly against the ground. And before that figure on the throne, they were utterly humble to the bone. This is true power. With this thought, Jishio walked along the red carpet toward the throne as if possessed. Soon, he arrived before the throne, standing in front of that person. The figure remained silent in the shadows. When a ray of heavenly light fell, his true face was finally revealed. He was incredibly handsome, his expression indifferent to the extreme, and all living beings in his pitch-black, eternally dark eyes seemed as insignificant as ants. Even the entire 9 heavens slowly sank in his gaze. Chapter 402. A cold voice descends. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the White King, instinctively took a step back, then responded coldly while tightly gripping his bony hand. Yik Siu, who do you think you are? Do you know that a king must not be insulted? As he spoke, the green flames in his hollow eyes surged, and he reached out with his bony hand directly toward Jishio. In that instant, the laws of the heavenly realm erupted. He intended to crush everything about Jishio with overwhelming force, to consume Jishio entirely, making him the first dish on his plate before the new era began. Puffed. The sound of blood splattering rang out. The bony hand of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone pierced through Jishio's body, yet despite this, Jishio's expression remained unchanged. You? The White King seemed to sense something was wrong, the ghostly flames in his eyes flickering wildly like a candle in the wind. Jishio moved. He raised his hand and grasped the White King's wrist. Clang! A power that exceeded the White King's comprehension. Beyond the constraints of the heavenly path, erupted violently along his arm. Boom! In an instant, the White King's body shattered, bones scattering everywhere. However, he ultimately possessed an indestructible body, and as the blazing heavenly light flickered, he reformed his body, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, it was evident that the ghostly flames in his eyes had dimmed considerably, clearly indicating that Jishio had burned away a third of the White King's life essence. Chapter 403, The Fourth Night of Extreme Night. After the three great figures of the heavenly realm took action one after another, and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone emerged from seclusion, two grand spectacles shook the eyes of everyone in the entire nine heavens. No one knew what had happened, but they knew that these two grand spectacles came from the eternal night royal family in the southern nine heavens and the Changsheng Gu family in the north. What exactly happened just now? No one knew. It seemed something big had occurred. Could it be that another strong figure has taken action? This level of power. Could it be that the demon ancestor has emerged, or that a powerful being from the forbidden ancient era has awakened? What has happened to Jishio? What is the situation in the extreme, cold, northern region now? No one knew. Hiss. It seems a significant event has occurred. Meanwhile, as the cultivators in the entire nine heavens were filled with fear in the eastern nine heavens, the nine heavens storm tower in the ancient Temple Star realm was also thrown into chaos. Father, the eternal night royal family has activated the protective clan formation. The entire royal family is closed off, and the Changsheng Gu family. I've heard that the Gu family is experiencing a torrential blood rain tonight, and the life or death of the Gu family's ancestor is unknown. Song Sheng looked anxiously at the white-haired old man sitting in the crystal coffin and spoke up. Chapter 404. The ancient Temple Star realm, the darkest hour. He stood in the darkness, his true face obscured, but at this moment, everyone present knew that the visitor was Jishio. Master, Jishio. The chubby girl and Shinger rushed toward Jishio, and no one dared stop them. As everyone was intimidated by Jishio's terrifying aura, feeling a chill down their spines. Something's not right. This guy is not right. Why can't I sense his aura? Song Sheng's voice trembled inexplicably. This is troublesome. Song Miao shook his head, let alone Song Sheng. Even he couldn't sense Jishio's aura. The only thing he could perceive was the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jishio. Yi Xiu, the young man in white, spoke coldly. His delicate face filled with a ruthless expression. He never expected Jishio would dare to come to the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. At that moment, while everyone's thoughts were swirling, the chubby girl had already pounced into Jishio's arms, tears streaming down her face as she cried loudly. Her pitiful appearance evoking a sense of heartache. Master Wu Wu Wu, I thought I would never see you again. Upon hearing this, Jishio gently held the chubby little one, and his extremely cold face finally softened a bit. Chapter 405. The scene shifts back to the ancient Temple Star Realm, where countless cultivators in the Star Realm were looking up in shock at the battle of the heavenly realm above. Little did they know, two even more terrifying figures were confronting each other at the ruins in front of the hall atop the immortal mountain of the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Kill. Without any unnecessary words, the Corpse King, and Tion, was surrounded by black corpse energy. Holding the heavenly bell, he swung it down towards Jishio as if he were lifting a giant mountain. Boom! The heavens shook violently and cracked apart. Seeing this, Jishio soared into the air, striking the heavenly bell with his palm. Clang! As his palm collided with the bell, an explosion of light as dazzling as the world's brightest brilliance erupted, a powerful aura sweeping across the 8 directions, with endless divine light scattering everywhere. Ding! The heavenly bell let out a mournful cry, a shallow palm print appearing on it. This heavenly bell was forged from a fragment of the heavenly path, an unparalleled heavenly treasure, yet Jishio managed to leave a mark on it? Even more shocking events were yet to come. Jishio transformed his palm into a fist. Flames of blazing intensity igniting on his fist, the flames representing the true power of ash. Ding, ding, ding. Ji Xiu struck the heavenly bell with punch after punch. Endless brilliant light illuminating the world, while the heavenly bell continued to emit mournful cries, cracks spreading out like spider webs, and finally, with a crisp sound, the heavenly bell shattered. Chapter 406. The Nine Veins of Heaven? One of the nine veins, the Tianming clan? He. So that's how it is. Ji Xiu nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the nine heavens wind and rain tower relied on the Tianming clan, one of the nine veins of heaven, to manipulate the heavens and the earth. As for the nine veins of heaven, they could only belong to the 10 most mysterious clans known as the descendants of heaven in novels. The former Dark Heavenly Court was one of these 10 clans, or rather, the 10th vein, but it fell into darkness and was sealed beneath the abyss of chaos, leaving only 9 major heavenly clans. Thus, the remaining 9 were called the Nine Veins of Heaven. As for who caused the Dark Heavenly Court to fall into darkness and laid down the ancient curse, it must have been one of these 9 clans, or several major clans among the 9 heavenly clans. And the taboo Master Ji Xiu saw in the 9 heavens demon domain in the eternal desert was likely a big shot from one of these 9 clans. Ji Xiu, spare my life. Let us put our grievances aside for now. The young man in white shouted tremblingly. Put our grievances aside? A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Ji Xiu's mouth, and he lifted his foot again, stomping down hard on the young man's knee. Chapter 407. Sister. Yin Fei stared blankly at the figure at the end of the ancient temple's dense forest, her beautiful eyes wide open, a complex emotion flooding her heart. With her left hand holding an oil paper umbrella and her right hand wielding an imperial sword gleaming with golden moonlight, she slowly walked towards Yin Fei. Upon seeing this, Yin Fei tightened her grip on Ji Xiu, unsure of what Li Yu intended to do, and whether her appearance here was a good or bad thing. After all, Ji Xiu had stolen Li Yu's heart of gods and demons, and it was only natural for Li Yu to want it back. Moreover, she was well aware of Li Yu's methods. Whatever she intended to achieve, she had yet to fail. Did Li Yu want to take Ji Xiu away, back to the divine Emperor Palace? With this thought, Yin Fei bit her flower-like lips, gazing intently at Li Yu as raindrops soaked her hair, trickling down her stunning cheeks, giving her broken beauty. Finally, Li Yu reached Yin Fei, not wearing the divine emperor's mask tonight, her appearance as shockingly beautiful as ever, breathtaking. Chapter 408. Wow. The chubby girl hid behind an icy rock, watching the scene of Li Yu kissing Ji Xiu, her big eyes wide open, her little mouth capable of holding an egg. Xing'er covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes trembling, clearly surprised by this scene. Never expecting the lofty divine Emperor Li Yu would take the initiative to kiss Ji Xiu. Sister. Yin Fei looked at this scene with a sense of emotion, smiling happily for Li Yu. She had seen a glimpse of the future, witnessing Li Yu's heartlessness, accompanying the path of gods alone. But now, it seemed that Li Yu's fate had changed because of Ji Xiu. You can come out now. Li Yu's voice echoed in the ears of the 3. Hearing this, Yin Fei took the chubby girl and Xing'er and slowly walked to stand before the mysterious ice, staring blankly at Li Yu. At this moment, Li Yu had returned to her original form, as if she had become the once lofty, divine emperor again. You all take him away. Li Yu's voice was emotionless. What about the 12 Emperor Palace? Sister, how will you explain to those old folks when you return? Yin Fei asked softly, a bit worried. No worries. Li Yu shook her head, not telling Yin Fei that her next target was the 12 Emperor Palace. Yin Fei also had no idea that the current Li Yu, who had transcended emotions, was completely qualified and capable of controlling the 12 Emperor Palace. Chapter 409. The 5th day of the extreme night was about to end. At this moment, the light of the 9 heavens star moon faded, the sky collapsed, and the entire 9 heavens world seemed to welcome the darkest moment of the end of an era. However, in the fragrant rice village, isolated beneath the abyss of chaos, it remained as beautiful as ever, with twinkling stars. In the fragrant rice village, in front of the flower-filled wooden house, Jia Miao Miao was chasing fireflies among the flowers. The little girl had grown quite a bit in these 3 years, transforming from a little lowly into a young girl. However, even though she had grown up, she remained as quirky as before, loving wine, wind, and freedom. Ever since Ji Xiu and Mu Bing left, the little girl often sneaked away alone to play in front of the flower sea near the wooden house, just like now. Of course, her sister Jia Luo often came too, but Jia Luo didn't come to drink and play. She merely came to clean the wooden house for Ji Xiu and Mu Bing, believing that they would return sooner or later. In the Flower Sea, Jia Miao Miao's face was flushed from drinking, excitedly chasing the fireflies while humming a little tune. And at that moment, a meteor streaked across the sky, falling towards the Flower Sea. Clang! The light of the meteor shone brightly and beautifully. Chapter 410. What's wrong? Feeling defeated? Dugu Banruo immediately saw through Lucia's thoughts and couldn't help but ask softly. Not at all. Lucia shook her head and responded stubbornly. In terms of cultivation talent, she truly was inferior. However, the people of the Dark Heavenly Court possessed the strongest celestial bloodline. And across the entire Nine Heavens, there shouldn't be any bloodline stronger than that of the Dark Heavenly Court. So, she could understand. Moreover, she believed that throughout her cultivation life, being able to reach the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens, while bloodline talent was important, it was by no means the only factor. In the future, she would not be weaker than anyone else. She would definitely reach the summit of the Nine Heavens. Hee. Dugu Banruo chuckled lightly and said, "That's a good thing. The Dark Heavenly Court has been unsealed. At least we can bring Ji Xiu back, right?" Lu Xie responded softly, bringing the conversation back. It had indeed been half a year since she last saw Ji Xiu, and honestly, she really missed him. Daoxiang Village. Ning Xian smiled as she looked at the familiar surroundings, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. "We're back." Mo Qinxian also smiled happily. When they were in Ji Xiu's inner world, she had felt the beauty of Daoxiang Village. Even as an observer, she felt happiness. Now that they were back, her mood was naturally great. Chapter 411. In the Nine Heavens, where darkness prevailed, Daoxiang Village sparkled with starlight, the moonlight swaying and the night breeze gentle. It seemed to be two different worlds from the Nine Heavens at the end of the era. Tonight in Daoxiang Village, a blazing bonfire was lit, and everyone was celebrating. The joyful atmosphere spreading across everyone's faces. On the bonfire rack, several golden barbarian bulls and forest lambs were roasting, the aroma of meat wafting through the air. It must be said that tonight was a feast. Kaka tells you, the master is quite impressive in the upper realm. Even that bad woman from the Divine Emperor's palace can't do anything to the master. Burp. The chubby girl held a golden, crispy roasted leg of lamb in her left hand, and in her right hand she clutched her long-desired leg of lamb, drunkenly recounting the happenings of Ji Xiu in the upper realm to everyone. Bad woman? In your eyes, little one, besides this emperor, who else can be called a bad woman? Lucia crossed her arms and looked at the chubby girl with a smile. Sister Xia, the bad woman Kaka is talking about is the Divine Emperor Li Yue. Xinger whispered back to Lucia. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the other women present became somewhat unusual. The Divine Emperor Li Yue had previously harmed Lucia in the Eternal Desert and taken Ji Xiu away. It seemed that Ji Xiu and Li Yue had a story in the Nine Heavens. Chapter 412. Just as he opened his eyes, the familiar environment and the faint scent of rice flowers filled Ji Xiu's nostrils. Daoxiang Village? Ji Xiu murmured. He would never forget the smell of Daoxiang Village and the beautiful times he spent here with Mu Bing. At that moment, he saw the beauty beside him. Mu Bing had her head tightly resting on his chest, her long jade hands gripping his collar tightly, her breathing steady, and a faint smile on her beautiful face, as if she had fallen into a peaceful sleep. Mu Bing, am I dreaming? Ji Xiu took a deep breath and looked down at the beauty in front of him, a trace of affection passing through his eyes. He raised his hand and gently tucked the strands of hair that had fallen on Mu Bing's forehead behind her ear. Bathed in moonlight, he gazed at Mu Bing's perfect profile, his expression gradually softening. Mu Bing was still as she used to be, stunning and breathtaking, and the sight of her peacefully sleeping reminded him of the times in Daoxiang Village. Husband, I'm cold. Hug me. Husband, can we live together here for a lifetime? Husband, you won't leave me, right? Husband, I beg you, don't leave. Chapter 413. However, witnessing the clash of women left Ji Xiu feeling a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, this battle eventually calmed down, with Dugu Banruo supporting Lu Xie when Dugu Banruo made her move. Lu Xie merely snorted lightly and no longer clashed with Mu Bing and Gu Yao. To be fair, Lu Xie could still heed 3 parts of Dugu Banruo's words. On the other side, Ningxian made her move, and Mu Bing and Gu Yao shot Lu Xie a fierce glare, but no longer held her accountable. It must be said that gentle people always silently influence those around them, just like Dugu Banruo and Ning Xian. Jishio, let's go. Let's see the village chief and Granny Jiayu. Just as Mu Bing opened her mouth, she realized Jishio had already vanished. Young master? Gu Yao looked around but also couldn't find Jishio's figure. Where did that guy go? Lucia was also confused. She had only been arguing with Mu Bing and Gu Yao, and in the blink of an eye, Jishio was gone. She thought that when she found Jishio later, she would definitely give her little husband a good scolding. At the end of the sea of flowers, on a hillside filled with blooming flowers. Chapter 414. Back in Daoxiang village, Mu Bing and Lucia looked at Jishio, who held Xing'er in his left hand, Gu Miao Miao in his right, and carried the chubby girl on his back. They couldn't help but be entranced. It was a beautiful and incredibly warm scene. They thought that perhaps after battling through the 9 heavens, they could also live such a warm and beautiful life with Jishio. Young master, where have you been? Gu Yao stepped forward, somewhat anxiously asking. It's nothing. Just want to cultivate a bit. Jishio gently shook his head at Gu Yao. I've reached the Saint Lord realm. Not bad. A proud smile appeared on Lucia's stunning face. The people of the dark heavenly court indeed had extraordinary cultivation talent. But it seemed Jishio was even more extraordinary, a Saint Lord of the Empire in his 20s, a presence unseen in history, even surpassing the celestial lord recorded in the first chapter of the ancient history of the 9 heavens. She was very fortunate that Jishio was her little husband. Are you feeling well? Mu Bing worriedly took Jishio's hand and asked. Jishio had just awakened not long ago, and his body might still be weak. But he had just broken through a significant realm. How could she not be concerned? Chapter 415. The polar night arrived, and the 9 heaven stars and moon were without light. Tonight was the 7th night of the polar night. The entire sky of the 9 heavens and 3 realms was at its darkest. It was the last day of an era's end. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed throughout the sky of the 3 realms, with purple lightning and crimson flashes streaking across the sky, and the heavens poured down a torrential rain, the raindrops tearing through the darkness, descending upon the continent. At this moment, the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 heavens and 3 realms were extremely unstable, violently trembling. The thunder seemed to shatter the former heavenly laws, while the lightning seemed to disrupt the former heavenly order. New heavenly laws and orders were being born and reset. Countless cultivators in the 9 heavens could only look up at the sky and feel the footsteps of a new era approaching. In the end of the old era and the arrival of the new era, the entire 9 heavens continent is reviving, with countless regions opening bronze gates and once disappeared powerful beings returning. In the 9 heavens demon domain, in the boundless void, a rumble of purple thunder passes through, and a bronze gate opens in the once sleeping, desolate dark region. Behind the bronze gate, a female general wearing shattered armor slowly steps out, holding a war spear. Her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to crack. Chapter 416. The extreme night ends. Daylight shines brightly, the rain stops, and the bright sunlight pierces through the endless darkness, showering every corner of the 9 heavens world, filling the world with the fresh fragrance of grass after the rain. With the arrival of the new era, the 9 heavens, which have been silent for 7 extreme nights, completely revives. 3 days quickly pass, the myriad races awaken, and former powerful beings return from the ancient heavenly road, causing the entire 9 heavens world to become turbulent. Soon, shocking news spreads throughout the 9 heavens. The ancient demon ape clan emerges, sweeping through 10 ancient clans within just 3 days, stirring up boundless chaos in the upper realm. The Golden Crow clan revives. On this day, the 9 heavens upper realm sees the 2nd round of solar days, and the light of the solar days spreads across the 9 heavens. The Thunder Emperor's lineage returns from the ancient heavenly road, and the once silent thunder domain erupts with thunderous roars, announcing to the entire 9 heavens that the once declined royal clan is about to rise again. The 9 heavens demon domain also sees countless powerful beings return. The 7 forbidden ancient demon clans reappear in the world, and the 7 towering demon pillars stand tall in the 9 heavens, causing countless major figures in the 9 heavens to feel the fear of being dominated by the demon clan during the forbidden ancient era. The 9 heavens demon clan's White Emperor City reappears in the world, and within just 3 days, hundreds of revived demon clan cultivation factions rush to pay their respects to White Emperor City, with myriad demons coming to pay homage, creating an extremely shocking scene. Chapter 417. After a long time, Lucy suddenly speaks. Jishio, this time I won't return to the Nine Heavens continent with you. Jishio nods, knowing that the new era has begun, and many former powerful beings have returned to the Nine Heavens demon domain. The 7 forbidden demon clans that once followed the demon ancestor to battle in the Nine Heavens have also returned from their silence. As the demon emperor, Lucia naturally needs to return to preside over the situation. Jishio, will you miss me? Lucia turns to look at Jishio seriously, her beautiful eyes wide open. Hearing this, Jishio also turns to meet her gaze, and as he looks at Lucia's stunningly beautiful face, he can't help but smile gently. He says nothing but reaches out to tightly embrace her, not hearing the words she wanted, but receiving a definite answer. Lucia smiles, looking very happy, and she tightly hugs Jishio's waist in return, resting her head on his shoulder and softly saying in his ear, "Take care of yourself, okay? I will." Jishio nods in response with 3 words. "Jishio." Lucia softly calls out. Jishio raises an eyebrow. Chapter 418. Snow Moon City. Chuli sits in the Snow Moon Great Hall, staring at the battle post for a long time, while the elders of Snow Moon in the hall appear ashen. In these 3 years, Chuli has developed Snow Moon City remarkably well, with favorable timing, geographical advantages, and the support of the people. The cultivation resources possessed by Snow Moon City are unparalleled in the Nine Heavens, including immortal medicines, longevity medicines, enlightenment trees, and world trees, everything one could wish for. They had long anticipated that with the opening of the new era, Snow Moon City would undoubtedly become a battleground for major forces in the Nine Heavens. But they did not expect that this day would come so quickly. City Lord, the Tianwang clan has made a move. The Tianwang clan has gathered 1,000,000 mercenaries from the 10 directions mercenary forces at the borders of the Divine Phoenix Empire, led by 10 elders of the Tianwang clan who have reached the emperor level. As the words fall, the Snow Moon Great Hall descends into chaos. Everyone knows that the Tianwang clan clearly intends to target the Divine Phoenix Empire, to kill the chicken, to warn the monkey. Chuli, what is Feng Wang's choice? Chuli asks the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady, with her eyes slightly lowered, softly replies, reporting to the City Lord. Feng Wang, the country master, only responded with 1 sentence. If we are to fight, then let us fight to the death. Chapter 419. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Gu Jian's eyes suddenly redden upon hearing Jishio's voice, and an unprecedented wave of emotions surges within him, causing his entire body to tremble with excitement. 3 years. It has been 3 years. He has been longing for Jishio's return every moment, and now he has finally waited for it. The elite members of the 6th Bureau, who are with Gu Jian, see his reaction and appear somewhat dazed. Most of them do not have the qualifications to meet Jishio, but they know Gu Jian very well. Gu Jian is the kind of cold-blooded killer who shows no change in emotion, no matter how severe his injuries are. This is the first time they have seen their sword brother with reddened eyes. Of course, they're also very excited because the Crown Prince, who once shocked the Nine Heavens and is also the founder of their 6th Bureau, has returned. Master, Shun Jinshin also excitedly calls out. Everyone, long time no see. Jishio's voice once again echoes from the transmitting jade, and upon hearing that calm voice, the sorrowful emotions of impending death that had just permeated the crowd vanish into thin air. Chapter 420. That night, in the Divine Phoenix Empire at the border fortress, dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. In front of the Divine Phoenix Fortress, countless figures dressed in silver armor stand, neatly arranged and stretching out of sight. These people come from the 10 mercenary legions under the Tianwang clan, with 1,000,000 mercenaries standing before the fortress, their imposing momentum seemingly able to crush everything. At the forefront of the 1,000,000 mercenaries, the leaders of the 10 mercenary groups sit atop 10 ancient mysterious beasts, each exuding the terrifying pressure of the emperor level. They gaze intently at the fortress, remaining silent as if waiting for something. On the towering Divine Phoenix Fortress, there are also several figures standing. The 10 mercenary groups from the Nine Heavens upper realm. This battle will be difficult. The former Divine Phoenix country master, Feng Zhengshang, sighs heavily, his elegant face filled with seriousness. But so what? Just as Fenger said, if they are to fight, then let us fight. Feng Ji speaks coldly. Hearing this, Feng Wang says nothing, her beautiful eyes looking down at the 1,000,000 mercenaries below the fortress, her stunningly beautiful face devoid of any emotion. With her current cultivation and combat power, the 10 leaders of the mercenary groups are not to be feared. However, the 10 Tianhuang elders at the emperor level have yet to show themselves. So she feels a little worried. Chapter 421. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying true essence of the emperor level rises in the sky, creating ripples like a tide. In an instant, half of the divine phoenix sky is engulfed in phoenix flames, and half in bloodlight, with the sounds of thunder ringing out. As countless laws and orders transform into extreme light, splashing everywhere. Phoenix let out a soft hum, her beautiful eyes igniting with a fiercer flame. She displayed astonishing combat power, facing 10 opponents without losing ground. Phoenix danced in the sky, using her spear as a guide. The phoenix flames condensed into a fiery, celestial phoenix that descended from the heavens. Heaven's Phoenix Bell. The 10 elders of the Heaven Phoenix sensed the terror of the celestial phoenix and quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a giant bell infused with the Emperor Tao of the Heaven Phoenix. Bang, 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 bang. The fiery celestial phoenix violently struck the giant bell, producing a deafening sound. No wonder the crown prince has set his eyes on this woman. Such bloodline power is truly frightening. One of the Heaven Phoenix elders sighed. Enough nonsense. Quickly subdue this woman so we can report back to the crown prince. Another elder coldly rebuked. After saying this, the 10 elders of the Heaven Phoenix nodded heavily and exerted their power in unison. 5 of them forming the Heaven Phoenix sword and the other 5 forming the Heaven Phoenix lock. Chapter 422. Daddy. A soft, tearful voice rang out. Konzing Yixiu to freeze momentarily. He instinctively opened his arms to catch the adorable little one who leaped into his embrace. Whoa, Daddy, you're finally back. Wan, I finally see Daddy. Jin Wan tightly grasped Ji Xiu's clothing, tears streaming down her big, dark eyes. Hearing this, Ji Xiu held Jin Wan, and the sensation at his fingertips felt like holding a soft ball of snow. A feeling of bloodline connection struck deep into his soul. At that moment, his heart trembled, and his blood boiled. Wan, Ji Xiu, as if waking from a dream, gently stroked Ji Wan's soft hair and spoke softly. Daddy, my name is Wan, Jin Wan. She lifted her head, her big eyes blinking at Ji Xiu, her delicate face still marked with tear stains. As she finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Ji Xiu and Jin Wan. The little chubby girl was stunned. Xing Er was also taken aback. Ning Xian's throat rolled as she looked at Jin Wan, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. Mo Qingxian's red lips parted slightly, almost able to hold an egg. As for Mu Bing, a faint warm smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 423. In the Divine Phoenix Fortress, above the heavens. The 6 elders from the Heaven Phoenix clan, all at the emperor level, stared in shock at the woman in a moonlit dress, breathtakingly beautiful. They could not sense her aura, indicating that she was either someone they could not provoke or an existence far beyond their level. Mu Bing. The phoenix's fair face looked somewhat pale as she gazed at the coldly beautiful woman beside her, her expression complex. Long time no see. Mu Bing nodded at the phoenix. After saying this, she turned her cold gaze to the 6 Heaven Phoenix elders, her eyes sparkling with a piercing cold light. Long time no see. The phoenix lightly responded, sighing inwardly as she looked at Mu Bing's cold profile. For a long time, Mu Bing had put a lot of pressure on her, and now, 3 years later, her celestial phoenix bloodline had fully awakened. Yet for some reason, that pressure still existed. What she did not know was that it wasn't just her. Even Lu Xie felt pressure upon seeing Mu Bing. This was normal. After all, which woman in the entire 9 heavens could see Mu Bing without feeling pressure? Mu Bing. We are from the Heaven Phoenix clan. Chapter 424. In the Celestial Phoenix Palace. The night wind was gentle, and clothes were scattered all over the ground. After a night of rain, Ji Xiu finally fell into a long-awaited deep sleep, while the phoenix quietly watched him from the side. In her golden eyes, a warm tenderness surged. 3 years. She had waited 3 years, and she finally waited for Ji Xiu to return. Everything was even better than she had imagined. If she could, she truly wished time would stop at this moment. But she knew that even if time could stop, Ji Xiu would not halt his steps. Ji Xiu was destined to battle across the 9 heavens, and she believed he could reach the pinnacle of the 9 heavens. What she needed to do was to not hold him back. She hoped to become his strongest support. With this thought, the phoenix took a deep breath and softly spoke in her mind. Your suggestion, I agree. After her words, a seductive laugh echoed in her mind. Agreeing is good. In the future, you and I will surely be invincible in the nine heavens. Clang! A dark flame of the phoenix flickered in the phoenix's beautiful eyes as she looked at Ji Xiao, who was sleeping beside her. A playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she gently traced her slender fingers across Ji Xiao's forehead, nose, lips, and chin. Chapter 425 in the Nine Heavens Continent, North Summer Dynasty, Capital City. After many years, the capital city was still prosperous, with peach blossoms swirling in the lively streets. It must be said that the capital was the most vibrant city in the entire Nine Heavens Continent. Early this morning, the leaders of various forces in the capital lined up in front of the Ji residence, forming a long queue. The citizens and cultivators of the capital found nothing strange about this scene, as today was the day Ji Xiao, the young master, returned home. Now, Ji Xiao's name had resounded throughout the entire Nine Heavens world, truly becoming the pride of North Summer and even the entire Nine Heavens continent. At this moment, all the major inns were packed, and cultivators from all over the Nine Heavens were enthusiastically discussing the same topic. Ji Xiao. Everyone, have you heard? Back when Ji Xiao jumped into the ancient chaos abyss, he went to the demon realm. Of course I heard. Young Master Ji rampaged at the peak of the demon realm, and even sat on the legendary frozen throne. Does that mean young Master Ji has become the husband of the legendary demon emperor, also known as the demon lord? Naturally, I heard that the legendary demon emperor truly adored young Master Ji. Chapter 426 North Summer Dynasty, Capital City, Ji Residence. Tonight, the capital was lit up with thousands of lights, fireworks filled the sky, and the atmosphere was lively. The Ji residence was even more boisterous, as everyone was celebrating the return of their young master. In the Ji residence, at the Purple Cloud Pavilion, Ji Xiao sat around the table with his family, and after 3 years, he once again felt the warmth and beauty of home. During the banquet, the phoenix held Jin Wan, the little one, making the elders burst into laughter. Mu Bing appeared somewhat reserved. She was still not used to such occasions, while Gu Yao sat beside Ji Xiao, personally pouring wine for him, her heart and eyes filled with Ji Xiao. Of course, there was also Chu Li, who confidently competed in drinking with Ji Xiao's father and grandfather. After 3 rounds of drinks, even Ji Xiao and Ji Nu couldn't help but praise Chu Li as a remarkable woman. Meanwhile, Mu Hua continuously served Mu Bing food, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness as she looked at her. As for the others, they did not attend the banquet. Ning Xian and Mo Qinxian both preferred quiet. So the 2 sisters found a courtyard to quietly drink and discuss philosophy. Of course, they also thoughtfully brought Yun Fei along. Sister Xian, today, Ji Buxiu is probably not going to have a good time, Mo Qinxian said with a mischievous tone. Chapter 427. That night, in Xian Pavilion, the smell of alcohol filled the air as Ji Xiao and Ji Nu drank heartily. In the end, they became so tipsy that the father and son duo even wanted to swear brotherhood. Lin Rushi watched this scene with a mix of amusement and helplessness, while Feng Wang couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. The little darling in her arms, Ji Nuanyuan, clapped her hands excitedly and murmured, "Swear brotherhood, swear brotherhood." Seeing that it was getting late, Chu Li stood up to bid farewell to Lin Rushi, saying softly, "Auntie, it's getting late, so I will take my leave." Lin Rushi smiled and nodded at Chu Li. In the past, she held some prejudice against Chu Li. After all, Chu Li was once the queen of Beixia. However, during the 3 years that Ji Xiao was away, Chu Li used the foundation of Shuiyue City to help the Ji family achieve a qualitative leap. Moreover, the net created by Chu Li has now been included in the military intelligence. Therefore, she now has a good impression of Chu Li. And Chu Li, good night. Wan smiled brightly and waved at Chu Li. "Good night, little one." Chu Li leaned forward and gave a kiss to Wan's chubby little face, making the little darling giggle. "Rest early." Feng Wang also nodded to Chu Li. She naturally knew the relationship between Chu Li and Ji Xiao, but she didn't mind. After all, Chu Li knew Ji Xiao before her. She felt that if Ji Xiao were to ascend to the heavens in the future, he would need Chu Li's help. Since that was the case, she decided to get along well with Chu Li. Chapter 428. Believe. No matter what you say, I believe. Feng Wang nodded. After saying this, she was about to turn around and leave Tianfeng Palace, wanting to escape this strange place. At that moment, a flash of black phoenix flame flickered in her beautiful eyes. Clang! She stopped in front of the palace gate, the moonlight casting down on her enchanting face, a seductive smile curling her red lips. Clang! She reached out her jade hand and closed the palace door. Then she walked to the bed in the palace. Miss Feng Huang, let me explain. Gu Yao thought Feng Huang was angry and spoke softly with her eyes lowered. No need. I know what you all want to do. However, if we're talking about understanding Ji Xiao, none of you can compare to me. Can you? Feng Huang's voice was charming, clearly lacking the previous coldness. You? Gu Yao and Chu Li were taken aback, unsure of what Feng Huang meant by this. At that moment, Feng Huang lay down on the bed. Right between Gu Yao and Chu Li, her red lips slightly parted perhaps. I can teach you. In the future, you might be able to be of use. Huh? Gu Yao and Chu Li were both bewildered. Chapter 429. In that moment, a vast and chilling voice echoed throughout the capital. As a middle-aged man dressed in black and carrying a stone coffin walked down the long street of the capital, the thick dark clouds covered the starlight, and a bloody smell filled the entire capital. Hearing this, the entire capital fell silent for a moment, and then erupted into a fervent clamor as countless cultivators turned their gazes toward the Ji family military mansion. Has he finally arrived? The legendary Tian Huangzi just suffered a setback at the Divine Phoenix Fortress. Is he here to seek revenge? Indeed, but isn't this too audacious? He called for people to carry a coffin. What does that signify? Does he intend to put Ji Xiao into this stone coffin? It's not that simple. Tian Huangzi rose during the chaotic ancient era. He was the brightest star of that era, unrivaled and suppressing all talents. He must have more than just intimidation in mind. Chaos. Chaos. I didn't expect that just as the new era began, Tian Huangzi would collide with the strongest young generation of the previous era, Ji Xiao. Chapter 430. It's him. He has come. He really has come. Originally, it was thought that Tian Huangzi and Ji Xiao would meet at the Young Talents Conference of the new era, but unexpectedly, he appeared in the capital at this moment. That's right. The seven-star elder of Tianji Pavilion is probably also here for this battle. This time, it seems we will truly witness the confrontation of the pinnacle of the younger generation. As the humanoid being emerged from the stone coffin, the entire capital, no, it should be said that all the big shots of the Nine Heavens continent looked towards the capital. Furthermore, many eyes from the Nine Heavens upper realm were also drawn here. The legendary duel between Tian Huangzi and the Beixia heir was an event that could be recorded in the ancient history of the Nine Heavens. So it was only natural that it drew worldwide attention tonight. Clang! Above the capital, the celestial light slowly faded. He, with black hair as enchanting as the night, bare-chested revealing an almost perfect tall physique, his eyes emanated piercing chaotic celestial light. He exuded an unparalleled aura of supreme power, as if he could push everything aside. Chapter 431. Just as Tian Huangzi's voice fell, a pair of magnificent phoenix wings containing celestial light suddenly unfurled behind him, and two streams of blazing celestial flames rose in his eyes. At this moment, his cultivation unexpectedly broke through the realm of the Imperial Saint Master, reaching the realm of the Imperial Divine Master. 8 turns of the celestial phoenix. Ji Xiao smiled. It sounded quite impressive, and appeared to be a bloodline skill that could enhance one's cultivation level and significantly increase physical strength. Next, I will let you understand what true invincibility is. In the chaotic ancient era, no one could suppress me. This era will still be the same. After saying this, Tian Huangzi stepped across time and space, carrying thousands of celestial phoenix laws, and suddenly charged towards Ji Xiao. Really? Ji Xiao's smile deepened, and then a glimmer of chaotic celestial light ignited in his eyes. God's ban open. 9 secrets open. Boom! In that instant, an unparalleled pressure emanated from Ji Xiao's body. The God's ban, the second major realm of the divine heart demon bone, when opened, directly boosts one's cultivation level by a major realm. The 9 secrets, one of the 9 secrets, created by the founder of the heavenly court, once opened, greatly enhances battle power, speed, and primordial spirit by 10-fold. Chapter 432. Master, how about you be on the list? She is still alive. Mu Bing's hand trembled slightly as she held the jade tablet, her full bosom rising and falling violently, her emotions fluctuating to the extreme. At this moment, none of the people present had ever seen Mu Bing like this. In their impressions, Mu Bing had always been that kind of woman who was as cold as ice, showing no emotional fluctuations no matter what happened. However, now everyone was astonished, with only a few knowing what was really going on. When Mu Bing's name had echoed throughout the Nine Heavens continent, many powerful forces from the upper realm sent strong warriors to the lower realm to kill her, which ultimately led to the destruction of the Ice God Palace by several major upper realm forces. Everyone, including Mu Bing, believed that the former sect master of the Ice God Palace, Mu Qiu, had also perished in that massacre, which led to the later events in Shuyue City, where Mu Bing crashed the Shuyue Grand Ceremony and went on a killing spree. But now it seemed that Mu Qiu was not dead. And how could Mu Bing not be excited? In her life, Mu Qiu was both a teacher and a mother to her. He was the most important person in her life. Chapter 433. Several days have passed since the battle in the capital. At this moment, Ji Xiu was still unaware that this battle had caused a huge uproar throughout the entire Nine Heavens upper realm. The first prodigy of the Chaos era, the Son of Heaven, was defeated. Ji Xiu won, and this shocking news had stirred up a great commotion among the many prodigies in the reviving Nine Heavens upper realm. Some said that with the Son of Heaven defeated, the next to fall would be the first prodigy of the Forbidden Ancient Era, the son of the true Dragon Clan. Others said that Ji Xiu only defeated the Son of Heaven's 8-transformation Old World body. And the current Son of Heaven had reached the extraordinary realm of the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Phoenix. So, Ji Xiu might not necessarily win. Some are optimistic about the unparalleled prodigy of the last era, that mysterious goddess. Others placed their bets on the prince of the Jinwu clan. Some said that several young prodigies from the Tian Corpse lineage were incredibly powerful, while others claimed that the young master of the Demon Clan had unparalleled talent, surpassing all ages, and that the inheritor of the Lei Di lineage, Dfa Wushuang, had comprehended the ultimate power. While the monkey from the Mo Yuan clan had reached the peak of strength, the Daming Peacock was stunning, and the nine-headed bloodlion was invincible. In short, the attention of the entire Nine Heavens world was already drawn to the Prodigy Conference 3 years later. Chapter 434. Become him. Become that strange source. Become the great villain of all realms. As Ji Xiu's thoughts surged, an indescribable emotion arose in his heart. In fact, all along, he had no so-called savior complex. In his view, there was no such thing as justice or evil, nor a distinction between righteous and demonic paths. In this world of cultivation, it ultimately boiled down to the struggle of human hearts. The reason villains are villains is that they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. You could say they are bad because they are indeed bad, but even so, they do not intend to argue for their actions. They are mad, relentless, and fearlessly strive for everything they want. Even if the story ends with their defeat, they will not repent. This is a villain's pride, needing no one to whitewash them, with merits and faults left for future generations to judge. Thus, Ji Xiu liked villains. He wanted to be that unique, great villain. Ding. System prompt. Please decide whether to accept the third main quest, the strange source. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu showed no hesitation and directly responded with 3 words. Chapter 435. One day and one night. Ji Xiu thought the matter was over, but he never expected that things were still unfolding. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Gu Yao was content and sweetly fell asleep. Ji Xiu looked at the sweet Gu Yao beside him, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to breathe in some fresh air, another graceful figure walked in. She was the current city lord of Shuyue City, Chu Li. Today, she wore a black imperial dress, resembling a true queen, stunningly breathtaking. At this moment, she cast a playful glance at Ji Xiu and the sleeping Gu Yao, her extraordinarily beautiful face gradually breaking into a smile. Yixiu, it seems you had a good time last night, Chu Li said with a smile. So what? Ji Xiu replied, looking at Chu Li with amusement. Nothing much. Chu Li approached Ji Xiu and directly sat on his lap, wrapping her jade arms around his neck. What do you mean by that? Ji Xiu raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Chu Li lightly exhaled. I don't know. Ji Xiu shook his head at this moment. He didn't want to know what Chu Li was trying to do. Chapter 436. Time flies, and 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. In the 3rd year of the new era, perhaps due to the restart of the heavenly laws of the new era, or because of the exceptional cultivation talents of Ning Xian and Mo Qinxian, both of them reached the peak of the Imperial Lord realm in just 3 short years. They were just one step away from reaching the Imperial Saint Lord realm. During these 3 years, Imo Qinxian personally crafted 800 imperial swords, and now she was not far from her goal of 3,000 imperial swords. Not only that, but the first chapter of the imperial law she created had also been perfected. She could now be called a true female, sword immortal. As for Ning Xian, she had originally gained the ultimate inheritance of the 12-winged archangel within the Tongtian Tower, increasing her battle power by a level. Now she had also created her own imperial law, surpassing the 12-winged archangel. As for how strong she was now, only she herself knew. Mu Bing had evaluated her as being unmatched under the Saint Lord. Compared to Imo Qinxian and Ning Xian, Chu Li's talent was a bit weaker, but she had also reached the peak of the Imperial Spirit Master Realm. She seemed to be aware of this, so she focused all her efforts on Shuyue City. The resources available in Shuyue City were among the few that could be counted even in the entire Nine Heavens world. It is worth mentioning that due to the relationship between Chu Li and Ji Xiu, Shuyue City had almost become the back garden of the Ji family. Chapter 437. Holding the small, incredibly soft body of Jin Wan, Ji Xiu felt a pang of sadness in his heart. However, despite this, he still gently said, Wan, Father will be back soon. No. Tears streamed down Wan's face as she tightly grasped Ji Xiu's clothes. Hee. Ji Xiu smiled and ruffled Wan's soft hair, then held her tightly in his arms. Wan, Father needs to become stronger to protect you and your mother. However, Wan hesitated for a moment and softly said, but Father is already very strong. In Wan's heart, Father was the strongest person in the world. Hearing this, Ji Xiu gently kissed Wan's delicately crafted little face and said nothing, only holding her tightly. After a while, Nanan's emotions seemed to calm down a bit. She looked up at Ji Xiu and softly asked, Daddy, will you come back soon? Of course. Ji Xiu nodded. Will Daddy miss Nanan? Nanan blinked her big eyes and pouted as she asked again. Of course. Ji Xiu replied without hesitation. Chapter 438. A grand tournament of prodigies, held once every era, has begun. And the void immortal realm, which had been silent for an entire era, has also opened. At this moment, all the prodigies from the myriad races of a Nine Heavens world were rushing towards the void immortal realm, as if they were chasing after stars and the moon. Above the sky of the Nine Heavens, a magnificent dark ship pierced through the heavens, racing towards the void immortal realm like a streak of aurora. Inside the dark ship, Ji Xiu gazed at the scenery of the Nine Heavens below, feeling a bit dazed. 3 years ago, when he arrived at the divine realm of the Nine Heavens, he hadn't properly taken in the sights. Now that he saw them, all he felt was a sense of time passing, nothing more. He wondered how she had been these past 3 years. Ji Xiu murmured in his heart. The memories of his past lives and the grand dream often flashed through his mind, and the figure of Liyue lingered in his thoughts. He really wanted to know how Liyue was doing now. And of course, there was also his naive junior sister, the princess of the first long-lived family in the divine realm, Luo Baining. Were they all doing well? Soon, they would meet again, right? Ji Xiu took a deep breath. He knew Liyue would also participate in the Tournament of Prodigies, but for some reason, just the thought of possibly seeing Liyue again made him feel a surge of nervousness. Chapter 439. On the Nine Heavens continent, at the peak of the first immortal city of the void immortal realm, Extreme Night City, stood a tall woman in a plain white dress with her hands clasped behind her back. She wore a veil, concealing her true face, but she exuded an otherworldly aura, as if she were transcendent. Beside her stood a young man draped in a luxurious cloak, handsome and full of righteousness. A man whose looks alone could be quite lethal to women. He was the young lord of Extreme Night City, Yi Wuji. Auntie, in the past 3 days, almost all the prodigies from the Nine Heavens world have arrived. This time, do you have confidence in winning? Yi Wuji asked with some trepidation. Such as? The woman in white replied coolly. The Great Ming Peacock, Yi Wuji said. The first to arrive at his Extreme Night City was the renowned prodigy, the Great Ming Peacock. He had caught a glimpse from a distance, and that single glance confirmed that the Great Ming Peacock was indeed as formidable as rumored. He felt he had no chance of winning against her. She's average, the woman in white shook her head. What about the nine-headed blood lion? Ye Wuji Pidisidon. The nine-headed blood lion has an extraordinary bloodline and has undergone significant ascension, far stronger than in previous eras. Chapter 440. Master, are you angry? Luo Baining asked softly. No, Liyue replied coldly. Master, my junior brother has arrived at Extreme Night City. I was thinking, should we go look for him? I want to see how he has been these past years, Luo Baining said earnestly, looking at Liyue. Humph. Liyue scoffed. Baining, didn't you hear? Tonight is the Qixi festival. Your junior brother is going to date his demon emperor wife. Why would you want to go and make things uncomfortable for yourself? But, Luo Baining hesitated. What if that woman, Lucia, is just talking nonsense? Or perhaps she's trying to provoke you. After a moment of silence, Liyue finally spoke. All right, since he has already come to Extreme Night City, we will meet sooner or later. There's no need to rush. Yes, Luo Baining nodded. Since Liyue had spoken, even if she wanted to see Jixio, she would have to wait. At that moment, Yi Wuji arrived at the entrance of Wudong Palace, hesitated nervously for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to speak. Chapter 441. Snow was still falling. A sweet night had passed. Qixi Festival marked the first date between Jixio and Mu Bing. Though it was just a brief night, it was truly wonderful, and they believed it was their first date, but certainly not the last. Jixio told Mu Bing that in the future, they would have many more Qixi festivals to celebrate together. Mu Bing smiled and shook her head in response, saying that as long as she was with Jixio, every day felt like the Qixi festival. The two strolled hand in hand along the long street in Extreme Night City, letting the evening breeze caress their faces and the falling snow fill their hair, enjoying their time alone together, with their shadows elongated by the moonlight. Ding, 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 ding. As the midnight bell rang, the void immortal realm, which had been silent for an entire era, finally opened. Moonlight poured into the immortal realm, and the world, shrouded in mist for an era, finally began to stir. At this moment, the prodigies of Extreme Night City felt a jolt in their spirits, and their eyes shone with fervent fire as they gazed towards the ethereal immortal realm. Inside the Demon Su Palace, Lucia slowly opened her eyes. Unlike others, she did not look towards the moonlit immortal realm, but instead towards the falling Autumn Palace. She clenched her delicate fists, her stunningly beautiful face filled with indignation. Chapter 442. Master, who is that person? So full of himself, the chubby girl asked, puffing her cheeks as she looked at Jixio. A quite formidable opponent, Jixio smiled. From their brief encounter today, he could sense that the true Dragon Prince was indeed very strong, at least 10 times stronger than the former Heavenly Prince. It's fine. If he dares to be arrogant, Kaka will help you beat him up, the chubby girl said as she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her plump arms. You. Jixio couldn't help but affectionately rub the chubby girl's rosy cheeks, thinking that this little girl was still as silly and timid as before. Let's go. Mu Bing smiled at Jixio while holding the still sleepy Xing'er's hand. Okay. Jixio nodded. Hearing this, Mo Qinxian became excited. She took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked towards the void, immortal realm. Ever since her demonic blood awakened, she had developed a strong desire for battle. And now was the opportunity. Ning Shiyuan looked at Mo Qinxian helplessly, then took her hand. She had always acted like an older sister, protecting Mo Qinxian, and this time would be no exception. Gu Yao and Gu Jian stood behind Jixio, equally excited. Chapter 443. Husband. Liu listened to Lu Xie's enchanting voice that could make one's soul tingle, and she felt overwhelmed. Zheng. A flash of divine light appeared. Luo Baining came to Liyu's side, and at that moment, she looked at Liu, who seemed to be engulfed in shadows, and her expression suddenly changed. She had been by Liyu's side for many years, but this was the first time she had seen such a significant emotional fluctuation in Liu. Master. Luo Baining softly called. It's nothing. Liu shook her head, took a deep breath, and calmed her emotions. Master, should we go greet junior brother? Luo Baining timidly asked. Greet what? Can't you see that guy is being all affectionate with his demon emperor wife? Liu scolded. Oh. Luo Baining nodded dejectedly. To be honest, she really wanted to go find Jixio, but Liu wouldn't allow it. So what could she say? She thought to herself that junior brother's sudden departure back then had indeed hurt Liu's feelings. Sigh. Luo Baining sighed and gazed at Jixio, filled with longing. Junior brother, finally we meet. Chapter 444. Your Highness the Young Master. This is an excellent place for cultivation. Gu Jian excitedly spoke to Jixio. The laws of heaven and earth here are special. The gravity is hundreds of times that of the outside world. Cultivating here would achieve an extreme refinement of the physical body. Moreover, his true essence would be compressed 100-fold here. Once he successfully cultivates here, The compressed true essence will also undergo a tremendous transformation when he leaves. That's why he felt this was the best place for cultivation he had ever seen. Jishio nodded with a smile. Then everyone noticed that the floating giant star stones had many names engraved on them. True Dragon Sun. 100 pieces of heavenly Tao star stone fragments. Heavenly Prince. 99 pieces of heavenly Tao star stone fragments. Forbidden Heaven 98 pieces of heavenly Tao star stone fragments. These names belong to the proud figures from the past 3 eras. This means that however many heavenly Tao star stone fragments you obtain here, your achievements will ultimately be engraved on that main star stone. These guys are really competitive. Jishio shook his head helplessly. What's wrong? Don't you have confidence? Mu Bing playfully glanced at Jishio and teased. Chapter 445. Then it's up to you. Lucia smiled and shrugged, looking expectantly at Jishio as he gradually walked towards the ancient land of stars. She hoped Jishio would surprise her. But if there was no surprise, that was fine too, as she looked forward to the sweet life they would have together in the future. You can say such things? How shameless. Mo Qingxian glared at Lucia. She had to admit that her half-sister was really bold and reckless. She could never say such things. What? Do you want to join in? Lucia playfully glanced at Mo Qingxian. Shut up. Mo Qingxian lightly scolded, but Lucia's words lingered in her ears like a spell, causing her mind to conjure up explosive images. At that moment, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in her heart. If she could pin Jishio down and ravish him. That seemed quite interesting. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a blush involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. Ah! She gasped and turned to pounce into Ningxian's arms, her body trembling slightly. Ningxian looked at Mo Qingxian in confusion, not knowing what had suddenly happened to her. Ha ha! Chapter 446. Master, I don't understand. Luo Baining looked at Liu with a puzzled expression, still not understanding what Liu meant by the great chaos of the 9 heavens. Shoo! Liu shook her head at Luo Baining. Then her beautiful eyes grew much colder as she looked at the bronze door. Crack! Crack! When Muchio inserted the key into the lock, a complex mechanical sound immediately echoed. At this moment, Yi Wuji and the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden both looked at the bronze door with excitement and anticipation. Few in the entire 9 heavens knew that their clan from the Eternal Night City was the legendary people of the 4th realm. The Heavenly Maiden had obtained a heavenly Tao fragment in the previous era, which contained the key to open the bronze door. Soon we can go home, the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden said with deep emotion. Yes. Yi Wuji nodded. Step back. Muchio said 2 words and pulled the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden and Yi Wuji behind him. Then, the massive bronze door slowly opened, and an infinite aura of immortality rushed forth. The bronze door opened, and after that, chaos ensued, as the laws and order of the other world were intertwining and reshaping. Once the laws and order were fully reshaped, the space-time tunnel to the 4th realm would truly open. Chapter 447. 9 Heavens Demonic Realm. The Demon Lord of Snow Old City stood atop the city, followed by the 4 great realm kings, while the leaders of the 7 ancient forbidden demon clans stood quietly. It has finally begun, the Demon Lord sighed, reminiscing about the days when he stood with the demon ancestor on the immortal platform of the void immortal realm. Those glorious years were unforgettable. The Demon Emperor will win. Southern Domain Realm King Luo Changsheng proclaimed confidently. Whether the Demon Emperor or the Demon Lord wins, it's all good. Western Continent Realm King Jun Mo said with a smile. The legendary North Summer Young Master Jishio, the husband of the Demon Emperor. I really look forward to it. The leaders of the 7 ancient forbidden demon clans nodded in agreement. Over the past 3 years, Lucia had thoroughly tamed the 7 ancient forbidden clans, making them suffer immensely at her hands. During that time, Lucia often mentioned a name, Jishio. If my husband were here, he wouldn't allow me to do this. But unfortunately, he's not here, ha ha ha. If my husband were here, I probably wouldn't smash your soul, but who knows? TSK, TSK. Sigh. My little husband loves Burning Moon plum wine the most, but he probably wouldn't like to use a skull as a wine cup. Chapter 448. In the void immortal realm. Above the sky, countless stars shone brilliantly, and myriad star rivers twined together. Wherever one looked, it felt as if they had entered the vast universe, with an immortal platform standing at the center of the cosmos. At this moment, billions of cultivators from the 9 heavens gathered their gazes here. as the immortal realm that opened once every era, and the pride battle that occurred only once every era, was happening at this moment. Beneath the immortal platform, the true dragon's son sat quietly on a throne made of stars. As his gaze swept across, no one dared to meet his eyes. He appeared like a true king, unrivaled and supreme. The Emperor Prince sits cross-legged atop a celestial flower, surrounded by a swirl of stars. Behind him stand 10 tall figures clad in black armor, who were once the 10 prodigies of the Chaos era. After being defeated by the Emperor Prince in that era, they became his guardians. The Forbidden Celestial Maiden has also arrived, dressed in white, her long black hair flowing with the wind. Although her face is veiled and her true appearance is obscured, her eyes, like starlight in the vast sea, exude an overwhelming pressure that seems to transcend time. In the previous era, the scene of her elegantly suppressing all rivals resurfaces in the minds of countless powerful figures in the Nine Heavens world. Many know that the Forbidden Celestial Maiden hails from the city of Eternal Night, but few know her true name or where she learned her powers. They only know that her combat strength is unparalleled. In the last era, she swept away all prodigies. Chapter 449. Jishio noticed the intense emotions flickering on Mu Bing's face. Following her gaze, he saw Muchio. When he was young, he had met Muchio once. At that time, although she was cold in demeanor, her eyes held an undisguised affection when she looked at him. However, the current Muchio is vastly different. Her eyes now reflect only indifference, devoid of any emotion, as if she has become a different person. What on earth is happening? Jishio furrowed his brows, glancing at Muchio, only to find her soul shrouded in a gray mist, an inexplicable feeling washing over him. Just then, Muchio also looked at Jishio, a playful smile curling at her lips as if greeting him. Retracting his gaze, Jishio gently took Mu Bing's jade hand and said softly, "Don't worry. We will uncover the truth." Hearing this, Mu Bing suppressed her churning emotions and nodded lightly. "Yixiu." The Emperor Prince looked at Jishio with interest and slightly tilted his head to nod at a man in black armor beside him. Without further words, the man in black armor soared into the air, the first to land on the celestial platform. Chapter 450. One move? The Celestial Maiden is joking. The opponent of the Forbidden Celestial Maiden is a prodigy from the Blood River Alliance, a hidden cultivation sect from the last era. Although the Blood River Alliance is not well known in the Nine Heavens, many are aware that it is a formidable faction, having once bloodily annihilated 10 longevity families in a single night. The prodigies of the Blood River Alliance are recognized as some of the most challenging opponents among prodigies. Some things I will only say once. The Forbidden Celestial Maiden shook her head, her voice calm. "All right, I shall see how the Celestial Maiden defeats me with one move." The Blood River prodigy roared, and as his voice fell, he raised his hand to form a seal, conjuring a blood river that spanned the heavens. This blood river exuded a thick scent of blood and possessed a strange allure, like a black hole, drawing stars into its depths, staining much of the universe crimson. Upon seeing this, the Forbidden Celestial Maiden said nothing and raised her jade hand, her slender fingers lightly tapping the void. Clang! An extremely dominant and peculiar ripple of true essence spread through the air, followed by a storm of overwhelming true essence that ripped through the void, shattering everything in its path, as if all laws and order would be obliterated by the storm. Chapter 451. Amidst the splatter of blood, everyone on the celestial platform smelled the thick scent of blood, and countless cultivators in the Nine Heavens world watched as the darkened sky erupted in noise. Sigh. No need to look, we know that Liu has lost. Indeed, the Forbidden Celestial Maiden is the #1 prodigy of the last era. No matter how against the heavens Liu is, he cannot possibly be her opponent. That sword is terrifying. No wonder she is the Forbidden Celestial Maiden. One must ask, among all the prodigies in the Nine Heavens, how many can withstand this sword? So terrifying. This sword is so terrifying. The cultivators of the Nine Heavens world expressed their shock at the supreme power of the Forbidden Celestial Maiden's sword, but soon, the heavenly light once again fell upon the boundless universe atop the void celestial realm. Star fragments drifted, blood rain poured. The battlefield under Liu's feet, where he fought the Forbidden Celestial Maiden, had turned into a ruined land, while she stood with her hands behind her back, her golden hair flowing with the wind, her magnificent imperial gown still spotless. In contrast, the Forbidden Celestial Maiden had one side of her body stained red with blood, her presence in the void appearing as if she might collapse at any moment, her once overwhelming aura now in complete disarray. Chapter 452, at the pinnacle of the void celestial realm in the dark universe. The clash of fists between Jishio and the Emperor Prince was a sight that countless cultivators in the Nine Heavens world found exhilarating. Compared to the battle between Li Yu and the Forbidden Celestial Maiden, the decisive battle between Jishio and the Emperor Prince was even more heart-stirring. So strong. Both Jishio and the Emperor Prince are so strong. My goodness, this is no battle of the Divine Lord realm. Their combat strength seems to have reached the limits of this realm. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that they're evenly matched, but in reality, the outcome has already been decided. What do you mean by that? Hee. The Emperor Prince is suppressing his cultivation to duel Jishio. Can't you see that? He is too proud, believing he can fight anyone of the same level without losing, which is why he chose to suppress his realm. Does that mean if he unleashes his full power, Jishio will soon be defeated? Many powerful figures in the Nine Heavens world, including some divine lords, discerned the nuances of this duel. While they were shocked by Jishio's strength, they were not optimistic about his chances. As the Emperor Prince had suppressed his cultivation at the Divine Lord first level, if he decided to unleash his full strength, restoring his power to the pinnacle of the Divine Lord realm, the battle would instantly turn in his favor. Chapter 453, Who Dares to Claim Invincibility? The great Ming Peacock's eyes shone with golden light. Who dares to say undefeated? The young Thunder Emperor's expression froze. The era of the fallen emperor is nowhere to be seen. The heavenly corpse took a deep breath and repeated Jishio's words. What is this guy talking about? The expressions of the prodigies varied. Nonetheless, for some reason, they felt their blood boiling at his words. Meanwhile, countless cultivators in the Nine Heavens world felt an inexplicable awe, while the top figures at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens world changed their expressions dramatically. Many ancient beings of the Nine Heavenly Veins opened their eyes at that moment, for they truly knew about the era known as the Era of the Fallen Emperor. However, the problem is, those who knew about the Era of the Fallen Emperor were either true living fossils at the peak of the Nine Heavens, or had long since returned to the soil and vanished into the starry seas. How did Jishio know? Could it be that his master is someone who survived the silence of countless epochs and transcended our understanding? It is very possible. Otherwise, he would have no reason to know about that era. Or perhaps he is a descendant of a powerful being from the era of the fallen emperor. Chapter 454, The 9 Transformations of the Heavenly Phoenix. As the 4 characters fell softly, a terrifying aura of destruction surged instantly, and the dreadful celestial flames swept across the entire universe. From within those flames, a horrifying figure slowly emerged. At this moment, the Heavenly Prince's black hair had completely transformed into a crimson color, and his eyes were filled with overwhelming celestial flames, desolate and merciless, with a pair of phoenix wings behind him radiating extreme and gorgeous firelight. In that moment, his aura had completely transcended the Emperor's Divine Lord. With one foot stepping into the heavenly realm. It should be noted that in the Void Immortal realm, there are peculiar laws that prohibit heavenly realm powerhouses from entering, which means that without the constraints of the Void Immortal realm's laws, the Heavenly Prince's cultivation might have reached the heavenly realm. Jishio, come here, Dai. The Heavenly Prince's cold voice echoed throughout the Nine Heavens world. Was this what the Heavenly Prince had been pursuing, the supreme bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix's 9 transformations? The great Ming Peacock swallowed hard, although he was not a peer of the same era as the Heavenly Prince. He was aware of the reputation of the Heavenly Phoenix's 9 transformations. The Emperor's Divine Lord broke through to the heavenly realm in an instant. This bloodline power is truly defying the heavens. Chapter 455, Dragon Phoenix Bloodline. At this moment, not only Jishio, but even the true Dragon Prince, the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden, the great Ming Peacock, the Golden Crow Prince, the young Thunder Emperor, the ancient Demon Ape, and the strongest talents of the Nine Heavens all stood up, their eyes wide with horror as they looked at the chubby little creature holding onto Jishio's thigh, which appeared extremely terrifying. What is the Dragon Phoenix Bloodline? It is the supreme existence that has only appeared once in the entire ancient history of the Nine Heavens. In the era of 10,000 ancient years ago, the individual with the innate Dragon Phoenix bloodline suppressed all strong figures throughout history. ascending to the peak of the 9 heavens, then breaking into the heavens above, achieving countless legends. He was the only supreme being in the entire ancient history of the 9 heavens who crushed all enemies from the moment he debuted, ascending to the peak of the 9 heavens with an absolutely invincible stance. The era he belonged to was called the Mythical Era, and he was the sole ruler of the Mythical Era. After him, the Dragon Phoenix bloodline vanished, becoming a legend that could never be replicated in the 9 heavens. But now, countless cultivators in the 9 heavens were witnessing the birth of another Dragon Phoenix bloodline. Does this not mean that, given time, this seemingly adorable little girl will replicate the invincible path of that individual and become the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens? Chapter 456. Haha, so exhilarating. The true Dragon Prince laughed heartily, having refined his laws, his gaze locking onto Ji Xiao. He raised his hand and directly hurled massive fiery stars out. Shatter. Ji Xiao calmly uttered a single word, and a demonic blade appeared around him. He snapped his fingers. Clang! The demonic blade shattered into thousands of blades, transforming into streams of extreme light, twisting and turning, directly shattering those massive fiery stars into dust in the void. Kill! The true Dragon Prince roared, a joyful smile appearing on his face as he stepped forward to Ji Xiao, throwing a punch that resonated throughout heaven and earth. At that moment, the hot blood within him was completely ignited by Ji Xiao. He alone looked forward to this battle. In his eyes, the forbidden heavenly maiden was good, but merely good. As for the heavenly prince, he was strong, but he had never regarded the heavenly prince as his ultimate opponent. Only Ji Xiao could allow him to enjoy this exhilarating battle. This feeling was unprecedented, and he would cherish it immensely. Battle. Ji Xiao activated the Fighting Saint Law with his left hand and the Heavenly Emperor fist with his right, crashing against the true Dragon Prince in the void. The true Dragon Prince was very strong. His physical body was already an indestructible body of the ages, paired with his unique true dragon battle method. He truly had an invincible stance. Chapter 457. In the void immortal realm, above the immortal platform, a mystical heavenly road led to the ends of the boundless universe. Ji Xiao was the first to step onto the heavenly road. At that moment, he felt the surging holy essence within his body silence in an instant. The laws of heaven? Here, no matter who it is, they would lose their cultivation. A thought flashed by. Ji Xiao did not think much and directly headed towards the altar at the end of the heavenly road. The fragments of the heavenly path were right before him, and only a fool would continue entangling with that group of talents behind him. Clang! With the strength of his body, Ji Xiao transformed into a stream of light and sped away. Yixiu, don't run. Let us fight again. The true Dragon Prince shouted at Ji Xiao's back as he landed on the heavenly road. Idiot! Ji Xiao did not look back and muttered, Chase! The forbidden heavenly maiden landed beside the true Dragon Prince, and they exchanged glances before flying out together. Behind them, the Great Ming Peacock, the young Thunder Emperor, the Golden Crow Prince, the Heavenly Corpse, the Ancient Demon Ape, and the Prince of the Demon Clan, along with other talents, also pursued relentlessly. On the immortal platform, Mu Bing and Li Yu watched the scene of pursuit on the heavenly road, both shaking their heads. Then, Mu Qiu provocatively glanced at Mu Bing and flew into the heavenly road. Chapter 458. Ji Xiao, come and fight. The true Dragon Prince and the forbidden heavenly maiden focused on Ji Xiao first, coming at him from left and right, raising their fists to directly strike at Ji Xiao. If I have to knock you down to leave here, then so be it. Ji Xiao took a deep breath, soared into the air, and shouted boom, 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 boom. In the void, Ji Xiao faced two opponents, the true Dragon Prince and the forbidden heavenly maiden, both having refined their indestructible bodies of the ages. Their physical strength was terrifyingly powerful, but Ji Xiao was even stronger. On the heavenly road, Ji Xiao matched fist for fist, elbow for elbow, finding an opening to sweep the true Dragon Prince back 1,000 feet. The forbidden heavenly maiden attacked, and Ji Xiao clashed with her palm. Boom! Ripples appeared in the void, and the ripples stirred up blazing, dazzling firelight. Hut, hut, hut. Ji Xiao took 3 steps back, while the forbidden heavenly maiden retreated 17 steps. Just as expected, Yixiu, the forbidden heavenly maiden, shook her numbed arm and spoke with interest. Yixiu, I will fight you. The Great Ming Peacock roared, stepping forward to shatter the void and bringing down a palm towards Jishio. This palm blotted out the sun, and wherever it passed, the void cracked, and space debris flew, extremely powerful. Chapter 459, Binger, long time no see. Muchio, with hands behind his back and a smile on his face, looked at Mu Bing, a hint of playful interest rising in her indifferent gray-white eyes. Shut up. Mu Bing, upon hearing that familiar address, clenched her jade fist, trembling slightly. But she quickly calmed her emotions and coldly replied, "You are not my master. Who exactly are you?" In fact, from the moment she first saw Muchio upon arriving at this immortal platform, she knew that the woman before her was not her master. It was evident that someone was using her master's body, and she could absolutely not tolerate such a thing. Sigh. Muchio sighed, extending her finger to her head as she curiously spoke to Mu Bing. "The memories of the past still linger in my mind. About you. About the Ice God Palace. Even about Jishio." "What? Do you really not believe me?" Upon hearing this, Mu Bing's stunningly beautiful face turned completely cold. She lightly parted her red lips to give one last warning. "No matter who you are, get out of Master's body immediately." Hee. Muchio laughed heartily as if she had heard a hilarious joke, looking at Mu Bing and responding with interest. "Chapter 460, Yik Siu. What do you mean?" Yi Wuji instinctively took 2 steps back as he looked at the newcomer. "What is the 9 heavens drastic change? Young master, why not explain it to this heir?" Jishio smiled at Yi Wuji. It was well known that the forbidden heavenly lady, Yi Wuji's aunt, was involved. But how could Muchio be mixed up with someone from the extreme night city? His intuition told him that there was something he didn't know. Something was about to happen. "You heard wrong, young master. What did I ever say such a thing?" Yi Wuji replied, faintly, his gaze evasive. "Oh really?" Jishio raised an eyebrow, then reached out to grip Yi Wuji's neck directly. "Oh." Yi Wuji looked at Jishio in terror, the feeling of suffocation turning his face pale, a hint of deathly fear surging from deep within his soul. "Your Majesty the God Emperor, save me." Yi Wuji looked towards Liu, but he found that Liu didn't even glance at him. Her gaze was fixed on Jishio. At that moment, he finally realized a fact. Liu and Jishio seemed to be more than just former master and disciple. "Young master, I ask you one last time." Chapter 461, Choice 1. The system rewards the broken demon god's heart, which can recreate all laws and orders. If chosen, the demon god's heart can save the entire void immortal realm. Laws and orders will be restored, and the 4th realm will completely return to the 9 heavens. But the problem is, it requires cutting off cultivation. Now that the 9 heavens are becoming more chaotic, without cultivation, even if everyone can be saved now, the future cannot be protected. Choice 2. Obtain the origin ancient artifact, the eternal heavenly gate, but you must stay in the 4th realm. At least Mu Bing and the others can survive, right? Jishio's thoughts stopped here, and he was already prepared to make a choice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the origin ancient artifact, the eternal heavenly gate. Hearing the system prompt by his ear, Jishio let out a long breath. At this moment, he slowly turned to look at Mu Bing, Lu Xia, Ning Xian, and Mo Qingshan, Gu Yao, Gu Jian, Duga Banruo, Xing'er, and the little chubby girl. What should be done now? Mu Bing, carrying Muchio, bit her silver teeth tightly, her beautiful eyes coldly staring at the collapsing and about to shatter void immortal realm. She knew that if they did not react soon, they would all die here. Rest assured, we will all be fine. Chapter 462, Kaka, quickly enter the inner world. Jishio shouted as he looked at the decaying laws in the world. The little chubby girl nodded obediently. Clang! A flash of light flickered, and she suddenly leaped into Jishio's inner world. At this moment, the inner world was just like the outside. The sky suddenly darkened, and thunder roared above the heavens. A horrifying scene of world destruction. Not only that, but the laws of the inner world were also rapidly decaying, and order was collapsing. Originally, Jishio's inner world was already considered a small world, but now, in just a few breaths, the laws and order had crumbled significantly, and the cracks in the inner world were continuing to widen. If this continued, the entire inner world would be completely destroyed. Sister Yunfei, it's so scary. The little chubby girl tightly hugged Yunfei's long legs as she timidly spoke. What happened outside? Yunfei frowned and asked. Kaka is not very clear. In any case, it's very dangerous outside. The little chubby girl said seriously. Don't worry. Jishio will handle it. Yunfei gently rubbed the little chubby girl's plump face to comfort her softly. Hmm. Chapter 463. The Void Immortal Realm. A world rapidly descending into darkness. In the Immortal Realm, the Eastern Dragon Cave, the Northern Misty Ice Mountain, and the Southern Mysterious Sea began to collapse amid the collision of the world laws of the Nine Heavens and the Fourth Realm. The laws and order of the entire Immortal Realm were obliterated, and endless darkness swallowed the crimson sky, with red lightning flashing intermittently across the universe. Jisho walked alone towards the Western Divine Path. The Void Immortal Realm was about to be destroyed, since he could not return to the Nine Heavens. He could only head towards the Fourth Realm. Soon, he arrived at the Western Divine Path, where towering mysterious stone statues had already crumbled into dust, and a path leading to an unknown place was also in ruins. But before he could step onto the Divine Path, a deafening explosion sounded, and the heavens trembled violently. The Western Divine Path completely collapsed before Jisho's eyes, rocks flying everywhere, and laws perishing. At the same time, Jisho heard Yunfei's voice in his ears. Jisho, the inner world is going to be destroyed. Hearing this, Jisho stopped, momentarily silent. The collision of the two world laws would cause everything to perish, including his inner world. In fact, Yunfei would be fine. Even if the inner world was destroyed, she could return to Jisho's pure world flower lotus to avoid a calamity. But the little chubby girl was different. Chapter 464. The Void Immortal Realm, the Boundless Universe. The end of the broken Western Divine Path. The so-called first celestial girl of the Fourth Realm, Huayan, trembled as she looked at the crumbling world before her. At this moment, she seemed to be engulfed in an inescapable gloom, as the perfect plan she had devised over 3 epochs was completely ruined by an origin ancient artifact. The eternal heavenly pearl. At this moment, she didn't know what else she could do, sitting in a daze on the broken divine path, her eyes blankly gazing at this world that was about to be completely annihilated. Behind her, the forbidden heavenly lady remained silent, her entire being in despair. Just then, ancient, immortal voices came from the bronze door behind her. Huayan, come back. This time, we miscalculated in the Fourth Realm. Not as clever as those old things from the 9 meridians of heaven. Yes, come back. You are the youngest immortal king of our Fourth Realm. In the future, the Fourth Realm will be ruled by you. In the future, we will need you to lead us old folks back to the 9 heavens. Master, hurry back. The Void Immortal Realm is about to shatter. It has now reached the final moment. If you don't return soon, it will be too late. Chapter 465. The Vast Sky. The flying swallow soars across the long sky. Black mountains stack upon each other, gray mist envelopes the mountains, and deep roars of terrifying beasts echo within. This is the Tianyuan mountain range of the Fourth Realm, regarded by the cultivators of the Fourth Realm as the end of the world. At this moment, the Tianyuan mountain range is experiencing violent fluctuations in space, and a massive bronze door appears above the mountains, with shimmering lights of time and space flickering within, an everlasting aura sweeping out from it. Rumble. Thunder roars from above the sky. The bronze door shakes for a moment. Soon after, a series of deep footsteps sound. Step, 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 step. This group of people is quite special. The first celestial maiden of the Fourth Realm, Huayan, steps out of the bronze door accompanied by the forbidden celestial maiden. Behind them, the 7 great talents of the 9 heavens world, True Dragon Sun, Great Ming Peacock, Young Thunder Emperor, Golden Crow Prince, Celestial Corpse, Demon Prince, and Ancient Demon Ape, are all shackled with thick black chains on their limbs. They carry a massive coffin and slowly walk out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the once exiled 9th Heaven Fourth Realm. Huayan, with her hands behind her back and beautiful eyes gazing at the world before her, speaks indifferently. Chapter 466. Huayan, what do you mean by this? True Dragon Sun coldly questions. What? Are you going to hand us over to the imperial family of the Fourth Realm? The Great Ming Peacock's face turns cold. Huayan nods, unabashedly saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can enjoy yourselves in the Fourth Realm from now on. The moment her words fall, the faces of the 7 great talents turn grim. Just then, a grand and ancient voice echoes above the imperial pass. Welcome, Celestial Maiden, back to the Fourth Realm. At that moment, all beings of the Fourth Realm before the imperial pass bow their heads to Huayan, respectfully shouting, Welcome back, Celestial Maiden. Hearing this, a smile appears at the corner of Huayan's mouth, and she suddenly yanks the chains, directly throwing the 7 great talents into the imperial pass. These 7 are the strongest talents from the 9 heavens world over 3 eras. Now, they are yours. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of war drums rises. The 7 great talents are surrounded tightly, feeling scorching gazes from all directions, as if those gazes could pierce through their bodies. A group of wasted beings exiled countless eras ago. Chapter 467. Shaking her head, the forbidden celestial maiden comes back to her senses. Now that the void immortal realm has fallen into darkness, even if Jishio is not dead, he will be completely engulfed in darkness. In the future, she and Jishio will never meet again. As stunning as he is, he too has fallen into the sea of stars. What a pity! The forbidden celestial maiden murmurs in her heart. Just then, poof! Within the Imperial Pass, the figures of True Dragon Sun and Jishio cross each other. A long spray of blood blossoms into the air. The atmosphere falls silent for a moment, then erupts into enthusiastic shouts, as expected of young Master Wuchan. Even the True Dragon Son of the 9 heavens world can't compare. Naturally, young Master Wuchan is the chief disciple of the Celestial Maiden, and his cultivation and talent are unparalleled throughout history. He truly is stunning, so dazzling. I wonder what kind of woman young Master Wuchan admires. Perhaps only a woman as stunning as him could catch his eye. Alas, looking around our entire 4th realm, aside from the Celestial Maiden, where can we find such a woman? Suddenly, the True Dragon Son is covered in blood, his face as pale as paper. With a wound on his chest deep enough to see the bone, blood dripping to the ground drop by drop. Chapter 468. A strange aura sweeps across the entire 4th realm's Imperial Pass. The blurred figure behind the gray mist suddenly attracts everyone's attention. Master! The chubby girl sees the familiar figure and jumps up happily, knowing her master has the ability to save her. Jishio! The forbidden celestial maiden takes a deep breath, uncertain of her feelings. To her, a person like Jishio should not have fallen in the void immortal realm. Now, she feels both a sense of relief and a slight foreboding. What is the gray mist surrounding Jishio? What is that strange power hidden within Jishio's body that makes her soul tremble? He is not dead. The True Dragon Son, enduring the intense pain in his chest, raises his hand and pulls out the spear that pierced through his body. Shaking himself, he looks at Jishio, feeling truly exhilarated. He has also come to the 4th realm. Moreover, he had been hiding in that mysterious coffin all along. The Great Ming Peacock, Young Thunder Emperor, Golden Crow Prince, Ancient Demon Ape, and Celestial Corpse. The 7 strongest talents of the 9 heavens are all somewhat dazed. They never expected that Jishio had been sleeping in the mysterious bronze coffin they carried all the way. Perhaps because Jishio comes from the same world as them, they now feel a sense of familiarity and relief upon seeing Jishio reappear. Chapter 469. He actually came. Huayan furrows her brow, looking at the ancient war chariot at the end of the sky, shaking her head momentarily. Who is he? The forbidden celestial maiden asks in shock and fear, as the newcomer is terrifying, his pressure not weaker than Huayan's, and even more ancient, causing the laws of heaven and earth to buzz. The feathered emperor clan, Yun, Jishio Wuchan murmurs the name of the immortal being within the ancient war chariot. Has this old thing taken a liking to Jishio as well? Huayan thinks to herself, the 7 great talents. I can treat them as spoils of war to give to the 10 imperial clans, but Jishio is different. He is a prize that belongs solely to me. Ancestor, save me. Yuling Tian, who is being stepped on by Jishio, cries out. No one can save you. Jishio speaks softly, his tone not too heavy, yet chilling Yuling Tian's blood to the core. Rumble. The golden war chariot drives into the Imperial Pass. Behind the curtain of the war chariot sits a blurred figure. 2 extremely terrifying beams of light penetrate time and space, landing on Jishio. Lift your foot. I will spare your life. A grand voice, carrying an undeniable pressure, echoes throughout the Imperial Pass. Under this terrifying pressure, the strong of the 10 imperial clans all bow their heads, their faces filled with reverence and respect. Chapter 470. In the 4th realm, above the Imperial Pass, dark figures stand behind Jishio. This group of dark beings is indistinct, but each aura is powerful to the pinnacle. In fact, each one has reached the realm of the Immortal King. 9 immortal kings? How is this possible? What is the background of this kid? Jishio. Why do 9 immortal kings protect him? That is the River of Time. Jishio must have used some method to make the River of Time cross the sky. merging all ages into one, thus summoning the immortal kings from another world. It's terrifying. Is this kid planning to slaughter all of us in the fourth realm? Above the Imperial Pass, with the 9 immortal kings standing behind Ji Xiu, the faces of the powerful members of the 10 imperial clans have drained of color, and every one of them is trembling. Hua Yan, with her beautiful eyes, stares blankly at Ji Xiu, her hands tightly clenched into fists. This scene has surpassed her understanding. She originally viewed Ji Xiu as the greatest trophy of this journey to the 9 heavens. But now it seems Ji Xiu has become the greatest source of chaos in her fourth realm. Chapter 471. Regardless of whose blood it is, it will ultimately be of great use in the future, in the next 3 minutes. Surely we will witness the most desperate moment of these immortal kings from the fourth realm. Ji Xiu squints his eyes and murmurs to himself. After saying this, he rubs the little fatty girl's head and softly says, "Kaka, next, we need to prepare to leave here." Okay. The little fatty girl obediently nods while hugging Ji Xiu's thigh. She has long wanted to leave this dangerous place. However, she is also happy to see the old folks from the fourth realm getting pounded. Even though she finds the dark creatures summoned by her master more terrifying than the immortal kings of the fourth realm. As soon as the words fell, the river of time, spanning the sky, trembled for a moment. In the next second, the space-time restraints around the 9 dark beings dimmed significantly. Roar! The 9 dark beings exert their strength simultaneously, falling into a frenzied state. The immortal king of the feathered imperial clan, Yu Yuan, was pierced directly in the chest by a dark being's spear, his entire body nailed to the dark spear, thrashing around wildly, before finally plummeting from the sky. Drenched in blood, Hua Yan also bears many blood-stained wounds, her pure white clothes already soaked with blood, her pretty face pale as she retreats repeatedly. Chapter 472. The battle at the Imperial Pass, with 19 immortal kings in chaos, resulted in one immortal king's death. This news quickly spread throughout the entire fourth realm within a day. On this day, the name Ji Xiu echoed in the ears of every cultivator in the fourth realm. Soon, the 10 imperial clans issued a bounty, listing Ji Xiu as the #1 villain of the fourth realm, with the immortal kings as the highest commanders, pursuing Ji Xiu throughout the entire fourth realm. Any cultivator who could provide information about Ji Xiu would receive a generous reward from the 10 imperial clans. In an instant, all major dynasties and longevity families in the fourth realm began to move. Of course, many dynasties and families were quite clear-headed. On the surface, they were all responding to the call of the 10 imperial clans, grandly searching for Ji Xiu's whereabouts. However, in reality, each of them was praying in their hearts that they would never encounter this unparalleled villain from the 9 heavens. One immortal king has already died at Ji Xiu's hands. What are they worth? However, at this moment, the search for Ji Xiu throughout the fourth realm was incredibly grand, with every dynasty, every longevity family, and every sect discussing the name Ji Xiu. Chapter 473. Kaka, Ji Xiu called out. Yes. The little fatty girl heard Ji Xiu's call and happily swam towards him in the hot spring, splashing like a dog. Are you having fun? Ji Xiu smiled and pinched the little fatty girl's rosy cheeks, gently asking. The little fatty girl nodded vigorously, responding joyfully, Master. Kaka declares that from now on, Kaka's favorite things are eating meat and soaking in hot springs. You. Ji Xiu shook his head helplessly and then said softly, the happy times are over. We need to go. Ah. The little fatty girl pouted and asked, Master, could it be that bad woman is chasing us again? Yixiu nodded. You must never let that bad woman fall into Kaka's hands. Otherwise, Kaka will make her pay. The little fatty girl angrily waved her hand, clearly upset that her fun over the past 3 days was all due to Hua Yan. How about we deal with her now? Ji Xiu said playfully. But the little fatty girl hesitated for a moment and then whispered, Master, together, we can't defeat that bad woman. Chapter 474. Hua Yan's furious voice echoed throughout the Genesis mountain range. After a while, Hua Yan finally calmed down. As the #1 heavenly maiden of the fourth realm and an immortal king, when has she ever suffered such humiliation? Huff! Hua Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she gazed at the divine dynasty at the end of the Genesis mountain range, murmuring softly, Now, this king can no longer sense that little fatty girl's bloodline aura. However, Ji Xiu will definitely go to the Genesis divine dynasty. There is something he must obtain there. With that thought, Huayan suddenly froze, her flower-like lips parted in shock as she exclaimed, "Is this little brat going to the peak of creation to steal the founding monument of my fourth realm?" The Genesis Heavenly Monument is one of the supreme, sacred artifacts of the fourth realm. Anyone who reaches the level of an immortal king has comprehended the Tao before it. But no one has been able to comprehend the supreme laws inscribed on the Genesis Heavenly Monument, nor has anyone been able to decipher its inscriptions. The existence of the Genesis Heavenly Monument also elevates the status of the entire Genesis Divine Dynasty in the fourth realm, as they are the guardians of the peak of creation and the clan that protects the Genesis Heavenly Monument. Chapter 475, A Strange Voice, a Strange Aura. In an instant, it caused the beautiful woman's face to change dramatically. The beautiful woman exclaimed, covering her chest with her hands, looking at the man in the darkness with fear, trembling as she spoke. "Why you? Who are you? You have such audacity. You actually dare to intrude into the Imperial Lord's palace. And you even dare to have improper thoughts about this palace." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu found it somewhat amusing. Although this woman is indeed charming, she poses no threat to him. When it comes to figure and appearance, Mu Bing and Lu Xie could outshine her by 10 blocks. Moreover, it was clearly she who had thrown herself at him without any reservations, and now this woman accuses him of having improper thoughts? At this moment, Ji Xiu felt playful, so he amusingly reached out to pinch the beautiful woman's chin and said, "Madam, you wouldn't want her lord to find out, would you? You." The beautiful woman's face changed when she heard this. Given the current situation, deep in the night, in the dark, sharing the same bed with a strange man, and on the bed of the Creator Emperor, she felt that even if she hadn't done anything, if others found out, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. "What do you want?" Chapter 476. It is said that Ji Xiu followed the Creator Emperor all the way to the back mountain of the royal palace, where a stone tablet inscribed with 4 large characters came into view. "Forbidden Land of the Divine. It seems we have arrived." Ji Xiu glanced at the stone tablet and spoke lightly. "Yes, Ji Xiu, the young master, we have arrived." The Creator Emperor smiled bitterly and led Ji Xiu past the stone tablet into the ancient forest of the back mountain. In the ancient forest, the falling maple leaves fluttered down, and in the cool breeze of the deep night, the Creator Emperor's heart grew colder. He never expected that after dominating the fourth realm for so many years, he would be so suppressed and coerced by a young man from the 9 heavens, leaving him without any thoughts of resistance. If this got out, he would truly have no face to live. But then again, this person before him is Ji Xiu. If so, he seemed to find a bit of comfort in that. Soon, the Creator Emperor brought Ji Xiu to the end of the ancient forest, where an ancient altar covered in maple leaves came into view. The altar was not large, but it was inscribed with obscure and difficult to understand runes. "Opening this altar will allow us to reach the peak of creation?" Ji Xiu asked with interest. "Yes." The Creator Emperor nodded. Chapter 477. How is this possible? This guy can actually comprehend the stone tablet of creation. The Creator Emperor looked at the tablet as the primordial runes transformed into streams of light and infused into Ji Xiu's body. At this moment, his eyes nearly popped out. It is known that throughout the eons, many immortal kings have comprehended the stone tablet of creation, but none have truly understood it. Those who could decipher even a part of the primordial runes of the tablet became the supreme powerhouses of the fourth realm. Once, 10 immortal kings comprehended a small portion of the primordial runes, and later these 10 immortal kings established the 10 imperial clans that ruled the entire fourth realm. The thought stopped there. The Creator Emperor kept swallowing saliva, and his heartbeat reached its peak at this moment. It seemed that this guy could not only comprehend a part of the primordial runes of the tablet, but was likely to completely crack the stone tablet of creation and understand it fully. Having said that, the Creator Emperor's gaze towards Ji Xiu shifted from extreme caution to fear, mixed with a hint of eagerness. He thought that if Ji Xiu could truly comprehend the stone tablet of creation, then what was he doing following behind the 10 imperial clans as a guardian? Given time, Ji Xiu would overturn the 10 imperial clans. This was a certainty. Chapter 478. Strange celestial light blossomed before the stone tablet of creation. Just as Ji Xiu's mind was about to shatter or be completely consumed and baptized by that strange power, he suddenly smelled the fragrance of apricot blossoms and tasted the salty flavor of tears. Liu had come. Even though the dazzling light at this moment shone brightly in his eyes, he knew this. Liu's kiss was very familiar. In that grand dream of the eternal world's third generation, she had kissed him like this too. At the same time, a strange power surged within him. This power was very familiar to Ji Xiao. It was the power of the supreme forgetting emotions, or rather, the power of the source of supreme forgetting emotions. Under the influence of this power, the strange black energy actually stopped its erosion. However, despite this, his soul and source of power were still more than half eroded by the strange force. Nevertheless, it seemed that it wasn't impossible to reverse. Ji Xiao muttered to himself. At that moment, he heard Liu's voice beside him. Focus. As her voice fell, one article of clothing after another was shed. And the strange light of the Supreme seemed to turn into a curtain slowly descending between the two, embracing and kissing. With Liu's exclamation, the two completely sank into each other. For a moment, the entire peak of creation became somewhat noisy, the kind of noise that makes one blush and their heart race. Chapter 479, 7 Days. A full 7 days. When all the black energy from the peak of creation was absorbed into Ji Xiao's body. The light curtain enveloping Ji Xiao and Liu slowly dissipated. At this moment, a huge cocoon of light had formed before the stone tablet of creation, and Ji Xiao and Liu were sleeping within it. Ding. System prompt. Side quest stone tablet has been completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained recognition of the stone tablet of creation. Ding. System prompt. Extreme path forbidden chapter. Condensation progress. 98. Ding. System prompt. Extreme path imperial law forbidden chapter. Condensation progress. 99. Ding. System prompt. Extreme path imperial law forbidden chapter. Condensation progress. 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully condensed the extreme path forbidden imperial law. Strange source primordial. Strange source primordial. Control the source power of the strange. Become the master of the strange. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Ji Xiao awakened from the cocoon of light. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Liu lying in his arms. Liu was fast asleep, and at this moment, this divine emperor had lost her usual majesty, revealing only the endless beauty of a newly blooming flower. As expected, in the end, he couldn't escape her. Yi Xiu smiled, reached out to tuck the golden hair scattered on Liu's forehead behind her ear, then stood up, stretched lazily, and tore open the cocoon of light to step out. The sunlight fell upon him, illuminating his face, and breathing in the fresh air, he felt for a moment that life was peaceful and good.